I, Anna Somonas Lawrence, the fortunate one reborn, a voyeur of the seams of fate, am resolute in my determination to thrive in this pristine world. I strive to become an unremarkable bystander, following in the footsteps of the majority, concealed in the shadows, apathetically observing the vicissitudes of this world. Dear Anna, I apologize for intruding upon your diary writing, but it is time for dinner. All right, mother. I shall be there shortly. At that moment, an owl hurriedly swooped by, dropping a letter. Thud! The letter struck the glass window, capturing Anna's attention. Chapter 1. I, the unremarkable time traveler. The sky was dim, with moonlight stealthily cascading through the clouds upon a two-story villa, the thick ivy having been recently trimmed, though the individual responsible for this endeavor had evidently given up quickly. The ivy continued its relentless ascent to the rooftop, cascading down to the second floor. The windows on the second floor of the villa were draped with curtains, emitting a faint glow. I, Anna Somonas Lawrence, the fortunate one reborn, a voyeur of the seams of fate, am resolute in my determination to thrive in this pristine world. I strive to become an unremarkable bystander, following in the footsteps of the majority, concealed in the shadows, apathetically observing the vicissitudes of this world. A small and cozy room, decorated with pale blue wallpaper, a low bed adorned with a thick brown comforter. The foot of the bed faced the door, beside which stood a half-open wooden wardrobe, its contents a chaotic array of clothing, with peculiar patterned socks hidden within some trousers. The air was imbued with the scent of ink. Seated at the writing desk adjacent to the window, our protagonist, Miss Anna, was engrossed in her writing, wielding a fountain pen upon a petite pink notebook. On the wooden study chair, Anna was anything but still, her small feet clad in rabbit-patterned socks bouncing energetically upon the deep blue carpet. A few gentle knocks echoed at the door. Sweet Anna, it is time for dinner. All right, mother. I shall be there shortly. Anna swiftly capped her fountain pen, tossing her diary onto the bed, kicking aside the obstructive plush toys and leather backpack, and nearly tripping over the toy box as she leapt over it. Someday, I must rid myself of these hindering toys. Anna opened the door to find a beautiful woman with brown curls standing at the threshold, her deep green eyes betraying fatigue and concern. This enchanting woman was Lena Lawrence, a pitiable, ordinary yet resilient lady, deserving of respect, and also Anna's mother. Observing her daughter's cheerful demeanor, Lena visibly exhaled in relief. Anna, I do not advise you to seclude yourself in your room all day. Perhaps you could venture outside for a while after dinner. Pausing for a moment, Lena pursed her lips. The doctor suggested that playing with peers would aid in your condition. It is my fault for not noticing sooner. I had assumed you were merely shy. Earlier, Lena had retrieved Anna's psychological report from the psychiatrist, which indicated that Anna was experiencing mild depression. The beautiful Lena embraced Anna tightly. My darling, you must remain as joyful as you are now. Wow, wah. An urgent cry interrupted the mother's soliloquy, causing Lena to momentarily panic, but she quickly regained her composure. Releasing Anna, she instructed, Anna, hurry to dinner. I shall check on your brother. Poor Aiden has likely wet his pants again. At your service, mother. Anna swiftly descended the old staircase, which, despite being carpeted, groaned under the weight of her small frame. At 10 years old and standing at 1.40 meters, with a mole on her left earlobe, Anna made a beeline for the dining table. The resident of the storage room beneath the staircase, Snow, a small white cat, clearly disturbed by the lament of the old stairs, emerged from her nest, irate, and darted towards the dining table. The two, a girl and a cat, exchanged wide-eyed glances, and this silent confrontation concluded with Anna placing a small meatball into Snow's bowl, marking yet another defeat for Anna. In truth, she had never triumphed in such contests against the feline. Snow's bright, cunning blue eyes resembled those of a devil, albeit an adorable one. After delivering the final meatball, Anna felt a sense of wistfulness wash over her. In times past, she would have been scrolling through Douyin, but now, the television of 1988 was broadcasting strange puppet cartoons, the fire in the fireplace crackling merrily, and Snow had already nestled by the hearth. The entire scene, though lacking a plump, elderly figure wrapped in a thick quilt seated in a rocking chair, was still sufficiently tranquil, or perhaps simply dull. Quack! An incongruous sound wafted through the air. Anna turned her head and beheld the enchanting Lena carrying her little brother, Evan, into the living room. Evan waved a diminutive pacifier around, incessantly emitting quack sounds. The Frog Prince, how amusing. Anna chuckled to herself at the adorableness of her little brother. Yet she was suddenly struck by the peculiar notion that a glimmering object had indeed appeared atop Evan's head. Rubbing her eyes, Anna looked closely again, only to find nothing there. Evan was blissfully clutching his head, seemingly attempting to perch the pacifier upon it. Anna, the rain has ceased outside. Shall we venture out to play for a while? Lena placed Evan into a child's chair beside the dining table and donned an apron hanging from the refrigerator, preparing to tidy the table. Perhaps Snow would also like to take a stroll. Anna's gaze fixated on the napping cat by the fireplace, recalling the unfortunate fate of the little meatball that had fallen prey to its jaws. All right, enchanting Lena, I shall take Snow out for a walk. Enchanting Lena? I meant good mother. Anna swiftly grasped the cat, Snow, and approached the door, deftly removing the leash from its hook and securing it onto the feline. Ignoring the disgruntled expression of the reluctant cat, Anna donned her deep brown UGG boots and picked up the woolen coat from the small sofa. I am heading out. Be safe, Lena called out, peeking her head around to see that Anna was warmly and comfortably dressed, nodding in satisfaction. Do not wander too far. All right. The door closed with a sound, just as Lena finished washing the dishes, removed her apron, and came over to embrace Evan, moving to the dining table. Oh, what is this? Certainly not the silly pacifier in Evan's grasp. Lena retrieved a tiny ornament from Evan's hat. Where did this come from? She inquired, holding the ornament in her palm. A crown. Chapter 2. A day of serendipity in the southwestern corner of London, nestled within Surrey, lies a quaint neighborhood known as Little Huygen, where Anna resides at number 8. U Road. The location is not particularly favorable, as it is adjacent to a small social park that is perpetually raucous. However, the enchanting Lena has grown quite fond of this place, to the extent that she purchased the house outright. After marrying and relocating to M Country, I have nearly forgotten what this social park looked like. Acquiring property outright is not a prevailing trend nowadays, particularly for such an aging residence. Some neighbors even discreetly mock Lena for being foolishly affluent. Yet, they're only half correct. She is indeed wealthy. As a best-selling fantasy novelist, Lena is the sole beneficiary of her husband's insurance compensation following a tragic accident. It has been a year since Anna traversed into the body of this young girl. Rather than describing it as a mere possession of another's body, the term exchange is more fitting. For both souls wished for a different life when they inadvertently stumbled into the rift of time. The young girl took over Anna's former body, that of a heart-diseased heiress whose parents had perished, inheriting substantial wealth. Conversely, Anna assumed the body of a girl who had suffered bullying at school in M Country following her father's untimely death, leading to depression, all while too fearful to confide in her mother. They reached an agreement. Anna would protect the girl's family in her stead, while the girl would find solace in a world where she would no longer be tormented. Anna is quite content with this healthy body, although it is somewhat petite. She cannot help but feel exhilarated at the normal rhythm of her heart. A familiar figure appears in the distance, prompting Anna to stride over. It is a rather diminutive lady, with gray hair neatly tucked beneath a hairnet, clad in what resembles a nightgown, a pale pink, fleece-lined robe, and shuffling in thick-soled cotton slippers. This is Mrs. Arabella Fegg, a devoted cat lover residing on Wisteria Road. Good evening, Mrs. Fegg, Anna greets her. Mrs. Fegg tilts her head, her gaze drifting over a wooden fence adorned with verdant plants, fixating on the small garden of a nearby house, seemingly in search of something. Curious, Anna leans in to take a look. Aside from a glass greenhouse, a swing, and a climbing frame for children, there is nothing particularly noteworthy, although the garden is meticulously maintained. Anna, Mrs. Fegg exclaims, a hint of surprise in her voice at encountering an acquaintance here. She quickly regains her composure, adding, good evening, my dear. Observing Mrs. Fegg's attire, Anna finds it somewhat surprising. A proper English lady would not typically venture out in nightwear at such an hour. Mrs. Fegg, are you out searching for your cat? If you need assistance, I would be happy to help, Anna offers, surmising that one of Mrs. Fegg's many cats has wandered off. Oh, thank you, dear. My cat is quite well. I merely stepped out for a stroll, Mrs. Fegg replies, as if suddenly aware of her inappropriate garb, frowning slightly. Perhaps Anna should refrain from probing into the reasons behind a middle-aged woman wandering in her nightgown at such a late hour. Very well, Mrs. Fegg. I shall take my cat for a walk now. Farewell. Goodbye, dear. Mrs. Fegg watches Anna turn the corner, glancing back at the garden with a sigh before departing. Not very proactive in observing the happenings around here. There's a flaw in one's mindset. Anna's head peeks around the corner. What was Mrs. Fegg looking at? Eagerly returning to her previous position, she observes intently for a while, but notices nothing beyond the garden's pristine condition. Approaching the front door of a small house, identical in layout to her own, Anna notes the number, 4, U Road. She glances at the mailbox and spots a letter wedged at the opening, addressed to a Vernon Disley, of whom she has no recollection. This is hardly surprising, as she has only lived here for nearly a month. Having applied for a transfer to the local school and awaiting the next term to commence, and with it being November, Anna has yet to make many acquaintances in the neighborhood aside from Mrs. Fegg at the pet shop. Perhaps her reluctance to venture out during winter contributes to this. After all, Lena had befriended the neighbors within a week of moving in, and just yesterday, a tall woman with golden, curly hair had delivered some pies to their door. Although Anna did not meet this woman, she is certain that her culinary skills leave much to be desired. The pie's bottom was a chaotic mess. Heaven knows how Anna managed to finish it. Dear Anna, we must not squander the kindness of others. I know, kind-hearted Lena. Seeing no more gossip to indulge in, Anna decides to take her cat for a stroll elsewhere. She tugs on the leash, eliciting an irritable meow from Snow. Snow sprawls on the ground, unwilling to budge. Novice benefit. Gossip radar activated, scanning in progress. Huh. A sound emanates from the Dursley residence, indicating someone is unlocking the door with a key. Scan successful. Unidentified gossip detected. System prompt. Complete a gossip task to unlock additional system functions. A slender, blonde woman emerges from behind the door, her light-colored eyes blinking as they fall upon Anna. Upon noticing Snow, she furrows her brow. Perhaps it is an exaggeration, but Anna cannot help but feel uncomfortable under the scrutiny, as if she were being examined through a magnifying glass, searching for her flaws. Hey, you. The woman strides toward Anna. Oh, Anna marvels. The woman's neck appears nearly twice the length of an ordinary person's, and her low-cut nightgown accentuates this peculiar feature. It is evident that she is somewhat flustered, likely having rushed out upon hearing the cat's cries without donning an outer garment, her golden curls listlessly draping at her sides. Oh, those curls. Could it be that yesterday's pie was her handiwork? Apologies for disturbing you, madam. I was merely passing by with my cat. Anna responds, her instincts hinting that this long-necked woman harbors some gossip. Noticing Anna's pleasant demeanor, the long-necked woman suppresses her imminent snide remarks and approaches with a scrutinizing gaze. As Anna marvels at the woman's elongated neck, the lady assesses her in return. Let me see. Where does this popper come from? Glancing at the seemingly expensive swan necklace around Anna's neck and her appropriately tailored wool coat, she muses, this wild child is no match for our darling. Look at this flimsy frame. Her deep green eyes resemble dilapidated marbles, and those brown curls are a nightmare, inducing dread. Relax, Penny. You can handle her. You are the best. With a confident smile, the long-necked Mrs. Penny, despite the cold rendering her appearance somewhat disheveled, addresses Anna. I trust your cat hasn't relieved itself near my mailbox. Has it? Oh, I am certain that Snow would never be so uncouth. He is quite well-mannered and wooed marked territory indiscriminately, Anna replies as innocently as possible, hoping to glean more useful information. Are you Mrs. Dursley? The pie you brought yesterday was quite delicious. Oh, is that so? You are the child of the Lawrence family. Are you not, Anna? Correct? You may call me Mrs. Penny if you wish, she responds, her expression softening considerably, perhaps acknowledging the plight of the Lawrence matriarch, who has recently lost her husband and possesses little to envy, even finding Anna's marble-like green eyes endearing. Very well, Mrs. Penny. It is rather late. I shall come to visit another day. Anna surmises that it is time to return, lest Lena scold her for being late again, and prepares to take her leave, planning to return for more gossip another time. Mrs. Petunia seems to relish such mundane conversations, welcoming the next gust of cold wind that sends her woolly curls quivering in the air. A shivering giraffe with a wig in the chill. Wait, Anna could have sworn she had just witnessed an illusion. Did Mrs. Petunia's neck just elongate dramatically? Although it was already quite long, that sudden stretch was indeed extraordinary. What could be happening? Is it my system? Anna felt a twinge of anxiety. Petunia, in a fluster, clutched her neck and bellowed angrily towards the open door of the house. Harry, from the storage room beneath the stairs, a head that had been peeking out swiftly retreated. Anna, bewildered in the frosty air, pondered. Harry? Task discovered. The Boy Who Lived. Chapter 3. The Boy Who Lived. In truth, Anna had always believed she had merely arrived in an earlier time within the same world, unaware that this exchange had transported her directly into the magical realm. High dimensions to low dimensions, ailments to wellness, a fair trade. After Petunia's outburst at Harry, she belatedly realized the presence of Anna, a muggle beside her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words like an ordinary person. Fortunately, Anna managed to regain her composure, feigning a dazed demeanor. What just happened? Oh dear. I am utterly exhausted, madam. I must return home to rest. With a look of panic on her face, Mrs. Petunia quickly responded, Yes, dear, it is quite late. You are welcome to visit again. I shall introduce you to my wonderful little darling. She gently patted Anna's back and hurriedly made her way towards the house, closing the door with a forceful yet amiable smile directed at Anna. Anna knelt to scoop up Mr. Snow, the cat, and as she stroked the feline, She ambled back towards her home. Once she could no longer see number 4, Privet Drive, Anna broke into a sprint. Her face contorted in a mixture of exhilaration and madness. She was laughing uncontrollably. Such expressions typically grace the countenances of youth engrossed in shipping couples or those attending gossip gatherings, often signifying a surge of adrenaline and a profound sense of satisfaction. However, the Ministry of Magic is not particularly fond of young witches and wizards displaying such expressions, as it usually indicates a magical disturbance. Anna remained oblivious to any anomalies. Reveling in the joy of her escapade, she never considered pausing to admire the scenery along the way. Those pumpkins she had transformed into jack-o'-lanterns and chairs. Mrs. Fig was walking home, appearing pensive. The tragic childhood of the savior, Potter, weighed heavily on her heart. Suddenly, an orange cat with long ears leapt from the bushes, frolicking around Mrs. Fig, nipping at her slippers before darting back in the direction it had come. Tibby. Mrs. Fig's expression grew increasingly grave as she turned to follow Tibby. The cat had been dispatched to monitor any unusual occurrences near Potter. If Tibby was in such a hurry, had something happened to Potter? How would she explain this to Dumbledore? At this moment, the grand instigator of calamities, Anna, had already returned home. As she turned to close the door, she thought she glimpsed a flash of green, but dismissed it, for it was time to explore her system. Anna wiped Mr. Snow's paws on the carpet, set the cat aside, and kicked off her UGG boots. Mom, I'm home. Anna called into the living room, but received no expected response. Where is everyone? Anna halted her ascent up the stairs, leaning over the banister to peer into the living room. No one. She dashed into the living room, only to find Mr. Snow lounging before the fireplace, stretching. Were they asleep? Just as she prepared to ascend the stairs to investigate further, the doorbell rang. Anna glanced at the ancient grandfather clock in the corner of the living room. It was 9:40. Had she returned so late? Approaching the front door, she wondered who it could be at such an hour. Had Lena and the others gone out? The front door lacked a peephole, so Anna crouched down on the carpet and opened the small door at the bottom meant for newspapers. She could see a pair of old, worn men's leather shoes, appearing as if they had been worn for a century. Anna stood up and quietly locked the door. Who are you? She feigned a deep voice. Chapter 4 A magical disturbance. Good evening, ma'am. I believe your child may be in trouble. The Ministry of Magic has just detected a magical disturbance in the vicinity. Some unusual occurrences have taken place. Is she all right? The man's voice was somewhat urgent. If her condition was dire, they could provide immediate treatment. May I come in, madam? Anna scratched her chin. Oh, surely not. I mean, my daughter is perfectly fine. She's quite well. Ma'am, we mean no harm. The man interrupted, clearly anxious. We understand this is hard to accept, but magical disturbances can inflict significant harm on young witches and wizards, and they pose a considerable threat to the surrounding muggles as well. His voice was earnest. Please, open the door. Oh my. Lena's voice echoed from outside. A magical disturbance? Sweetheart, are you all right? Hearing Lena's voice, Anna quickly opened the door, and her eyes fell upon a strange middle-aged man with red hair, wearing a look of urgency. As a Briton, he was somewhat balding, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, and had a tall, slender build. This was Mr. Weasley. Anna recognized him almost instantly. I'm Fina. I'm perfectly well. Indeed, Anna felt better than ever, with rosy cheeks, vibrant green eyes, and a bright smile adorning her face. Oh, Anna, you must have been terrified. Lena enveloped Anna in a warm embrace. Why are you still grinning like a fool? Anna sensed that Lena understood the implications of a magical disturbance. I apologize, madam, but I must interject. We need to take your child to the hospital for an examination. Arthur Weasley, somewhat perplexed, knew that magical disturbance detections rarely yielded false alarms. Those transformed street lamps and chairs indeed existed, yet Anna appeared utterly normal. Yes, let us hurry. We're going to St. Mungo's, right? This gentleman? Lena turned to retrieve the baby carriage. How shall we get there? Apparition? Oh, ma'am, you may call me Arthur. Yes, we can apparate there. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire if you're a witch? Arthur sensed no trace of magic from Lena, and his suspicions began to surface. This lady might be a squib. Not at all. I suppose I'm merely what you refer to as a muggle, although my grandfather was a wizard, and I was raised by him. Lena was reluctant to elaborate, swiftly steering the conversation elsewhere. I am Lena Lawrence. You may call me Lena, Mr. Arthur. Now, what shall we do? Anna's mind raced, desperately searching through the memories the little girl had shared with her, but found nothing regarding wizards, magic, or any mention of a wizardly great-grandfather. Wait, there were vague recollections of the little girl experiencing bullying at school in M Country. She wasn't sure what had transpired, but those children and the girl had all ended up in the hospital. Arthur Weasley was genuinely uninterested in the privacy of others. He cast a glance at the baby carriage containing little Evan. Lena, infants are not suitable for apparition. I suggest we take a rather extraordinary mode of transportation. Broomsticks, flying carpets, a pumpkin carriage. Anna interjected with uncontainable excitement, marking her inaugural encounter with the magical realm in every conceivable sense. Oh, my dear lady, certainly not these commonplace means of transport. Although the pumpkin carriage is hardly a common sight, Arthur gestured, this wondrous vehicle is, without a doubt, an automobile. The magnificent invention of Muggles. He beamed with delight, exclaiming how remarkable it truly was. Anna felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps she should not have held such lofty expectations of Mr. Weasley's marvelous creation as she gazed at the inconspicuous blue Ford sedan before her. Lena concurred, acknowledging it indeed as a great invention. Before we proceed, let us fetch the baby. I need to Castraduccio to swiftly shrink the stroller, Arthur proclaimed, waving his wand at the stroller, which promptly diminished in size at a visible pace. Can people be shrunk as well? Just like Alice when she consumed the cookie. Anna marveled at the sight of magic being wielded through a wand for the first time. However, Arthur furrowed his brow. If such a cookie existed, I would have to begin working immediately. Shrinking individuals is perilous, particularly Muggles. It contravenes the statute of secrecy. Collecting magical items that have infiltrated the Muggle world is part of my duties. Oh, no, that's merely a tale from Storybook, Anna attempted to clarify. That must be a rather frightening fairy tale. Most fairy tales in the magical world are based on true events. I hope Miss Alice is unharmed. But I must admit, the thoughts and creations of Muggles are quite intriguing. Arthur waved his wand, positioning the stroller in the passenger seat. Hop in, passengers. We must depart post-haste. Quack. Ivan, nestled in Lena's arms, chimed in enthusiastically. Chapter 5. A day trip to St. Mungo's. Riding in the Ford, Anna arrived at St. Mungo's. A quaint, old-fashioned red brick building nestled along a historic street. It was apparent that it had once been a department store, with a dusty sign reading Tao Tao Limited, and a large sign hanging on the wooden door announcing its closure for renovations. We have arrived, Arthur Weasley declared, approaching the shop window, which displayed a multitude of peculiar mannequins. He placed his wand against the glass and addressed the mannequins. I wish to bring in a young wizard experiencing a magical surge. He then subtly nodded, signaling everyone to follow. Let us proceed. As midnight approached, the streets were nearly deserted, and Arthur stepped through the window, vanishing from sight. Lena, cradling Ivan, tugged Anna along as they traversed the window, entering a relatively spacious room. The room appeared devoid of windows, yet the air circulated freely. A prominent feature was a desk labeled Inquiries, behind which sat a portly, amiable blonde lady. Arthur approached the inquiry desk. Oh, hello, Mr. Weasley. It's a pleasure to assist you. Do you recall the reason for your visit? The blonde lady greeted him, producing a pen to take notes. I'm quite well. Madam, not under the influence of a forgetfulness charm. I am here with a young wizard experiencing a magical surge. You must be quite anxious. The magical surge treatment room is on the 5th floor, just to the right of the charm's injury waiting area, she interjected, swiftly directing him. Upon noticing the lively Anna, her gaze turned curious. Anna was surveying her surroundings. Ordinary greenery, a standard elevator, commonplace waiting chairs, yet also something extraordinary. For a room down the right corridor had just emitted a loud noise accompanied by a flash of green light. Arthur noticed Anna's gaze and explained. This floor is dedicated to magical accidents. Magical items that malfunction, such as exploding cauldrons, are brought here. We also prohibit the misuse of Muggle items. Our department occasionally retrieves magically problematic Muggle goods. He elaborated, Muggles are, in simple terms, those without magical abilities. Arthur Weasley raised his head. Mrs. Lena, please take the baby to the 6th floor and wait there. It is a waiting area. Once we confirm everything is all right, we can send you back. Personally, I don't foresee any significant issues. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Lena replied as she entered the elevator, turning to Anna as the doors began to close. Sweetheart, Mommy will always be right here. Do not be afraid. Anna gave an okay gesture, following Arthur to another elevator. What should I call you? Arthur asked awkwardly, realizing he had yet to learn the young girl's name after their conversation. You may call me Anna, Mr. Weasley, she kindly suggested. Miss Anna, do you recall what caused your magical surge? Arthur inquired as they stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Was there a particular incident or sight that triggered it? Anna observed the elevator, which appeared quite ordinary, with mirrors lining both sides and an emblem of a wand crossed with a leg bone on the back wall. By the way, Arthur Weasley seems to be a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Could it be that he suspects I witnessed something outside Harry Potter's home that incited my magical surge? She pondered. I didn't see anything, oh. I merely noticed my neighbor's neck elongating unexpectedly while we were chatting. Anna feigned embarrassment, recalling how her thoughts had drifted when suddenly her neighbor's neck stretched skyward, resembling a giraffe. Huh, I've met Mrs. Petunia. Indeed, did that frighten you? Did you leave? Arthur chuckled. Yes. Anna withheld her encounter of having seen Harry Potter's little head peeking from the cupboard. Ding. Arthur and Anna exited the elevator, passing by a cozy room adorned with a fireplace and a plush sofa. This is the waiting area. You can entertain yourself here for a while. I will fetch a healer, but it seems they have just taken on a poor wizard afflicted by a curse, so there may be a bit of a wait. I don't mind. I'm in no rush. In fact, I feel as though I have no issues at all, Anna replied with a nonchalant shrug. Arthur departed, and Anna settled onto the unscathed side of the sofa near the fireplace. A small boy was catapulted from the indentation, landing on the carpet. He appeared to be in a deep slumber, with a large bump on his head and traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Oh, and mucus on his face. At this late hour, newbie perk, gossip radar activated, detecting an unresolved situation. Without hesitation, Anna poked the sleeping boy with her finger. Wake up, child, wake up. The boy opened his eyes, looking somewhat dazed, with brown hair and a round, chubby face, furrowing his brow as if harboring some deep-seated grudge against the world. You look to be my age, the boy mumbled, still groggy. You can't call me a child, he protested, entangled in a strange line of thought. Anna retorted. How old are you? 8, he replied. I'm older than you. I can call you a child. I'm Anna, what's your name? The boy nodded, seemingly conceding to Anna's assertion. Neville Longbottom, but you can call me Neville. How did I end up here? Copper Gourd task discovered. The crying boy, hint. Other system functions not yet unlocked. Neville. Anna observed him with renewed curiosity. Were you under the forgetfulness charm? She used the term she had just heard from the blonde lady, though she suspected Neville had come to visit his parents and subsequently fallen asleep here. In the previous life, it was mentioned in the Harry Potter books that Neville's parents were captured and tortured by Death Eaters. 4 of these malevolent wizards employed the Cruciatus Curse to torment Neville's parents until they descended into madness, and they now reside in St. Mungo's for treatment. Upon hearing the term obliviate, Neville furrowed his brow, his chubby eyebrows knitting together in a frown. Oh no, perhaps. Well, I have indeed been subjected to the memory charm, but this time I am here. Suddenly, Neville realized I have come to visit my parents. By Merlin's beard. What time is it? It must be approaching 11. Anna, observing Neville's frantic demeanor, interjected, perhaps it's nearly 12. I'm not entirely certain. Neville glanced at Anna, who appeared to be reveling in the drama, and he wondered where his newfound courage stemmed from. Perhaps it was one of the reasons he had been sorted into Gryffindor. Anna, please help me, he implored, feeling a moment of regret for asking for assistance, considering that a girl of similar age might not be of much help. Yet, having uttered the plea, he pondered, what should I do? Quest, the crying boy in the hospital. The crying boy, having awakened you, seeks your assistance. Help him find his grandmother. Quest reward. Unknown. Complete the novice quest to unlock system features. Chapter 6. Neville, tell me the truth. Hey, Neville shook Anna's hand, for she had been intently staring at a blank wall for quite some time, and he felt a sense of urgency. Of course, Neville was oblivious to the system screen that appeared before Anna. Had he been able to see it, he would likely have squinted toward the high-contrast area in an attempt to decipher the small characters, although he would not have understood them, as the system panel displayed Chinese. Did you come here alone, Neville? No. My grandmother is here too, but I haven't seen her. Do you think she might have gone home? Is she trying to abandon me? Neville frightened himself with these thoughts, revealing his anxiety. Has she given any indication of wanting to leave you? Anna recalled that Neville's grandmother was a loving yet strict lady. No, although she's quite stern, she would never do that. Whenever I got lost, she would summon me back with the summoning charm. It's a rather intricate spell used to retrieve lost items, Neville said, nervously fiddling with the hem of his clothing. Perhaps. When did you come here with your grandmother? Anna sought to clarify the sequence of events. In the evening, right after dinner. Do you remember what time you fell asleep here? Neville scratched his head. At that point, I had already finished visiting my parents. My grandmother went to speak with the therapist, and I sat on the sofa, and then I fell asleep? Maybe? I can't recall how I dozed off. If that's what you want to know. In that case, Neville's grandmother should have noticed his absence and used the summoning charm to locate him. What happened to the bump on your head? Neville touched the bump and looked at Anna with a mixture of confusion and grievance. Anna raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I didn't do anything. Noticing some gray powder on Neville's head, Anna moved to the spot where he was sitting and glanced up at the ceiling. Neville, I suspect your grandmother was upstairs at that time. How do you know? Anna offered a sympathetic glance at Neville. The bump on your head must be the result of your grandmother using the summoning charm from upstairs. Anna pointed at a section of the ceiling that had some dust falling from it. You must have bumped your head there, and I guess you fainted. Neville gulped, nervously touching the bump on his head. I suggest you check the 6th floor. Perhaps your grandmother hasn't left yet. What about you? Are you coming with me? Neville hoped that the seemingly dependable Anna would accompany him. However, Anna declined. I just experienced a magical surge. I have to stay here for an examination and cannot wander about. A magical surge. Goodness, but you look... Well, yes, I truly feel fine. Don't mind me for now. Hurry to the 6th floor, child, and if you can't find your grandmother, come back to find me. Anna estimated that she would soon be ready for her examination. All right, wishing you good health, Neville said, casting a worried glance as he took the elevator to the 6th floor. Anna settled onto a beanbag sofa, and a few minutes later, Arthur Weasley arrived with a short-haired woman. Anna, how are you feeling? The woman introduced herself as Ms. Daisy, the therapist. Ms. Daisy scrutinized Anna from head to toe, remarking, "To be honest, you hardly appear to be a child who has just experienced a magical surge." "Hello, Ms. Daisy," Anna greeted politely. "Hello, dear. We're going to conduct a comprehensive examination. Please follow me." Ms. Daisy nodded to Arthur and led Anna into what appeared to be an ordinary room. "Please take a seat on the wooden chair and extend your arms." Anna sat on the wooden chair against the wall, extending her arms while observing her surroundings. There was a desk for the therapist, adorned with some cockroach clusters, and a movable chair that seemed to possess a mind of its own, resisting Daisy's attempts to place Anna's coat upon it. The large filing cabinet's drawers opened and closed on their own, while the small wooden chair under Anna felt as though it had an urge to scamper away. This is magic. Chapter 7. The First Encounter with Magic. "Dear, how are you feeling?" Daisy tapped her wand lightly on Anna's shoulder. "Do you feel any weakness here?" Anna shook her head, marveling at the astonishing sensations. Every time Daisy moved her wand, a wave of relief washed over Anna, akin to finally achieving the release of a long-held sneeze. However, Daisy frowned, ultimately positioning her wand over Anna's heart. "Anna, do you feel any fatigue now?" "No, Ms. Daisy, I've never felt better." As Daisy's wand pointed at Anna's heart, a warm sensation enveloped her. Having once suffered from a heart condition, Anna was immensely grateful to experience such joy. How peculiar. The rapid flow and excessive capacity of your magic indicate that you have indeed undergone a magical surge. Daisy gazed at Anna in astonishment. Yet, Anna did not comprehend why this was surprising. Yes, they all said I had a magical surge. No, child, you do not understand the severity of a magical surge. Wizards are akin to, well, the electrical wires in the Muggle world. Electrical wires? Yes, electrical wires. We wizards can channel the existing magic, but there are limitations. It requires practice to gradually enhance control. Adult wizards can manage their magical flow effectively, while young wizards, when emotionally unstable, cannot control their magic flow, much like the recent incident at St. Mungo's where a wire caught fire. St. Mungo's uses electricity? Oh dear, that's not the point, but yes, St. Mungo's does indeed use electricity, just like Muggle Streets. We even pay an electricity bill each month. However, we always return to the main topic. Young wizards experiencing magical surges have a significant chance of losing their ability to channel magic, much like the burnt wires. Anna furrowed her brow. "So, I have lost my ability to channel magic?" Daisy waved her wand, summoning a cockroach cluster from the desk. "No, that's precisely the oddity. You have no issues." Handing the cockroach cluster to Anna, she emerged from the treatment room in a daze, her mind swirling with Daisy's sudden enthusiasm. "Anna, trust me. You will undoubtedly become a great wizard. Just sign here." Thus, Anna inscribed her name with the feather quill provided by Daisy, unaccustomed to the delicate instrument. Her writing appeared rather unsightly. Arthur Weasley, upon seeing Anna emerge, called out, "Anna, how are you?" "I am well," she replied. "Mrs. Daisy assures me there is nothing amiss." Copper Gourd task, Weeping Boy completed. Reward, Reaction 20. Having completed the first Gourd task, system functionality is activated. It seems Neville has found his grandmother. Anna randomly shoved a chocolate cockroach into her mouth, her eyes widening slightly in surprise at the rather pleasant flavor. A broad smile spread across Weasley's face. "I knew it." He patted Anna on the shoulder. "Though I would love to discuss the remarkable inventions of Muggles with you. The hour is quite late, and I must escort you to Mrs. Lena." Together, Anna and Weasley stepped into the elevator. "If you have any further questions, feel free to send me an owl. Just instruct it to deliver to the burrow," he exclaimed, almost forgetting, "Oh, if you need a brave owl, seek out the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross in London." I believe old Tom would be delighted to guide a new little witch. A young girl's fantastical journey. The gateway to a magical world is slowly unveiling. How could a budding witch not explore Diagon Alley? Discover the method to enter Diagon Alley and embark on your enchanting adventure. Reward, Memory 50. Thank you, Mr. Arthur. I'm certain I will write to you. Anna nearly beamed with excitement at the thought of Diagon Alley, a street brimming with magic. And an owl. Chapter 8. The Golden Gourd task initiated. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a metallic wall ornament showcasing cross-leg bones and wands. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the wands quivering slightly. Following Arthur, Anna navigated past a curtain on the left as they ventured further inside. The sound of Weasley's polished shoes creaking against the wooden floor echoed softly. Anna, how are you? Lena inquired, halting her conversation with an elderly lady. Hastily rising to greet Anna. Mrs. Lena, I assure you I'm fine. You must trust the expertise of St. Mungo's, after all. Is the only one in all of London. Miss Lawrence, I am delighted to see you well. Neville's grandmother rose elegantly, offering a gracious nod towards Anna. I'm Neville's grandmother. You may call me Madame Longbottom. I am grateful for your guidance to my grandson. Otherwise, my poor Neville might have cried loud enough for the entire building to hear. She paused. I had to speak with the head healer about this. Do not concern yourself, madam. It was a pleasure to assist Neville. It appears his parents' condition is rather grim, Anna remarked, peering at Neville, who shyly smiled from behind his grandmother. Lena lifted her son, Aiden, who was playing on the carpet, only to have him squirm in mild protest. I shall not delay you any longer, Madame Longbottom. I appreciate your kind words. I must return with Anna, as the hour is quite late. After bidding farewell, Weasley escorted Anna and Lena back to number 8, Privet Drive. In the same Ford car they had arrived in. Arthur mused about the ingenuity of muggles throughout the journey, from batteries to light bulbs. His excitement palpable as he expressed curiosity about how non-magical beings accomplished such feats. Astounding. What brilliant methods muggles have devised to live without magic. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Anna requested Arthur to wait outside momentarily. She dashed to her room and gathered a collection of children's toys, akin to a doctor's kit, to present to Arthur. My goodness, is this what muggles use to listen to heartbeats? Or perhaps to perform surgeries? Arthur placed the children's stethoscope to his ears, exclaiming, Oh, Anna, thank you immensely. I had no idea muggles had such wonders in medicine. Arthur then picked up a yo-yo, and what of this? Wow, Anna demonstrated the impressive tricks of a yo-yo, the flashing toy clearly captivating Weasley's attention. The two stood at the threshold of the charming house, akin to two children sharing their toys, one proudly displaying, the other eagerly applauding with gasps of amazement. Anna couldn't help but appreciate Weasley's unabashed admiration for Muggle artifacts. He truly was a kind soul and quite amiable. Their joyful exchanges were soon interrupted by Lena, who, while tidying up Aiden, urged Anna to rest. Anna, you haven't even taken off your coat. Mr. Arthur, these are for you. If you have any questions, feel free to write. I must retire now. Anna handed Arthur the toy box filled with trinkets. Thank you so very much. Arthur's eyes remained glued to the assortment of toys. He rummaged through his leather satchel and produced a somewhat squished pentagonal box. Looking a bit flustered. Oh, this is all I have for you. It's a chocolate frog that my youngest son, Ron, adores. He has been collecting the cards inside. This is splendid. I truly appreciate it, Anna exclaimed, her interest piqued more by the animated chocolate frog than the toys, as it conveniently allowed her to dispose of the obstructive trinkets. As she turned, she found Lena standing at the door, casting a disapproving gaze. The enchanting Lena pointed to her wrist, where the elegant watch's hour hand had already reached midnight. Oh, enchanting Lena, the night is just beginning. Anna dared not voice her thoughts aloud, being merely a 10-year-old girl. Goodbye, Mr. Arthur. Thank you for taking me to St. Mungo's and for the delightful chocolate frog. Not at all. Not at all. Arthur, clutching a toy box, appeared comically earnest as he waved vigorously. Goodbye, Anna. Just as Anna was about to step inside, Arthur called out to her again, appearing somewhat hurried, likely to swiftly stow the toy box in the car. Anna, do you know a boy named Harry Potter? Anna paused, gripping the doorframe, feigning contemplation. No, I do not. Who is he? Arthur seemed quite animated. He is a very famous boy. Oh, perhaps only in our magical community. He defeated a dark wizard. Really? I would love to meet him. Anna responded enthusiastically, though internally she understood that the renowned Harry Potter was merely a mistreated boy living with muggles. You will have the chance to meet him. Potter lives nearby. Let me think. Arthur mumbled to himself. Number 4, Privet Drive. Yes, that's it. He took a few steps backward, retreating to the side of the blue Ford. Initiating the Golden Gourd series task, The Boy Who Lived. On Privet Drive in Little Whinging, there exists a boy who survived great peril. He is both famous and obscure. Perhaps you would wish to meet him? Task reward. Memory 10, unknown. I believe you two shall become friends. Farewell, Anna. Do rest well. Thank you once more for your gift. Arthur waved from the car. Anna watched the vehicle vanish down the street, quite literally disappearing from sight. Turning around, she bumped into Lena's embrace. Anna, I know you must be brimming with excitement and have countless questions, but you ought to rest, Lena said, removing Anna's wool coat and hanging it on a hook, gently urging her upstairs with a couple of pats on her back. Anna complied, while Cat Snow stealthily followed through the banister's gap. After washing up in the lavatory, Anna obediently entered her room under Lena's watchful gaze, snuggling into bed. Good night, Mama, she whispered sweetly to Lena. Good night, my dear. Lena gently placed a kiss on Anna's forehead. Chapter 9. The routine of staying up late. Sleep was an impossibility for Anna, who possessed the soul of a 21st century youth. Even in the 20th century, she would not forsake this rather dubious tradition of late-night revelry. Snacks, smartphones, and sugary beverages were her companions. Despite having brushed her teeth, Anna opened a box of chocolate frogs, and a nimble frog leapt out, landing on her sheets. She swiftly captured it, fortunate that these chocolate frogs could only jump once. The smooth texture in her hand hardly resembled chocolate. Cat Snow gazed at Anna and the chocolate frog with wide eyes, and finally, Anna took a bite. Not bad. The smooth chocolate frog melted her mouth, releasing a rich chocolate aroma that blossomed on her lips. She picked up a card from the box. The invincible Andrus? Turning the card over, she read about Andrus, the great mage of classical Greece. Andrus was renowned for his magical prowess, particularly his exceptional mastery of the guardian charm, which he could cast wandlessly. His guardian was said to be as large as a giant, though its form remained unknown. As a testament to his magical abilities, he earned the title of the Invincible Andrus, a guardian as massive as a giant. My word, is he a mage from Sparta? How barbaric, I like it. Anna placed the card on her bedside table. Without a smartphone, Anna resorted to the system as a substitute. The system's layout was quite straightforward, featuring 4 expandable sections: physics, magic, tasks, and others. The physics section encompassed memory, reaction time, and physique, while the magic section included vocal techniques and magical control. With a furrowed brow, Anna examined her physics section. Memory, poor. Reaction time, weak. Physique, frail. Skills, non-magical Chinese A-level, English A-level, piano A-level, cooking B-level, health management B-level, dance C-level, persuasion C-level, French D-level. The skills were somewhat satisfactory. One could not be overly critical of reaction time and physique for a 10-year-old body. However, the memory was truly disheartening. She glanced at the magic section. Vocale technique, babble. Magical control accuracy, 0. The frown on Anna's brow deepened. Babble? Isn't that akin to being unable to articulate? And what was this superconductivity? With a thought, the superconductivity skill revealed its description. It draws upon an immense amount of magical energy, resulting in powerful spells. The drawback is that if the accuracy of magical control is low, it becomes challenging to manage the spell's effects. This must be one of the perks of her reincarnation. This body had previously experienced a magical surge. Anna speculated that it stemmed from the girl's ordeal with school violence in America, during which she had become mute. Anna's arrival had restored the body's ability to channel magic, allowing it to wield immense magical power, rendering the previous magical surge almost normal. However, the lack of control posed a problem. Sometimes, excessive or insufficient magical energy could lead to calamity. Rubbing her eyes, Anna opened the other section. Maps and memos were clear and straightforward. With a poor memory, an auxiliary tool was a boon, for she would no longer fear getting lost or facing examinations. The task panel was even simpler, displaying scanned and discovered tasks. Anna realized that scanning a task did not equate to accepting it. It was akin to the difference between seeing a melon and tasting it. Scanning merely indicated that a person had a task. To undertake it, she must foster a connection with them. Moreover, different melons seemed to correspond to different types of tasks. Bronze melons resembled short-term tasks, like helping Neville find his grandmother, while gold melons indicated a series of tasks. Preparing herself to be a long-term observer, Anna pulled the blanket around her, prompting Cat Snow to tread lightly on her belly. Suddenly, Anna remembered that Cat Snow had come back from a walk without washing his paws, but there was no remedy for that now. She had already exhausted her energy and succumbed to slumber. The moonlight gently spilled through the clouds, illuminating the roof of the villa at number 4 Yezhin Road, where the brown tiles gleamed beautifully. The Dursley father and son, residing on the second floor, produced a symphony of uneven snores, crafting a magnificent duet. Meanwhile, in the locked storage room, 8-year-old Harry Potter had long since drifted into sleep, unaware that his woeful childhood would begin to transform within 24 hours. Chapter 10. Every family has its own difficulties. Anna awoke at 6 o'clock. Upon confirming the existence of the system and that magic was no longer confined to the realm of fantasy, she joyously dashed downstairs. The sounds of Lena bustling about in the kitchen reached her ears, while Evan was cradled on the sofa, dozing off. The community morning news played on the television, reporting on the frequent activity of wildcats in the neighborhood. Anna, you're awake? Come out breakfast, Lena announced as she laid out freshly made sandwiches on the table, adding a plate with a fried egg on top. Mom, do I really have a wizard great-grandfather? Anna inquired, her words muffled by a mouthful of sandwich. The beautiful Lena handed Anna a glass of milk, then pulled out a chair to sit down. My grandfather, born Jelliat, was indeed a wizard, but upon discovering that his son, my father, had no magical ability, he gradually distanced himself from the magical community. By the time I was born, he had nearly fully integrated into the world of ordinary people. Lena rose, retrieved an album from the bookshelf, and opened it, pointing to a photograph. This is me at 3 years old. The person holding me is your great-grandfather. Anna, with a ring of milk around her mouth, scrutinized the photograph. It depicted a kindly-looking elder in a suit, holding a cane, smiling, while the little girl in his arms appeared somewhat miffed, pointing angrily at the camera. Lena chuckled. I surely didn't enjoy having my picture taken back then. What about my great-grandmother? Anna asked. I never met her, but once I inquired. Grandfather told me she was a brave woman. Though she lacked magical powers, she protected her children during a car accident. I suspect she died to shield my father. Mentioning her father made Lena somewhat anxious. When my father discovered I had no magic, he was positively elated. I believe he completely disregarded the feelings of my grandfather and me. Lena cleared away Anna's empty plate, reflecting that her father had always pursued an ordinary life, scoffing at all things magical. I suspect it was likely a form of jealousy, Lena added. Anna shrugged, reluctant to judge her grandfather, yet she internally agreed. It was akin to Aunt Petunia, who, consumed by jealousy of her sister's magical abilities, harbored disdain for magic and for Harry. Had her great-grandfather truly become immersed in the world of ordinary people? Cat Snow leapt onto Anna's lap, settling into a comfortable position. Almost, Lena continued. Aside from occasionally complaining about magic in front of me, he seemed to have lost interest in it altogether. Lena produced Evan's bottle and handed it to the still-dazed boy, filled with guilt towards his wife and child. For he had been meant to be in the car the day of the accident, but had instead gone out drinking with his wizard friends. I can never forget the time my father shouted at my grandfather, "Stop with your worthless magic. No matter how powerful, it couldn't save my mother." Grandfather was rendered speechless. He could relinquish the management of his beloved magical shop for the sake of his son, yet he could not easily discard his own magical prowess. The Golden Gourd series quest. Every family has its own difficulties. Anna was lost in thought, astonished to discover that her family bore such burdens. Even embarking on a quest of a magnitude akin to that of Harry Potter's Golden Gourd series. Ah yes. Lena rummaged through a small treasure box atop the fireplace and produced a key, a keepsake left by her great-grandfather before I ventured to America for my studies. He confided in me that he was to meet an old friend in France. That was the last time I laid eyes upon him. He vanished, missing my wedding and never witnessing your birth. Years have passed, yet I have always longed for him. Anna accepted the key, a small golden artifact adorned with peculiar symbols. Key of family difficulties. You have inherited the key to Boron Galliath from Lena. Will you be able to unlock Gringotts' vault and gradually resolve the family feuds that have persisted for decades? Reward. Reflexes 5, Memory 10, Unknown. Gringotts. Boron had bequeathed his fortune to his granddaughter, but it now appeared that it was her great-granddaughter who was destined to inherit it. Glancing at the time, it was barely past 7. Most shops in England opened at 9 or 10. Unsure if the leaky cauldron operated around the clock, Anna decided to tidy up before heading out. Chapter 11. The Young Girl's Enchanted Journey. I have only accompanied your great-grandfather to that magical street twice. Since then, I have never managed to find that pub again, Lena remarked, driving her yellow Beetle toward Charing Cross. I suppose it's because that pub is visible only to wizards. Suddenly, Anna realized a pressing question. With Charing Cross being so lengthy and devoid of anyone to inquire for directions, how would they locate the Cauldron Pub? The Hog's Head? Or perhaps the Cauldron Bar? Mother, do you recall the name of that pub? Anna began to doubt her own memory. Lena delivered a decisive blow, of course. It's the Leaky Cauldron. With a hint of nostalgia, Lena continued, Your great-grandfather was reluctant for me to engage deeply with the magical world. Yet I have always been intrigued. I've memorized that pub's name and visited it secretly numerous times. The yellow beetle suddenly swerved. Hey, do you know how to drive? You're nearly sending the car into the sky. Lena exclaimed at a driver who had almost collided with her vehicle, realizing only then the oddity of his attire. It seemed few would choose to don an unadorned black robe, complete with a tilted pointed hat. The gentleman shouted, Merlin's beard. How can these muggle cars fly without magic? Realizing his blunder, he quickly covered his mouth. Merlin's beard. What is wrong with these wizards? Anna refrained from looking at the wizard's unkempt face, exasperatedly pressing her forehead. Lena evidently recognized that they had encountered a wizard, as both vehicles halted at a traffic light. Oh, a little muggle friend, greetings. I apologize for not noticing you earlier. I nearly ran into you. The bearded wizard appeared flustered. Perhaps you would prefer to forget that unpleasant incident? He seemed to deliberate over whether he should perform an action. Rummaging through his cloak's inner pocket. Sir, I believe you need not search for your wand any further. It's lodged behind your steering wheel. Given that British cars have the driver's seat on the right, I can see it clearly from the passenger side. We are on our way to the leaky cauldron. So there is no need to be anxious or cast a forgetting charm on us. Oh, Merlin preserve us. I am utterly terrified. I can't memorize the contents of the Statue of Secrecy, nor do I know what to say or what not to say. Although I believe I've tried my best to blend in with muggles. I even passed the muggle driving test. The gentleman waved his hand, apologizing once more. I must hurry to Diagon Alley to meet an old friend. Ladies, have a splendid day. The wizard spoke at a rapid pace, and Anna felt as though she had been transported back to her university days, facing an accelerated English exam. However, extracting key information was simple. Mother, quickly follow his car. He must also be heading from the leaky cauldron to Diagon Alley. As Anna exited the beetle, she felt somewhat disoriented. Were all wizards such reckless drivers? Setting aside the unpleasant topic, she scrutinized the street before her. On one side stood a well-decorated bookstore with people constantly coming and going. On the other was a record shop, its walls plastered with numerous posters, exuding a trendy vibe. Between them loomed a red brick building, appearing quite aged, with a somewhat grimy sign that read the leaky cauldron, accompanied by a triangular iron frame for which dangled the sign of a worn cauldron. Anna tugged at Lena's sleeve. Moving closer, it's so well hidden. I completely overlooked it. No wonder I couldn't find it again. Anna pushed open the door to the leaky cauldron. The bell above chimed cheerfully, yet Anna turned to see that no one on the street had noticed the sound. A waft of herbal aroma hit her, only to dissipate quickly. She surmised it emanated from the scruffy old ladies seated in the corner, sipping their drinks. One must admit, as a passage between the wizarding world and the muggle realm, it was rather dark and dirty. Approaching the bar, despite her confidence in her weight, the wooden floor creaked underfoot. Fortunately, the other patrons paid little mind to the two seemingly harmless newcomers. Is the owner here? Anna assumed he would be in the back room, only to be startled by a bald man who suddenly emerged from beneath the bar, resembling a deflated walnut. Did I scare you? The bald man leaned in closer to scrutinize Anna. You're a minor witch, aren't you? Perhaps you prefer some tea instead? Actually, sir, Mr. Weasley mentioned that you could guide us to Diagon Alley. Could you please assist us? Oh. The bald man examined Anna closely, appearing puzzled. Yet he stepped out from behind the bar. Follow me. You may call me Tom. Old Tom led Anna and Lena through a weathered wooden door into a courtyard behind the pub, where a trash bin and a brick wall stood. Anna felt a thrill. Beyond this short wall lay another world. The Weasley family is quite lovely, Old Tom suddenly interjected. Indeed, to express my gratitude for Mr. Arthur taking me to St. Mungo's. I gifted him some muggle toys. A genuine smile illuminated Old Tom's face. Ha ha ha. He even came to show me that glowing ball, Merlin's trousers. He was so excited that day. Old Tom withdrew his wand and tapped the brick wall several times from the trash bin. Count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks across. Remember the sequence, and tap with your wand, and enjoy yourselves. The one solid brick wall recessed slightly, revealing a small opening as the deep red bricks spun apart, creating a passage wide enough for 2 to pass. The young girl's enchanted journey quest completed. Memory 50. Anna grasped her mother's hand, walking along a cobblestone path, and the world before them opened up magnificently. Chapter 12. The enchanting journey of a young girl. This sensation was all too familiar to Anna. Reminiscent of her excursion to the Great Wall during the National Day holiday, where throngs of people crowded around her. Among them were the aesthetically pleasing and the disheveled, some clad in ebony robes, while others donned muggle attire. A few wizards were accompanied by peculiar-looking cats. Couples strolled hand in hand, while solitary figures hurried past, and lively young wizards darted about, their exuberance making it seem as though they had multiplied in every direction. Immersed in this bustling and novel street, Anna's eyes darted around. Finally understanding why Harry felt that 8 eyes were insufficient during his first visit to Diagon Alley. She now felt that even 16 eyes would be inadequate. The quaint, crooked stone buildings huddled closely together, predominantly 2 stories high, their rooftops adorned with red or blue tiles. Notably, every shop featured distinctive and eye-catching decorations designed to attract customers. Golden koi fish that seemed to leap out, silver cauldrons emitting real mist, creating an absurd yet oddly warm ambience. The merchandise displayed in the glass windows appeared astonishingly unique. Holding Lena's hand, Anna followed the crowd, passing garments of various styles, not confined to black, and she even spotted a piece in a shade of deathly Barbie pink. Some shops offered beauty potions promising to remove warts and worries, while others displayed baskets filled with unknown creatures' innards and jars of tiny eyeballs. Spell books were neatly stacked alongside bundles of parchment or scrolls made from other animal hides, and various bottles containing vibrant liquids were arranged in an array. Suddenly, the street ahead erupted into a cacophony, the air thickening with commotion. Anna turned her gaze toward the source, a sign reading Hooting Owl Emporium. Outside, several iron cages housed owls of varied plumage, unperturbed by the wizard's presence. Some dozed, others preened their feathers, while a few hooted joyfully. Peering through the window, Anna noticed the interior was shrouded in darkness, and had it not been for the silhouettes of cages, she might have thought it entirely empty. Indeed, owls do favor, virtualmente. Owning an owl was essential in this age of limited communication among wizards. Without one, it felt as though she were outside of a service area. Of course, Anna also noticed a shop offering owl rentals, but she preferred the convenience of having her own over a traditional phone. Mother, I wish to purchase an owl. As a child, Anna still needed to seek her mother's approval. Oh, certainly. Lena's expression was a complex blend of nostalgia and satisfaction. I once yearned for an owl as well. However, we must first visit the bank to withdraw some money. After all, galleons may not be omnipotent, but without galleons, one is truly powerless. A wizard in a black robe, seated on a nearby bench, perusing a newspaper, applauded Lena's remark. Pardon my eavesdropping, ladies, but I wholeheartedly concur. Lena nodded at the wizard, leading Anna toward the most prominent building in Diagon Alley. Gringotts Bank loomed as a grand, crooked white structure with a marble staircase leading to its gleaming bronze doors. Guided by Lena, Anna noticed a creature clad in a scarlet and gold uniform on the other side of the door. She recognized it as a goblin, despite its peculiar appearance. She offered a smile. The goblin glanced at Anna, a fleeting smile gracing its lips before vanishing. It was simply impractical to greet every customer with enthusiasm. Such an approach would undermine the nobility of their esteemed clients and be exhausting besides. Upon entering through Gringotts' brass doors, they were met with an ostentatiously decorated European-style hall. The floor reflected Anna's shadow, and it seemed inappropriate to wear a short skirt here. Fortunately, wizards typically wore robes, thus avoiding any wardrobe mishaps. Further inside, they approached a silver door inscribed with a warning. Enter, stranger, but beware. Greed may lead to dire consequences. Those who seek to claim wealth that does not belong to them will face the harshest penalties. Thieves, you have been forewarned. Beware. For what you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. These were mere threats and warnings, akin to a sign that read you are under surveillance, advising against any clever antics. Yet for powerful wizards truly intent on claiming something from here, dealing with goblins and dragons might not prove overly challenging. A sense of audacity welled within Anna, as though she could rob the bank at any moment. Thankfully, Gringotts possessed no devices to detect the thoughts of its customers. Otherwise, such a machine would surely be glowing a deep crimson right now. Chapter 13. The enchanting journey of a young girl. The goblins flanking the silver door were caught in a yawn, one observing the other, and simultaneously snapped their fingers, causing the silver door to gradually open. Anna and Lena stepped inside, greeted by a tall marble hall where hundreds of goblins sat on high stools behind a long counter, weighing coins on bronze scales, inspecting gemstones through eyeglasses, or hastily logging entries in large ledgers. There was no sign of queues. Lena guided Anna to a seemingly unoccupied goblin. Good day. How may I assist you? The bespectacled goblin inquired in a raspy voice, lacking vitality. Lena took the key left by Boron Galleon from Anna and handed it to the goblin. I wish to retrieve some items from my grandfather's vault. The goblin accepted the key, and suddenly, a sheet of parchment appeared before him. Peering over his glasses, the goblin examined it closely. You are Boron Galleon's granddaughter, Lena Lawrence? Yes, wait, Lawrence. Lena responded, somewhat taken aback. Is there a problem? The goblin's gaze shifted from the parchment back to Lena. Oh, my grandfather passed before I married. I thought he was unaware that I had wed a Lawrence. Lena stumbled over her words. He disappeared. The goblin scrutinized the parchment carefully. There is no need for concern. Goblin magic ensures the accuracy of information. He adjusted his glasses, leaping from his perch. Mr. Galleon visited yesterday to update the air information. Boom! It was as if fireworks exploded in her mind. Lena clutched her clothing, momentarily breathless, overwhelmed with emotion. This was news of her grandfather, who had vanished for over a decade. She never expected to hear about him in such circumstances. Please follow me, the goblin said, taking the key and guiding Anna and Lena toward a plain copper door. He glanced at Anna. Mr. Galleon has added an heir, Anna Somonas Lawrence. Anna felt elated that her great-grandfather had thought of her. Reassuring the agitated Lena, she followed the goblin through the doorway. Inside was a narrow, dimly lit stone corridor illuminated by torches. After traversing a steep descent, the goblin instructed them to board a cart on a track. Buckle your seatbelts, he said as he cast a spell, setting the cart into motion. Once afflicted with heart disease, Anna had never experienced the thrill of a roller coaster. Yet she yearned to discover if such joy could evoke a similar sense of exhilaration. The biting air rushed past her, drowning out all sounds save for the whisper of the wind, the clattering of the tracks, and the rhythm of her own heartbeat. The cart sped along the labyrinthine passageways, ultimately arriving before the vault. In stark contrast to Anna's excitement, Lena appeared decidedly unwell, her face contorted in discomfort. As a fairy offered her a piece of candy, motion sickness tablets specifically designed for such patrons. After consuming the sweet, Lena's condition improved considerably. Curiosity piqued, Anna surveyed her surroundings. This level was densely populated with diminutive vaults, and she could scarcely believe that such treasures lay concealed hundreds of miles beneath London. The fairy produced a keycard, unlocking the grand vault door. The task of unlocking the family's difficult legacy is complete. Rewards: Reflex 5, Memory 10, Deed. A deed? A cloud of smoke billowed forth, prompting Anna to cover her nose, and as the haze dissipated, her eyes widened in astonishment. The room was stacked high with piles of gold coins, vast mounds of silver, and an innumerable quantity of copper coins, alongside a heap of cardboard boxes whose contents remained a mystery. Excuse me, this is no ordinary grandfather. He is an extraordinary magnate. Anna mused, dreaming of immersing herself in the coins, relishing the melodious sounds of wealth. Yet, she remained still, captivated by a parchment affixed to one of the boxes. Deed for number 92 Diagon Alley? Could this be the very deed she speculated it to be? Chapter 14. The Grandfather's Vault. Borongaliath has entered into a covenant with number 92 Diagon Alley. Borongaliath himself and his successors possess the rights of alteration, habitation, and operation over number 92 Diagon Alley as of December 24, 1933. This truly pertains to a property on Diagon Alley, the grandiose gift from her remarkable grandfather. Trembling, Anna handed the parchment to Lena, who absent-mindedly twisted her hair, contemplating. Indeed, her grandfather had mentioned his dream of owning a magical shop, a dream that had now materialized. Noticing the date on the deed, Lena gasped, "Oh my goodness, that's right. My grandfather did mention that shop. It was purchased on the day he first brought my grandmother into the magical world. I never realized that day was Christmas." "Mother, what a Christmas?" Anna inquired. "My father and grandmother were involved in an accident on Christmas while en route to buy gifts. Grandfather was supposed to be in the car, meant to avert the tragedy. Yet he did not. The family's difficult legacy regarding number 92 Diagon Alley. Borongaliath has bequeathed you a property. Perhaps you might wish to explore? Often overlooked places are rife with secrets. Rewards: Reflex 10, Memory 10. The family's difficult legacy concerning Borongaliath. Why the sudden departure? Why the prolonged silence? What has been done during this absence? You may have many questions, yet first, you must find him or unearth his secrets. Rewards: Reflex 50, Memory 50, Eloquence 50. Unlock side quest. Before Anna stood two tasks, the latter concerning the search for her magnate grandfather, offering rewards that were astonishingly generous. "I apologize for the intrusion, but we have lingered here for quite a while," the fairy remarked, glancing at her pocket watch, urging them to hasten. "Very well," Anna replied, picking up an unassuming blue silk pouch adorned with vibrant floral patterns, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Crouching down, Ms. Lena assisted Anna in collecting an assortment of coins. Anna estimated there were over 100 gold galleons, more than 50 silver sickles, and several copper nuts. Curiously, The pouch felt lighter than anticipated once filled with coins. After securing the pouch, Anna, alongside Lena, boarded the returning cart as the fairy closed the vault door behind them. Minutes later, Anna and Ms. Lena stood on the bustling street of Diagon Alley. Anna, the decision is yours. Shall we procure an owl first, or shall we investigate number 92 Diagon Alley? The enchanting Lena tousled Anna's hair, glancing at her watch. Or perhaps we ought to grab a bite to eat first. Anna, perplexed, responded, Mother, do you not wish to seek your grandfather? It is unlikely, Lena sighed. I have long known how challenging it is to find a wizard in a game of hide and seek. Knowing he is alive brings me joy. Yet when I finally confront him, Lena clenched her fist. I shall ensure this old man feels the wrath of his granddaughter. Observing Lena's gentle smile, Anna felt a twinge of concern for her yet unmet magnate grandfather. I believe we should first explore number 92 Diagon Alley, Anna suggested, pointing toward the busier, broader path. I suspect we should take the right. The other path appeared to lead to Nocturne Alley, which, surprisingly, was not as desolate as expected. Other than its peculiar decorations and somewhat shadowy ambience, it resembled Diagon Alley more than one might assume, perhaps appearing more akin to a narrow lane. Nocturne Alley was neither as wide nor as straight as Diagon Alley. It was dim and constricted, with an abundance of stone steps. As shops built into basements provided ample opportunity for the stone stairs to meander, perhaps to offer assassins a chance for nefarious deeds, or perhaps merely to allow shops to nestle into darker corners. A shop adorned with frog heads caught Anna's attention. As she noticed the frog's eyes fixed intently on every passerby, not to mention the grotesquely oversized spider, Anna quickly averted her gaze, feeling her sanity wane. Though the spectacle remained intriguing, Anna and Lena strolled toward the southern side of Diagon Alley. Chapter 15. The southern side of Diagon Alley. Shopping is an innate inclination for most women, and it was evident that Anna and Lena were no exception to this majority. Hello, what is this? Anna inquired, pointing to a basket of yellow, fluffy orbs. They had just been captivated by the magical creature shop and were eager to discover the wonders these creatures held. The shop buzzed with activity, yet the scent was not unpleasant, imbued with a hint of mint. The walls were densely lined with cages, housing vividly orange snails that appeared toxic, glimmering turtles, two-headed lizards, and a basket of yellow fluff balls by the entrance. A young saleswoman draped in a black cloak approached. As with most wizards, her attire was rather unremarkable compared to the enchanting creatures. Oh, these are the newly arrived fluff balls. They're incredibly easy to care for, consuming anything from spiders to leftovers, the saleswoman explained, cradling one within her palm, stroking its soft fur. They are endearing and quite affectionate. When pleased, they emit a soft hum. The fluff ball in her hand chimed in with a gentle buzzing sound. The saleswoman offered the fluff ball to Anna, who reminisced about holding a chick during her primary school practical lesson. Though unlike the chick, the fluff ball bore little weight. It is noteworthy that the saleswoman paused momentarily. Fluff balls particularly enjoy indulging in wizards' dry nasal mucus while they slumber. Some witches find this rather off-putting, and I must inform customers. Anna gazed at the fluff ball with an indescribable expression as it returned her stare with its tiny eyes. The saleswoman continued her enthusiastic pitch, but they are undeniably adorable. Are they not? You can acquire any one for merely 2 sickles. Oh, indeed, they are truly charming, Anna replied, handing the fluff ball to her mother as she retrieved 2 sickles from her pocket. What a remarkable creature, capable of consuming one's own nasal mucus. Goodness, this is truly astonishing. In Anna's mind, after the fireworks of excitement, she no longer needs to clean her nostrils by herself. She has acquired a fully automated cleaning machine. The enchanting Lena placed the creature upon Anna's shoulder. Although she was somewhat dubious about its habit of indulging in nasal delicacies, as long as Anna took delight in it, she was willing to make the purchase. Lena, who had previously overlooked her eldest daughter suffering from depression, now lavished her with affection. Darling Anna, why not name our new companion? Lena suggested as she guided Anna out of the wondrous magical creature shop. I think Mr. Mighty suits it perfectly, in every conceivable way, Anna replied. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 creature, continued onward, their path becoming increasingly crowded with lively young wizards, their laughter and shrieks resonating through the air. Oh, the bouncing mischief magic joke shop. No wonder it is so bustling here, and amused, gazing into the store, which was spacious and filled with throngs of people surrounding the shelves in a lively atmosphere. It seemed that the latest trendy items were ill-suited for indoor play. As Anna observed a flustered staff member in a red-patterned robe attempting to dissuade a pair of red-haired twins from testing products within the store. Should we venture inside? Lena inquired, clearly feeling out of her element amidst such commotion, yet still seeking Anna's opinion. Let's save it for another time, Mom. We should first visit number 92, Anna suggested, her curiosity piqued. She understood that one day would not suffice to uncover all the delights of Diagon Alley. Shortly after passing a publishing house named Quietly Published, Anna found the entrance to number 92 across from a second-hand robe shop. It was a narrow two-story building nestled between two larger houses, appearing as a mere appendage to its neighbors. One could scarcely discern its individuality from the color of the bricks, perhaps bewitched to blend into the unremarkable surroundings. Anna knocked on the door, but received no response. Instead, a kindly, plump woman emerged from the adjacent mischievous vine shop. "Hello, ladies. Whatever pressing matter you may have. This house has been uninhabited for quite some time," she said, cradling a pot of plants. "Perhaps you might be interested in these delightful specimens." "Good day, madam. Might you be acquainted with Boar and Goliath?" Lena inquired, while Anna examined the plain wooden door before her. It appeared to have been long since opened, almost merging with the house itself, bearing a keyhole that suggested a search for the appropriate key. Anna attempted to use the vault key, but was too large to fit. Are overlooked places always shrouded in secrets? Anna pondered, recalling the task prompt. What areas might be neglected? Borun, you've remembered. Isn't he the proprietor of the shop next door? The plump lady's expression brightened. Indeed, his establishment is called Borun's Muggle Research Shop, the only one in Diagon Alley that sells Muggle items. I once saw a gigantic bear specimen in his window as a child. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. You may call me Mrs. Annie. My husband, Algernon Batten, and I run this shop. Greetings, you can refer to me as Lena. I am the granddaughter of Borun Goliath. We have always lived in the ordinary world until the discovery of my daughter, Anna's magical abilities. Lena attempted to introduce Anna, but found her absent. Chapter 16, Diagon Alley number 92. Let us return to a few moments prior. What constitutes an overlooked place? Anna meticulously searched through some clutter arranged against the wall, twine, wooden crates, finding them all filthy and adorned with cobwebs. This delighted Mr. Mighty, who eagerly began to feast. It appeared that this was once a shop, the sign having been removed, leaving behind traces of the wooden frame. Yet, why was there no display window? Stepping back, Anna realized that this little building had no windows, which contributed to its appearance as an adjunct to the other houses. With Mr. Mighty perched on her shoulder, Anna moved a small wooden crate aside and began to inspect where the window should have been. She uncovered various flyers, and upon revealing an advertisement for Patty's Calder shop, all Calder models available, Anna discovered another keyhole. It appeared on a brick, and Anna took the vault key once more to try it, only for the keyhole to speak in a raspy, deep voice, "Prove your identity." Wow, how remarkable, Anna thought, realizing that this must be the moment for a blood offering. Yet finding no sharp objects at hand, she extended her finger toward Mr. Mighty. "Please take a bite. Spare that poor creature." The keyhole interjected, "Give me your hair." How magical it was that even a keyhole displayed such intelligence. Anna plucked a hair and inserted it into the keyhole. Almost instantaneously, the keyhole widened, swallowing Anna whole. She found herself sprawled on a soft surface, likely a carpet, as it must be. If it were the tongue of some monstrous creature, that would be quite revolting. Anna felt the keyhole return to its original size. In the absence of windows, the darkness was overwhelming. Every household has its troubles. Diagon Alley number 92 task completed. Rewards: Reflex 10, Memory 10. Every household has its troubles. Master: Diagon Alley number 92 appears somewhat unruly. Perhaps you should teach it a lesson to establish who is in charge. Rewards: Reflex 80, Memory 20, Unknown. Exhilarating. Though she yearned to explore further, Anna felt compelled to find a way out quickly. Otherwise, Lena would surely worry. She deactivated the system to allow her eyes to adjust to the gloom, suddenly noticing a large, dark mass nearby. Quietly, she shifted to the side. A furry creature suddenly approached Anna's cheek, buzzing loudly. "Mr. Mighty?" She grasped the creature in her hands. The yellow fluffiness stood out against the darkness. Mr. Mighty sprang up, then dropped to the ground, bouncing in a particular direction. Anna hurried to follow, navigating around what felt like furniture, until she spotted a glimmer of light on the wall. Approaching, she realized it was the wooden door, with the light emanating from its keyhole. This room was significantly larger than it appeared from outside. Some form of spatial extension must have been employed, and appeared through the keyhole, catching sight of Lena, anxiously searching for her. "Mom, I'm here." "Anna," Lena exclaimed, following the sound to the door. "How did you get in there? You scare me half to death." "I was swallowed by the keyhole, but don't worry, I will be out shortly." Anna's voice trailed off suddenly. "All right, if not, I shall call for help. I will wait over at Mischievous Vines. Please ensure your safety." Lena, unaware of any abnormalities or the dangers of the magical world, entered the adjacent shop alongside Annie. Seeking comfort. Now, Anna dared not move or make a sound, primarily because she sensed a breath not far from her head. A deep, robust breathing sound echoed ominously. Anna slowly retreated as the imposing figure of a bear crawled up her leg to her shoulder, hiding within her hair. She crouched down, hoping to distance herself from the ominous sound of breathing, yet the sound continued to draw nearer. It was through the faint light of the keyhole that Anna finally discerned the truth. It was a bear. Chapter 17, Savage Anna. More precisely, it was a black bear. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of bear-related thoughts flashed through Anna's mind. Bear encounters, grizzly bears, teddy bears, Winnie the Pooh, and the pet bears of the Russians. The notion she could conjure bore no resemblance to the fierce creature before her, unfamiliar with the terrain and feeble in stature. Huddled beneath a table, Anna watched as the black bear approached, albeit slowly. Its massive bulk hindered its speed, and its poor eyesight caused it to struggle as it shoved aside nearby furniture. Sniffing vigorously where Anna had just stood, within a matter of minutes, Anna devised various strategies, quietly relocating, creating a diversion, invoking a magical uprising for rescue, or, in her moment of desperation, for reasons unknown, Anna suddenly recalled a certain guest from a past variety show who would scream at the sight of a bear. Unlike grizzly bears, black bears are not as aggressive. When threatened, they typically flee, opting to evade danger. Unless one is physically immobilized. Confronting a black bear is far more protective than playing dead. Strike its nose with a weapon. That is their most vulnerable spot. Under no circumstances should one run. You must frighten the bear away. Enough with the screaming. You've already scared it off. Instill in it a sense of malice from the shadows. Groping around, Anna found a leg of a chair, discarded after being swatted away by the bear. Knowing she could not replicate the high-pitched voice of that guest, Anna summoned all her strength, gripping the chair leg tightly, and aimed a decisive blow at the bear's inquisitive nose. The south side of Diagon Alley was as bustling as ever, with customers emerging from the Bouncing Bulb's magical shop in small groups, sharing their purchases amid laughter and joy, while the streets were filled with an array of restaurants, where wizards chatted under colorful umbrellas about Quidditch. What did you buy? A red-haired boy clad in a hand-knit sweater under his robe inquired. Another red-haired boy tightened his robe. Of course, it's the firecracker. Ron, wouldn't you want to see this while bathing? A giant plan? A giant plan. The boy paused. George, did you hear that? George also halted, straining to listen. Are you referring to the sound of an owl? Or those two wizards discussing the cannon's failure this summer? George hesitated twice. The golden snitch flew right off Gred's nose. One couldn't help but mention Ron's expression, as if he had just eaten a slug. That was indeed quite amusing, but that was not my point. Suddenly, a wooden door burst open, and a dark figure sprang forth, roaring with a mix of fear and ferocity. Arg. It was a black bear, covering its nose as it scampered away. George plopped down on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Who would have expected a bear to leap out from a shop? After all, who would buy a bear in Diagon Alley? Surely, it deserved more respect than to be thrown into Knockturn Alley. The bear spotted the fallen George and seemed to muster its confidence as it approached him, only to be startled by a cacophony of sounds. Its attention shifted to another boy, who trembled, clutching the remnants of the firecracker, contemplating retreat to lure the bear away from his brother. To his dismay, the black bear lunged towards the boy. No, Fred, no, George shouted. Fred, seeing the bear barreling towards him, could only hope to survive long enough to find himself in a St. Mungo's hospital bed. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a brown-haired girl approached him, clad in uncommon muggle attire, a swan necklace fluttering about. Her green eyes fixed intently on the black bear, and with a broken stick in hand. She assumed a stance akin to that of a Quidditch player. With a resounding crack, she struck the bear's nose. Arg! The black bear, now clutching its nose, emitted a formidable roar, its gaze towards Anna filled with trepidation. It vanished before the wizards could react, leaving behind a shower of golden fragments. Every family has its own challenges. Mission accomplished. Rewards. Reaction 80, Memory 20, Diagon Alley number 92. Reaction upgraded. Medium. Next upgrade requires 500 experience. Fred gripped the firecracker tightly, sweat causing it to explode in his hand, and he hurriedly discarded it. He glanced at the girl standing amidst the golden shards, swallowing hard as his eyes sparkled with admiration. Incredibly cool. Chapter 18, The Weasley Twins. This commotion quickly subsided with the bear's disappearance, with some even speculating that it was merely a promotional stunt by a shop. Lena was among some people exclaiming, "That was terrifying." What a publicity stunt from the magical community. Rushing out from mischief managed, Lena embraced Anna tightly, unaware that the bear had just emerged from the very space Anna had occupied. Had she known Anna had been confined with the bear, she might have fainted. Fred hurried over to help George to his feet, and George embraced Fred, Merlin-esque beard. I nearly thought you were a goner. I want to die before I mock your white hair, Fred retorted, glancing at Anna, who was being embraced by Lena, small and delicate. She hardly seemed the type to confront a bear, yet she had done just that, and even saved herself. Don't you think she is impressive? George mused, observing Anna. Indeed, if that had struck me on the head, I would have surely fainted. Fred shrugged and approached Anna. Hello, I'm Anna Lawrence. You can call me Anna. She looked at the boy before her, with short red hair, a smattering of freckles across his face, and brown, expressive eyes fixed on her. Are you all right? You were amazing. You just struck that bear on the nose so hard. Fred exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Just like this. He mimicked a swinging motion. I'm feeling perfectly fine now. If you were a batter, you would undoubtedly excel. Showered with effusive praise, Anna concealed her delight, maintaining a modest demeanor. Oh, I'm Fred Weasley. You can call me Fred, or if you prefer, the handsome redhead, whatever you wish. He pulled George over. This is Fred too. Hey. George waved at Anna. I'm George, although you might not be able to tell us apart. If you look closely, I am indeed the more handsome one. The two boys exchanged knowing glances. You little freckled gnome. The twins chorused in unison. Anna smiled broadly at the scene before her. The Weasley family surely thrived in joy. Are you children of the Weasley family? Do you know Arthur Weasley? Lena, too, fell in affinity towards the twins. George replied, that would be our father, who has a penchant for collecting Muggle artifacts. Fred added, yet nothing seems capable of coaxing hair to grow upon his head. Lena smiled, oh, dear children, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Arthur. Last time he took my daughter to St. Mungo's, I rather hastily neglected to express my thanks. Of course, ma'am, they responded. Lena brought Anna over, who was still pondering the system and had yet to collect her thoughts. You may call me Mrs. Lena. As you can see, Anna and I reside in the Muggle world. Lena glanced at Anna. I hope Anna can make more wizarding friends. If circumstances allow, you are most welcome to visit our home. Oh, the Muggle world. The twins exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Father would surely be thrilled, George said eagerly. But Mother wouldn't agree. They both fell silent. It's all right. There will always be opportunities. After all, you will still be driving Mr. Arthur's blue Ford to fetch Potter. I should visit Diagon Alley number 92 quite often. Anna pointed towards the house with the open wooden door. This is it. You can come play with me. The twins certainly could bring joy to life. Fred leaned closer and whispered to Anna. That bear just ran out from inside, right? Perhaps it emerged from the alley beside. Anna mused. This tiny house hardly seems capable of housing a bear. Indeed, it's quite dark. Fred exclaimed, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. Anna, what do they sell here? I'm not entirely sure. Anna lifted a white cloth that covered a shelf. This was my great-grandfather's shop. He has been missing for quite some time. On the shelf, Anna spotted many familiar titles. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Hans Christian Andersen's Fairy Tales, Little Women, and even Pride and Prejudice. To her astonishment, she also found the Count of Monte Cristo, A Tale of Vengeance. Her great-grandfather's taste was eclectic, spanning fairy tales, romantic narratives, and the trending revenge tales of the online literary world. Anna lifted several more cloths, revealing long-expired antique snacks, a variety of spirits, mechanical tools, and sundry household items. It was evident that her great-grandfather had operated a store specializing in Muggle goods. What is this? George inquired, holding a tubular object. A flashlight. Anna took it, switched it on, and found it to be an old model, non-functional. If it were operational, we could use it for illumination. How marvelous. It lights up without magic? Yes. To be precise, it operates on batteries. Anna enjoyed enlightening the Weasley family about Muggle knowledge. They always listened earnestly and supported her. However, Anna's little lesson was interrupted by noises from upstairs. She exchanged glances with the twins. Another bear, perhaps? Fred questioned. I don't know, but I want to check it out. Anna grabbed a metal wrench. Task prompt. Diagon Alley number 92 has acknowledged me. There should be no further dangers akin to bears. The commotion above might be connected to her giant great-grandfather. Anna placed the fluff ball hidden in her hair onto the table to munch on a nearby cobweb, and the three made their way toward the wooden staircase in the corner. If anything happens, we'll dash out to the street. Fred will surely run like the wind. Shut up, Anna retorted, clutching the wrench as they ascended into the darkness. The twins struggled to adjust to the gloom, hoping to catch a glimpse of something. Finally, they stepped onto the wooden floor of the second floor, met with utter darkness. I wish I had brought a flashlight, Anna lamented, having not anticipated such excitement today. Suddenly, a rolling object bumped into George's foot. He bent down to pick it up. Fred, what did you knock over? I didn't touch anything. Fred leaned closer. What did you find? With a crack, a beam of light illuminated much of the room, and the three froze, staring at each other. George raised the old flashlight. Anna, I think this is rather unusual. I assent it. Anomaly. Diagon Alley number 92 has exhibited anomalies. Please identify the cause of the disturbance. Reward. Reflex 20, memory 10, unknown. Anna opened the back cover of the old flashlight. There were no batteries. This was undoubtedly magic. Anna reassured herself. Fred whispered. Shouldn't we scream at a time like this? This struck Anna's funny bone, and in an instant, the ominous atmosphere dissipated. The three began examining their surroundings with a magical flashlight. With the light, the entire second floor became visible, a large area designated as a living room, adjacent to an open dining area and a cupboard displaying tableware. All the furniture was covered with white cloths, but their original purposes were still discernible. Anna speculated that the other two rooms were a bedroom and a bathroom. Which room should we check first? The three huddled together, moving toward the nearest door. This one. I hope luck is on my side. Fred, wrapped in a cloak, reached for the doorknob, while Anna gripped her wrench tightly, and George trembled with the flashlight. Creak. Chapter 20, Diagonale número 92. The door swung open, and fortunately, it revealed nothing more than an ordinary bathroom. Don't look in the mirror. Don't turn on a faucet. Don't pull back the shower curtain, and don't stray from the group. Anna urged, pulling everyone close. Why? George asked, puzzled. A common trope in Muggle horror films. Sometimes, pulling back the shower curtain reveals a ghostly figure. Perhaps Muggle ghosts differ somewhat from those in the magical world. That sounds thrilling, George exclaimed as he pulled back the shower curtain, only to find a gigantic teddy bear filling the bathtub. Phew, Anna sighed in relief. Darting out from behind Fred. Is this normal in the Muggle world? Fred queried, his brow furrowed. Why would someone shove a toy into the bathtub? Anna's expression froze. Indeed. Why is there a teddy bear here? Because Dudu also wants to take a bath, the teddy bear answered, its marble eyes gleaming with wisdom in the light. The life-size bear sat up in the bathtub. The three, in perfect unison, said nothing and dashed out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind them. Fred even dragged over a chair to brace the doorknob. They collapsed onto the carpet. What do we do now? George cradled his chin in his hands. Or can someone tell me what that was? A talking teddy bear? Anna pondered. Perhaps someone is impersonating it from within? It seemed implausible. I had glimpsed its teeth as it spoke, which left George feeling rather unsettled. It was quite revolting. Anna glanced at the system task list, noticing that the anomaly task had not indicated completion. Perhaps the toy bear was not the focal point after all. She needed to investigate another room. Rising to her feet, she declared, I'm coming with you. Fred also stood up. George handed the flashlight to Fred, adding, I'll stay here to keep watch, in case that creature sneaks out. You too. Make haste. Anna nodded, gripping the wrench in one hand while she opened the wooden door to another room. As a cloud of dust dispersed, they found themselves before an ordinary bedroom, complete with a bed, a vanity, and a wardrobe. Mentally preparing herself, Anna overturned the bed and peeked beneath it, finding nothing. Fred thoroughly rummaged through the vanity, but uncovered no clues, leaving only the wardrobe. They exchanged glances before Fred stepped forward to open the wardrobe. Anna raised the wrench, ready to strike. To their astonishment, the wardrobe was empty. Fred let out a sigh of relief. Phew, aside from that black bear and the talking toy. This room is rather mundane. He visibly relaxed. George, nothing here. Yet, George did not respond. Frowning, Anna hurried to the living room, only to find the bathroom door ajar. And George was nowhere in sight. Quickly, she turned back and pushed Fred into the bedroom, locking the door just as a loud banging echoed from the other side. Why did you close the door? Fred, Anna. It seemed to be George shouting from outside. Fred, puzzled, was about to open the door, but Anna restrained him. Ask him a question, she whispered. Fred tensed up, clenching his fists. George, which plan were we supposed to implement when we get home? There was no reply from outside. But the knocking had escalated into violent banging, and the door wouldn't hold for long. Fred stepped back, grabbing a stool from beneath the vanity, preparing to strike as soon as the door opened. Anna glanced at the wardrobe, signaling for them to hide inside. Let us wait until he enters without seeing us, and then we can catch him off guard. They concealed themselves within the wardrobe. Anna noted the excellent soundproofing, after waiting a considerable time without hearing the door creak open. Fred grew anxious. Do you think that thing has entered? He asked. I have to save George. It might be right outside the wardrobe, waiting for us. I'll count to 3, and on 1, we burst out together. Anna tightened her grip on the wrench. 3, 2, 1. They flung open the wardrobe doors. Chapter 21. Number 92, Diagon Alley. They swung at nothing, as the anticipated monster was nowhere to be seen. They were not even in the original room. "Where's this place?" Fred exclaimed, illuminating the space with a flashlight. It was a compact room, its walls lined with a myriad of books and rolls of parchment. "George!" Fred shouted, desperate to locate his brother in this tiny chamber. Perhaps he was hiding under the desk? He pulled the chair away. Anna eyed the large wardrobe with suspicion. Could this possibly be the vanishing cabinet that Malfoy used to smuggle Death Eaters into Hogwarts? She hastily blocked the cabinet door with the chair Fred had moved. Turning around, she leaned closer to examine a piece of paper affixed to the wall. The emblem in the lower right corner indicated it was a map of Diagon Alley, with one building circled. "Hey, Fred, look at this." Anna pointed at the circled structure. "Do you know where this is in Diagon Alley?" Fred leaned in to inspect. "Let me see at the Y junction." He appeared astonished. "It's Gringotts." Anna pressed her lips together, a troubling thought surfacing. After rummaging through the disordered desk, she discovered a notebook. Fred directed the flashlight towards it. "Nicodemus? Who is that?" he asked, utterly baffled. Anna broke into a cold sweat. "The great-great-grandfather. What on earth are you plotting?" "The Black Bear Guardian, the Vanishing Cabinet, Gringotts, and the Philosopher's Stone. It feels like we're straying further down the path of villainy." There was also a prophecy. Lost wanderers seek the whispers of the forest, their souls bound in despair, pleading, aspiring. They bow to the hero. Embarking on a journey into the dragon's abyss, darkness returns. After a moment of silence, Anna realized this prophecy referred to Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, bowing to Harry at the pub, intruding upon Gringotts, guarded by a dragon. Having deciphered this fable, she understood that dragon's abyss represented Gringotts, and her great-great-grandfather must be waiting for the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone from a vault. Though doubts lingered, could her ancestor be the second person, aside from Voldemort, to covet the Philosopher's Stone? Anna opened the system, confirming that the task had not been completed. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, it appeared her earlier assumptions were incorrect. She had feared her ancestor truly coveted the Philosopher's Stone. "Wow!" Fred exclaimed from the corner of the room near the fireplace. "Anna, you have to come see this. There's a passage in the chimney." The chimney was dark and grimy. Had Fred not fortuitously illuminated it with the flashlight, he would never have noticed the large hole in the inner wall a meter off the ground. They stacked some books in the fireplace, and Fred was the first to climb up. "Oh, what a shame. It's only a wall. Do you want to come up and take a look?" Anna was pulled up, and it was evident that there was merely a simple wall before them. However, perhaps the walls of Diagon Alley were not as simple as they seemed. Indeed, Anna spotted a rather inconspicuous keyhole in one of the bricks. Before the keyhole could speak, she hurriedly inserted a strand of hair. As usual, it was swallowed by the keyhole. Tumbling onto the carpet, Anna was nearly accustomed to this routine. Wasn't the entire number 92 Diagon Alley carpeted to prevent injuries? Supporting each other, they stood up and retrieved the flashlight that had fallen to the ground. Before them lay a smaller room, furnished only with a sofa bed and a set of chairs, and the quantity of books here was significantly reduced. Anna picked up a book resting on the sofa, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. "Oh, Mom used to tell Ron, our youngest brother, these stories to help him sleep. Ron always clamored for an invisibility cloak, and George and I gave him a regular cape instead." Fred's expression brightened at the mention of Ron. "And then we pretended we hadn't seen him all day. Ha ha ha. He really ran around the kitchen naked to grab cookies, leaving Mom utterly flabbergasted." Oh, poor Ron. But an invisibility cloak? A sense of foreboding washed over Anna. "That is from the tale of the three brothers," Fred interjected, flipping through the book. "I remember it's right after the tale of the wizard's heart." "There." Fred showed the page to Anna. It was filled with dense annotations and illustrations, and both of them widened their eyes in surprise. "I can't believe your great-great-grandfather studied these fairy tales." "This is no mere study of fairy tales," Anna observed, particularly noting the highlighted section on the Resurrection Stone, alongside the words Godric's Hollow. He is aiming to research the Deathly Hallows. Chapter 22. As long as one has courage. Anna hurried to the stack of books by the wall, where the majority consisted of biographies, histories of magic, and an array of wizarding materials, including genealogies. As she unfurled an ancient-looking scroll, a curled, old photograph tumbled out, featuring a man who appeared deranged, an elderly gentleman resembling a monkey, and a dazed woman. The back of the photograph bore the inscription, "The Gunter Family, 1921, Mofin Gunter, Marvelo Gunter, Mefilo Gunter." The scroll, densely inscribed with names, prominently featured Mofin Gunter's name crossed out, while a name written in a flowing script at the bottom stood out distinctly, Tom Marvelo Riddle. Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron? Their family lineage is quite extensive. Perhaps it is possible. No, dear child, that is Voldemort. From the very beginning, Born Galiot was not coveting the Philosopher's Stone, but rather the Resurrection Stone, one of Voldemort's deathly hallows. This elucidates the situation. The great-grandfather showed no interest in immortality, yet he longed for the hope of revival. Perhaps that prophecy originated from his old French acquaintance, Nicole May, who was adept not only in alchemy, but also in divination. However, this does not yield the Resurrection Stone. Wait, the great-grandfather only received a prophecy. He had never read Harry Potter, so he was unaware of what Voldemort sought from the vault. Anna's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, he assumed Voldemort was in haste to resurrect and would retrieve the Resurrection Stone, planning to ambush him upon his departure from Gringotts. Every family has its own struggles. Born Galiot, task completed. Rewards, reflexes 50, memory 50, eloquence 50, unlock side quest, the Mad Stone. Memory upgrade. Mahongmei, though I may be mistaken. At least I have a general recollection. Conditions for the Mad Stone. Prevent the great-grandfather's mad scheme. Handle the Philosopher's Stone and Resurrection Stone once each. 02. System notice. Failure to complete the task will result in failure of the mission. Rewards. Reflexes upgrade. Memory upgrade. It's indeed true. Born Galiot, a wizard in his 70s, attempting to seize Voldemort's possession. Anna wanted to shout, "That is my illustrious great-grandfather." "Hey, Anna, are you all right?" Fred shook Anna's shoulder. "You've been staring at that scroll for several minutes." "I'm fine. I'm absolutely splendid. I believe I've discovered a way out." Fred produced a yellowed piece of paper. "What is this?" Anna leaned in closer, a map. The paper depicted the three-story structure of number 92 Diagon Alley, with 3 black dots marked, labeled with the names Anna, Fred, and George. The live map of number 92. "Yes, I suspect your great-grandfather used this to surveil this building. The dots represent us. I see George at the entrance on the first floor. He hasn't moved for quite some time. We must hurry to find George." Anna and Fred, map in hand, returned to the room with the vanishing cabinet, scrutinizing a wall where the map indicated a door leading to the outside. There's a keyhole. Fred illuminated a brick near the ceiling with a flashlight, while Anna moved a chair blocking the vanishing cabinet door beneath the keyhole, allowing Fred to step on the chair and reach the keyhole. Both finally basked in the long-lost sunlight. The House of Unicorns? What kind of establishment is this? How have I never seen it before? Fred brushed off the dust from his clothes, glancing at the sign above the glass door. A pink and white unicorn still winking at them. And when did Diagon Alley acquire such an underground shop? Anna first examined the inconspicuous keyhole that had expelled them, cleverly concealed behind a cluster of pink feathers, accompanied by some peculiar paintings, including, but not limited to, swans and courtship. "Fred, we need to leave quickly, before that pink curtain over the glass door is drawn back. Let South vacate this place." Anna had already surmised the nature of their surroundings, attempting to pull Fred toward the staircase leading away. Just then, the curtain was drawn open, revealing a woman clad in bizarre and revealing attire, wearing a pointed headpiece that Fred found quite comical. Her expression shifted from excitement to fury. "You little imps. Get out of here." Chapter 23. Only the Bold Dare. The woman's ire startled both of them. Fred quickly regained his composure, seizing Anna's hand as they dashed up the staircase amidst her loud mutterings. Spiders, frogs, and shriveled skulls were the standard fare of Nocturne Alley, and Anna immediately spotted the distinctive frog shop, where the frog's eyes were keenly observing them. Fred's face flushed, perhaps overwhelmed by the inappropriate stimuli for his age, or merely fatigue from running. I don't know where we are." "This way." Anna recalled that the exit from the frog shop led directly to Gringotts and the main street of Diagon Alley. They sprinted forth, and soon enough, they found themselves back at number 92 Diagon Alley. George. Upon entering, they found George slumped on a small sofa, and Fred rushed over to check his breathing. George groggily awoke, swatting Fred's hand away as he reached for his nose. "What happened?" He glanced at the two dusty figures. "What did I miss?" "You fainted. Do you remember what transpired?" Anna was curious why George had been at the door. "I was gripping the bathroom doorknob the whole time. It was dark all around, and I couldn't see anything, only hearing your movements. Then I heard nothing at all. Perhaps I fainted then. Is that all?" Fred was astonished. "You didn't hear anything?" "No. The only odd thing was I did hear the sound of the butterbeer barrel cork popping. A very crisp pop." Anna retrieved the mister. Mighty she had placed on the table and pondered what weapon could cause a pop to incapacitate someone, when suddenly a pop echoed from a shelf, drawing all three of their gazes. A small figure emerged from behind a shelf, with slender arms and legs, bat-like ears, and prominent, tennis ball-sized blue eyes. It wore a pillowcase, fidgeting and appearing quite timid. A house elf? George gasped in surprise. I thought places with house elves were always immaculate. Wow, were you the one who knocked my brother out? Fred called out to the house elf. The emaciated figure stepped forward, looking anxious and remorseful. Its thin voice chimed. Dobby, didn't he want to do that? Dobby, didn't he want to? Dobby just want to scare you away. Then why did you return our flashlight? Dobby glanced at Fred. I'm very sorry, sir. Dobby intended to throw the flashlight at your heads. Hey, the twins exclaimed in unison. Then why did you stop attacking? Anna fixed her gaze on Dobby, or rather, why didn't you come into the bedroom to capture us? Without the master's permission, Dudu is not allowed to enter the bedroom. The master has instructed Dudu to keep the secrets of the house hidden. The little elf wiped away a tear, but missed her. Keyhole informed Dudu that the secret had already been revealed. Alas, Dudu failed to accomplish the master's task. Dudu conjured a rope, and Anna, fearing it was a means to silence her, was astonished to see it attempting to strangle itself. Is your master Bolin Gilead? Anna stammered. I am Anna Lawrence, his great-granddaughter. I do not count as others. Anna introduced her twins. This is Fred, and this is George, my friends, who also do not count as others. Miss Lena's daughter. The last time I saw Miss Lena, she was still a little girl. A piece of rope dangling around Dudu's neck appeared somewhat comical as it gazed at Anna with a pensive expression. Oh, this necklace. Dudu should have realized this sooner. Of course, Miss Anna and her friends do not count as others. Dudu is more than happy to assist you. Family matters are always difficult. Task completed. Reward. Reaction 20, memory 10. House elf do. Could you add a few more windows here? George inquired curiously, eager to see how the elf would cast its magic. The Weasley household had never possessed a house elf, but George might be disappointed, as Dudu had no intention of using magic. Oh, certainly. Dudu is delighted. It approached the keyhole that Anna had used upon her first entry in a number 92, Diagon Alley, and knocked twice on the wall. Mr. Keyhole, please restore the windows. TSK. Mr. Keyhole emitted a displeased sound but began to act nonetheless. Anna watched as several bricks revolved like the entrance to Diagon Alley, revealing a hollow space through which light poured in. She could see the fine dust suspended in the air of the room, and after a faint sound, windows grew forth from the bricks beneath. As window after window emerged, the entire first floor brightened. Anna reached out to touch the display case, feeling the metallic frame. The glass was indeed real. She marveled at how such wonders could sprout from the bricks. This is truly magical. Chapter 24. As long as one is bold. Wow! George and Fred exclaimed. How filthy! The illuminated room showcased its full splendor. Near the entrance stood a double sofa and the small table where Anna had hidden from the bear, while 4 wooden shelves occupied the center of the room. 2 objects resembling iceboxes were positioned in the right corner against the inner wall, adjacent to a counter, while 2 sets of tables and chairs had been placed behind the display case by the outer door, although the chairs had already been destroyed by the bear. As a house elf, Dudu felt a pang of shame upon hearing the twins' exclamations. Oh, Dudu is very sorry. Previously, the master wished to retain this dust, but is no longer necessary. Dudu glanced at Anna's necklace. The master commands Dudu to obey the one wearing this necklace. If Miss Anna desires, Dudu can clean this place up. The necklace was a birthday gift from Lena to Anna, a cherished heirloom swan necklace. That would be splendid, Anna said, looking around before suddenly pondering a question. Dudu, have you always lived here? Dudu has resided here for the past year, ever since returning from France with the master. Dudu carefully chose its words. Dudu cannot say too much. The master does not wish for Dudu to reveal his whereabouts. And where do you sleep? George surveyed the area. Perhaps in that bathtub upstairs? Why do you appear like a doll? And what about that bear? Fred added. Dudu was allowed to use a transformation ring crafted by the great master. It produced a ring adorned with symbols that Anna could not decipher. Dudu can transform into a teddy bear to serve in the store. The master believes Dudu is unsightly. One could hardly say whether a house elf or a peculiar Fang teddy bear was more unsightly. The bear serves as an automatic defense mechanism for the store. It is usually displayed in the window as a specimen. Dudu scurried to the staircase, where a painting of 3 bears hung on the wall. Dudu lives beneath the stairs. It extended its thin, bony hand and tickled the belly of the middle bear, which erupted into giggles. The painting shifted aside, revealing a door behind it. Please follow Dudu. The trio assumed Dudu resided in a storage cupboard beneath the stairs, and Anna secretly grumbled about how the savior Harry and house elves received similar treatment. To their surprise, opening the door revealed not a bed but a staircase leading down. Dudu snapped its fingers, igniting the candles on either side, and descended the stairs first. They arrived in a cozy little room, approximately the size of Anna's bedroom, complete with a cupboard, stove, knives, utensils, and all necessary kitchen facilities. In one corner, some ingredients were neatly piled, and the wallpaper was a deep yellow adorned with European patterns. The entire room exuded cleanliness, orderliness, and warmth. "This is the kitchen," Dudu said, pulling aside a thick curtain in the corner to reveal a small room with a seemingly warm bed. "Dudu lives behind here." "Was inside?" Fred pointed at a rather old wooden door. "Behind here is the master's study," Dudu said, approaching the door. "It requires a bit of magic to open." Dudu snapped its fingers. The creaking sound of the door opening echoed heavily, and before Anna appeared a familiar room. She and Fred had been transported here from the wardrobe. Fred peeked around the back of the door. "Anna, that wardrobe was actually a door." Anna joined him and saw the wardrobe affixed to the door. They had previously attempted to push it open, but had never considered it to be a door in itself. Noticing the old grandfather clock in the corner of the study, Anna saw the hour hand pointing to 3 o'clock. Dudu was somewhat astonished. "Is it really that time? Dudu can prepare some food for everyone." "Thank you very much." Fred admitted he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. "Oh, is Dudu's honor. Dudu is delighted to serve the young masters and mistresses." Dudu bounced excitedly toward the kitchen. Anna suggested, "I will go fetch my mother, and then we can all clean up the dining room on the second floor together. Fred and I will tidy the dining room, while you go find Mrs. Lena." "All right, I will come find you shortly." Anna hurried out of the shop, locating Mrs. Anna Long Barton at the neighboring establishment, Mischievous Vines. Chapter 25. Each returns to their home. "Hello, Mrs. Ennell." Anna greeted politely. The Mischievous Vine shop was spacious and vibrant, filled with plants Anna did not recognize, and there was even a glass greenhouse at the back, perhaps the only glass structure in Diagon Alley. Warm sunlight streamed through the patterned glass. "Hello, dear. You're looking for your mother, aren't you? She is in the greenhouse, looking at the album I gave her." Anna thanked Mrs. Ennell and walked into the greenhouse, where she saw Lena engrossed in the album. "Mother, I met the house elf Dudu. Do you remember Dudu?" Anna approached. "Dudu? I have a toy bear named Dudu." Lena closed the album. "I always thought it was quite extraordinary. Which toy can move at night? But the adults never believed me. And grandfather merely smiled at me." Lena stood up, album in hand. "After grandfather passed away, I could never find it again." After returning the album to Mrs. Knife and expressing her gratitude once more, Anna accompanied Miss Lena to number 92 Diagon Alley, where they encountered Dudu. Lena failed to recognize the peculiar-looking house elf before her as her former doll. "You hardly resemble a teddy bear anymore. Why are you so thin? Did my grandfather mistreat you?" Anna recalled that house elves typically bore a rather refugee-like appearance. Dudu was touched, responding, "No, Miss Lena, my master treats Dudu very well. Thank you for your concern. Dudu is more than happy to serve you. Please proceed to the dining room on the second floor. The food will be ready shortly." The second floor, adorned with additional windows that allowed light to flood in, featured deep blue European wallpaper and a crimson carpet, rendering the room both noble and mysterious. With the twins having tidied up part of it, one could hardly discern how terrifying it had once appeared. "Well done, children. Look at this place. It truly is splendid," Lena exclaimed. Dudu quickly prepared the meal, and Anna's appetite surged, for wrestling with a bear had indeed sapped her energy. After dining, Lena prepared to take Anna home, having gathered ample material for novels during their outing, which needed organizing. The Weasley twins also intended to return to the burrow, planning to utilize the remaining fireworks for their giant plan. After lingering for a moment in her great-grandfather's study, Anna took the book's basic spells for beginners, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and one aptly titled Basic Charms for the Busy and Frazzled. She entrusted Dudu with the house, establishing a secret code for future entries. Next time, she could simply use the code to gain access. By the way, the lock that had originally been in the window display was replaced with a brick, which Dudu explained was contingent on the mood of Mr. Locke. After bidding farewell to Dudu, Anna first stopped by the owl shop to order an owl to be delivered to number 92 Diagon Alley. As long as the distance was not too great, the owl would heed its master's call, reminiscent of Gerald's beloved horse Roach, who would follow him to the ends of the earth at the sound of a whistle. Thus, keeping an owl in Diagon Alley was similarly feasible. They then visited a second-hand shop to procure some items before merrily making their way to the Leaky Cauldron. "You can write to me. I reside at 8 Yew Tree Road, Little Whinging, London." Anna produced the address she had prepared in her great-grandfather's study and handed it to the twins. "We can arrange to meet and have fun in Diagon Alley. Of course, we live at the Burrow, so if you wish to write, just instruct the owl to deliver it there," Fred replied as he received the address from Anna. "However, we may not have many opportunities to return soon, as after purchasing the fireworks, we don't have enough money for flue powder," George added. We'll have to wait a while. All right, let's keep in touch. Anna understood that the Weasley family was not affluent, given the number of children they had. Until next time, goodbye. The twins chorused in unison. Fred tossed a handful of flue powder into the leaky cauldron's fireplace, and the flames turned green as they stepped into the emerald blaze, disappearing from sight. How marvelous! Miss Lena whispered in awe, politely acknowledging Tom, the proprietor, before leading Anna out of the leaky cauldron and back to Charing Cross Road. On their way home, Lena inquired about Anna's day. Anna glossed over some details, summarizing her experiences in 6 words. Very magical, very pleasant. Anna, darling, you'll need to get off at the corner. A 1TB driving in. I have a dinner appointment with my editor. Lena glanced at the time, remembering to settle the wages for their nanny, Sasha, for these past 2 visits. Evan has been quite a handful. She must have had a tough time, she added, handing Anna an envelope. While I'm away, she takes excellent care of Evan, so let her know we'll ask for her help again next time. And here's this. Lena nonchalantly withdrew a stack of money from her wallet, although Sasha will prepare dinner before she leaves. If you wish to grab a bite elsewhere or make some friends your age, that's fine, but don't stray too far. All right, Mom. Lena stopped at the corner garden, and Anna waved her hand, struggling to balance the 3 books as she watched the beetle car depart. Chapter 26. Why is Harry in the tree? As Anna walked, she opened the system. Following her adventure in Diagon Alley, the physical section had yielded considerable gains. Her memory and reflexes had successfully upgraded, although the next upgrade would require 500 experience points. Fortunately, Anna discovered that experience could also be gained through certain real-life practices, not just by completing tasks. Memory, fair, reflexes, average, physique, feeble. Meanwhile, the magic section had only granted 50 experience points for her verbal skills, with little else changing. However, the others category had expanded to include 2 new maps, specifically those of Diagon Alley and Number 92, which Anna had discovered during her exploration. Public schools in England generally dismiss students around 4 o'clock, and the social park was once again filled with the joyous laughter of children. Observing the tranquil scene before her, Anna suddenly felt a pang of fear. Had she not dealt with that black bear, would she have met her demise? It was absurd to think of being killed by a magical bear, yet in the world of Harry Potter, such a fate was not beyond possibility. If she were to attend Hogwarts, she would certainly need to fortify her abilities, especially with Voldemort's return looming on the horizon. Even if she had to flee, she must be prepared. Clicking on the Tasks tab, she found that aside from the task of thwarting her great-grandfather, which was currently unfeasible, only one task remained. The boy who lived. But how could she make contact with Harry? Just as she was passing through the social park, Anna heard commotion emanating from the nearby woods. Get down from there. 3 boys surrounded a tree, shaking its trunk with both arms. Anna glanced at the sturdy trunk, not paying much heed to the boys' peculiar behavior, assuming they were merely attempting to torment a small squirrel, until she heard one boy shout, "Harry, get down. If you don't come down, I'll tell Mom and have her lock you in the cupboard." Harry? Anna was taken aback, looking up at the straight trunk, which offered no footholds, and at approximately 6 meters above the ground, she could vaguely see a pair of feet through the leaves. Harry figured being locked in a cupboard would be far preferable to a beating from Dudley, so he remained perched in the tree, contemplating how he might eventually descend. He couldn't even recall how he had gotten up there. Perhaps it was the wind? That explanation seemed inadequate, but there were many inexplicable occurrences, such as his hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia had attempted to give him a buzz cut, as it had been so unsightly that even his scalp could not endure it. The next day, his hair had returned to its original state. Dudley, tiring from shaking the tree, gasped for breath. "Stop shaking. I'm going to tell Mom to come see the monkey, Harry." He glared menacingly at Harry before turning to see Anna standing at the roadside with her books. "Don't help him down. He likes being up there," he warned Anna. Anna raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Dudley stormed off with his companions, unwilling to engage with the girl. After all, bullying these delicate little creatures would only earn him scorn from others. Of course, pranks were a different matter altogether, as this was an unspoken understanding among boys of his age. Perhaps Harry lamented why he was not a girl, especially after discovering the reasons behind his potion's professor's animosity towards him. At that moment, all Harry desired was to descend from the wretchedly high tree. If the wind had carried him up, it ought to fulfill its duty of bringing him down as well. "Is the view up there pleasant?" A lively voice interrupted his thoughts. He leaned out to see it was the girl warned off by Dudley, who, astonishingly, had not been frightened away despite Dudley's imposing presence. "It's quite nice, but I still wish to come down," Harry replied earnestly. He was not afraid of heights. In fact, he somewhat enjoyed being aloft. Yet, this was hardly a reason to remain perched in a tree, exposed to the chilly breeze. "You should leave. Dudley and his friends will bully girls too. Just the other day, They glued a girl's chair because she lent me a textbook, though he desperately wished to descend. He did not want his troubles to cause distress to others. It was reassuring to see that, despite enduring such a tumultuous environment, he could still retain his kindness and courage. Anna's face broke into a maternal smile. I am not afraid of him. Anna produced a blue cloth bag, which she had filched from her great-grandfather's vault. I am Anna Lawrence. You may simply call me Anna. And you? A tree sprite? I am Harry Potter. The boy who lived, task completed. Reward. Memory 10, Harry attribute template. The boy who lived crisis. Aunt Petunia is approaching. Can Harry escape the predicament? Time remaining, 15 minutes. Completion condition. Successfully aid Harry Potter in escaping within the allocated time. Reward. Agility 20, Harry courage 2. Chapter 27. Why is Harry in the tree? Harry attribute template? Anna paused as she pulled a rope from the bag, which she had stuffed in her satchel while in Diagon Alley, to test its spatial elasticity. Clearly it was effective, and she had crammed in more peculiar items without altering the weight. Let's rescue Harry first. Are you planning to throw that rope up here so I can slide down? Harry questioned. Isn't it too high? Can you really throw it? Anna produced a long, thick rope from a small pouch, causing Harry to feel that something was amiss. Extracting the rope from the bag posed no issue. Harry steeled himself, yet an intense premonition gnawed at him. Wait a moment, Anna exclaimed. She set a book on the ground and opened the topmost volume. I remember seeing it here. On her way back, Anna had eagerly glanced at the spellbook, recalling a levitation charm, which bore her great-grandfather's annotations on emphasis. Anna retrieved an old wand she had bought from a thrift store, one that lacked a core, which cost 3 galleons. It was no wonder the Weasley twins, despite hailing from a wizarding family, had not owned their wands before starting school. As for why she did not simply buy a new wand, Anna sensed that until her magical control improved, she might become a wand destroyer, to spare herself the heartache. She would stick to the inexpensive wand for now. Harry watched in astonishment as the brave girl he had just met brandished a short black stick, foolishly waving it at the rope. What was it again? Wingardium Leviosa? Anna murmured, glancing back. Wingardium Leviosa? To her dismay, the rope remained unresponsive for the next 10 minutes. Harry observed Anna clumsily brandishing the stick, exerting herself as if chopping wood, uttering seemingly meaningless phrases at the unfortunate rope. Harry felt a sense of incomprehension wash over him. He could hardly believe he was dreaming. Knowing that Anna wished to help him brought him joy, though the method was absurd. He found himself unable to voice his concerns until he spotted Dudley approaching with Aunt Petunia in tow. Run, Anna. Dudley is coming. In his sudden excitement, Harry slipped backward off the branch. He shut his eyes, wishing he could break a leg. At least that would land him in the hospital, sparing him from returning to the cupboard. However, in this position, he might need to pray not to injure his head. Wingardium Leviosa. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Harry, accompanied by a chill. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. Am I sacrificing myself? He wondered, feeling himself descend slowly. He struggled to turn around and froze in shock. Anna also stood still, having just levitated Harry to an incredible height. The boy who lived crisis. Task completed. Reward. Agility 20, Harry courage 2. Now, it was unlikely Aunt Petunia would discover him. Yet Harry seemed to have fallen into a far greater predicament. Hey, you, where's Harry? That boy in the tree, where did he go? Dudley huffed as he rushed over, followed closely by an equally breathless Aunt Petunia. What boy? I haven't seen any boy. Anna feigned ignorance. Dudley pointed to the rope on the ground. Did you let him go? The rope isn't mine. I haven't seen anyone else here. It was just me. Anna replied, concealing her wand and wearing an innocent expression. Aunt Petunia stepped closer, scrutinizing Anna with a piercing gaze. Well then, Miss Anna, could you tell me why you are here? Anna picked up a book lying on the ground, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. I was reading this children's book, Mrs. Petunia, hoping to discover these plants. Aunt Petunia took the book, flipping to a page featuring a picture of white ash. It seemed vaguely familiar. Perhaps she had encountered such a plant in daily life. She returned the book to Anna, forcing a less-than-pleasant smile. Surveying the area, she turned to Dudley, adopting a different demeanor. Dudley, my dear, Harry isn't here. Perhaps he won't be coming home for dinner today. Shall we dine out? But he really... Dudley pondered for less than a second. Let's go. No food for Harry. Dudley tugged Aunt Petunia away, casting a look at Anna that suggested, I won't forget you. However, Anna was unconcerned, maintaining her smile as she bid farewell to the pair. Once they were far enough away, she became serious, scanning the sky for any sign of Harry. But the horizon remained utterly clear. Harry! Anna shouted in distress. No, no, no. Is the story about to end before it even begins? Who will confront Voldemort? Chapter 28. Why is Harry in the tree? Fortunately, the child of destiny could not so easily be sacrificed. I am here. Harry appeared atop another tree. Did I float here? Am I dreaming? Anna sighed in relief. No, this is merely magic. I must be dreaming. Harry smiled. Let me think. This morning I awoke in the cupboard, made breakfast, went to school, was bullied by Dudley, and after school I was chased by Dudley. His expression turned grave. Aside from being blown into the sky, everything seemed rather normal. I used the levitation charm to bring you down, Anna exclaimed enthusiastically, believing she had grasped the essence of the spell, now even possessing a basic level of levitation skill. No. Just send a rope up to me. I'll come down myself. Harry clung tightly to the tree trunk. All right. Anna drew her wand and cast the levitation charm upon the hemp rope, sending it soaring into the sky, though not quite as high as Harry had ascended. It was evident that Anna had exerted careful control over her magical output. Harry exhaled in relief at the sight. Had she aimed the spell at him, he would have had to ascend once more to catch the rope and secure it to the branch. He wrapped his hand in his clothing and slid down the rope, the sensation of his feet touching the ground filling him with an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Are you my fairy godmother? He joked. Oh, Harry, please don't cast yourself in the role of Cinderella. Did Harry ever fantasize about a fairy godmother swooping in to rescue him from his predicaments while sleeping in the cupboard? In that case, I certainly fare much better than Hagrid, at least in terms of appearance. I am a wizard, Anna asserted, attempting to locate the infamous scar on Harry's forehead. You're a wizard too, right? Don't you have a scar on your head? Are you referring to my ability to perform these spells? Harry lifted his fringe, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. How did you know I had a scar? Is it a requirement for all wizards? Do you have one as well? He scrutinized Anna's smooth forehead, searching for any sign. I don't have a scar, Harry. You are quite renowned in the wizarding world. That scar was left by a dark wizard when you vanquished him. What? But Aunt Petunia said it was an injury sustained in the car accident that took my parents. Harry touched his scar. I don't recall ever defeating anyone. I mean, I've always been the one getting defeated. Your parents would never have been in a car accident. They were formidable wizards, Anna said, gathering the books from the ground. A dark wizard harmed them, and your mother employed a powerful spell to protect you, which is why you survived and rebounded the curse. She spoke passionately, as if she had witnessed the event firsthand. Harry's mouth fell agape. He was at a loss for words. I've never seen them, not even in photographs. His mind whirled. The abrupt shift from an ordinary schoolboy to a savior was more exhilarating than his previous ascent into the air. What was that powerful magic? Of course, it was love, the most potent magic in the Harry Potter universe, which leaves you with a protective charm, much like your mother's spirit watching over you, as long as you remain near those related to her by blood, living at number 4 Privet Drive. The dark wizard cannot harm you. Anna paused, realizing she may have revealed too much. If this were not common knowledge in the wizarding world, wouldn't it expose her? The charm part is merely my conjecture, but there's no denying that your parents truly loved you. Does Aunt Petunia know? I mean, does she know my parents were wizards? After hearing about his parents' love, Harry felt much lighter. He had always been the overlooked one in the Dursley household, living in a cupboard, bullied by Dudley, and sometimes even mistreated, with no friends at school. Harry didn't quite understand what love meant, but that didn't impede his ability to accept the love of others, which set him apart from Voldemort. Of course, your Aunt Petunia knows your mother was a witch, Anna said, covering her mouth, unable to resist the urge to divulge spoilers upon seeing Harry's green eyes. Just a guess. Before Harry could speak, Anna interjected. Are you hungry? Come to my house for dinner. Chapter 29. The Friendship with the Savior. Am I being too much of a bother? This was Harry's first visit to someone else's home, and he nervously helped Anna carry the books. Since he could remember, Harry's world had been small, the Dursley's house, school, the social park he passed after classes, and occasionally being looked after by Mrs. Figg. He had never even been to the community library. Now at number 8, Grimmauld Place, Harry's map of the world was expanding. Anna knocked on the door. It's fine, relax. My mother enjoys me making friends with my peers, and she sent tea home today. Before Anna could finish her sentence, the door swung open. Oh, Anna, you're back. Sasha, the housekeeper, appeared at the door, apron-clad. Mrs. Lawrence, it's a pleasure to see you. Harry felt a wave of nerves wash over him. I'm Harry Potter. You can call me Harry. He spoke rapidly, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Sasha stifled a laugh. Hello, little Harry. I'm Sasha, the housekeeper. Mrs. Lawrence just called to say she has an appointment tonight and will be back later. She welcomed them inside, and Harry's cheeks flushed crimson. I've prepared a hearty dinner. You can wash your hands, and then we'll eat. Thank you, Sasha, Anna said, pulling out an envelope from Lena. This is her recent salary. My mother wanted me to express gratitude for your efforts lately. We will certainly invite you again. That sounds wonderful. Sasha smiled as she accepted the envelope, tucking it into her coat pocket. As they exchanged shoes, Anna suddenly noticed Harry's attire, particularly his worn-out socks, leading her to realize that Harry's clothing was quite ill-fitting. His flying jacket was longer than his backside, while his sweater barely reached his navel, forcing him to hoist his oversized trousers up high. However, it must be said that this look was quite trendy, giving the impression of longer legs. Perhaps sensing Anna's gaze, the red hue that had faded from Harry's face returned. He explained, "The sweater is from last year. It's a bit short now, but Dudley will give me his old sweaters since he has outgrown them. Honestly, I think you look pretty cool like this, rebellious style. It would be even more stylish if you had ripped jeans," Anna remarked during dinner, trying to explain to Harry how intentionally creating holes in pants would become a trend. But the smile on Harry's face indicated that he hadn't absorbed a word. After dinner, the two settled on the sofa to watch television, while Ivan played with the cat Snow on the side. "Would you like to see pictures of your parents?" Anna suddenly proposed. "The boy who lives photo. Harry has never seen his parents. Isn't that too tragic? Please show Harry the photos of his parents." Rewards. Memory 20, Reaction 10. Harry, Courage 10. "Is that possible? Do you have her pictures?" Harry asked, somewhat excited. "We could search for a history of magic book. I think such a legendary hero must be documented in history. If not, we could check my great-grandfather's secret chamber, aside from the resurrection stone. He also researched the invisibility cloak, which is a Potter family heirloom. Where we find the history of magic? The community library?" Harry frowned, realizing that didn't seem very magical. "Of course not. I can take you to Diagon Alley, a place brimming with magic." Anna enthused, clearly fond of the location. "Aunt Petunia wouldn't allow me to go out," Harry replied, his fascination with Diagon Alley somewhat dimmed by his despondence. "And I don't have a single penny." "Wait. Isn't their museum trip at school in November?" Anna suddenly recalled hearing about the event during her transfer paperwork. "Yes, it's next Monday. Dudley is looking forward to it because he can bully me again." Harry waved his hand dismissively, relieved that Dudley had gained weight. As long as he ran, Dudley wouldn't be able to catch him. It seemed Harry was eagerly anticipating Dudley's weight gain, which would mean new clothes and an easier escape. "Why not skip the trip?" Anna suggested. "You can go with your classmates, and I'll come to the museum to meet you." "Wait." Harry looked at the so-called truant in surprise. "Although Anna didn't seem rebellious at all, I know you're 2 years older than me, but don't you have school on Monday?" "Hey, buddy. I told you I just transferred. I won't be starting classes until next semester. Although skipping class isn't a significant issue. After all, it is merely elementary school." Anna, who once majored in mathematics at university, found herself lacking in foreign languages, which had become her Achilles heel, and now she has seemingly lost even that. Harry pondered for a moment. "I think it's feasible." Naturally, Gryffindors never shy away from adventure. Chapter 30. The friendship with the savior. Harry leapt from the sofa. Despite Anna's living room being 100 times warmer than the cupboard at the Dursleys, he still had to return to that cramped space. "I must head back now." "So early?" Anna glanced at the antique clock beside her. It was not yet 8 o'clock. The British typically dine quite late. "Do you have a key?" The Dursleys might not have returned yet. "Yes, I know. I don't have a key either." Harry shrugged helplessly. "I'll have to sit at the doorstep until they come back. That way they won't, punish me?" Anna frowned. "I'll join you. Regardless of the reason, I cannot bear to see an 8-year-old shivering in the cold." She suggested taking the cat for a stroll. Anna glanced at the cat Snow, who was nestled in Ivan's arms, and the feline seemed to sense something, turning its head in response. The two, human and cat, locked eyes in silence, standing at the entrance of number 4, Privet Drive. It was indeed true that the Dursleys had yet to return. Harry looked at the reluctant cat, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Actually, you needn't come." Anna felt slightly awkward as well. She and Harry were not yet familiar enough to be squatting on the roadside chatting away. They had only just met today. But having read Harry's entire story in books, she felt immense sympathy and admiration for this brave boy, creating a sense of intimacy akin to that of long-lost friends. "But I'm still glad." Harry smiled charmingly, except for Mr. Spiders, or perhaps it's a miss. "You are my first friend." "Mr. Spiders?" "That's a spider in the cupboard that sometimes descends from its web at night. I suppose it says good night to me." Harry scratched his head. "Isn't that a bit strange?" "Not at all." Anna reached behind her neck, retrieving a yellow fluff ball. "This is peculiar. It's called Mr. Fluff. It is a creature known as a puffball, and when you pet it, it emits a buzzing sound." Harry stared in astonishment as he took Mr. Fluff into his hands, hesitant to make a move. "Is it alive?" "Goodness." The puffball scampered up to the back of Harry's neck, tickling him and making him shrug his shoulders. Judging by the expression on his face, Harry was utterly delighted. Perhaps boys run a bit warmer. Mr. Fluff seems to prefer you, so let's leave it with you for now. Anna added, it can also help us send messages. Harry found it impossible to refuse. Thus, the three of them, a boy, a cat, and a puffball, squatted by the roadside, with Snow constantly attempting to pounce on Mr. Fluff. While Harry held it aloft to evade the cat's pursuit, Anna was engrossed in the spell book she had brought, muttering incantations under her breath. Suddenly, she turned to Harry. Hey, Harry, would you like to go inside? Harry raised Mr. Fluff high to prevent Snow from leaping at it. He considered the invitation, but replied, I can't. I don't have a key. What need is there for a key? Let's employ a bit of wizardry. Anna pointed to a spell in the book, the unlocking charm. Harry's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding washing over him as the memory of soaring dozens of meters high lingered in his mind. Anna, I think. He tried to dissuade her enthusiasm, but it was too late. Alohomora. Anna's wand pointed at the unfortunate door lock. With a crack, the lock flew away along with the wood, as if violently breached by a criminal. Anna's unlocking spell could be deemed both a success and a failure. The ultimate goal was achieved. The door was open, but reflecting on the spell's intent, the lock was still attached to the wood on the ground. Chapter 31. The friendship with the savior. Harry cradled his head in his hands, jaw dropped, as he stared at the door slowly swinging open, now devoid of its lock. Anna was the first to react, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow as she crouched down to hurriedly flip through the spellbook. Don't panic, Harry. It's all right. I remember their S.A. repair spell. The boy who lived unexpectedly. Hurry. Quick. The Dursleys are about to return. Repairing the door is urgent. Time remaining, 20 minutes. Completion requirement. Repair the door. Reward. Memory 10. Reaction 10. Harry's courage 5. Harry leaned in to peer at the spellbook alongside Anna, feeling increasingly bewildered by the nature of wizards. They casually blasted open door locks, and one misstep could lead to a celestial journey. Were they terrorists? What was this repair spell? Harry hesitated to infer the nature of a spell from its name. It might completely obliterate the door. If the door were gone, wouldn't it be unnecessary to repair it? As time ticked away, Harry meticulously read through the spellbook, confirming the incantation and function of the repair spell before granting Anna permission to cast it. Naturally, Potter also attempted the spell, but due to the instability of his magical energy, he could only manage to piece together a torn leaf. By the way, Harry also skimmed through the descriptions and examples of the unlocking charm and the levitation charm, which helped him understand that most wizards were not synonymous with terrorists, as well as the true extent of Anna's prowess. Hey, is it really necessary to hide so far? Anna remarked, slightly exasperated. It's just a repair spell. No, I'm merely keeping watch. I feel Aunt Petunia is about to return. Harry, holding Snow, dashed near the mailbox, trying to reassure Anna. It's all right, Anna. Don't be anxious. If Aunt Petunia inquires, I can claim a burglar just broke in. Anna was not comforted in the slightest. In fact, she felt as if she were the burglar. With a resigned sigh, she picked up the lock that had fallen to the ground and placed it back in its rightful position. Raising her wand and aiming at the forlorn lock, she declared, return to its original state. Harry closed his eyes. Hey! Harry opened his eyes at Anna's exclamatory voice. I told you I could do it. To his astonishment, Harry observed that the lock had indeed returned to its rightful place, and upon touching the surrounding wooden joints, he could not discern any evidence of its previous absence. Wow, that's impressive, Harry exclaimed genuinely, realizing Anna had mastered the repair spell remarkably well, especially in comparison to the levitation and unlocking spells. The boy who lived unexpectedly. Task completed. Reward. Memory 10. Reaction 10. Harry's courage 10. A silver sedan appeared at the end of the road, causing Harry to feel a surge of panic. Quick, help me check if Mr. Fluff is hidden well. Is my hair messy enough? Anna ruffled his hair a few times, transforming his locks into a wild mess. You look just like a boy who has wrestled with a bear. If Aunt Petunia asks where you've been, what will you say? I haven't thought of that yet. Perhaps I followed a rabbit into the woods. Alice in Wonderland? Anna facepalmed, surprised by Harry's whimsical imagination, referencing both Cinderella and Alice. No, that's too magical. You need a more realistic example, like helping an old lady across the street, only to demonstrate your misfortune. She whacked you with her cane. Why would I get hit for helping her cross the street? Because she didn't want to cross? Anna shot Harry a glance. Have some imagination, Harry. I must be off. Remember to use Mr. Fluff to contact me. Anna swiftly scooped up the cat, Snow, and fled the scene of the incident along the narrow path beside the house. Harry crouched at the door, patting Mr. Weasley to ensure he was snugly concealed within his collar. Chapter 32. The Friendship with the Savior. A silvery little car soon approached, braking abruptly in front of the door, the dust it stirred causing Harry to cough uncontrollably. Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle, swung open the car door, his golden hair and hefty physique evident as he stepped out, causing the car's tires to visibly ease. With a scrutinizing gaze laced with malice, Vernon assessed Harry and inquired, "What trouble have you gotten into this time?" "I haven't done anything," Harry replied, standing up defiantly. "I didn't do anything at all." Dudley and Aunt Petunia disembarked from the vehicle as well. Dudley, resembling a small, rotund cannonball, rushed over, exclaiming, "He lying? He got blown up into a tree by the wind." "Harry!" Vernon Dursley's eyes widened in disbelief, his disdain for mysterious magical occurrences evident. "I didn't, Uncle Vernon. I helped an elderly lady cross the street today. I wasn't blown into a tree," Harry insisted, his voice firm, adding that he had even been struck with her cane. The Dursleys erupted into a cacophony of harsh laughter. "I wonder who this elderly lady is. She has certainly contributed to a rather amusing tale," Vernon remarked. But his demeanor suddenly darkened. "You are lying." Dudley wore a gloating expression. "Then tell us, who is this old lady?" Aunt Petunia stood silently by, her cold gaze fixed on the scene, rendering her incapable of coming to Harry's defense. Harry, think quickly." Harry stammered, "It's Mrs. Figg." He exerted his utmost effort, this being the pinnacle of his imaginative capacity. Mrs. Figg with her cats, the smell of cabbage, and dreadful biscuits. These were the only associations Harry could muster. He was unsure why Mrs. Figg came to mind, perhaps due to just having held Anna's cat. The Dursleys exchanged glances. Dudley was visibly amused, while Vernon raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Harry to turn and look. Reluctantly, Harry complied, spotting a familiar figure adorned with a hairnet approaching. "Mrs. Figg," she shouted. "Why don't we ask Mrs. Figg? Let's inquire whether you helped her cross the street today." "That's an excellent idea," Vernon nodded, turning to Harry with a toothy grin. "If you are lying, you won't be stepping out of the cupboard until the winter holidays." Harry felt despondent, hoping fervently for Anna's timely intervention. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen a ginger cat?" Mrs. Figg approached. "No, Mrs. Figg," Vernon interjected, pulling Harry closer. "But there is something more pressing. Did this boy help you cross the street today?" Mrs. Figg scrutinized Harry closely, and he could smell the scent of cats emanating from her. He had lost all hope. "Yes," he heard her say. Harry incredulously lifted his gaze to Mrs. Figg as she continued, "He helped me cross the street today, and I even whacked him with my cane because I didn't want to go." Dudley stood there in shock. Mrs. Figg had no reason to assist Harry. Had everything that transpired that afternoon been an illusion? Mrs. Figg winked discreetly at Harry. A ginger cat darted out from beneath Aunt Petunia's feet, startling her. "Oh, Mrs. Figg," she exclaimed as she departed with the cat. "Oomph," Vernon grunted, akin to a deflated balloon. "This time you're off the hook." He withdrew a key from his pocket and inserted it into the door lock. "Huh." Vernon pulled the key out again. "Why won't it open? What's wrong with this lock?" Petunia stepped forward. "Let me take a look." Harry glanced in the direction where Mrs. Figg had vanished, but found only Anna, who was hiding in the bushes. Anna discarded the orange cat for clinging to her coat and waved at Harry. He discreetly responded with an okay gesture. Chapter 33. The Visit to Diagon Alley. Unlike any other morning, today Harry awoke to his alarm clock for the first time, rather than to Aunt Petunia's commanding voice. The Dursleys had gone to bed late the previous night due to their door lock malfunctioning. Uncle Vernon attempted to climb over the small garden to access the greenhouse door, resulting in a collapsed fence and an unfortunate injury that landed him in the hospital amidst Aunt Petunia's and Dudley's cries. Harry retrieved the fallen key to the greenhouse and returned to his little cupboard. With a subtle expression, Harry brushed away the fluff from his face, startled to find it was the creature cleaning its nostrils. Donning his glasses, Harry opened the cupboard door to sunlight streaming through the glass. He was invigorated, ready to embrace a new day. At that moment, Anna remained nestled in bed, but for a good reason, late into the night. She had been studying the new section of the system, Harry's attribute template. Upon opening this section, she received a new quest. The boy who lived, soul of a brave warrior, Gryffindor, an indomitable spirit. They possess courage and perseverance. Please cultivate Harry into a true Gryffindor. Deadline: before Anna enrolls at Hogwarts. Requirements: Harry's courage must reach 100. Reward: memory 100, reaction 100. Was this cultivating a Gryffindor? It felt more like training a Spartan warrior. Anna scrutinized the Harry's attribute template, which was quite rudimentary, simply listing Harry Potter's name, gender, age, hair color, and eye color, with a courage value of 358 slowly on the rise. There were also 3 additional tasks. 1. Harry has his own small room, courage 10. 2. Harry participates in an adventure, courage 10. 3. Harry participates in a formal Quidditch match and wins, courage 30. This was utterly perplexing. "Anna, time for breakfast." Lena tapped on the door. Anna groggily sat up. I'm coming. Harry had never perceived a week to pass so slowly, but nevertheless. The day of the museum visit organized by the school had finally arrived. Harry was thrilled, rising early. Even Uncle Vernon's jibes failed to dampen his spirits. He and Anna had devised a plan the day before. He would leap out of the small window of the boys' restroom upon arriving at the museum, later returning through the same window to create the illusion of having forgotten to bring toilet paper. As for how Anna had come up with the idea of the boys' restroom window, Harry did not pry. In any case, everything proceeded smoothly. Harry sat in Anna's yellow Beetle, meeting Mrs. Lena for the first time, feeling much more composed this time, and Lena herself was quite amicable. The Beetle soon arrived at the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. Darling, I have a signing event today. You two must take the subway back by yourselves. Lena reminded them repeatedly, insisting they be cautious. All right, the two replied, watching Lena depart, with Harry curiously gazing at the red brick building before him. Can't they see this pub? Yes, it's under a spell. Muggles, those who cannot use magic, cannot see this building. Anna recalled something and paused at the entrance. What is the matter? Harry inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. He needed to conceal the scar upon his forehead. After all, he was exceedingly famous and risked being recognized. Although at this hour Voldemort should still be lurking in the woods or just possessing Professor Quirrell, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles. Harry sported a red bandana atop his head, purchased from a nearby record store, and with his flight jacket, cropped sweater, and high-waisted trousers, he now appeared quite punk. Quite a splendid outfit. Tom, the proprietor, complimented with a smile, and it drew little attention from many wizards' fancied muggle attire. Certainly, no one would find a bearded man in a skirt peculiar in this context. After exchanging greetings with Tom, the two made their way to the back patio of the Leaky Cauldron. Beyond this wall lay Diagon Alley. How do we get across? Shall we climb over the trash bins? Harry inquired, eager with anticipation. Certainly not, Anna replied, producing her wand. There exists a more magical method. I believe it's the 5th brick atop the trash bin. She cleared her throat. Just a moment. Anna dashed into the pub and swiftly returned, reciting an incantation. 3 bricks from the top, 2 from the inside. This time I must remember to jot it down in the system memo. The bricks began to rotate and part ways. Wow! Harry exclaimed, his mouth agape. Everything was utterly enchanting. As they walked along the street, his head swiveled in every direction, striving to absorb all the sights, the shops, the wares displayed outside, and the shoppers bustling about. With unbridled enthusiasm, Anna led Harry through Diagon Alley. Referring to the map on her system, she explained, upon exiting the Leaky Cauldron, we find ourselves on the northern side of Diagon Alley. She gestured toward the sign, featuring a cauldron emitting steam. That's the apothecary's cauldron. As the name suggests, it sells cauldrons. Harry gazed at the inscription, a complete selection of cauldrons. Copper, brass, pewter, silver, automatic stirring, and foldable. Cauldrons can actually fold. He marveled. Surprisingly, this caught Harry's attention. Indeed, magic. Anna continued. This is Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. She tugged Harry along. Come, let me treat you to some ice cream. Receiving a chocolate nut ice cream from Anna, Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, but I don't have anything to give you in return. Not at all. Anna waved her hand dismissively. I relish sharing with friends. Sharing doubles the joy. If you ever have any juicy tidbits or fresh news, do share with me. I will. Harry nodded earnestly while licking his ice cream. As they meandered, both were captivated by their surroundings. What is that? Harry pointed to a cluster of young wizards gathered around a spot. Anna tiptoed to see. It's a broomstick, or rather, a flying broomstick. She squinted to get a better look. The Nimbus 1700. That's the Quidditch supply store. Quidditch? What is that? Harry asked curiously. A sport unique to the Wizarding World. Played on broomsticks in midair. The Weasley twins would undoubtedly be well versed in it. Anna shrugged. I'm not particularly interested in the sport, but it sounds thrilling, Harry mused. Will the Weasley twins be here today? Indeed, I wrote to them. Anna tapped her head, almost forgetting their purpose. Aren't we here to find pictures of her parents? She pulled Harry through the throng. Come along, there's Scribulus writing implements. The shop was a typical brick-and-mortar building, its wooden door adorned with the Scribulus sign, appearing far more conventional compared to the bizarre architecture surrounding it. Anna and Harry pushed the door open, the bell chiming cheerfully. Inside, Scribulus was significantly more spacious than it seemed from the outside. Few patrons were present, with a couple of customers browsing the towering shelves laden with an eclectic array of books reaching up to the ceiling. There were tomes as large as paving stones alongside tiny volumes the size of a thumb. Harry casually opened one to find it entirely blank. Greetings. A blond man in a brown waistcoat emerged from behind a shelf. Is there a particular book you seek? Are there any books about Harry Potter? Anna inquired of the blonde clerk, while Harry felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment at the thought of asking about himself in a bookstore. Oh, certainly. The Boy Who Lived. The clerk led them to a shelf. Harry Potter is mentioned in various tomes of magical history. You may peruse at your leisure. He picked up a book. I personally recommend this one. Wizards of the 20th Century, penned by a rather obscure young wizard who hastily published it, seemingly convinced that no significant events would transpire in the remaining years of the 20th century. Harry accepted the hefty red-covered book, its weight substantial. The writing was vivid and distinct from the other history tomes, and he believed it more suitable for young witches and wizards. I'll be at the counter. If you find a fitting book, feel free to bring it to me. Thank you. As Anna leaned in to see what Harry was reading, she noticed his flushed cheeks. He appeared both embarrassed and delighted. What are you reading? Harry pointed to a passage. It must be noted that the boy who lived, Harry Potter, though only a year old at the time, exhibited remarkable strength. Perhaps luck played a part, but who cares? This extraordinary boy vanquished the most fearsome, dark wizard. I dare say establishing a Harry Potter day would not be excessive. Anna raised an eyebrow. It seems this author is quite the admirer of yours. I can hardly recall what transpired at that time. Harry hastily turned the page, only able to remember a flash of green light as his voice faded. On the page appeared images of a man and woman. The woman with deep red hair and bright green eyes, smiling gently, and the man wearing round glasses akin to Harry's. Anna glanced at Harry, noting the resemblance. Aside from the eyes, he looked strikingly like his father. The tragedy of Godric's Hollow, the young wizarding couple. Lily Evans, Potter, and James Potter lost their lives in a battle against the Dark One, never to witness their child grow up. This was partly due to James Potter's excessive trust in his best friend, Sirius Black, who was imprisoned in Azkaban after killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. Chapter 34. A Day of Exploration in Diagon Alley. The Boy Who Lived photo. Task completed. Rewards. Memory 20, Reaction 10, Harry's Courage 10. Harry stared blankly at the two photos until Anna nudged his arm, prompting him to respond. They look so much like me. I look just like them. He stammered. He flipped the book over to check the price, his eyes widening at the sight of a single galleon for this hefty tome, its cover heavier than its pages. Harry had a basic understanding of the wizarding economy. The flying broom he had seen earlier cost several dozen galleons at the very least, though he desired it dearly. 1 galleon was no small sum for Harry at this moment. He gazed at the photograph once more, seemingly attempting to etch their images into his memory, before quietly setting the book down. Let us go, Anna. We should find the Weasley twins. Anna glanced at the book cover, jotting its title in her system memo before following Harry outside. As they re-entered the bustling street, although they had not purchased the book, Harry appeared remarkably uplifted. I learned their names, and my mother had green eyes, just like mine. Harry animatedly gestured, exactly like me. You bear a striking resemblance to Mr. Potter. Your hair and glasses, when you exude confidence, are truly identical to those in the photograph. Suddenly, Anna pondered a question. If Harry were to don contact lenses and dye his dark hair the same deep red as his mother S, would Severus Snape be less inclined to target Gryffindor? Harry, would you consider trying out a hair dye? What? Harry was perplexed by the abrupt shift in conversation. I believe your Mother S hair color is quite lovely as well. Coupled with a pair of contact lenses, it would perfectly showcase your emerald eyes. Anna gave a thumbs up, asserting that it would undoubtedly be dashing. Well, that may sound rather appealing, Harry mused, contemplating the possibility of sporting longer hair to match my headscarf, like the punk style you mentioned. That would be splendid. Anna clapped her hands in excitement. What a splendid. What have we missed? The Weasley twins appeared, adorned in red hair, long sweaters, and cloaked in black capes. Hey, I didn't even see you two just now. Anna greeted them, then conspiratorially beckoned them closer, eager to introduce them to someone quite remarkable. George, spotting the boy with the red headscarf, remarked, Are you referring to his scarf? It is indeed quite cool. Fred furrowed his brow, feeling an indescribable sensation as he scrutinized Harry, begrudgingly acknowledging that it was rather impressive. Harry's face flushed once more. At 8 years old, he was a boy who easily blushed. Anna adopted an even more mysterious expression, asserting, You must have heard of him. He is incredibly famous. Huh? George scrutinized Harry's rosy cheeks, pondering, Who is it? Have we heard of him? Could it be the lucky winner of the Daily Prophet's Silver Sickle Award from a few days ago? My dad only believes in the Prophet's legitimacy because of that win. What was that person's name again? Don't even think about it, Fred interjected. His photograph was in today's paper. It was an old man. Fred pondered further. Could it be the son of Donegan Tremlett? Who? Anna and Harry exclaimed together. A member of the Weird Sisters band. The Prophet recently featured an article about their family. George interjected, gesturing to approximate Harry's size. Fred shrugged, helplessly sorry. I truly cannot think of anyone else. At that age, it couldn't possibly be Harry Potter, right? Silence ensued as Anna nodded with a smile. The twins' eyes widened, while Harry continued to blush. What? George shouted, attracting the curious glances of passing witches and wizards. Really? Is it true? Fred felt Anna was jesting with them. Could that red headscarf be for? Anna lowered her voice. Yes, it is to conceal that lightning-shaped scar. Harry obligingly lifted a corner of his red headscarf. The marauding Goyle. He truly is, Fred exclaimed, but Anna covered his mouth. Yes, yes, indeed. Let us save our astonishment for when we are indoors. Anna smiled awkwardly at the onlookers. Finally arriving at Diagon Alley, number 92, Harry had endured much along the way, as George and Fred kept their intense gaze fixed upon him, their fervent stares making Harry feel as if his headscarf might ignite. Harry, we have arrived. This is the shop I mentioned before, number 92 Diagon Alley. Anna knocked on the door. An elderly voice emerged from behind it. Why is your face so red? Harry thought it was a comment directed at him and touched his face, only to hear Anna reply, radiant. Why has it turned pale again? The wax for cold protection. And after speaking, the door swung open to reveal a slender figure dressed in a pillowcase, Dudu welcoming Miss Anna and her friends. Harry curiously observed Dudu several times. Hey, Dudu, I wager 100 Georges that this password is unguessable. Fred followed Anna into the house. The hall was clean and bright, with a deep brown European pattern carpet, beige wallpaper, and wooden shelves all neatly put away. The broken dining table and chairs had also been disposed of, leaving only the sofa and wooden table at the entrance. The entire room was devoid of any other furnishings. This is completely different from my last visit, George exclaimed as he sat on the small sofa at the entrance. I can hardly believe this is the same sofa I sat on last time, Harry. Come sit. Fred approached Harry, warmly inviting him to join them on the sofa, the twins squeezing him in between. Harry found it difficult to distinguish between them. Harry, could you give me an autograph? How did you defeat the Dark Lord? May I see your scar? Do you have a war in your backside? What? Harry covered his rear. How do you know? No, I don't have one. Anna appeared with a broomstick. Come on, let us spare poor Harry. Look at this. A flying broomstick. This is no trivial matter. Fred took the broom, its streamlined handle and smooth, shiny shell gleaming, with the bristles at the end straight and tidy. Merlin S. Beard. It's a Nimbus model. Let me see, Nimbus 1500. This is already quite impressive. George added, although it's not the newly released Nimbus 1700, their performance is quite comparable. 100 miles per hour, with a 360-degree turn in place. The twins chimed in unison. I have a question. Harry raised his hand. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable sitting on a flying broomstick? Hey, don't look at me like that. I really don't have a wart on my backside. I actually know this, Fred said, patting the seat of the broom, but his hand didn't land directly on the handle. Something seemed to block it. Look, if I'm not mistaken, a wizard named Elio invented a cushioning charm to protect our behinds from discomfort. Fred handed the broom to Anna, who clenched her small fist and tapped the seat. The cushioning charm seemed remarkably effective, appearing to absorb even the harshest impacts. Truly miraculous. George raised an eyebrow at Fred, who shot him a glance, having seen this expression on a chocolate frog card. George shrugged, studying the broom alongside the eager Harry. Harry, what do you think? Would you like to try sitting on it? Wait, George. This is a Nimbus, and it's nothing like our family's old brooms. Fred suggested. We need to find a spacious place. We can't just do this indoors. Chapter 35, A Visit to Diagon Alley. Is there any wide-open space nearby? Anna inquired, curious, as this was prime real estate on Wizarding Commercial Street. Surely there couldn't be any secluded corners like in Nocturne Alley? Of course not. I swear I've only been there once with you. Fred hurriedly denied. Hey, I had no idea you two had been to Nocturne Alley. George protested. Why didn't you bring me along? What is Nocturne Alley? Harry inquired, eager for more information. It's not a pleasant place. Fred deflected the topic. We could go to our home, the Burrow. There's plenty of open space there. The Burrow. A house built with magic. A stunning example of modern artistic style. Plus, Mrs. Weasley's exquisite cooking. I'm in. Anna raised her hand in agreement. But how do we get there? Shall we use flue powder at the Leaky Cauldron? No need to go to the Leaky Cauldron, George said mysteriously. Do you remember the letter I wrote a few days ago, asking my father to help you set up a flue network at your home? Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Did it work? No. You must wait until you arrive at Hogwarts before you can access this. Fred pointed to the 3 bears depicted on the wall. However, our father has enabled the flue network for this establishment, so we can use the fireplace in the study. How incredibly generous, Harry exclaimed, feeling bewildered as he followed the excited group. He watched as a massive portrait swung open, accompanied by the giggles of the little bears, leading them down a long staircase illuminated by flickering candles, finally arriving at a study overflowing with books. The twins handed Harry a pouch of powder, their faces adorned with mysterious smiles. Each grabbed a handful and tossed the powder into the flames of the fireplace, which erupted into a vibrant green. To the burrow, they shouted in unison before leaping into the emerald flames. In the flames, we shall achieve immortality, were their last words before they vanished. Harry held the enchanted broomstick in hand, at a loss for words, as the scene before him unfolded in a magical spectacle, tinged with an exhilarating fervor. Shouting the incantation, they jumped into the blazing green flames. Anna sighed, advising Harry to toss the powder into the fireplace, step inside once the flames turn green, and then shout the destination, making sure not to mispronounce it. Anna grabbed a handful of powder and tossed it into the fireplace, declaring, "To the burrow." Just when Harry thought she had nothing more to say, she cried out, "For glory! Fight on!" Her voice strained as if they were at the final moment of battle. Harry chuckled for a moment, then took a handful of flue powder, tossing it into the fireplace. "To the burrow," he proclaimed to the empty room. "Today, I shall be reborn from the flames." After Harry disappeared, the house elf Dobby cautiously opened the ajar door, wearing a peculiar expression. "Bad Dobby, no laughing. Must not mock Miss Anna and her friends," he muttered, beginning to tidy up the dust in front of the fireplace. Harry felt as though he had been thrust from a greasy pipe, the powerful momentum sending him tumbling onto the soft, red-patterned carpet. He lifted his gaze to behold a fantastical yet cozy abode, with gray stone walls, creaky wooden floors, a beige sofa, and several charming chairs. The Weasley twins were playfully wrestling with Anna, inquiring about what she had shouted before jumping into the fire, while a wooden radio played soft music in the background. Harry noticed that the sofa was adorned with yarn, as if someone was knitting clothing. Anna approached and helped Harry up from the carpet, noticing a peculiar clock by the fireplace. Instead of numbers, it bore labels such as home, school, work, on the road, missing, hospital, prison, and mortal danger. 9 hands adorned the clock, each inscribed with a name, and Anna discovered that the hands representing the Weasley twins pointed towards home. "Mother needs to know where we are," George chimed in. "She always worries." Previously, there were large portraits on this clock. Fred pointed at the hands, but now they have become names. "I always thought it was because our mother couldn't tell us apart." A loud clattering echoed from upstairs. "Is your house under renovation?" Harry surveyed the enchanting furniture, feeling as if the Weasley household was a treasure trove. "Oh no, that's just the ghoul living in the attic." "His name is Ghoul?" Harry asked, astonished. "No, he is a ghoul," Fred said, emerging from a small room with 3 brooms in hand. "These are our parents' brooms, and Charlie's old broom, our second brother. When he became the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Dad rewarded him with a new Nimbus 1000, which was quite a hefty expenditure back then. That's because Charlie is the Seeker." A small redhead peeked out from the crooked wooden staircase. "Once I become the Seeker for Quidditch, I will have the latest one too." "Oh, Mama's little darling, Ron." Fred jested, mocking Mrs. Weasley's affectionate name for Ron. "Don't get your hopes up. There's a great chance you'll be using our old broom." "Umph. That's easy for you to say." Ron descended the staircase hurriedly in his slippers. "Aren't you going to Diagon Alley?" All secretive and unwilling to take me along. Ron spotted Anna, who waved at him, and he widened his eyes. "You brought a girl home. I'll tell Mom." "Oh, come on, Ron," George pulled Harry aside. "Your eyes will eventually be blinded by those orange posters in your room. How can you only see girls?" "Oh." Ron glanced at Harry, seemingly about to engage in a banter with the twins, but was captivated by Harry's attire. "Your scarf is nice." "Thanks," Harry replied, self-consciously touching the scarf. "I think so too." "That scar beneath your scarf is even nicer," Fred interjected. "Guess who he is, little Ron?" "Hey, don't call me that," Ron protested, swatting Fred's hand away, though it had little effect. "Do I know him?" Ron leaned closer to Harry for a better look. Harry was about to say something when Ron halted him. "Wait, let me guess. Did you win the Silver Snitch Award?" "No, that's an old man," George interrupted. "I know. Is it that guy from the Weird Sisters?" "No, it's not his son," Fred replied quickly. "Ah, who could it be? It can't be Harry Potter, can it?" Ron stared at Harry, suddenly realizing something. He trembled as he pointed at Harry's red scarf. "Is there a scar beneath that?" Harry unwound the scarf, smiling at him helplessly. "It really is Harry Potter," Ron exclaimed, shaking George's arm excitedly. "He's really here. We already knew. You're too excited, Ron." Fred had nearly forgotten how he had almost shouted the news in the street when he first learned of it. "And who is this?" Ron leaned toward Anna. Fred grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him to a safe distance. "Who is this girl?" Ron scrutinized Anna's appearance. "If you told me she was a princess from the Muggle royal family, I would believe it." "Sorry to disappoint you." Anna chuckled. I truly adore everyone in the Weasley family. I'm Anna Lawrence, just an ordinary girl. Anna, Ron shouted. You're the one who fought a black bear with a quaffle bat. He stared at Anna incredulously, as if trying to discern the truth from her. Then Ron began to sing, in a peculiar yet rhythmic tone, a slender figure concealing great might, with brown hair flowing in a graceful arc, gripping the bat tightly. A single blow and the bear's head splits. The great, courageous, confident bear slayer, Anna. Puffed. Harry laughed aloud, though he quickly covered his mouth. I didn't know I had such a ballad sung in my honor, Anna said, struggling to contain her laughter. This is Fred, and Ron is being silenced by Fred. For the heroic deeds must be sung. I think we should head to the backyard to play Quidditch. What say you, George? Yes, I'll fetch the ghoul ball. It's in the kitchen cupboard, right? George accurately grasped his brother's intent, swiftly opening a wooden door and hurrying to the kitchen. Soon he poked his head out. I found it. But where did Mum go? And Ginny? Fred had no choice but to release the struggling Ron, giving him an exaggerated smile as a warning. Chapter 36, The Burrow Quidditch. Ron shot Fred a fierce glare. When Mum returns, I will definitely tell her. Fred raised his hands in surrender. Mum took Ginny to visit the Lovegoods. She'll be back shortly. Why don't you go? George tossed the quaffle he had in his hand. Ron sprinted to the door to put on his shoes, while Ginny had gone off to find Luna. I have no desire to play with little girls, though of course. Brave Anna is a different matter. He stood up, stamping his feet. Ready to play Quidditch? I'm all set. Ron dashed into the middle of the living room and formally introduced himself. I am Ron Weasley, but you may call me Ron. He removed the blue woolen hat he had just put on, mimicking an old gentleman in a hat tip. George snatched the hat from him, and the two began to chase each other toward the kitchen. Come on, the kitchen has a door leading to the backyard. Harry and Anna followed Fred through the kitchen and into the backyard. Pushing open the ajar wooden door, they were greeted by a vibrant expanse of green. The breeze carried the earthy scent of soil, lifting Harry's scarf, making it hard to believe they had just been in the towering buildings of Diagon Alley. Rolling hills and lush meadows stretched out before them, with a vegetable garden boasting oversized produce. The makeshift shed seemed to have sprouted from the ground itself, and the grunting of pigs echoed from the adjacent pen. There was even a small pond where 2 white geese were bathing. Harry glanced at the vegetable garden, spotting a giant pumpkin, one that could rival Aunt Petunia in height. If it were to fall on Dudley, he might be incapacitated for a good week and a half. Harry, come here, Ron called out, and Harry took one last look at the pumpkin before rushing over to him. The group arrived at the clearing. To be precise, aside from the Weasley family, this area was devoid of any structures for miles around. What set this clearing apart were 2 towering iron hoops. Fred went to retrieve some protective gear from the shed, while George tended to his older brother Charlie's old broomstick. Let's try out the brooms first. Ron, wearing the blue hat, was eager. What broom do you have, Harry? This is Anna's Nimbus 1500, Harry replied, handing the broom to Ron. Very nice. A Nimbus. They are always quite expensive. Ron gazed at Anna with anticipation. Anna, may I be the first to try this broom? Of course. Anna gestured graciously. It was quite old when I bought it, so it wasn't very expensive. Suddenly recalling something, Anna rummaged through the blue floral bag at her waist and produced a golden ball. I also got this from the thrift store, she revealed, opening her palm. Merlin socks. A golden snitch? Ron exclaimed, sensing the allure of galleons. He picked up the snitch, the size of a walnut, its shimmering exterior captivating. Can it still be used? It probably can't. The shopkeeper said it was broken. Harry examined the exquisitely crafted little ball, unaware that it would soon intertwine with his life in ways he could not imagine. What is this little ball? Harry inquired. Harry, you don't know what golden snitch is? Ron asked, somewhat perplexed. Anna and I live in the Muggle world. We are not well versed in Quidditch. Perhaps you could enlighten us? Of course. Ron nodded, accepting the notion that there were young wizards unfamiliar with Quidditch. Quidditch is a highly popular wizarding sport. It originated from. Well, how many years ago was it? Get to the point, Ron, George interrupted, approaching with a broomstick. Quidditch involves a competition between 2 teams, each consisting of 7 players, including 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. George, don't interrupt me. Ron protested. Let me think. There are 4 balls used in the game. 1 quaffle, 2 bludgers, and this golden snitch which flies around the field, and we must catch it. Fred, carrying the protective gear, chimed in. The chasers aim to score goals with the quaffle, while the keeper defends their goalposts. And the beaters need to prevent the bludgers from disrupting the other players. The seeker, however, is the soul of the team. Catching the golden snitch earns a crucial 150 points. Quidditch matches are quite exhilarating, akin to a fusion of football and rugby, blending intelligence, ruggedness, beauty, and violence. You must devise various strategies to outsmart your opponent, and sometimes you even have to resort to cunning tactics to knock them off their brooms. The golden snitch traces graceful arcs across the pitch, while the youthful players sweat profusely in the air, literally exuding an atmosphere that ignites passion and excitement. If only this golden snitch were still functional, Fred said as he helped Ron don the protective gear. We could try our hand at being seekers. Anna produced her wand. I can attempt to use the repairing charm, she declared confidently. I believe my repairing charm is quite proficient. Harry watched as Ron eagerly mounted the broom. And for some reason, he suddenly thought of the unfortunate lock at the Dursleys. Anna, you said both the broom and the golden snitch were purchased at a thrift store? There are such good brooms for sale at thrift stores? George asked, astonished. Of course not. When I bought it, it looked quite shabby, Anna shrugged. I used the repairing charm. Harry's smile vanished. What? He yelled, turning around. Ron. Wait, oh no. But it was too late. Ron shot out like an arrow, screaming up, just before crashing into a tree. He made a sharp turn and soared into the sky. The others stood in stunned silence on the grass. And Anna was the first to react. My repairing charm? No, I must save him. Ding. Quest, the perilous Weasley. Anna aimed her wand at Charlie's old broom and cast. Repair to its former glory. The broom began to spin, presenting itself in a brand new guise, akin to an elderly woman suddenly rejuvenated into a youthful 20-year-old. No, more accurately, it transformed into a 20-year-old Kryptonian girl. Seeing that the others were still in shock, Anna leapt onto the broom, gripping the handle tightly, lowering her center of gravity, and zoomed toward Ron in the sky. Oh my goodness! Anna! Harry shouted from below, while the twins also sprang into action, mounting Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's broom to rescue him. Charlie's old broom couldn't compare to the Nimbus 1500. Even after being enchanted, it still couldn't catch up, let alone match its speed. Anna felt the wind tugging at her face, and she must have looked quite fierce as she spotted Ron ahead, eyes tightly shut, gripping the handle for dear life. Shouting frantically, Ron. Anna yelled, open your eyes. Control it. I can't. Ron struggled to open his eyes, the fierce wind stinging his cheeks. You can do it. Anna encouraged him. You just turned it earlier. Otherwise, you would have crashed into that tree. Bolstered by her encouragement, Ron pulled on the handle. Stop. The Nimbus 1500 obeyed. When Ron commanded it to halt, it did. The seat charm, however, lacked the ability to adhere to his backside, and, adhering to Newton's first law of motion, Ron was flung off. Wingardium Leviosa, Anna executed the levitation charm excellently. Perhaps it was because Ron was already airborne, so his scream was not as loud due to the lack of gravity. Fred, poised on his broom below to catch Ron, breathed a sigh of relief. A little Ronnie. I was genuinely afraid you'd fall and knock me out. You must admit my bravery. Having grown accustomed to the floating sensation, Ron was no longer frightened. He leisurely descended, even crossing his legs in midair. I bet a week's worth of laundry that you've never ridden such a fast broom. Laundry? When have you ever washed anything? They all cleaned themselves, as George wobbled alongside Ron on his broomstick. This levitation charm proved quite remarkable. At least it prevented you from tumbling down like a diminutive sprite. You were already sure enough. Anna approached to retrieve the Nimbus 1500, assuring herself that perhaps next time she would refrain from allowing anyone to recklessly use such dangerous items. Once they returned to the ground, Harry hastily approached. Ron, are you all right? How do you feel? Not bad. Ron reflected for a moment, deliberately ignoring his initial memory of keeping his eyes tightly shut. It was exhilarating. The broom was incredibly fast. If the Seekers used this broom in a match, the championship would be practically guaranteed. St. Mungo's would be a mere formality. It's far too perilous. Anna felt a pang of guilt. I am sorry, Ron. I thought my repair charm was rather ordinary. That remark was infuriating. What does she mean by thought my repair charm was ordinary? Yet, paradoxically, Anna's remorse, I'm sorry, I'm just too powerful, was genuinely reflected in her demeanor. Ron, however, paid it no mind. Not everyone had the privilege of experiencing such a swift broom. He was busy showing off to a group of future Gryffindors, which made Anna feel a twinge of unease. I want to try too. Is that all right, Anna? Young Harry fixed his green eyes on her. Unable to refuse, Anna replied, but you must be careful. If necessary, I can always use the levitation charm again. Chapter 37, The Burrows Quidditch. Harry slowly mounted the broom, exercising utmost caution as if attempting to tame a wild stallion. He was acutely aware of the potency of Anna's enchantments. George exchanged a knowing glance with Ron. Wart, Ron exclaimed, dawning with realization. Harry, losing control momentarily, shot off into the distance. But the Quidditch talent inherited from the Potter lineage allowed him to quickly regain mastery over the broom. How do you all know Harry has a ward on his backside? Anna inquired, intrigued. I don't. Harry shouted from the air, straining his voice. We read it in an article by Rita Skeeter in Mum's collection of the Daily Prophet. It was about the end of the First Wizarding War, titled Rejoice, Celebrate. For dawn shall come, when gold once again graces the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. We shall not forget the tragedy of Godric's Hollow, nor the infant Harry Potter. With a pacifier and a ward on his backside, who has done so much for us. George shook his head in mock disbelief. I only remember word in Harry Potter. Ron chimed in from the side. Ginny has read that newspaper article countless times. She particularly likes Harry. Even the ward on his backside, she finds distinctive. Harry flew away on his broom, wishing to escape such talk, but he etched the name Rita Skeeter firmly in his mind. Rita Skeeter. Anna furrowed her brow. The name was familiar, one of the few detestable characters she encountered in her novels. A registered animagus beetle who reveled in prying into others' privacy, embellishing her writings with sensationalism. Little did she know that in her youth, she penned such optimistic articles. Aside from the unclear detail about Harry's wart, the rest of the content was flawless. Fred picked up the fallen golden snitch, but Dad doesn't particularly care for her current writings. He says she's full of lies. Yet, he still reads what Rita Skeeter writes. To be precise, everyone does, for her writing is quite good, even if it might be fabricated. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? Ron nodded in agreement. As long as it doesn't involve the Chudley Cannons, she can do as she pleases. Speaking of the Chudley Cannons, their new seeker is quite the character, preferring to catch the snitch with his nose. Does he think he can grasp the golden snitch with his nostrils? Fred returned the golden snitch to Anna, donned his protective gear, and mounted his broom. Hey, he'll surely improve. Ron shouted at the ascending twins, but Anna could discern the doubt etched on his face. Ron had always been an easy person to read. Anna, can you repair this golden snitch? I want to know just how challenging it is to catch one. Ron spoke rapidly. If I can catch it, then Galvin Gudgeon is surely no problem. He is only slightly better than I am. Whether it was Ron's excessive self-confidence or concern regarding Seeker Galvin Gudgeon's abilities, Anna nodded, drew her wand, and pointed it at the golden snitch, repair to its former glory. Ron leaned closer to the golden snitch, but it remained unresponsive, exhibiting no changes. Anna was equally astonished. This was the first time her repair charm had failed to work. Was it a success? Ron's question was cut short as the golden snitch's wings suddenly unfurled and struck him on the nose. Buzzing, its silver wings began to flap violently, casting a thin shadow as the golden sphere slowly ascended before vanishing into thin air. Ron clutched his nose. If it hadn't attacked my nose, I would have thought it was just an illusion. He squinted at the sky, searching for the snitch. Did it really fly away? Yes, it did. Anna's eyes widened as she too scanned the sky, but to no avail. Surely that golden snitch won't remain soaring in the burrows clearing forever, will it? Harry, George, Fred, Ron shouted into the air. We released the golden snitch. Take a look. The three paused their passing, George cradling the quaffle. Incredible. You actually repaired it. Yet. He suddenly recalled those old brooms Anna had enchanted. Will we ever see it again? George pondered. Perhaps it will become the burrow's legendary golden phantom. Fred rode up beside Harry. Harry, can you see it? Harry looked around in confusion. Is there really a golden snitch? I can't see anything. Before him lay an expanse of green, the only notable feature being the burrow not far off. Harry realized the burrow towered about 5 or 6 stories high, with several chimneys atop its red roof. The entire structure must have been conjured by magic, with the uppermost rooms appearing crooked and precarious. If this were an ordinary building, Newton's coffin would surely spring up. As Harry scrutinized the burrow, he suddenly squinted. A glimmer of light had flashed before his eyes. Was it the twins' watch reflecting sunlight? Buzzing filled the air, growing closer, and suddenly, Harry's red scarf billowed as the golden snitch zipped past his ear. Harry surged forward on his broom, finding himself spinning in the air, the surrounding scenery blurring, his eyes fixated only on that glint of gold, the golden snitch darting towards the burrow. I see it, Ron shouted, sprinting across the grass in pursuit of the golden snitch, with Anna following closely behind on her broom. Fred, closest to the burrow, caught sight of the gold flickering in the air, approaching him at an astonishing speed. He reached out, attempting to grasp the golden snitch. Be careful, it just disapparated. In an instant, the golden snitch, which had nearly flown in front of Fred, reappeared nearly 10 meters above his head. Fred shouted a warning to Harry, with a swish. Harry, trailing closely behind, nearly brushed against Fred as he rounded the corner. Fred clutched his chest, relieved it was Harry. Had it been Ron, he might have scraped off a layer of skin. That was exhilarating. If Anna's golden snitch were used in every match, the seekers' salaries would double. George exclaimed as he rode alongside Fred. Anna watched Harry chase the golden snitch through the sky, performing various stunts. It was hard to believe it was his first time on a broom. However, as she observed Harry drawing closer to the burrow, an unsettling premonition washed over her. Harry was utterly immersed in the world of Quidditch, his gaze fixated solely on the elusive golden ball. For the first time in many years, he found himself entirely focused on a single pursuit, recognizing his innate talent in this realm. He was determined to seize the shimmering sphere before him. The golden snitch appeared at the junction of the burrow's rooms, where a wooden post formed a stable, triangular structure. As Harry leaned forward on his broom, he darted through the narrow gap, witnessing the snitch momentarily obstructed by the intricate wooden architecture. With an outstretched arm, he grasped the cold, slick metal of the snitch. A surge of accomplishment flooded his being. He felt compelled to shout, and indeed he did. "I caught it. Jump!" Harry heard Anna's booming voice. He was astonished at her volume. When he regained his composure, he found himself merely 5 meters from the wooden board ahead. His remarkable reflexes prompted him to release his grip, leaning backward. "Wingardium Leviosa." Anna hastily recited the life-saving spell once more. Harry was enveloped in Anna's levitation charm, hurtling towards the wooden board that had been a mere 5 meters away. Yet he collided with nothing, for the broom had already created a sizable hole in it. As the orange checkered blanket covered his face, he realized he had crashed through the floor of a room. "Cool," the Weasley twins exclaimed. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron gazed at the floating blanket and the orange poster blown by the wind, suddenly comprehending something. His mouth gaped open, yet no sound emerged for a long while. "It's all right, Ron. I can mend the hole with a repair spell," Anna reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Thank you, Anna. Well, my floor is now the sturdiest in the burrow," Ron replied, taking Charlie's old broom from Anna, ready to rescue his poster. Both had forgotten that the broom had been enchanted with a repair charm, and as Ron clutched it, he dashed out, causing another chaotic scene. Chapter 38, Quidditch at the Burrow. The Quidditch match at the Burrow finally drew to a close. The group collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. Harry, too, exhausted to move, reclining with his eyes closed, basking in the warmth. Anna sipped the tea Fred had prepared for her. Ron, wanting some too, received a cup from Fred's biting teacup, leaving him nestled in the middle of the sofa, clutching several posters while rubbing his nose and mumbling. "If it weren't for you helping me retrieve the posters." The Weasley twins were the most spirited among them, each sprawled on opposite ends of the large sofa, tossing the golden snitch back and forth. Mrs. Weasley, returning home with Ginny, was greeted by this languid and peaceful scene. "Children, I'm so sorry. We chatted a bit longer." Molly Weasley beamed at her children. "Oh, 2 new friends. Hello, Mrs. Weasley." Harry sat up and joined Anna in greeting her. "Hello. Hey, child. Your scarf is really cool." Mrs. Weasley smiled and nodded at Harry, her gaze shifting to Anna and another little girl. "This is the first time my children have brought a girl home." Mrs. Weasley was somewhat excited, deeming it a day worth commemorating. "I must prepare a grand feast." "Yay!" George cheered as he watched Mrs. Weasley head towards the kitchen. "Ginny, can you guess who this boy is?" Fred pulled Ginny over from where she stood nearby. With her fiery red hair, delicate features, and a sprinkle of freckles adorning her face, her curious brown eyes scrutinized Harry. "I can't guess," Ginny furrowed her brow, feeling it impolite to examine someone so closely. "Sorry. Do you remember who had a wart on their bum?" Ron leaned in, draping an arm around Harry's shoulder and lifting Harry's scarf to reveal the lightning scar. Harry playfully punched him in the stomach. "I certainly do not." Ginny paused for a moment, suddenly struck dumb. "Ginny?" George waved a hand in front of her eyes. Anna noticed Ginny's complexion swiftly shifting from a healthy pink to a deep crimson, akin to someone who had been upside down for too long. Her mouth agape, as if she wanted to scream, but restrained herself, turning to flee upstairs. A scream erupted from above, and Anna and the others exchanged bewildered glances. "What'd I do?" Harry wore an innocent expression. "You did nothing, but you are Harry Potter." Fred patted Harry on the shoulder. "Ginny is utterly infatuated with Harry Potter." George chimed in, "Obsessed even, just like Fred is with Anna." Ron quipped, but Fred swiftly covered his mouth. Mrs. Weasley, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the kitchen, just in time to witness Fred covering Ron's mouth. "Fred, George, what have you done? What's wrong with Ginny?" She rushed over to rescue Ron. "Let go of poor Ron. He can hardly breathe." George raised his hands in surrender. "I confess. This time we did nothing. Ginny just got excited upon seeing Harry Potter." "Where did she see Harry Potter?" Harry silently removed his red scarf, and Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing she had overlooked it. "What? This is Harry. How'd he end up here? What a delightful surprise." Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in a warm embrace. "Harry, our little hero, welcome to the burrow." Mrs. Weasley turned to Anna. "And who is this lovely young lady?" She is the Anna Fred has been raving about. The Bear Slayer Anna. Ron hid behind Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley was utterly overjoyed, embracing both children. Thank you, Anna. We owe you for saving Fred. Otherwise, we would have had to visit him in St. Mungo's. Fred, seeing this, joined the embrace, and George, finding it amusing, joined in as well, dragging Ron along, who was bewildered but caught up in the moment. Arthur Weasley entered through the front door, witnessing this heartwarming scene, his family and Anna wrapped in a group hug. What is this? Why is Ginny stamping her feet on the stairs? I'm back. Arthur strode over, lifting Ginny from the staircase and joining the embrace. Harry found himself at the center of the warmth, feeling hot and beginning to sweat, yet he had no desire to leave this cherished moment. His face adorned with an unyielding, radiant smile. Children, I believe Harry and Anna have felt your warmth. I must head to the kitchen to prepare a grand feast. Mrs. Weasley approached Arthur, planting a kiss on his cheek. Dear, our little hero Harry and the Bear Slayer Anna, I'm confident you can take care of them. Of course. The great Mrs. Weasley. Arthur exaggeratedly removed his pointed hat, kissing the back of Mrs. Weasley's hand. E.W. The twins made exaggerated noises. Mrs. Weasley playfully swatted them and smiled at the others as she hurried into the kitchen. Ron, glancing at Ginny inadvertently, furrowed his brow and looked again. You look a bit different. Everyone turned to Ginny, who wore a sundress she had been reluctant to don all summer, with a fluffy brown coat over it. And she had secretly borrowed Mrs. Weasley's bright lipstick, giving her the appearance of a child adorably trying on an adult's attire. The fragrance of budding love is a treasure to be cherished. Believe me, you would prefer sweet melons over bitter gourds. Conditions to be met. Ginny and Harry must accurately recognize each other's feelings. Reward. Memory 10, Eloquence 50. This task appears rather straightforward, with no time constraints. And if left undisturbed, it should be completed seamlessly. Ginny, unable to withstand the collective gaze, particularly that of Harry's, pressed her lips together and lowered her head momentarily, only to bravely lift it again. Anna was just preparing to rescue Ginny from her predicament. There's nothing unusual about this, after all. She can never be Ginny Weasley, right? Fred remarked as he ruffled Ginny's hair. It's also unlikely she would be Ginny Red, George added. Ron nodded in agreement, stepping forward to tousle Ginny's hair as well, leaning close to whisper in her ear, whatever you do, don't turn into one of the twins. Not even one of them. Harry stood to the side, observing the scene with a smile, feeling a twinge of envy. Children, what brings you all together today? Arthur inquired as he hung up his scarf and coat. We can sit at the dining table and chat about how I searched a seemingly dangerous Muggle house last night, only to find a few shrinking door keys and not a single soul in sight. Anna selected a blue dining chair, with Harry sitting beside her. Mr. Weasley, what exactly is a shrinking door key? Fred, seated opposite Anna, eagerly answered Harry. It's a key that cannot unlock any lock and continuously shrinks until it vanishes. That way, Muggles will be unable to find it when they need to use it, leading them to believe it has been lost. George was about to speak when Ron interrupted. Though I don't entirely support Mr. Weasley's line of work, perhaps buying one for Aunt Petunia would be a splendid idea, Harry mused internally. Dinner is served. Mrs. Weasley announced as she brought forth ham pies, chicken meatballs, fresh salad, and the essential potatoes, far superior to cold canned food and a mere couple of slices of bread with cheese. Harry stuffed his mouth with food, pondering what he had consumed before. The four of them, utterly exhausted from a morning of Quidditch, devoured their meals ravenously. Ginny, blushing, stole glances at Harry while eating, and to their astonishment, there was a remarkable silence at the dining table. Mrs. Weasley nodded, pleased that they were finally less rowdy, continuously serving Harry and Anna more food, urging them to eat plenty. Eventually, both Anna and Harry slumped back in their chairs, clutching their bellies, as Harry let out a burp and quickly covered his mouth. Chapter 39, Hogsmeade Village. Anna and Harry lingered at the burrow until 3 in the afternoon. We must head back. Harry needs to reach the museum's restroom before 4. Oh. Ron, Ginny, and the twins all expressed their sentiments, huddled together on the new floor of Ron's room. Clutching a deck of cards, Ron complained, I finally won a hand. Anna had just taught them how to play Do Dijou, and the group was thoroughly engaged. She closed the book The Misadventures of Mad Muggle Martin Miggs and placed it on Ron's bedside. Don't worry, there will always be another opportunity. I have plenty of free time lately. How about this weekend? Would you like to visit Hogsmeade Village? Fred proposed enthusiastically. George winked. It's the only village in Britain entirely inhabited by wizards. We highly recommend it. The joke shop. The twins chimed in unison. Ron raised his hand. I agree. You never took me before. Anna nodded. I can go. I'm quite interested in a certain pink, overly girlish tea house. I don't know. I really want to go. Harry hesitated, uncertain if he could sneak out at that time. Ginny had already arranged to go out with Mrs. Weasley. "Don't worry, Harry, I can help you with that." Anna shot him a reassuring glance. She then inquired the twins, "So how do we get to Hogsmeade Village? By Flynn Network?" "Yes, but not the usual Flynn Network. The residents of Hogsmeade seldom venture out and do not enjoy interacting with the Muggle world. When they do travel, they typically use apparition, brooms, or trains. Notably, Hogsmeade has a train station, which is the final stop for the Hogwarts Express. George threw down a 2 of hearts, or we could take the night bus. That's a wild card. Fred played a card. It's a mode of transportation for wizards in distress. You simply stand in the middle of the road and extend your wand, and it will appear, taking you anywhere on land. Sounds good, Harry pondered, stroking his chin. But it's quite expensive. I remember Dad saying a single fare is about 11 sickles, which is much pricier than flu powder. Ron slammed his cards on the table, a triumphant grin on his face. That's not a problem. George laid down 4 cards. Fred and I have already devised a strategy. How do you still have explosives? Ron shouted. We'll contact you when the time comes. Fred signaled George to continue playing cards, casting a mysterious glance at Anna and Harry. It'll be a surprise. Harry was quite excited, while Anna smiled, hoping it wouldn't be a fright. The two bid farewell to the Weasley family and returned to Diagon Alley via Flu Powder, hurriedly catching a carriage to the museum. Under Anna's cover, Harry successfully slipped back into the men's restroom through a small window. Seated on the return school bus, Harry could hear Dudley boasting to a group of friends about someone not bringing toilet paper. He gazed out the window, the sunlight streaming in and casting a warm glow. Catching sight of Anna standing at the museum entrance, waving at him, he responded discreetly, already beginning to look forward to the weekend trip to Hogsmeade Village. In the following week, Anna elevated her lock-picking skills to B-level. After all, her usage of Alohomora was far too crude and noisy, resembling more of a demolitionist than a friend of thieves. Anna and Harry stood outside a house that was nearly identical to the Dursleys, calling out to a second-floor window. "Hey, Anna." The window opened, and a tousled head appeared, bleary-eyed. "Harry, I was planning to come over to your house to pick locks." The neighbor tending to her flower pots cast a scrutinizing glance. Anna rubbed her eyes. "How did you escape?" She casually grabbed a comb from the table and began to fix her hair. "Ah," Harry sighed in relief. "Speaking of which, I was quite fortunate today. Uncle Vernon took Dudley to a wedding and left me at Mrs. Figg's." Excitedly recalling the event, Harry exclaimed, "Mrs. Figg, now I understand why she helped me last time. She knows about all those magical things, and she knows the Weasley family. When I asked if I could play with the twins, she quickly agreed. She even said she could help me cover for it. She's so nice. And her cat is too. They were so gentle, rubbing against my feet today. And the smell of cabbage in the house has vanished." "That's wonderful," Anna replied. "I'll wash up and be right down." Anna disappeared from the window, and a few minutes later, she opened the front door. "Anna, breakfast is on the table. Eat first, then go play." Lena's voice echoed from upstairs. "Okay." Anna invited Harry in. "Let us have breakfast together. The twins should not have arrived yet, right?" Harry had become quite familiar with Anna's home, and as he ascended the stairs, he greeted, "Good morning, Mrs. Lena." "Good morning, Harry. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Be careful while playing outside. And don't wander too far from number 92. Come back early tonight." Harry quietly inquired of Anna, "Did you not inform Mrs. Lena that we are going to Hogsmeade today?" Anna took a bite of her sandwich. "I merely mentioned that we were headed to a magical street. Mother might have assumed it was Diagon Alley." She shrugged, her demeanor fearless. A small yellow ball peeked out from Harry's collar, bouncing onto Anna's arm. "Oh, Mr. Mighty," Anna squeezed it. "You've certainly gained some weight." "Of course. It even devoured that enormous spider, Mr. Spar. I can hardly believe it." Just then, a car horn beeped outside Anna's house, a blue Ford. "It must be Mr. Arthur here to pick us up." Anna closed the door and dashed towards the vehicle with Harry, only to find him lingering by the car. "Where's Mr. Arthur?" To their surprise, the Weasley twins were seated in the driver's and passenger seats. Harry couldn't discern whether it was Fred or George behind the wheel, but it hardly mattered. The significant fact was that they were both only 10 years old. "Anna, we've brought your broom along. You forgot it last time." Anna spotted her Nimbus 1500 in the back seat. "All right, let's hop in, Harry. If we fall, I can always use the broom to float back to you." "That reassures me." Harry opened the rear door for Anna, but he noticed Ron was absent. "Where's Ron? Why isn't he here?" "It's not our fault," George, the passenger, turned around to avoid being caught by Mom. "We woke up early, only to find Ron missing from his room. Perhaps he was abducted by the goblins." "We just cleared out the goblin den yesterday afternoon," Fred added. "Did you inform Ron that he needed to wake up early today?" "Of course. I jokingly said we were leaving at 3 in the morning, so he'd better sleep in the car." George shrugged. Suddenly, the car began to shake. "Hey, let me out." A muffled voice came from the trunk, and they exchanged glances. "No way." George jumped out to open the trunk, revealing Ron's furry head, a drool mark on his face. You scared me half to death. Didn't we say it was best to sleep in the car? We thought you were taken back to the goblin's lair. George pulled him from the trunk, while Anna could see the increasingly distressed expression on the neighbor lady's face through the rear window. She seemed on the verge of calling the police. We must leave quickly. How do we escape? Harry also noticed the neighbor's inscrutable expression. Good morning, Anna. Hey, Harry. Ron squeezed into the car, greeting the two. Anna laid the broom flat across their laps, just fitting. Fred pushed the lever, and the car began to roll gently. Hold on tight. We're about to take off. Hey, Fred, wait. The neighbor lady is still watching us. Anna suddenly realized the predicament. You weren't seen on the way here, were you? George thumped his chest. Merlin bless, I doubt it. Harry clenched his fists in silent prayer, hoping it was true. Hurry up. She has gone inside. Fred urged, pressing the silver button. Anna felt as if she had become a pair of eyes. She could see everything around her, the street of Privet Drive, but could not perceive those seated with her in the car, though she could feel Harry to her left. Ow! Who pinched my face? Harry mumbled, covering his cheeks. Oh no, I can't find the accelerator. Fred's voice was panicked. Just kidding. Anna felt the seat vibrating violently. The engine roaring. We're off, Ron exclaimed from the right, as the neatly lined buildings sped past them, the car gradually ascending into the clouds. The sensation was akin to watching a 4D movie in a cinema. London lay beneath them, a marvelous sight. Harry turned to Anna. Hey, how can I see you? George tapped the silver button, a signature of Weasley products, always full of surprises. The car alternated between visibility and invisibility, which was rather amusing, causing everyone aboard to chuckle. Do you know the way to Hogsmeade? Ron leaned over the passenger seat. Did you always drive there before? Why didn't you take me? Because you always ask why we didn't take you, George shrugged. Ron protested. If you had taken me, I wouldn't have asked. Aren't you still asking now? Fred laughed as the car flew through a lion-shaped cloud and emerged from the cloud tower. Humph. Ron retreated into his corner, becoming less visible. How long do we have to stay in the car? Not long. We need to find a house with a blue roof. You can't possibly expect this poor old Ford to drive for 8 or 9 hours straight to Hogsmeade. Can you? 8 or 9 hours. Harry exclaimed. Is Hogsmeade really that far? Honestly, Anna was also curious about how they would reach Hogsmeade, given that Hogsmeade is near Hogwarts. Traveling to Hogwarts by train would take about 9 hours if they departed at 11 in the morning and arrived by evening. In September, it gets dark around 8 o'clock in England, making the journey from King's Cross Station to Hogsmeade approximately 9 hours. Roughly. But we don't have that much time to spend on the road, which is why we're looking for that house. Suddenly, the Ford began to shake violently, causing George to grip the armrest tightly to steady himself. What happened? He shouted. I don't know, but we might be in a bit of trouble. Oh, Weasley products. Fred held the steering wheel tightly. If he didn't he might be thrown out. Anna wedged her broom against the car door, and the three in the back clung tightly to it to avoid being tossed out. What is going on? Merlin, help us. Ron shouted. Anna drew her wand, gripping it tightly while holding onto the broom, glancing outside as the scenery whirled by. Maybe we hit a bird. Perhaps she observed the windshield wipers shaking vigorously, the headlights flickering in apparent fury, and a resounding roar that echoed like a wail. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to be sick. Ron clutched the car door. Hold on, baby Ron, you must endure. George screamed. Harry was at a loss for words. He could only brace himself against the roof of the car while reassuring Ron to hang in there. I'm trying. I'm almost in control. Fred was sweating profusely. Reparo. Anna cast the spell at the Ford, but unexpectedly, the car merely appeared brand new on the outside. The seats became comfortable, yet it did not ease its spinning. It seemed that for overly complex magical devices, the effects of the repair charm were significantly diminished. Anna held onto the roof. What about the levitation charm? Wingardium Leviosa. With a whoosh of weightlessness, the car finally stabilized. Ugh. Ron opened the window and vomited outside, while Harry clutched his stomach, hesitating to speak. Bro. Vomiting at who knows what altitude is completely the wrong thing to do. Fred and George collapsed into their seats, nearly wrenching the steering wheel from its joint. Fred wiped the sweat from his brow. Thanks to Anna's levitation charm. Are you all right? We're fine. I suppose Harry is in the best condition among us. Though Ron seems a bit under the weather. I can tell, George remarked, glancing back at him. Poor Ron has even been sick. We need to leave here quickly, or the vomit rain will draw the attention of muggles. After a series of trials, the group disembarked from the vehicle, feeling lightheaded. Ron leaned against a street lamp while Harry patted him on the back, and Anna resolved to learn a couple of healing spells. This is it, she observed, taking in the shabby street, the toppled trash bins, and the occasional scurrying rat. It seemed this street was uninhabited, situated in the more suburban outskirts of London. Before them stood a dilapidated house, and, as they carefully navigated the holes in the wooden floor, Fred retrieved a key from a flower pot in the corner. "What is this place?" Anna inquired, following the twins inside, her curiosity piqued by the room filled with worn furniture. "Charlie brought us here," George explained as he ignited the living room fireplace. "From here, we can use flue powder to reach a cave just outside Hogsmeade. Strange, isn't it? There's a fireplace in that cave. One of Charlie's classmates lives in Hogsmeade. He told Charlie that this fireplace was concocted by a few young wizards from their village as a simple means to travel to London," Fred added, returning the key to the flower pot by the door. "The older residents of Hogsmeade have never been particularly welcoming to muggles and prefer that the village's youth have limited contact with the muggle world. Hence, the Flynn network in Hogsmeade only connects to a few specific locations, all quite remote, or to the Ministry of Magic." George paused. Originally, Diagon Alley was an option too. But due to commercial competition, you understand. Fred stepped up to the fireplace, grandly announcing, "What lies before us, this unremarkable fireplace, is the sole direct conduit from London to Hogsmeade, clandestinely constructed by a young lad from Hogsmeade seeking to woo a muggle girl from London. A bridge of love," George interjected, producing a handful of flower petals from seemingly nowhere and scattering them on the ground. "How magnificent! I hope they are faring well," Ron mused. "Love worth celebrating," the twins concluded. "But now it serves us well." Each of them took a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the flames. Eternal Star Cave. Whoosh. Harry wrapped his flying jacket around him as they stood at the cave's mouth, a biting wind gusting in from outside, revealing a blanket of white. Anna glanced back at the fireplace they had just used. It appeared quite ancient, covered in a tapestry of inscriptions from past users. One read, "Dear Julia, my love for you is as unwavering as the spots on a poisonous mushroom." Beneath it, another comment declared, "That depends on which poisonous mushroom it is. As I understand, not all varieties lose their spots when added to a cauldron. It seems your love may not withstand the test, as we imagine." This individual had penned more than one critique, offering scathing commentary on numerous emotional literary sentiments, suggesting perhaps this cave ought to be renamed the Eternal Soapbox Cave. Eternal Star Cave? I never knew the names of Flynn Network locations could be so peculiar, Ron remarked, moving closer to George and Fred. "Oh, I almost forgot. The Hovel is a rather odd name as well. Brothers, may I borrow your cloaks for a moment?" George rummaged through a small pouch and produced 2 cloaks. "We brought them, but didn't anticipate you'd be hiding in the trunk, dear little Ronnie. So we only brought 2. Ahem, Fred coughed, is there perhaps a dainty friend willing to share a cloak with me?" he suggested without glancing away. Harry looked at himself, thinking he understood Fred's implication. "I could, though calling me dainty may be a stretch." Fred begrudgingly opened the cloak for Harry, who stepped forward, while George doubled over in laughter, and Ron joined in, grinning foolishly. Anna, chuckling as well, drew her wand and pointed it at one of the cloaks. "Duplicate." The cloak transformed from one into a heap, and Anna picked one up. Now, the young couple sneaking out from this fireplace needn't fear the cold any longer. Swaddled in warm cloaks, they stepped into the snow that reached their ankles. Emerging onto a cobbled road, they began to bounce about, shaking off the snowflakes, and when the twins kicked a tree, causing snow to nearly bury Ron. A snowball fight became inevitable. Harry was exhilarated. This was his first real snowball fight, the kind where there was give and take. Previously, he had only witnessed Dudley and his friends playing snowball fights. Ron found himself the most snow-covered, as his snowball struck Anna squarely in the face. "Merlin's beard. You don't need us to protect you, Anna. Did you see her just use that levitation charm? I thought an avalanche was coming. Hit not the face," Anna retorted, shrugging. "Besides, I sincerely apologized." Fred nodded in agreement. "I concur." George, chuckling, ruffled Ron's hair. "I concur as well." Ron rolled his eyes, wrapping an arm around Harry's neck. Utterly baffled as to what they were agreeing on, Harry pondered for a moment. "I concur too," and soon he and Ron were playfully wrestling. After a 10-minute trek along the main road, climbing over a small hill, Anna could see a cluster of houses in the distance, their rooftops blanketed in snow, chimneys puffing white or pink smoke. The outskirts of the village were dotted with wooden structures resembling country houses, scattered in a disorganized fashion, while the center of the village boasted brick buildings akin to Diagon Alley, bustling with life. Although not as lively as Diagon Alley, the chatter could be heard from afar. The twins leaped in front of everyone, exclaiming, "Welcome to the only village in Britain entirely inhabited by wizards. Though the residents are rather stiff and humorless, and prone to drink, it remains the best place here. Except for Hogwarts," they added. "Last time, you said Diagon Alley was the best place." Ron muttered to Harry, "When you stop repeating your brother's words, then you've grown up, dear little Ronnie." George dodged Ron's punch, while Fred ruffled his hair. Is that Castle Hogwarts? Harry asked, gazing at the far end of Hogsmeade, where towering walls loomed, with the castle nestled behind them. Of course, we will all be attending there, Ron said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. But we have to get through sorting first. Charlie mentioned we have to wear peculiar hats, swim across a large lake, and then battle a dragon. Merlin's beard. I feel like we're heading to our doom. You actually believe that? Just think about it. Percy managed to get through. Fred rolled his eyes. Him, battling a dragon? He mimicked Percy's posture, pretentiously straightening his closed dragon. Sit down. No noting. Dress properly. The group erupted into laughter. When we attend school, you'll understand how sorting works. But for now, back to today's agenda. A day trip to Hogsmeade. Chapter 41. Hogsmeade Village. The peaked stone buildings, their roofs draped in pristine white snow, and the semicircular windows glowing warmly within, filled the air with a sweet aroma of candy. Harry inhaled deeply, turning to his right, catching the scent of meat as well. Several individuals turned their gazes towards the right, where a shop named Sweet Duck beckoned. Anna would wager that it offered anything but an ordinary sweet duck. After all, no household's duck could possibly rival the size of a colossal pumpkin. A dainty wooden sign in the shape of a duck proclaimed, "They are more enchanting than unicorns." Bye. Anna felt her mouth watering. The group joyfully strolled along the gravel path, sharing the immense sweet duck, its tender meat and crispy skin delighting their palates, and at merely 2 sickles. It was an unparalleled bargain. Anna covered her mouth in disbelief. What on earth? Harry mirrored her gesture, realizing that he had unintentionally quacked at the end of his sentence. Quack. Ron erupted into laughter, his chuckles punctuated by quacks. The group dissolved into a chorus of laughter, their path echoing with quacking sounds. Thus, Anna concluded, one must be cautious about what they consume, yet it was undeniably amusing. Ron murmured, I feel as though we've fallen victim to a prank by someone. If there were a candy that made you emit various animal sounds upon consumption, would you buy it? Fred inquired, intrigued. Of course, Harry expressed keen interest. Imagine being able to roar like a lion. I think it would be splendid, Ron mused, stroking his chin, provided it tastes good. Anna nodded, affirming she would purchase it, especially if it could replicate a cat's meow. Then she could retaliate when Cat Snow was being particularly fierce with her. George, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a small notebook and began jotting down notes. As they turned a corner, Harry felt as if he had stepped into a fairyland. The white snow, red bricks, and deep blue sky coalesced into a scene of pure beauty, with golden cherubs scattering candy. Harry squinted, only to be abruptly blinded by an overwhelming shade of garish pink. Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Anna exclaimed with excitement, catching the candies tossed by the cherubs, only for them to vanish upon landing in her hands. Merely an enchanting promotional spell. Through the window, they glimpsed the scattered customers within, mostly couples nestled at lace-adorned small tables, whispering sweet nothings. EW, Ron shielded Harry's eyes. Did I just witness what I think I did? They were kissing, right? The group huddled around the window in a frenzy. The exquisite tea sets were stacked high, with a teapot floating above, continuously pouring tea. Anna's attention was captured by the array of adorable little cakes, their decorative figures waving at her, looking delectable indeed. What looks delectable? Your mouth? Fred feigned shock as Anna pretended to choke him. Harry laughed, having never laughed so many times in a single day. Ron smacked his lips, perhaps contemplating the true tastiness of it all. Ahem, Fred struggled to point at a shop. We've arrived at Zonko's joke shop. Anna glanced at the establishment Fred indicated. A modest shop adorned with red-framed windows, icicles hanging from the eaves, and foggy windows, yet the interior buzzed with excitement. Fudge bombs and stink bombs are the most fundamental offerings, particularly the stink bombs. Cheap and practical, our favorite. They release a most foul gas, George explained, lifting a rather unimpressive teacup. We even questioned whether anyone would truly drink from this, until Ron unhesitatingly picked up the cup. Fred deliberately waved it in front of Ron, while Harry leaned in for a closer look, his expression one of amusement. I too wonder if this soap is genuinely usable. Anna picked up a yellow brick-like object. Frog's Pond soap? Ron shrugged. What use could it possibly have like a muggle rubber duck? Good question. Anna purchased a bar of Frog's Pond soap, along with a hefty collection of stink bombs. Wow, brave Lady Anna. Why are you buying so many stink bombs? Fred exclaimed, watching as Anna placed one after another into a blue floral bag. It's for emergency situations, Anna declared, brandishing a stink bomb. Harry took a step back, pinching his nose. Look at its appearance. It's so unassuming, utterly devoid of any magical traces. Isn't it rather fitting for use in the Muggle world? The twins applauded, insightful. From its quaint exterior, Zonko's joke shop revealed a lack of innovation, with no fresh merchandise, though for Ron, Anna, and Harry, it still felt sufficiently novel. However, it certainly paled in comparison to Honeyduke's, which was a veritable candy wonderland. The establishment appeared to be entirely adorned with sweets, reminiscent of the gingerbread house from Shrek. Anna surmised that the proprietor, Mr. Flume, must be quite wealthy. The central room featured towering shelves brimming with colorful confections, peachy pink coconut ice, illuminate your beauty, rain blue bubblegum, calm the monster within your mind, and a chocolate section centered around a massive chocolate fountain, with hundreds of chocolates arranged neatly. Along the wall, a wooden barrel held Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, while near a wooden door stood another barrel marked with a wooden bee sign reading, Fizzing Whizbees. The group lingered at Honeyduke's for quite some time, with Anna torn between pink coconut ice and blue autumn plum ice, both glimmering cubes housed in transparent glass jars. Though I don't quite understand why one would eat ice cream in winter, I personally think the blue looks more appealing, Ron exclaimed, having just consumed a pepper imps. As he spoke, small flames erupted from his mouth. Wow! Harry, having sampled a Fizzing Whizbee, found himself lifted off the ground. The twins purchased a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. George plucked a yellow bean and popped it into his mouth. Lucky! Pumpkin flavor. Anna leaned in, grabbing a red bean. A sweet and tangy flavor burst in my mouth. Tomato. Fred, too, selected a green bean. Yuck, earwax flavor. Ron, breathing fire, laughed at Fred, who rolled his eyes. Just kidding, it's grass flavor. Harry, intrigued, grabbed a green bean, only to quickly spit it out. I guess this truly is earwax flavor. He shook his head, attempting to rid himself of the taste, accidentally sending Mr. Weasley tumbling down the stairs, the yellow fluff rolling away. As Harry chased after Mr. Weasley into the basement, Anna suddenly recalled a detail. Wasn't he their secret passage in the basement of Honeyduke's leading to Hogwarts? Causing trouble? The Weasley-esque predicament. The tunnel signifies adventure. Adventures await the onlookers. Please explore the tunnel. Discover its entrance. Find its exit. Rewards. Memory 20. Reflexes 20. Harry's courage 3. No way. We're causing trouble before school even begins? Without hesitation, Anna followed Harry, while the twins, avoiding the proprietor's gaze, dragged Ron along. Hey, what are you doing? Ron whispered, lowering his voice. The twins shrugged in unison. Huddled within the not-so-spacious basement, surrounded by wooden crates and barrels, Anna noticed Mr. Weasley feasting on a spider's web in the corner. It seemed that hygiene standards in a magical world-esque food shops were rather lax, earning so much money yet neglecting to renovate the storage areas. Such is the wretchedness of capitalism. George inadvertently brushed against a wooden chest, the dust atop it at least an inch thick. He glanced at Fred, then turned around and wiped the dust on her own. Of course, it was an adventure. Anna shrugged nonchalantly, with the Honeyduke's business thriving so splendidly. Surely such a dark basement must conceal some secrets? Anna yearned to go to Hogwarts, yet could not directly inform everyone that this led to Hogwarts. So she hastily concocted a peculiar excuse. The girl, Ron, scoffed, stamping his foot on the tiled floor. What secrets could possibly be here? Are there hidden passages? Harry, utterly perplexed, merely descended to retrieve Mr. Weasley. Upon turning, he noticed everyone had followed him. George squinted at a particular floor tile, noting how the tile Ron stepped on blended seamlessly with the surrounding dusty tiles, appearing no different. He shoved Ron aside and crouched down to knock on it. Fred was drawn over. Did I hear correctly? Is it hollow? He reached down to lift the tile, revealing a staircase descending before them. The future Gryffindors exchanged glances. Could anyone present offer a reasonable justification to deter them from proceeding? Ron inquired. Silence enveloped them. I believe not. Harry raised his hand in response. Illuminate, Anna commanded, her wand's tip glowing brilliantly, the intense light nearly blinding everyone. She removed her cloak to cover it, adjusting the brightness to a more suitable level. Fred took the wand wrapped in Anna's cloak, exclaiming, I'll lead the way, and began to descend the staircase. Chapter 42, The First Secret Passage. Following the long staircase, they found themselves in a narrow, low earthen tunnel. Is this height the work of goblins? Ron gestured towards the tunnel ceiling. Or perhaps elves. It could be elves. I recall a rebellion near Hogsmeade. Come on, George. Don't look at me like that. George regarded Fred with an expression of disbelief, as if saying, You actually learned that without me? That's from a chocolate frog card. The only elf depicted is Ragnarok the First. His card contains all the events concerning elves. Indeed, Ron clenched his fist, tapping the earth beside the tunnel. The one and only elf card. I remember. It was that one where the first ruler forged the sword of Gryffindor. But now those elves want it back, claiming what is made by elves belongs to elves. How unreasonable! Ron seethed. Once brewed, the wine belongs to the tavern forever. Those wine-loving elves should just relinquish it. They won't give it back. They'll only return it in another form, George shrugged. Ah. Harry grasped George's implication. Anna appeared somewhat astonished. Does the chocolate frog card really state that? Elves demanding the sword back? ISNT, that inciting discord between elves and wizards? Precisely. Elves don't consume chocolate frogs. They care little whether their names appear on a card, as long as their money doesn't end up on the Azkaban list. Fred paused, extending the glowing wand further. Of course, I've never heard of elves being sent to Azkaban. Perhaps it's because that is a notoriously wizard prison, not an elf prison. Maybe it's because the elf brotherhood can unite to protect their kin. They might have a chance to negotiate with the ministry. Anna listened intently, believing the Weasley brothers, with their father working at the ministry, would have plenty of insights. The plight of the elves seemed intriguing, akin to house elves. Both they and wizards shared an abnormal coexistence, yet unlike house elves. They had asserted their dignity rather than submissively accepting their fate. Anna stroked her chin, recalling the intricate hierarchy prevalent in the entire Harry Potter universe. She remembered J.K. Rowling's vivid depiction of the Ministry of Magic's Hall, where a statue of a wizard was exalted in the center, flanked by a beautiful witch, while house elves, and centaurs stood shorter, gazing adoringly at the two in the middle, notably with the house elf sculpture sporting a delightful smile. Ironically, most house elves could hardly smile. As for elves and centaurs, their attitudes towards wizards were far from reverent. It was fortunate they hadn't come to blows. Reflecting on the past elf rebellions, it was a well-known joke that no centaur had ever utilized the Ministry Centaur's liaison office, not to mention the wizard's own social hierarchy, age, gender, race, blood status. All this was relayed to them by Bill, their eldest brother and the president of Gryffindor's student council. He aspired to work as a curse breaker at Gringotts after graduation. Their mother warned that such work was perilous, yet he told them it might involve adventures in pyramids. Impressive. Harry almost tripped over Ron's shoes. Are you talking about the pyramids in Egypt? If that's what you mean, then yes. Anna detected a note of pride in Ron's tone. Perhaps they all took pride in Bill. Maybe I'll become a curse breaker one day, or achieve something grand. Then perhaps start by trying to be the Minister of Magic for practice, Fred interjected, or simply marry a minister to achieve something grand. George thought of the current Minister for Magic, Millicent Bagnold, and chuckled. I actually quite like Minister Bagnold. She staunchly defends everyone's right to revel, and we could certainly use that right. Especially when you're causing mischief. Ron exhaled heavily. How long have we been walking? I reckon it's been about 20 minutes. Why is this tunnel so long? It can't possibly lead to London? Of course not. Fred halted as they arrived at a larger cavern, where a stone slide awaited them. Is there a door above that slide? Harry peered closely. It seems to be a wall. If it's a wall, that's manageable, Fred reasoned. Recalling their experience in Diagon Alley, believing Anna had her own method for dealing with walls, he returned the wand to her. Anna, it's up to you. Anna wore a bemused expression. Let me give it a try. She climbed up the stone slide to a tiny platform barely large enough for one to stand. She vaguely remembered how to open the door. What was the incantation? She recalled a hunchbacked old witch statue. Was it hunchback open the door? The wall remained unresponsive. Skin splitting? Bone separation? A slight tremor coursed through the wall, but it quickly ceased. Ron murmured below, those incantations sound rather ominous. Separate to the left and right? With a crack, the stone wall parted, revealing a narrow opening through which only one could pass. They sucked in their stomachs and squeezed through. Harry thought to himself that Dudley's belly would undoubtedly get stuck. The Weasley secret passage. Task complete. Reward. Memory 20. Reaction speed 20. Harry courage 3. The interior design exuded an exquisite European style, with stone-paved stairs and corridors adorned with beautiful patterned carvings on stone walls, while the walls near the staircase were decorated with gold-patterned green wallpaper, showcasing exquisite paintings. Harry glanced back at the place they had just exited. A statue of a one-eyed old witch donning a pink hat. By Merlin's socks, I know where we are. George exclaimed as he observed two young men in robes hurriedly descending the staircase, muttering about Quidditch and running out of time. They were so preoccupied with their urgency that they failed to notice a group of black cloaks lurking behind the statue. Their robes. I've seen those at home. Fred whispered urgently. Harry looked at him with trepidation, while Ron's face was one of disbelief. This is Hogwarts. The twins exclaimed in unison, brimming with excitement. At that very moment, the fireplace in number 12, Grimmauld Place crackled. Mrs. Weasley, accompanied by Ginny, appeared in the living room. Goodness, this weather. She complained about the sudden downpour, removing her coat and hanging it on the rack by the door. Dear Ginny, go to the backyard and fetch a cabbage. It seems we've returned just in time for the boys to enjoy a warm meal. Dinner's almost ready, Ron. Fred, George, She called up the stairs, expecting a response that did not come. Mom, they went out to play, Ginny whispered as she peered out the window, not spotting the blue Ford car parked by the roadside. Perhaps it had gone to Diagon Alley. Mrs. Weasley appeared, taken aback. Ron is gone too. Thank Merlin. Are the twins finally willing to take their youngest brother with them? Ginny stepped in front of the window to block her mother's view, feeling unaccustomed to lying as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Yes, they're getting along splendidly now. That's marvelous. Molly Weasley embraced Ginny. To commemorate this moment, we must prepare a delightful feast while we await their return. Of course, Mom. Ginny sighed with relief as she watched Mrs. Weasley head toward the kitchen. She heard her mother's puzzled voice. Following Mrs. Weasley's gaze, Ginny noticed the clock by the fireplace. Oh no, is the clock broken? Why can't we find? Mrs. Weasley halted, observing her husband Arthur at work, which was normal, as was the absence of their eldest son Bill, second son Charlie, and third son Percy, who were all at school. An idea struck her as she maneuvered around a flustered Ginny, peering out the window, but failing to see what she hoped for. Dear Ginny, perhaps you could enlighten me as to the whereabouts of our car, the blue Ford, and why Fred, George, and even Ron are at school. Mrs. Weasley pondered if the boys had had the audacity to drive to Hogwarts, a journey that took nearly 9 hours by train. Goodness knows what might happen to that wretched Ford along the way. Her hair bristled at the thought, and Ginny swore she could hear crackling in the air. I don't know anything, Mom, Ginny exclaimed, her eyes wide. As for my brothers, I couldn't stop them. Good luck. Chapter 43. The boys who stumbled into a film set. Fred sneezed several times, a sense of foreboding washing over him. But surely Mum and Ginny haven't returned home yet. I feel the same, George shivered. Such premonitions often prove to be accurate. The group traversed the empty corridors, encountering no one for quite some time. Anna attempted to inquire of a portrait depicting a noble woman seated regally, only to receive an eye roll in return. It's so quiet. Why is no one around? Ron mused as he surveyed the suits of armor lining the corridor. Harry, can you imagine what it would be like if those armors came to life? That would be quite imposing, Harry replied, watching as George and Fred opened one of the helmets to find it empty, though it was somewhat eerie. Why don't we head downstairs? Suddenly, Harry recalled a horror movie he had been forced to watch with Dudley. If we get lost, that would be unfortunate, Anna said, pushing open a wooden door that led to a podium, a gigantic window, behind it draped with purple curtains that were tied back. The area between the window and the podium was cluttered with books of various sizes, while rows of desks and chairs lined the walls. Not a soul was present. Anna retreated, closing the door behind her. And those moving staircases we just saw, not to mention if we were to accidentally fall, I counted them. That's about 4 stories high. By Street Mungo S. Fred feigned injury, collapsing weakly into George's arms. No, Fred, no. George played along. Ron muttered to Harry and Anna. If they return home, Mum might actually beat them to a pulp. Of course, we won't forget you, the twins declared, one on each side of Ron, as they pushed open a grand door adorned with intricate patterns. Inside was an exhibition room, featuring a black marble floor, filled with numerous glass cabinets, showcasing an array of golden and silver trophies, medals, and statues, all meticulously arranged. Shiny shields hung on the walls, capturing one's gaze. It looks like real gold, Anna remarked, tapping on a golden shield mounted on the wall, producing a resonating sound. Hey, look, here's a list of the student council presidents. A crowd formed around it as Ron squinted, searching the list. Did you find Bill? Fred pointed to the bottom of the Gryffindor column. Here, Bill Weasley. Not bad, not bad. Harry leaned in closer, spotting Bill's name. But what caught his attention were 2 other names above it. James Potter, 1977 to 1978, and Lily Evans, 1977 to 1978. Those were his parents, once esteemed student council presidents. A smile spread across Harry's face as he proudly pointed to the names. These are my mom and dad. I never knew they were so remarkable. Of course they were. They once battled the Dark Lord. Ron emphasized, his eyes wide. Dad always said they were powerful wizards. Suddenly, a gaunt cat appeared in the corner of the room, having gone unnoticed until now. Its dark gray fur blended with the shadows, and its bulbous eyes glowed like lanterns. Ron jumped, startled. When did that cat show up? Anna leaned in to examine the feline, unsure whether it was Professor McGonagall or Mrs. Norris. She realized the difference was significant. The former was a formidable professor, and encountering her would leave no room for escape, while the latter would at least allow for a chance to evade Filch's pursuit. Oh dear, we must leave, George urged, pulling Ron out of the room, while Fred grabbed Anna and Harry. Charlie complained about that cat. Gray, fluffed up, big eyes. It always helps the castle caretaker keep an eye on the students. The group hurriedly exited the exhibition room, rushing past the suits of armor, intending to return directly to the one-eyed witch statue, but encountered someone along the way. He was stooped with a pallid complexion, gaunt cheeks, and bulging pale eyes fixed intently on the group of children who were not dressed in uniform. His double chin quivered as he exclaimed, "Why aren't you in uniform? Why are you loitering in the corridor? Are you hoping to engage in some mischief while the professors are away watching Quidditch?" The castle caretaker, Argus Filch, suddenly appeared before them, and George swiftly covered Ron's mouth to stifle his almost screaming reaction, while cold sweat broke out on their brows. Anna found it difficult to articulate that Filch's appearance might surpass even that of Quasimodo from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yet he incessantly muttered about the excessive leniency shown towards the students and the necessity of reinstating corporal punishment. It was evident that his soul lacked the beauty of Quasimodo's. "Sir, it is not that we were unprepared for anything. We simply forgot," Fred remarked, scratching his head as he pondered his words. Filch shot him a peculiar glance, his brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. "It seems you have also forgotten about point deductions and detention." He scrutinized the group of unfamiliar students, his frown deepening. "Which house are you from? I have never seen you before." Anna gestured for everyone to retreat towards the staircase, shielding her face with her long hair. She stood before Filch and declared, "Sir, we are students of Ravenclaw. We spend most of our time in the library, so it is quite normal for you not to see us. We are always well behaved." "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw," Filch muttered, "you are not exactly a source of peace either. Wandering around without uniforms. I shall still impose detention upon you. Run," Anna commanded before Filch could finish, and everyone dashed backward, seizing the moment while Filch was momentarily distracted. She drew her wand and pointed it at the stone floor. "Scourgify." Filch, who had intended to pursue the fugitives, fell to the ground in disbelief as he felt the smooth surface beneath him. He had never anticipated that the stone tiles could be so polished. "You used magic in the corridor. I will absolutely catch you." The group paid no mind to whether the stairs were shifting, and while Filch struggled to rise, they hastily descended, the portraits on the walls gasping in surprise. Harry could see a choir dressed in splendid feathered robes shrieking, while a man in a straw hat brandished a pitchfork, angrily leaping down from a haystack. A red bird flitted from one painting to another, closely following them. As if this were an amusing game, the entire castle was alive with excitement. "Oh no, quick!" As they approached the second floor, the stairs suddenly shifted, leaving Ron stranded on the upper half, while an exuberant Filch exclaimed, "Now you can't escape." He advanced menacingly. "Ron, stay there and don't move," Harry shouted. Noticing Ron's frantic attempts to evade Filch, nearly losing his footing, but it was too late, Ron lost his balance. Anna could see the shock on Filch's face as his mouth fell agape, perhaps not expecting Ron to tumble down the stairs. Despite his incessant advocacy for corporal punishment and his annual request to Dumbledore for oiling the chains in the dungeons, it seemed he merely spoke of such things. Apart from being somewhat intimidating and imposing detentions, he had not truly caused any significant harm. Perhaps it would be only when they faced detention that they might truly come to resent him. Anna observed Filch attempting to reach out to Ron, striving to prevent his fall. Being a non-magical squib, he could only make such an effort, straightening his bent back as best he could. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron was caught by Anna's levitation charm, colliding heavily against the upper staircase, but thankfully floating slowly towards Anna and the others, who caught him just as they escaped amid Filch's shouts. The group raced through the corridor, their footsteps echoing against the grand marble staircase as they finally reached the first floor. This was an expansive room, and Anna surmised it must be the entrance hall, large enough to accommodate her entire house, with a ceiling that seemed to stretch into the void. Even during the day, torches blazed on the stone walls. Truly, it was the only wizarding school in England, and it was splendid. "Wow, look at this grand hourglass," Ron exclaimed, as 4 enormous scoring hourglasses stood on either side of a massive oak door, filled with shimmering gemstones. "It seems Gryffindor is ahead," George said, wide-eyed with mischief. "Though I wish to deceive myself likewise," Fred remarked, hands on his hips as he scrutinized the hourglass, "but Gryffindor should be a striking red, not an eerie green. I wonder what would happen if Ron were to wink at Harry and Anna. I mean, if either of them were to join Slytherin? That possibility is non-existent. In my opinion, all of us standing here," George glanced at Harry, Anna, and Fred in the entrance hall, "should undoubtedly end up in Gryffindor." "Harry, the boy who lived," Anna interjected, "but it requires considerable courage to slay a bear. As for Ron, the Weasleys have always been Gryffindors," Fred said, tapping the hourglass filled with red jewels, perhaps attempting to knock a few down, but to no avail. The twins' conjecture was astutely accurate. As far as Anna knew, All these boys would indeed become future Gryffindors. However, Anna did not believe she would belong to Gryffindor. Perhaps Hufflepuff would suit her better. A thought that took root deep within her ever since a girl adorned in a black robe with yellow patterns had emerged from behind the marble staircase. Oh no! Oh no! I overslept. The girl, with disheveled hair, fussed with her clothing as she hurriedly donned her cloak. Anna offered her assistance. Oh, thank you. She beamed at Anna. Why didn't you go to the Quidditch match? She suddenly noticed the black robes of the group. Your uniforms. Is this a new prank? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as Anna observed her hair gradually transforming into a violet hue. You must be first years. Merlin S. Trousers, how brave. Are you from Gryffindor? Of course, Ron declared proudly, as if he truly were a Gryffindor. The girl counted the red-haired individuals in their group. Do you know Charlie? I mean Charlie Weasley? Yes, our brother. Then why are you still here? The girl exclaimed in surprise, pulling Anna along and calling to the others, hurry, hurry. Gryffindor and Slytherin are playing today. We mustn't miss it. She dashed out through the gap of the oak door. This way quickly. The group followed her into a square courtyard, racing across a lengthy sky bridge and through another magnificent building. The sound of their footsteps echoed on the stone tiles, and Harry swore he had never run so fast while evading the castle as caretaker. Through a grander central courtyard, several individuals dashed along a gravel path, escaping the confines of the surrounding walls. This path descended steeply, with stone steps embedded amidst a lush carpet of grass. To the right, a vast expanse of land was cultivated with a myriad of vegetables. At the end of the road lay a spacious oval pitch, encircled by a fabric barrier, with numerous wooden towers erected around its perimeter. A distant cheer resonated, echoing the excitement of the match. Tonks! Is the game nearing its conclusion? Ron mused, feeling that their run had consumed an inordinate amount of time, during which they had exchanged introductions and engaged in light banter. Nymphadora Tonks, a remarkably gifted metamorphomagus, destined to become a proficient Auror, would eventually marry the moon-faced Remus Lupin, only to perish in the Second Wizarding War. Anna glanced at Tonks, now sporting her vibrant pink hair, still just a 15-year-old in her 5th year at Hogwarts. There's still plenty of time. They haven't caught the golden snitch yet. Over here, I know an excellent vantage point for watching the game. No one anticipated that this excellent vantage point would be the Gryffindor waiting room, which was currently devoid of players. A few substitute players sat anxiously on benches outside, their eyes glued to the match. Oliver, do you know who the captain's secret weapon is? Inquired a young lion seated on the substitutes bench, turning to his companion. Not a clue, Oliver would shrug. But I suspect the captain might be referring to the new seeker that Slytherin has prepared. If the secret weapon is genuine, he has certainly kept it under wraps well. Anna cautiously peeked from behind the curtain, observing the hundreds of chairs arranged high in the surrounding stands, all filled to capacity with spectators, leaving scarcely any vacant spots. At either end of the pitch stood 3 golden poles, each topped with a ring, magnifying the appearance of bubble-blowing devices 100-fold. Gryffindor! Gryffindor! The young lions waved their flags exuberantly. Charlie! Anna heard a particularly loud call for the second eldest Weasley, who had red hair, glasses, and was impeccably dressed, likely Percy. Slytherin! Slytherin! The Slytherin snakes exuded a fierce aura, baring their teeth at the lions, with some shouting Marcus. Knock them out. Observing the seating arrangement, it was evident that the placement of Quidditch spectators was quite reasonable, as students from opposing houses were seated separately, thus avoiding potential brawls. Suddenly, a broom collided with the tower, narrowly skimming past the spectators, prompting students to duck for cover. Watch out! Screams erupted, though fortunately, no one was injured. That's why I said this is an excellent spot. Safe and close. Tonks declared proudly. Look at that Slytherin on the Nimbus 1700, the one flying near the tower. She cleared her throat, as if about to reveal a significant secret. That is Slytherin's secret weapon, second-year Marcus Flint, though I suppose it's not much of a secret now, given our discussions about him at mealtimes. Despite being a chaser, he plays far too roughly. Tonks pointed to Marcus, soaring through the air. See that black-haired brute with the overbite? He might even have troll blood in him. Harry squinted at the sky, noting the sheer muscle. 10 Dudleys would not suffice against him. Wow, a nimble troll, the twins marveled. Hey, I see Charlie. Ron leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse, yelling into the sky and waving vigorously. Charlie. Perhaps by some unspoken connection between the Weasley brothers, Charlie indeed glanced toward their waiting room. Upon spotting his brothers, who were not supposed to be at the school, he rubbed his eyes, displaying an expression of disbelief greater than that of seeing a bludger. Then, he was struck by a bludger. Oh! Cries of pain and anguish erupted from the field, accompanied by subtle cheers from Slytherin. He plummeted, momentarily cushioned by a teammate's broom, yet still landed heavily on the ground. Quick, take him to the hospital wing. Anna heard a commotion outside the waiting room. It's over. We've lost our only seeker. Oliver cradled his head in despair. His gaze vacant. 3 consecutive defeats. I can already foresee it. How long has it been since Gryffindor laid hands on the Quidditch trophy? Just look at Marcus's smug expression. How's Charlie? A black-haired boy in a Gryffindor jersey rushed towards them, clearly distressed, calling out for his brother. The trouble was, he mistakenly called out Percy's name. What do we do now? They shouted in unison. It's fine. Ryan waved his hand dismissively. Professor McGonagall took him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will fix him up. Worst case, he might just need a potion from Professor Snape. That's a relief. But what about our game? Oliver truly felt despair. Had he possessed the talent of a seeker, he would have been on the pitch already. Victory in Quidditch was essential for the House Cup. Isn't there still the secret weapon? Ryan asked, puzzled. The group exchanged glances, astonished. Really? I thought that was just a fabrication aimed at Slytherin. Chaos erupted in the Gryffindor waiting room when Charlie fell. Disaster. Tonks gasped. Oh, Charlie. Ron appeared regretful, believing he had somehow influenced Charlie's misfortune, leading to his being struck by the bludger. Harry comforted him, assuring him Charlie would recover, though he might miss the match. Ron glanced at Harry, thanks, but now I feel even guilty. Can we go see Charlie? George rushed to the entrance of the waiting room, just in time to glimpse Charlie lying on a floating stretcher, being followed by a lady draped in a black velvet cloak. Professor McGonagall seemed to sense something, turning to cast a curious glance at the Gryffindor waiting room, but saw nothing amiss. George was pulled back by Fred. We probably shouldn't be here. Anna had been eavesdropping on the conversations of the substitute players outside the tent. They mentioned that a professor had taken Charlie to the hospital wing, and that he could still speak, so he should be all right. Oh no, quick hide. Anna tugged Tonks, who was still peering outside, behind a cabinet, pulling Harry along as well. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, with Ron, dashed outside the waiting room. Oliver burst through the curtain, surveying the surroundings. See, Ryan? There's no secret weapon here. Survivor boy's secret weapon. Where can one find the best secret weapon? Look for Harry in Surrey, England. Help Harry become Gryffindor's secret weapon in Quidditch, aiding them to victory. Rewards: Memory 50, Reflex 50, unknown. Anna felt as though she were playing a game titled Harry, the Hero's Development, apologizing silently to Harry. Wham! Harry sat down in disbelief, looking back at Anna from behind the cabinet, mouthing, "What are you doing?" Anna offered him a sheepish smile, leaning in to whisper Tonks. Tonks's expression shifted to one of intrigue, but soon morphed into a bright smile as she gave an okay gesture. Hey, who are you? Oliver and Ryan approached Harry, with Oliver striking a fierce pose, hands on his hips. How come I've never seen you before? Don't think that just because you're wearing a red scarf, you could pretend to be a Gryffindor. I'm going to tell Professor McGonagall. Harry felt his toes curl in anxiety. Had their sneaking been discovered? Are you a spy sent by Slytherin? Harry released a breath of relief. Just then, a lady cloaked in black approached, her sudden appearance leaving Oliver and Ryan bewildered. The dark robe enveloped her figure, revealing only a serious face framed by rectangular glasses. Oh, Professor McGonagall. Ryan scratched his head. Is Charlie all right? Yes, fine. She replied curtly. Oliver thought he detected a youthful tone in McGonagall's voice and shook his head, trying to dispel the unsettling thought. Professor McGonagall, we believe he is a Slytherin spy. He pointed accusingly at Harry, sitting on the ground. Harry looked feeble and helpless, casting a furtive glance at Anna, who reassured him with a look that conveyed, "Do not worry." McGonagall winked at Harry and explained to Oliver and Ryan, "This is Gryffindor's secret weapon, a replacement seeker, James Potter." She gave Harry a gentle push. "Go grab your broom from the cupboard. It's time to take the field, James." Chapter 45. The Boy Who Stumbled Onto the Set. Harry, bewildered, walked to the cupboard to find a broom. He had no idea if there was a broom there, but he knew Anna was present. Your father was an exceptional seeker, Anna whispered as she pulled Harry aside. I saw his trophy displayed right next to the 1985 Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor. He must have loved Quidditch. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. He loved Gryffindor even more. Though it had been 2 full years since they last laid hands on the Quidditch Cup, Anna handed him a broom, a Comet 140 that had just undergone a repairing charm. This antique, manufactured in 1929, had been gathering dust in the corner of the cupboard until now, when it was ready to shine once more. I think they need you now, Mr. Potter. When he was around, Gryffindor hardly ever lost. Perhaps you can resurrect the glory of his name and instill fear in them once more. As Harry accepted the broom, his expression grew resolute, as if he had embraced a grand mission. He nodded firmly. I will. Anna patted his shoulder, successfully encouraging him. Mr. Potter, Is it customary to linger with a broom for so long, as if ensnared by devil's snare? Hurry along with Oliver and Ryan. You're due on the field. Professor McGonagall hesitated, casting a glance at Harry's broom, but chose not to linger on it. Go now. I must check on Charlie. She hurried out of the waiting room. Following Oliver, who had a rosy hue on his cheeks, Harry heard him mumbling, "We're saved." Completely oblivious to the state of Harry's shabby broom. Nor did he notice Harry's seemingly malnourished appearance. A true seeker approved by McGonagall should possess agility, with Marcus being an exception to the rule. While Oliver was unconcerned about the doubts surrounding Mr. Potter, as long as Gryffindor had a chance to win, nothing else mattered. However, Ryan cast a complex glance at Harry's broom. "Potter, would you like to switch brooms?" He leaned in and whispered in Harry's ear. "You're not a student here, are you? Are you a relative of Professor McGonagall?" "What?" Harry nearly snapped the broom handle in shock. "No, I don't need a new broom. Thank you." After a moment of silence, honesty compelled him to confess softly to Ryan, "I'm not a student here. But I'm not related to Professor McGonagall either." Understanding dawned on Ryan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Harry was too preoccupied to decipher what Ryan had grasped as he stepped onto the Quidditch pitch. Listening to the deafening cheers around him, he felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Was he really ready for this? Nymphadora rushed back into the waiting room. "You scared me. I reverted to my original height. I hope they didn't notice Professor McGonagall shrink a bit." She clutched her heart. "You did wonderfully. They will believe it," Anna said, nodding toward the window, urging Nymphadora to take a look. "Gryffindor will win." Nymphadora shrugged. "Let us hope so. We would prefer to face Gryffindor fairly on the pitch." Of course. She also thought it would be acceptable for Gryffindor to lose, as it would eliminate a strong contender for Hufflepuff. "Hey, didn't you see Ron and the others?" Anna dashed to the entrance and pulled back the curtain, revealing an empty space. "I saw the three of them running toward the castle. They must be visiting their brother." Noticing Anna's exasperated expression, she asked, "What's wrong, Anna? Isn't that normal?" Anna couldn't respond to that. Fortunately, Nymphadora was soon captivated by the excitement emanating from the pitch. Oh, for the second time. Marcus is attempting to knock out Gryffindor's secret weapon, the frail boy in the red scarf. The commentator's face flushed with excitement. Who is he? Why is he masked? What does the red scarf signify? "Miss Moster, if you could channel even a fraction of that absurd academic fervor into my class, you and be receiving AD. An eagle-nosed professor interjected, unable to contain his irritation at the commentator's fervor. The sight of the masked boy soaring on the field made him uncomfortable, and with Professor McGonagall absent, he couldn't bring himself to ask a Gryffindor student about their secret weapon. Naturally, the little lions were clueless about the identity of the boy soaring through the air. But he had evaded Marcus's attacks twice already, displaying remarkable agility as if he were born to be a seeker. They cheered, "Red scarf! Red scarf!" on the broom. Marcus was not faring well. Harry's appearance had completely overshadowed him. "Why do you only know how to run away? Are you even a Gryffindor? You're just a nobody." Marcus attempted to provoke Harry. "Look at that wretched broom." He scrutinized Harry's broom, genuinely astonished. "Merlin's beard. What is that?" "A Comet 140 that even Filch wouldn't use for sweeping." "Why are you masked? Are you hideously ugly?" Harry, sweating nervously, searched the skies for the golden snitch, too preoccupied to pay Marcus any heed. Marcus continued his taunts, pointing at Harry's head. "That filthy scarf is made of Muggle trash. What kind of rubbish will wear something like that, you mudblood?" Suddenly, a chill ran down Marcus's spine. The crowd gasped. Despite his poor diction, Harry had unleashed a beautifully articulated insult, one of the few things he had learned from Anna in such a short time. Marcus couldn't comprehend it. Perhaps the red scarf was an insult aimed at him, but he could think no further as a clump of hair slipped from his fingertips. "Ah," he cried out, transforming his sorrow and rage into determination as he charged towards the figure in the red scarf, disregarding the golden snitch that had appeared. He sought vengeance. He desired to topple this muddy creature. However, Marcus suddenly realized he could not keep up. He was astonished that the latest model, the Light Wheel 1700, could not outpace the antiquated Comet 140. This revelation was more shocking than the hair he had lost. In Harry's eyes, once again, there was only that golden orb, just as it had been during their encounter in the shabby quarters. The only difference was that this golden snitch lacked Anna's restoration spell. This snitch was far easier to capture than Anna's old one, Harry mused as he grasped the gleaming ball before him, a confident smile spreading across his face. Professor Snape stood up in disbelief. "Wow." The announcer also rose, excitedly pounding the table before her, announcing that Gryffindor's secret weapon had seized the golden snitch, awarding Gryffindor 150 points. A brief silence enveloped the field before it erupted into fervent cheers and shouts. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Secret weapon. Secret weapon. Who then was this red scarf? Inquired a Ravenclaw to a nearby Gryffindor. As Harry chased the snitch, his mask was blown away, and many began to scrutinize him, some with fervor, while others remained utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he thought, winning was all that mattered. The boy who lives, secret weapon. Task completion reward. Memory 50. Reaction 50. Harry attribute template additional task completed 13. Harry participated in a formal Quidditch match, achieving victory, courage 30. Chapter 46. The boy who stumbled into the set. Harry sat upon his broom, surrounded by the cacophony of cheers, hesitating whether to descend. Although he relished the attention, he was also reluctant to be tossed into the air by the fervent Gryffindors. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that a professor seemed to have taken notice of him. Snape's gaze bore down on Harry on the broom. With his grotesque round glasses and wind-tousled hair, not to mention that arrogant grin, everything felt familiar. Potter, Snape muttered, the name that had haunted him throughout his student years. For reasons unknown, he drew his wand. Anna noticed this development. With neither Dumbledore nor Professor McGonagall in the stands, the most significant figure was undoubtedly Snape. Mr. Mighty, Anna shouted towards Harry. Hearing the familiar address, Harry turned towards Anna, a look of confusion crossing his face. Run. Anna pointed in a direction. Without hesitation, Harry spun around and fled, the golden snitch still clutched in his hand. Past experiences had taught him that when Anna issued commands, particularly with just one or two words, it was wise to heed her. A flash of white light struck precisely where Harry had just vacated. Snape, having missed his target, flicked his cloak and prepared to pursue the one attempting to cause mischief at the school, the Potter too. Watching Harry soar away on his broom, the Quidditch pitch was abuzz with excitement. What had just transpired? A young Gryffindor slapped his face in disbelief. Professor Snape attacked Gryffindor's secret weapon. Let us go. Let's find out. A Hufflepuff girl tugged at her companion, eager not to miss the spectacle. A throng surged towards the exit of the pitch. Harry followed the direction Anna had indicated, flying towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He now felt anxious, as he seemed to have lost his way. Suddenly, an oddly shaped, enormous red bird emerged from the thicket. It pecked at the leaves on its body before fixing its gaze on Harry. Their eyes met, and Harry sensed impending trouble. Hello. He took 2 steps back, positioning his broom defensively. The bird's stare was too intense, a gaze he had only encountered with his Aunt Marge's fierce bull terrier. However, the bird soon ceased its scrutiny, proudly raising its head and striding in a particular direction before stopping and looking back, urging him with a chirp. Harry hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to follow the peculiar bird, perhaps emboldened by his recent surge of courage. Barely 10 minutes had passed since Harry left, and Anna, searching in the direction she had pointed, approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest but saw no sign of him. Frowning, Anna thought, oh no, Harry wouldn't he have ventured into the Forbidden Forest? Would he? Standing at the forest's edge, Anna pondered how to proceed. Perhaps she should seek out Professor McGonagall or Hagrid. Otherwise, with her current abilities, she might enter standing and exit lying down. Sighing, she stepped into the Forbidden Forest. Anna, wait, don't go that way. Nymphadora Tonks rushed over, catching her breath and regarding Anna seriously. You're not Hogwarts students, are you? Anna shrugged. We will be eventually. Mad water beast. Are you both mad? Nymphadora exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she ruffled Anna's hair, her astonishment and eagerness suggesting she wanted to dissect Anna's mind to understand how it worked. How did you know we're not Hogwarts students? Anna asked, having thought the cheerful Hufflepuff would not have figured that out. Nymphadora did not respond directly. Professor McGonagall had returned, having learned of Gryffindor's victory over Slytherin, her expression one of gratitude to Merlin. However, when someone inquired about the secret weapon's identity, she revealed that she had never prepared one. Hearing Oliver mention that the seeker was named James Potter left her utterly bewildered. Anna raised an eyebrow. Nymphadora mimicked Professor McGonagall's bewildered expression, while a Ravenclaw nearby provided context. James Potter had been Gryffindor's seeker 10 years ago, and the entire pitch fell silent. Oliver was so moved he nearly shed tears, repeatedly exclaiming, "The hero has returned." Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, was caught up in the moment, declaring, "This is all part of fate's design." Ha ha! You should have seen the look of incredulity on Professor McGonagall's face. So, you surmise that we are not Hogwarts students? Anna gazed into the woods. The key is Ryan. Nymphadora laughed uncontrollably, recalling his utterly perplexed expression. Isn't Potter a relative of Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall was on the verge of madness. While it was undeniably amusing, Anna regarded Nymphadora with curiosity, sensing something odd from the beginning. Was she stalling for time? Tonks! I need to search the forest. No, don't go in there. Maybe is he gone in? Nymphodora's tone turned frantic. There was indeed something amiss. Anna tilted her head, intrigued by Nymphadora. How do you know? It's so dark in there. Harry, wouldn't he want to go in? Would he? He might have gone to the hospital wing instead. Nymphodora's hair reverted to a dull brown, her expression one of disappointment, as if she herself found her words unconvincing. Only upon spotting several figures in the distance did her spirits begin to lift, softly murmuring, at least this time. I can say the mission was accomplished. Anna, Ron, the twins, and Harry all rushed towards her. Hey, Tonks, where have you all been? Have you gathered together? We followed that professor to the hospital wing. Charlie broke an arm, but he gave us a thumbs up with his other hand, Ron said, demonstrating the gesture. Fred added, Bill showed up and helped us evade that professor and the nurse, so we weren't seen by anyone else. Harry approached, announcing that Gryffindor had won. Charlie almost planted a kiss on his face, George teased, shooting a glance at Harry, who remarked that he had followed a fat bird over. I think he might be starving. That's true, Harry exclaimed. Fawkes would be furious to hear that. Nymphadora laughed. After all, he is a phoenix. Anna had already deduced the nature of Nymphadora's task, to ensure the safety of those who had strayed into the castle. It appeared that Nymphadora, as a metamorphmagus, had begun her association with Dumbledore's camp as early as 5th year, or perhaps even earlier. The bird that had followed Harry in the castle portraits, Anna surmised, must indeed be the phoenix. Dumbledore had long known that Harry and his friends had arrived at the castle, sending the phoenix to guide Harry to the Weasley brothers and instructing Nymphadora to prevent him from entering the perilous Forbidden Forest. Feeling inexplicably cared for, Anna envisioned an elderly man clad in robes. We must leave quickly. I fear Percy will see us and inform Mum. Ron frowned, visibly distressed. How are we going to get out? There are people everywhere. That need not concern you. Nymphadora's hair transformed once more into a shade of pink. I know a secret passage. I can get you out. You already know we R&T students here? Harry glanced at Anna, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, I discovered it myself, thanks to Dumbledore. Nymphadora looked around and urged, follow me. The group followed Nymphadora, racing along the edge of the Forbidden Forest towards a solitary wall. A peculiar tree stood there. Chapter 47, The Stranded Weasleys. Quickly, Nymphadora quickened her pace upon spotting a figure approaching from the direction of the castle, with a hooked nose and shoulder-length black hair, resembling a black bat from afar. The last person the Hogwarts exploration team wished to encounter was Professor Snape. If he caught them, trouble would undoubtedly follow. I'll distract Professor Snape, Nymphadora declared, her expression resolute. That tree over there is a whomping willow. You must throw stones at the knots on its branches to halt its attack. There is a secret passage beneath it leading to Hogsmeade. Move quickly. She dashed towards Professor Snape. Taking advantage of the time bought by Nymphadora's self-sacrifice, the group hastened into action. However, after picking up stones and throwing them for quite some time, none struck the knots. Harry glanced at the stone in his hand, for the first time doubting his athletic prowess. Why don't we just approach it and press the knot? George suggested, otherwise we'll be here forever. Ron gaped. That tree is definitely sentient. It swung a branch at George the moment he suggested getting close. Fred rushed over to help George up. Ugh, that tree is too aggressive. Anna pondered the Whomping Willow's secret passage, which led to the Shrieking Shack. This building primarily served to prevent Remus Lupin, known as Moony among the Marauders, from transforming into a werewolf and harming students. Werewolves do not attack animals. Thus the remaining 3 Marauders, James, Sirius, and Peter, became animagi to accompany him during his transformations, with Peter, as a rat, climbing the Whomping Willow to press the knot. This indicated that the Whomping Willow, as its name suggests, only attacks people. What about Mr. Weasley? Harry asked. He pulled a fluffy yellow ball from beneath his cloak, buzzing. Anna placed Mr. Weasley on the ground, pointing at the knot on the Whomping Willow. Mr. Weasley, go touch that knot on the trunk. Mr. Weasley quickly demonstrated his utility, nimbly climbing the Whomping Willow until he pressed the knot, causing the tree to remain unresponsive. Did it work? Anna inched closer to the Whomping Willow. I'll go. Fred stepped forward, approaching the willow without a hint of danger. It's safe. Let us move, he called as they dashed towards the entrance of the passage. Noticing Nymphadora standing dejectedly to the side, her face reflecting a mixture of confusion and despair. For Professor Snape had effortlessly breached the defenses she had erected and was now approaching the Whomping Willow. The group scrambled into the passage just as an unexpected figure appeared. Professor Snape, I have a question for you, Percy suddenly interjected, causing Snape to furrow his brow and come to a halt. Percy held a small notebook. seeming to have made a significant decision. It's a question about a potion that has been troubling me for quite some time, and I need to clarify it today. Percy, Ron hissed, am I seeing things? That is Percy. He is actually helping us. George exclaimed in disbelief. Unbelievable. Fred added skeptically. Is that surprising? He is your brother. After all, Harry remarked, puzzled. Well, that is a soul-piercing question. Harry, Anna thought, for Percy, as the third child of the Weasley family, had perhaps never gained the approval of his younger siblings. Anna knew that the relationships among the 7 Weasley children were generally strong, but strong had its limits. Percy, being serious, tidy, and bespectacled, was often the object of admiration for Mrs. Weasley, making him somewhat of an outsider among his siblings. The twins enjoyed pranking him, while Ron and Ginny were not fond of his lectures. Bill and Charlie shared the twins' playful nature, leaving Percy as the odd one out. Furthermore, as the third-born, he likely experienced the Weasley family's affluent days as a pure-blood family in his early years, only to witness their financial struggles as more siblings were born. He understood the significance of money, and lacking a voice among his siblings made him particularly crave authority and attention, perhaps the reason he later pursued a career in the Ministry of Magic. However, it must not be forgotten that familial bonds ultimately led him to choose to return, to come back to the Burrow, to reunite with his family. Just like now, he resolutely stood before one of the individuals one must appease on the road to success, the head of Slytherin, buying time for his brothers. The Weasley trio fell silent. Well, perhaps he isn't so. In any case, we must hurry back so we have time to clear the goblins from his room, Fred said, his voice lacking conviction. What? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. All the goblins we cleared yesterday are in Percy's room. Not all of them, George smiled. This morning, since you were gone, we put 2 in your room as well. Ron and the twins playfully tussled as they rushed into the passage, and Anna and Harry exchanged a glance before swiftly following suit. The passageway was extensive, resembling a conduit, and was considerably more spacious than the one belonging to the Duke of Honey. Fred claimed it was excavated by higher-tier fairies. After approximately 10 minutes of arduous trekking, a sharp turn unveiled a dim light before the group. It revealed a dusty room, its windows boarded up, with the wind whistling through the crevices, and the walls adorned with yellowed paper. The floor was littered with grimy mud spots, chaotic footprints, and even long dry bloodstains. It appeared to be the scene of a criminal investigation. Harry grasped the eager Mr. Weasley tightly, wary of ingesting the ominous dust. Another number, 92 Diagon Alley. Fred surveyed the surroundings, as if Diagon Alley 92 had become synonymous with dilapidated and terrifying abodes. Dobby? Toots? Doodly-doo? Could there possibly be a house elf residing here? I suggested, proposing we refrain from ascending the rickety staircase, which George eyed apprehensively. Agreed. Ron tugged at Harry, seeking refuge behind George. Has someone here battled a bear? Fred sneaked a glance at Anna, moving aside a rickety wooden chair that obstructed the path. The furniture appeared deliberately shattered. Noticing Fred's gaze, Anna smiled and explained. This is my first visit. I've yet to explore. No bears, but there is indeed a werewolf. Hey, there's a door over there, Ron exclaimed from behind George, pointing to an unobtrusive corner where a wooden door stood. Can it be opened? Anna kicked at the door, but it remained steadfast. Hey, I refuse to believe there's a door Anna cannot unlock. Anna, calm down, Harry exclaimed in terror, fearing she would resort to the terrorist unlocking charm. He seized her arm as she rummaged in her blue floral bag. Don't act impulsively. With an expression of bemusement, Anna extracted a black hairpin, declaring, impulsive? I am perfectly calm. She beamed with excitement. Boys, allow me to showcase a marvelous muggle technique, lockpicking. Chapter 48, The Stricken Weasley. The lockpicking skill honed to aid Harry's escape from his aunt's house unexpectedly proved useful at this moment, as Anna fiddled with the lock using the black hairpin. Thus, no skill is truly useless. It will shine forth unexpectedly. Although her lockpicking skill was merely at AB grade, it was more than sufficient to deal with such a wooden door. Perhaps in the Marauders, Sirius, who possessed a dazzling flying motorcycle and had an affinity for muggle techniques, had mastered this ancient skill to help his friends sneak into Hogsmeade. Impressive, the twins exclaimed, evidently intrigued by this muggle art. The instant Anna pushed the door open, a gust of icy wind rushed in, revealing a blinding expanse of white. The group had finally concluded their adventure at Hogwarts and returned to Hogsmeade Village. It's the Shrieking Shack, the twins shouted. We once attempted to enter, but could not open the door. It was no wonder, for the ancient front door of the Shrieking Shack was merely decorative and not a genuine entrance, thus always remaining unyielding. Anna glanced back at the hidden exit they had emerged from. It was an obscure door that blended seamlessly with the wall, revealing no signs of its existence. The keyhole was concealed behind a seemingly ordinary piece of wood. Had they not exited from here, no one would discern the presence of a door. Harry peered through the window's crack and beheld a scene 100 times stranger than the previous room. The walls were saturated with bloodstains, sending shivers down his spine. George pulled out a small notepad, seemingly documenting their subterranean escapades. The group dashed to the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade to celebrate their successful adventure and Harry's capture of the Golden Snitch. It was a conventional tavern, yet its proprietress was anything but ordinary. Madame Rosmerta, a strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure, donned a fur-collared cloak, a blossom in her 40s, radiating charm in Ron's eyes. He eagerly rushed to place their order, and knowing glances exchanged among the group revealed their amusement. George quipped, "Who would have thought our little Ronnie would have such refined tastes?" He raised an eyebrow, indicating the mature woman. Harry, sipping his butterbeer, had foam around his mouth, grinning like a jolly Santa Claus. "I simply think she is lovely," Ron protested, stepping on George's foot as he caught sight of Anna, who was enjoying the spectacle. "You might as well stick to your mature women," Fred interjected, bringing the butterbeer to Ron's lips, effectively silencing him. The butterbeer was warm, served in a glass, with a thick layer of froth atop. Anna took a sip, finding the flavor reminiscent of a peach-flavored Rio cocktail infused with the essence of white rabbit candy. Indeed, it possessed a magical taste that made her smirk with delight. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. Estimating that the Dursleys would soon return from the wedding, Harry reluctantly bid farewell to the enchanting village of Hogsmeade. The group made their way to the Eternal Star Cave. "All right, let us review our statements one last time, Ron. We had a splendid time at Diagon Alley. George took me for ice cream, and Fred took me to see the Quidditch shop," Ron stammered, nearly tripping over his words. He furrowed his brow. "Do I really have to say brother?" To emphasize their brotherly bond, Fred shrugged. "Of course. We'll call you Brother Ron, too." Then we stayed late at 92 Diagon Alley, playing cards with Anna and Harry. George clapped his hands. "Perfect." Fred produced a bag for everyone to grab a handful of flu powder. "Let us go to the welcoming villa." The name was indeed fitting. Finally, emerging from the fireplace, Anna observed the Weasley boys frozen at the door, receiving their mother's warm embrace. Mrs. Weasley wore a smile, while Ginny stood nearby with her broom, too timid to raise her gaze. Arthur Weasley stood outside, marveling at the seemingly brand-new Ford car. Good thing Charlie informed Arthur of this place. Otherwise, I might not have found you, my dear children, Mrs. Weasley said, patting George, who shrank back slightly. "So, where did you all venture today, Fred?" "I'm George, mother." He quickly corrected, noticing the shift in her expression. "I think Fred was quite well behaved today. We went to Diagon Alley." "Right, Brother Ron?" He nudged Ron to speak up. Yes," Ron stammered, nervously fidgeting with his clothes. "We went to Diagon Alley. George took me for ice cream, and Fred took me to play cards. Then we played Quidditch at 92 Diagon Alley." He glanced at Fred, who buried his face. "Good, at least you concocted a lie, albeit riddled with holes." Her smile faded. "Fred, George, I'm glad you didn't T-drive that rickety Ford straight to Hogwarts. At least you cared about Ron, Anna, and Harry's safety." She smiled at Anna and Harry, relieved to see that they were unharmed. The twins, overly mischievous as always, could only respond with awkward grins. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward and firmly grasped the ears of the twins, declaring, "This time, you shall not escape unpunished. Reflect on your actions. Clean up the backyard." "The backyard? You mean the vegetable patch and the pond, right?" Fred clutched his ears, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. "Including the goblin's den and that vast expanse of grass." Mrs. Weasley retorted mercilessly, dragging the two toward the door. "And you, Ron, don't think I've forgotten about you. You failed to rein in your 2 brothers and followed them in their mischief." Ron, at a loss for words, followed in a daze. As Mrs. Weasley reached the door, she turned back to warmly beckon Anna and Harry. "Come here, children, let me see you safely home. I cannot rest until I know you have entered your house securely." "My dear, you must educate them properly." Mrs. Weasley presented the twins before their father. "At your command, madam." Arthur Weasley pressed a hidden button, causing the interior of the Ford car to expand at least twice its original size, comfortably accommodating 10 Harrys without issue. With a grin, he secretly inquired of the twins. "How was it?" "Not bad. Just a minor hiccup in the air," Fred replied. "Ron even threw up," George chimed in. "Oh, Ron." Arthur affectionately ruffled Ron's hair. "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley snapped at him. "I expect you to properly discipline them. You 3, hurry, get in the car. We'll deal with you when we get home." Arthur reacted swiftly, pointing toward the Ford, but upon seeing the pristine vehicle, his curiosity piqued. How did the car become so new? Ron eagerly chimed in. "It's Anna's repair spell. Quite extraordinary. And Harry, Harry caught the golden snitch today. He couldn't stop talking, recounting everything that had transpired, including their adventure at the Star Cave, their visit to Hogsmeade, indulging in sweet ducks, and even revealing their attendance at the Quidditch match at Hogwarts. Harry nudged Ron with his elbow, attempting to prevent him from divulging too much, but to no avail. This is the real reason we didn't take him with us, the twins sighed in resignation. The Weasley children in distress. The Weasley family is on the brink of a genuine crisis. Please assist them in overcoming their challenges and ensure the Weasley children enjoy a joyful childhood. Reward: Reflexes 20, Memory 20. The sudden system prompted Anna to draw her wand. What does this mean? Is a car accident about to occur? She anxiously surveyed her surroundings. Chapter 49. The Weasley children in distress. Nothing untoward transpired. The blue Ford car smoothly returned Anna and Harry home. As Anna disembarked, her hand gripping the wand stiffened. It wasn't a car accident she had to worry about, but what on earth did the Weasley family's genuine crisis entail? What could jeopardize the joyful childhood of the Weasley children? After bidding farewell to Harry and the Weasley family, Anna returned home, still perplexed, but her confusion swiftly dissipated in the comforting aroma of Mrs. Lena stew. Until Christmas Eve, sighing, Anna curled up on the sofa before the fireplace, perusing basic spells for the busy and frazzled. Look at this, a hair-cutting spell. Who knows? Maybe if I try it, it will truly become a hair-cutting spell. She quickly flipped through a few pages. Oh, a hard-tongue spell. Perhaps someone wishes to possess a tongue of steel to enhance their combat prowess? Closing the book with a sigh, Anna opened the system. The physical section was developing rapidly. She believed that after completing a few more tasks, her memory would level up, strengthening not only her ability to retain information, but also allowing her to recall more details from the Harry Potter series. In stark contrast, the magic section's precise magic control remained stubbornly at 0, showing no signs of improvement. Anna struggled to channel her magic output as her thoughts dictated. Anna, Lena's voice called from the entrance, prompting Anna to rush over. Her brother, Evan, lay sprawled on the sofa, happily waving at their mother. Darling, please help me carry these bags to the kitchen. I inadvertently bought too much. Lena hung up her coat and walked into the living room, gently patting Evan's little head. This is our very first Christmas here. I must prepare a grand feast. Noticing the magical chocolate frog in Evan's hand, Lena suddenly remembered something. Anna, should we invite the Weasley family to celebrate Christmas with us? What? Anna halted her hand, which was sneaking a soda from the fridge. Don't drink such cold beverages in winter. Lena walked over and returned the soda to the fridge. I meant, shall we invite the Weasley family to spend Christmas with us? Of course, that sounds wonderful. But why? Anna understood that Lena often corresponded with the Weasley family via owl for her writing material, but the Christmas invitation seemed rather abrupt, primarily because of this. Lena produced a copy of the Daily Prophet, which Mrs. Weasley had previously introduced to her as a source for material. Look here, Lena pointed to the headline, which featured a familiar image of a car. Ford Anglia cars fly, aerial debris disrupts Muggle wedding. Anna took the newspaper with a look of disbelief. What is this nonsense? At least 20 Muggles in London are convinced they saw a blue car flying over the church garden. Near noon in Norfolk, a Muggle wedding was underway when unexpected vomit fell on the bride's wedding gown, causing panic among Muggles and halting the ceremony. A Mr. Vernon Dursley adamantly claimed to the Muggle police that it was merely a bird that had overeaten, which greatly facilitated the ministry's work in erasing memories. The incident has since been resolved adequately. Dursley? Yes, Harry did mention that the Dursleys attended a wedding and left him with Mrs. Figg. The director of the Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, Arthur Weasley, has been fined 200 galleons for using magic on a Muggle vehicle. 200 galleons. That's quite steep. Anna recalled that in the story, the fine was only 50 galleons. However, considering the 20 Muggles disrupting a wedding and aerial debris, it was perhaps understandable why the fine had quadrupled. Realizing this might be the task at hand, protecting the Weasley children's childhood, Anna pondered how she could assist. Surely, direct financial aid was not the answer. Dear Anna, the Weasley family is in a precarious situation. Mr. Arthur works at the ministry, earning at most a few dozen galleons each month to support a large family. Mrs. Weasley had mentioned their vault was devoid of any glimmer of gold during my material collection. Lena pointed to the section in the newspaper regarding Mr. Weasley's fine. Their eldest child hasn't even graduated yet, with so many children needing to attend school. From what I understand, those books and supplies are not cheap. She gently stroked Anna's head. Out of kindness, it would be wonderful to help their family. At the same time, I know that bloodlines are highly regarded in the magical world, and the Weasley family happens to be a friendly, pure-blood family. I hope you do not face bullying at school and build a good relationship with the Weasley family. They may assist you in the future. Although the likelihood of being bullied is rather slim, Anna is still deeply moved by Lena's affection. Moreover, she is also involved in the escapade in London. All right, my dear mother, what shall we do? Anna retrieves a packet of crisps from her bag. Mrs. Weasley has decided to seek temporary employment at the Ministry of Magic to alleviate their financial struggles. Hence, I have written to her, suggesting that her children could temporarily stay with us so that they can attend the local primary school alongside you. Lena appears somewhat troubled, Mr. Arthur seems quite intrigued by this notion, yet Mrs. Weasley hesitates as she plans to send the children to their Aunt Muriel. That would indeed be dreadful. No wonder it ruins childhood. I have invited them to celebrate Christmas together. Lena organizes the items from her pockets into the cupboard, needing to hear the children's opinions. Preparations must be made for tidying up the house. The children will certainly agree. Anything would be preferable to following their aunt on a robbery at Gringotts. Anna munches on crisps, one after another, contemplating the guest room upstairs. We could purchase 2 beds for the twins, while Ron might stay with Evan. And I can squeeze in with Ginny. This way, the task will be accomplished. By the time the Weasley twins commence their schooling, their elder brother Bill will have graduated, alleviating some of the burdens at home. By then, the financial situation of the Weasley family should have improved. The children will be able to play together, and Harry will undoubtedly be thrilled. Speaking of Harry, the Gryffindor nurturing program is nearing completion, with only one final additional task remaining for Harry to secure a room. And Anna has already devised a plan. On Christmas morning, within the exquisitely decorated Dursley residence, a hurried knocking resonates upon the cupboard door. Harry opens his eyes. Hurry, hurry. Get yourself ready. Go fry some eggs. Aunt Petunia urges, Maggie's coming. Aunt Maggie, a portly, boisterous woman, is someone Harry wishes to avoid. It is Aunt Petunia. Harry gropes at the bedside, and a furry object hands him his glasses. Oh, thank you, Mr. Tough Guy. He conceals the spellbook borrowed from Anna within his pillowcase, glancing at the neatly arranged red scarf in the corner before turning to open the cupboard door. Nearly a month has passed since the adventure at Hogwarts, and Christmas has swiftly arrived. Harry feels both anticipation and anxiety, hoping to receive gifts from his friends while fearing that Dudley might seize them. Naturally, Harry has already entrusted a collection of carefully crafted plant specimens, made with great effort at school, to Anna, hoping she can pass them on to Lena and the Weasley family during Christmas. This marks the first time he has prepared Christmas gifts for his friends, and a smile graces Harry's face. Why are you grinning like an idiot while frying an egg? Hurry up. Aunt Petunia casts a peculiar glance at him. Over the past 2 months, her nephew has become rather ordinary, completing tasks with remarkable diligence and refraining from causing any magical troubles. This is for the best. Beep. The sound of a car horn echoes outside. Aunt Petunia removes her apron, gently patting Dudley, who is glued to the television. Come here, my little Duddykins. Harry lifts his head to glance. Little? Who's little darling? A troll's? Aunt Maggie has arrived. She has a splendid gift prepared for you. Harry rolls his eyes discreetly, finishing the eggs, and follows behind Dudley, who nearly fills the entire hallway, to greet Aunt Maggie. He maintains a calm demeanor. Once, he would have envied the Dursleys' affection for Dudley, but ever since he learned of the immense love his parents had for him, known throughout the Wizarding World, Harry has found peace. Especially since he has befriended Anna and the Weasley family. He has already learned that he can attend a magical school after graduating from primary school, filling him with hope. My darling Dudley, come to Auntie. Aunt Maggie descends from the pitiful silver sedan, robust, with a purplish face and a poorly trimmed mustache beneath her nose. She envelopes Dudley in her stout arms, planting a rather unpleasant kiss upon him. Harry rubs his hand, which has been painfully jabbed by a suddenly thrust suitcase. Feeling inexplicably fortunate, the death kiss concluded, Dudley wipes the lipstick smudge from his face, now clutching a brand new 20-pound note. Aunt Maggie strides past Harry, accompanied by her ferocious-looking dog, greeting Aunt Petunia with exaggerated affection while casting a disapproving glance at Harry. Yet, Harry no longer experiences the anxiety that once made him wish to flush himself down the toilet. Perhaps his courage has increased by 50. Throughout his time with Anna, Harry has undergone a subtle transformation, acquiring elegant foreign phrases, masterful lock-picking skills, and exceptional linguistic artistry coupled with a savvy approach to social interactions. Before Aunt Maggie can utter a word, he exclaims, You look splendid, Aunt Maggie. Observing her purple visage, Harry fabricates a compliment. Merry Christmas. He flashes an exaggerated smile. Aunt Maggie appears momentarily taken aback, perhaps surprised that this burdensome relative could utter such charming words. Refraining from her impending sarcasm, she finally speaks sensibly, retrieving a package of dog biscuits from a small fabric pouch. Your Christmas gift. Chapter 50, A Christmas Surprise. Truly overwhelming. A packet of freshly imported dog biscuits from America. Thank you, Aunt. Harry accepts the biscuits, disregarding the watchful gaze of Aunt Maggie's dog, a Shar-Pei named Lippy, which seems poised to pounce. Dudley has received a brand new, computer-controlled robot. If Anna were here, she would undoubtedly reassure herself that such a flashy, impractical toy pales in comparison to a nutritious and delicious packet of dog biscuits. Harry continues to smile, while Vernon Dursley retrieves Aunt Maggie's luggage from the car, casting a bewildered glance at Harry. Over the past month, he has found it increasingly difficult to criticize Harry, as if he has finally discovered his rightful place, perhaps realizing he should embrace a life of normalcy. After a flurry of commands, Aunt Maggie's ample backside finally settles onto the Dursleys' meager sofa. Open the presents. Open the presents. Dudley stands eagerly in front of the Christmas tree with his new toy, counting with his clumsy fingers. 15, 16, 36, 37. The beautifully wrapped gift boxes accumulate beneath the tree, some nearly the size of a Mr. Tough Guy, while others appear large enough to conceal Harry. He begins to worry whether his cupboard can accommodate yet another new resident. Squinting intently at the gift tags, Harry feels a twinge of disappointment. After all, he has received a packet of dog biscuits this year, hasn't he? 38. Dudley jumps with excitement, causing the floor to tremble as he shoves his way in front of Harry to boast. Guess how many Christmas gifts I have? 100. Oliver has 100 gifts. Harry responds immediately. Dudley clearly isn't as thrilled anymore, likely contemplating how he might secure 100 gifts next Christmas. Aunt Petunia stands aside, frowning as she counts the gifts again. How can there be 38? I distinctly remember there being only 37. Dudley settled down to unwrap his gifts, revealing a lavish red toy cart, an expensive-looking remote-controlled boat, and a mechanical parrot confined within a cage that emitted sounds. I want a real one. A flying parrot. Dudley bellowed, prompting Uncle Vernon to reassure him that he would soon procure one. What is this? Dudley picked up a gift box that was distinctly different from the others, shaking it vigorously, only to hear nothing, an empty box. Furious, Dudley glared at his parents. My dear nephew, let me take a look, Aunt Marge said, taking the box, which bore no name, address, or greeting, resembling a surprise box waiting to be opened. Harry stood in the corner, acting as a coat rack, curiously eyeing the box in Aunt Marge's hands. With a forceful tug, the box opened, revealing no additional surprises. Aunt Marge disdainfully extracted an unsightly teacup from within. What a poor person's item. Where did this come from? She cast a glance at Harry. Not Harry, Aunt Petunia, surprisingly candid, remarked. He probably lacks the funds to buy such a thing. It must be a gift from some impoverished child trying to ingratiate himself with our precious Dudley, mistakenly piled here. Aunt Marge placed the ugly cup on the ground, stating that even for her dog, Lippy, it would be deemed unclean. After all, her darling Lippy had the luxury of using a custom bowl at home. The lazy Shar-Pei approached, and Aunt Marge poured a bit of water into the cup. Without a doubt, that is a biting teacup. Perhaps it would soon become a biting dog cup. This infamous dog was finally meeting its comeuppance. Harry, with trembling hands, opened the door leading from the glass conservatory to the backyard, under the watchful eyes of the Dursleys. Ventilation, he stated. It seemed reasonable. The logs in the fireplace were burning too well, causing the room's air to become stagnant. This boy was finally showing some perceptiveness. Uncle Vernon subtly nodded in approval. Woof, woof. Lippy's nose had gotten caught in the charming teacup. His entire face was buried in the cup, causing Aunt Marge to panic, thinking his head was stuck. Lippy, my darling. Aunt Marge's precious darling collided with the wall, creating chaos in the conservatory. The crowd, particularly Aunt Petunia, shrieked as she could not bear the mess. Everyone sprang into action, hoping to catch Lippy. The heroic Lippy dashed beneath Dudley's feet, who screamed, tripping over himself. Uncle Vernon rushed to assist Dudley, accidentally knocking over the Christmas tree, resulting in utter pandemonium in the living room. Finally, the heroic Lippy had caused enough trouble. He yelped twice and bolted through the door Harry had opened, racing around the garden, attempting to roll to dislodge the teacup, to no avail. He twisted his body and escaped from beneath Aunt Marge's legs. Just then, Uncle Vernon's garden fence, which had yet to be repaired, allowed two striking figures, a mad dog with a teacup atop its head and a plump woman huffing and puffing in pursuit, to sprint down Privet Drive. Was the plan successful? Ron leaned closer to Anna. I think I heard screams outside. Sit tight, quiet down, my little Ronnie, Fred urged, even if a splendid fire dragon were to appear outside. It has nothing to do with us. He pressed Ron back into his seat, unless you wish to spend a few months at Aunt Muriel's. George mimicked a zipper motion over Ron's mouth. Keep it under wraps, and then we can learn in the exciting Muggle world. Are you not thrilled? Ginny linked her arm with Ron's, nodding vigorously. This was a rare opportunity to live next to Harry, and they knew nothing about it. The group gathered on the living room sofa as Mr. Weasley curiously scrutinized the television, his intense gaze suggesting a desire to dismantle it for a closer inspection. Lena, thank you immensely. Molly Weasley grasped Lena's hand. The children are creating a ruckus about not wanting to visit their aunt, and we are at a loss. It's the first time I've seen the twins in tears, and it nearly frightened Arthur and me to death. Anna glanced at the twins. We asked Luna's father for a sorrow potion, Fred whispered, and added it to the soup, nearly drying up my tear ducts. Since we were infants. I have never cried so freely, George added. Don't say that. Perhaps both of them have soft hearts, Ron muttered quietly. Soft hearts? Anna pondered where she had heard that before. The soft heart of a wizard. A fairy tale, Ginny explained to Anna. A wizard had used dark magic to extract his heart, placing it in a crystal box to maintain his delightful single life, only to be mocked for his inability to find a wife. To prove himself, he sought out a fine maiden. The maiden insisted on seeing his true heart, so he produced it, but having been outside for too long, it had grown hair. At this point, Ginny stuck out her tongue, noting that the maiden seemed quite pleased. I don't quite understand what could be joyful about a hairy heart. She even asked the wizard to place it back where it belonged. The wizard returned the hairy heart to his chest. One could hardly fathom what to say. Surely it belonged in the trash. Ginny concluded, I believe this story tells us to dispose of rubbish where it belongs. Insightful, Anna applauded. It seems we need not worry about Ginny being deceived by scheming men. But Mother said it was to remind us not to misuse dark magic. Ron frowned. Lippy, Lippy. A woman's commotion echoed from outside. Help. Someone stop it. What has happened? Lena rose and opened the door. Chapter 51, Christmas Surprise. Lena opened the door to find a stout woman stumbling along, frantically pursuing a dog with a teacup atop its head. Arthur Weasley, ever curious about Muggle affairs, poked his head out the window to witness the spectacle, nearly shrieking, a biting teacup? Arthur dashed from the house, without even donning his coat, hiding in the roadside bushes as he drew out his wand. The biting teacup approaches. Seizing the opportunity while Aunt Marge bent down to catch her breath, the biting teacup, along with Lippy, soared into Arthur's hands. Aunt Marge, gasping for air, looked up to find Lippy had vanished from sight, shaking a passing elderly woman. Did you see a dog with a teacup on its head run past here? The elderly lady struggled, striking Aunt Marge with her cane, convinced she had encountered a madwoman. Madam, Lena strode over. I believe I saw it. It ran back that way. Lena pointed in the direction Aunt Marge had come from. Aunt Marge released the elderly woman and turned to run back, but she hadn't gone far before Arthur's oblivion spell hit her. She halted, seemingly having lost something significant. What was I doing? All right, I remember, I was out for a walk. The elderly lady, enraged, nearly hurled her cane at Aunt Marge's head. Stimulating. George and Fred high-fived. Dear children, this has nothing to do with you, right? Molly Weasley regarded the twins. That teacup? Of course. Mother, you must trust us. We have been here for no more than 2 hours. Perhaps Mrs. Moley thinks that 2 hours is insufficient for the twins to create such a ruckus. She nodded, indicating that it would be best that way. Work can intrude at any moment, and Arthur approached with a dog, even Christmas being no exception. Fortunately, the lady believed that the teacup had ensnared the dog's head, thus avoiding any significant calamity. Arthur pointed his wand at the biting teacup and commanded, Stop. Finally, Lippy was able to extricate his head from the cup, appearing less menacing, resembling a chastised miscreant. Go on. Arthur set Lippy down, who scampered towards Maggie, tail tucked low. Oh, my dear Lippy, have you come out to find me? Have you missed me? Maggie exclaimed joyfully, scooping Lippy up and slowly making her way towards number 4. Privet Drive. Anna observed the unfolding scene through the window. The first Christmas surprise had diverted Aunt Maggie's attention. It seemed that the second surprise had also been delivered. Vernon Dursley paced anxiously in the living room, muttering about that wretched teacup and that foolish dog. The embarrassing incident had left Vernon hesitant to vault over the fence. And by the time he rushed outside, Maggie's figure had vanished. Aunt Petunia, who had always disliked the dog for creating chaos in the house, did not pursue her. Dudley, indifferent to his Aunt Maggie's plight, sat on the sofa playing with a newly acquired robot, a gift from the very aunt who had just dashed out. Suddenly, a letter was thrust through the door. What on earth is this? Uncle Vernon noticed the letter and awkwardly retrieved it from the floor. Let's see, Harry Potter. This is a letter addressed to Harry. It was inscribed in peculiar green ink, stating, For Harry Potter, under the stairs cupboard at number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey. Vernon's blood seemed to freeze, and the air felt thin as he opened the letter and took a glance. Petunia! Petunia! He rushed into the kitchen. Disregarding Maggie and her troublesome dog, for a more distressing situation had arisen. Uncle Vernon held the letter high, evading Dudley's attempts to snatch it. What is that? Is it my gift? Dudley yelled, striking Vernon's leg with the robot. He glanced at Harry, as if a thought had crossed his mind, and screamed. It can't be for Harry, can it? What? Is it a gift from Anna? Harry leaned closer. Petunia furrowed her brow as she took the letter, her pupils dilating in disbelief. No way, she shrieked. The two exchanged glances, Petunia shaking her head so fervently that Harry almost believed it was a spell to make her do so. Whose letter is this? Harry stood on tiptoe, attempting to discern its contents. Dudley, meanwhile, was shouting, Quick, give it to me. A minute later, the two appeared at the kitchen door, behind them the locked front door, and Dudley and Harry immediately engaged in a silent struggle over the narrow keyhole. This address. Petunia's voice trembled. Impossible. Are they watching us? She clutched the letter, at the top center of which was a large letter composed of a lion, an eagle, a serpent, and a badger. A familiar feeling washed over Petunia, suddenly recalling the hope she had felt as a child while awaiting a letter from Hogwarts, a letter printed on the same style of stationery. Though it had not been an admission notice, but something else entirely. I can still feel the unspoken threat. Quick, let us see what it says. Uncle Vernon nearly lost his composure, reminding her not to forget to accept that acceptance letter from whatever school of warts in 3 years' time. Should we respond? Petunia grasped Vernon's arm, insisting they must inform them that they would not allow him to attend Hogwarts. Don't say that name. Uncle Vernon began to pace. No, we can't do anything. In 3 years, we will simply go on a vacation, to the jungle, to a deserted island, anywhere far from here. And then we receive the acceptance letter. Petunia remained silent. Petunia, we cannot allow these abnormal occurrences. When we took in your sister's child, we swore we must not let such things affect Dudley or our ordinary lives. Petunia noticed the green glimmer on the Christmas ornaments. Yes, we cannot. She crumpled the letter, just as she had done years ago upon receiving Dumbledore's rejection letter. You have no talent, Miss Petunia. Aunt Maggie soon returned to number 4, Privet Drive, cradling a frowning Lippy, her brow furrowed as if she were struggling to recall something. Before long, she emerged from the house with a suitcase. Maggie, do you really not need me to see you off? Uncle Vernon looked at his sister helplessly. No, Merry Christmas, Vernon. I just feel like the door at home is not properly closed, and if my 12 good boys run off, that would be unfortunate. Watching the taxi drive away, Vernon turned back to the house, for the first time ever visiting Harry, who resided in the cupboard. Is that letter for me? Harry was genuinely anxious. What does it say? It was sent to the wrong address. I've already torn it up and thrown it away. How could it be sent to the wrong address? Anna would never mistake her own address. Enough. Uncle Vernon sharply interrupted Harry, startling Mr. Weasley nearly out of his corner. Given your recent good behavior, the cozy bedroom on the 2nd floor is yours. That bedroom? Harry was somewhat astonished. What did Anna write in the letter? How can this be? Uncle Vernon looked at him strangely, as if curious where he found the audacity to claim that room. Dudley's 2nd bedroom is yours, temporarily, but if you misbehave, we'll take it back. Happiness came too suddenly. No questions asked. Pack your things and head upstairs. Uncle Vernon turned to soothe the wailing Dudley, promising him the latest computer. Harry attribute temple additional task completed. 33 Harry has his own small room. Courage 10. The boy who lives warrior spirit. Task completed. Reward. Memory 100. Reaction 100. Reaction level up. High. Next level requires 2,000 experience. Oh, the plan has succeeded. Mrs. Weasley. Anna leaned closer, beaming with a charming smile. May I take them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings? Perhaps also meet the neighbors. After a pause, she added, Thank you, dear. That is truly thoughtful. Mrs. Weasley patted Anna's head. Chapter 52. Christmas Surprise. Harry sat on the bed, his expression somewhat dazed. This was quite literally a small room, cluttered with Dudley's discarded toys. Yet it was an immense improvement compared to the cupboard under the stairs. In just one trip, Harry had moved everything, primarily the pillow, which he clutched tightly, for it contained his red scarf, Mr. Weasley, and a spell book, along with a box of chocolate frogs he couldn't bear to eat. If Uncle Vernon were to discover all these contraband items, the consequences would be dire. Why are you hugging that ragged pillow? Uncle Vernon disapproved of such childish behavior. There are pillows on the bed upstairs. Just keeping it as a memento. Harry clutched the pillow tightly, for it was the most cherished possession he had. Uncle Vernon cast a disparaging glance at him, muttering about his lack of discernment, before turning away. Harry closed the door to his room. Hearing Dudley's cries and Uncle Vernon's anguished shouts from downstairs, likely a result of Dudley being yanked by his hair, insisting that he be allowed to remain. That's my room. Following this, Aunt Petunia attempted to soothe Dudley, informing him that the room was cursed and that he could not play with toys inside it, lest he forfeit the delightful blueberry pies. Notably, The Dursleys held a belief in mystical powers. They avoided using umbrellas indoors and forbade Dudley from descending the wooden staircase, perhaps fearing that his weight might topple it. They would also watch horror films, and whenever Uncle Vernon screamed, he would cast a glance at Harry. Perhaps they perceived magic as akin to the malevolent forces depicted in horror films. After all, magic had never bestowed upon them any delightful surprises. Upon reflection, it seemed almost understandable to confine a nephew burdened with a wicked curse to a cupboard. Harry had an epiphany. Damn those horror films. A buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, is anyone home?" A youthful voice called from outside, accompanied by the rustling of multiple visitors. Dudley's wailing abruptly ceased, likely due to the presence of his school friends. Dudley certainly did not wish to display his tears before his peers. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon shared this sentiment. Uncle Vernon quickly settled onto the small sofa, unfolding a newspaper to feign leisure, and called out loudly, "Dear, open the door. Right away, dear." Aunt Petunia replied, swiftly wiping Dudley's face with a towel before hurrying to the door, straightening her attire as she went. Before her stood 5 children, 4 of them adorned with red hair, while the lone girl with brown hair was someone Aunt Petunia recognized. "Anna, Merry Christmas, Mrs. Dursley," Anna greeted politely, presenting a freshly baked pie that had been replicated with a spell. Merry Christmas." Aunt Petunia accepted the pie, scrutinizing the group of children. The boys were dressed in ordinary attire, sweaters paired with baggy trousers, somewhat mismatched, while the young girl stared intently at her. "Ordinary." Aunt Petunia averted her gaze. "Are you here to see Dudley?" "Dudley? Oh, no, ma'am," George interjected, taking a sheet of paper that Ron had handed him and pretentiously glancing at it. "We've come to find Harry Potter. He resides here, doesn't he?" "What? Harry Potter?" Aunt Petunia could not contain her volume. "Are you certain?" She accepted the document George offered, which detailed an invitation for Harry Potter to join the community primary school as Chudley Cannons, replete with an official stamp. Although Aunt Petunia could not decipher the inscription, its formality sufficed. Harry peeked out from his small room, and upon seeing Anna and the group at the door, he felt this was the greatest surprise of Christmas. Ron winked at him, while Ginny hid shyly behind Ron. "We are members of the Chudley Cannons, a well-known team," Fred introduced to Aunt Petunia, though others might not have heard of it. "We are quite renowned in our circles." "Very famous," Ron added, nodding emphatically. "We've come to find Harry. He was selected by the teacher to join us due to his talent," Anna elaborated, seemingly convincing. "Earlier last month, Professor McGonagall happened to see him playing a racing game with some boys. He runs incredibly fast." "What racing game?" Dudley, eavesdropping, widened his eyes. Although he was unsure of specifics, he was certain it involved them chasing Harry. Aunt Petunia hesitated, perhaps recalling the peculiarities of Harry's abilities when she adopted him. She had considered he might soar into trees or have hair that grew overnight, yet never imagined encountering such a situation. Please excuse us. Ma'am, and Dudley too." Anna interjected before Aunt Petunia could finish. "The teacher believes Dudley has significant potential in boxing. She would never misjudge. If Harry joins us, she can assist in finding an excellent boxing coach." "Oh," Aunt Petunia paused, "I see. I don't want to learn boxing." Dudley whined. "You can't let Harry join them." "No." Yet this time, Aunt Petunia did not acquiesce to Dudley's whims, despite her reluctance. "Dudley, darling, this is an opportunity. You have talent in this area." She wiped away her excited tears, although she had always convinced herself that her son was the best. She subconsciously harbored concerns for Dudley's future. "We were so careless. We almost missed out on this." "What? No. Our Dudley has a knack for boxing." Uncle Vernon thundered over, the floor trembling beneath his weight. "This news is the best Christmas gift I could receive. I should have known. Look at those muscles," he boasted, patting Dudley's belly. The group regarded Dudley's flabby form. "Yes, very strong," Anna complimented. "Can we go see Harry? Discuss the, team situation?" Ron asked eagerly. Uncle Vernon suddenly felt relieved that Harry was confined to the smallest room upstairs. At least it was a room, preventing any cause for gossip. He was upstairs, in the room closest to the stairs. Uncle Vernon cautioned, "Be careful. He could be a bit irritable and somewhat delusional," Aunt Petunia added, ushering everyone inside. "If he says anything, please disregard it. He can even fly into trees." Dudley screamed, "Dudley, darling." Aunt Petunia gently covered Dudley's mouth, leading him to the kitchen. "Let us go have some blueberry pie." Anna ascended the stairs to the second floor. The layout of number 4 Privet Drive mirrored her own home exactly, adorned with photographs of the Dursleys, with no trace of Harry in sight. It felt as if Harry were merely a compliant house elf of the Dursley family. "The great Harry Potter, Merry Christmas." The twins enveloped Harry in a hearty embrace, presenting him with a beautifully wrapped dung bomb, festive edition. "Thank you. Merry Christmas." Harry gratefully accepted. Ron leaned in, sitting on Harry's bed, stirring up a cloud of dust. How long has it been since you slept? I just moved in here. Harry replied somewhat helplessly. My previous room was far more cramped. Why are they punishing you? Ginny asked indignantly, surveying the sparse room, which contained only a rickety bed, a dilapidated wardrobe, a set of mismatched furniture, and a collection of peculiar toys, even more dismal than a hovel. This is already a reward. My old room was indeed cramped. Harry shrugged. Just me filled it up. Ginny embraced him, producing a somewhat rough, red knitted sock. Merry Christmas, Harry. Everything will be all right. She blushed slightly. I knitted this sock for you. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Ginny. Harry expressed more interest in the sock than the hug. It's lovely. But why is there only one? The other was snatched by a goblin. Ron chimed in, handing Harry a long, wrapped gift. Ginny was super upset. What is this? Harry shook the gift box, hearing the clattering sound within. The very thing you need most, my friend. Ron winked. Harry curiously unwrapped the gift, discovering a specially concocted wart removal potion by Lovegood. Beside it lay a note that read, For any warts, the remedy is guaranteed, regardless of their location. Harry inhaled sharply. Thank you, Ron, but I must assert that my posterior is in excellent health. If it weren't for the presence of girls in this room, I would be tempted to demonstrate. Ha ha. George patted Harry on the shoulder. Do forgive him. He actually participated in Mrs. Lovegood's charm experiment for this ointment. Had he not been a tad shorter, he might have ended up losing a part of his hair. Their mother had advised Mrs. Lovegood to reconsider her choices, insisting they were good friends. Fred added. Though her persuasion bore no fruit, Mrs. Lovegood dashed off with her key to continue her research in America. Luna, however, was quite pleased, stating that the disturbances from the pesky flies around her mother had diminished significantly. Ron drawled, though no one really knows what a pesky fly is. Anna retrieved a rectangular box from her floral blue bag, exclaiming, Merry Christmas, Harry. As we embark on a new year, I wish you academic success and good health. Is there a message to convey? This gift-giving from the Muggle world seems rather formal, doesn't it? Ron murmured to the twins, every year. If you remember to wish me a Merry Christmas, I would be grateful to Merlin. Anna, with her unique charm, replied, Merry Christmas, Anna. I wish you joy every day. Harry accepted the gift with both hands and opened it to find a book. Perhaps no child desires to receive a book for Christmas, but this was an exception. The thick red cover bore the title, Chronicles of the Wizarding World of the 20th Century. Goodness, you remember. Harry eagerly flipped to the pages featuring photographs of his parents, who were winking at him. I procured some animating potion from Diagon Alley, which brings the pictures to life. This truly was the most splendid Christmas. Chapter 53. Everyday Life at Muggle Primary School. Mrs. at number 7, known as Mrs. 7, noticed some changes in her life. Firstly, the cats on Privet Drive had increased in number, leading Mrs. 7 to replace her hobby of feeding pigeons with that of feeding cats. However, her most recent attempt to feed the cats ended in disaster. A tabby cat sat motionless by the roadside all morning, and Mrs. 7 believed its backside was frozen to the ground. Carrying cat food and warm water, she approached it, only for the cat to watch her silently. When she poured the warm water on the ground, the tabby cat sprang into action, startling Mrs. 7, who slipped and fell flat on her face. Yet perhaps as a compensation for her kindness, the next day she discovered that the orchid left by her late daughter had bloomed, an incredible feat for winter. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, this year seemed particularly fond of retro black cloaks. Mrs. 7 had spotted more than one person donning such attire, prompting her to select a lovely cloak from the department store, earning compliments from the children of the neighboring Lawrence family. Speaking of which, the Lawrence household had suddenly acquired 4 children with red hair. Likely relatives, which wasn't too strange, was it? Life continually evolves. While watering her garden, Mrs. 7 was greeted by 2 children with backpacks. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, children. She watched as they departed, her gaze catching sight of a procession emerging from number 8. Here they come. Mrs. 7 tightened her grip on the watering hose. Good morning, ma'am. Anna is the most normal of them all. Your cloak looks splendid today. Good morning. Thank you, dear. Mrs. 7 smiled. Your cloak is truly lovely. The synchronized chorus of Anna's remarks echoed. Mrs. 7's smile faltered. Thank you, children. Ma'am, what is that? Fred pointed to the lawnmower. Is it used to chase away gnomes? Oh, this? Chase away gnomes? Mrs. 7 thought Fred was jesting. She attempted to explain that it was merely a lawnmower used for trimming grass, much like the ordinary football on the ground. How could there possibly be gnomes here? George approached, examining the mower. I suspect it's to prevent nifflers from stealing shiny objects. They can't resist shiny things and love to dig. Absolutely not. Can you please pay attention? Ron exclaimed in a hushed tone. We are in the Muggle world. There cannot possibly be gnomes or nifflers here. Clearly, it's meant to intimidate field mice. They are exceedingly difficult to catch. Even if Privet Drive is remote, there shouldn't be any field mice here. Fortunately, they were no longer concerned about the possibility of fire snakes laying fiery eggs in a house and setting the entire place ablaze. This spared Mrs. 7 from the dreadful habit of keeping the fireplace ablaze all night. Though she understood it was just the children's fanciful chatter, Mrs. 7 had an aversion to snakes. Bidding farewell to those adorable children, she shook her head and continued her watering task. Anna relished the sight of Mrs. 7's exasperated expression. What is Ginny doing at home? Ron seemed to grow anxious. Has it been 5 minutes since we left? Did we close the door properly? Will Scabbers escape? What about Evan? Does Ginny know to give him his bottle? He mumbled to himself. Did Mrs. Lena really record the morning news for me when she left? Ron enjoyed watching the morning news, claiming it helped him learn more about the Muggle world. Of course, Anna thought it would be more convincing if he didn't keep staring at that attractive host. Little mommy Ron. Don't fret over so many things before you're even married. Fred gazed pityingly at Ron's hair. Be careful not to go bald at such a young age. Just yesterday, he had been concerned whether Bobby and Carol might misunderstand each other because of that muscle-bound man. George interjected, if given the chance, I would definitely recommend Quick Fix Fitness Gummies to Bobby. There's no misunderstanding. Rest assured, they aren't breaking up anytime soon, Anna teased, having previously watched the classic sitcom Growing Pains. It was quite surprising that the children from the magical world were so enamored with American sitcoms. Their attire had become significantly more fashionable, with designer sweatshirts resembling those from the shows. It was unclear whether the wardrobe department had accidentally misplaced 3 items or if Mrs. Weasley had used transfiguration to conjure high-quality replicas. In fact, I hope they break up. Ron waved away Fred's hand resting on his head. I prefer Carol to remain single. Why? Anna inquired curiously. She's an excellent student. She's very intelligent. Being in a relationship could cloud her judgment. Ron attempted to appear profound, nodding exactly. And she's beautiful. Bobby doesn't deserve her. That's the truth. Let me translate little Ronnie's words. Carol is smart, beautiful, and I like her. She shouldn't date. She should belong to me. George mimicked Ron's demeanor. I did not. Ron shouted. The yellow school bus honked impatiently at the rowdy group. Ron dashed onto the bus, calling out to Harry, who was seated by the window in the 3rd row. Harry waved back, good morning. A few younger children glanced at Dudley, who was boasting to his friends about his brand new boxing gloves, showing little interest in Harry, as they began to whisper among themselves. Hey, Fred, George. At the back of the bus, a tall boy greeted the twins. For a brief moment, the vehicle was enveloped in silence, as the last row was occupied by delinquent youths who had an 80% chance of attending Stonewall High. Some passengers cast anxious glances at the 2 newly arrived red-haired transfer students, and one bespectacled boy hastily moved his bag from the floor, fearful of attracting the attention of these miscreants. Morning, Rudy, Fred remarked, only to be immediately embraced by Rudy, who draped an arm around his neck. Do you still have the goods from last time? Rudy, tall and possessing a shifty demeanor, certainly did not exude an air of virtue. His tone suggested an illicit transaction was underway. Anna, having exchanged pleasantries with the driver, approached just in time to overhear, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. What? This is quite wild. No wonder they are the future Gryffindors. George unzipped his backpack to show Rudy its contents. This is all we have for now, he said, exchanging a knowing smile with Fred. If you can offer a higher price, we might be able to procure a few more items. Suddenly, the driver hit the brakes, causing the contents of George's backpack to tumble out. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be a dung bomb. Anna picked it up and, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, made her way to the back row. She's done for. She's doomed. She will definitely get beaten up. The bespectacled boy muttered to himself. Didn't anyone tell these transfer students to steer clear of delinquents? Clever girl, Anna mused inwardly. The twins certainly had a knack for making money. Zoom boom. Brilliant. These seemingly innocuous items, akin to dung balls produced by a half-man, half-beetle creature, could easily infiltrate the Muggle world. Once the twins sold their stock and trouble ensued, Mr. Arthur would surely return to reclaim the dung bombs from the Muggle realm, erasing everyone's memories with a simple charm. Given their ordinary nature, Mr. Arthur would likely gift the twins more dung bombs as toys. What a splendidly dark business model. Even if the dung bomb trade were discovered, it would hardly create a stir. After all, it was merely a dung bomb, easily dismissed as a prank. Brilliant. Fred sensed something amiss as he observed the smile on Anna's face. Actually, Anna, we haven't done anything yet, right, George? Fred straightened up in his seat. Yeah, we grabbed the wrong thing. George swiftly snatched the dung bomb from Anna's hand. This is what we meant to take. He pulled out 2 sandwiches from his bag. You mixed our sandwiches with dung bombs. Fred exclaimed. You want to be able to smell it when you eat. George sniffed the sandwich. All right, we can get it to Ron. Hey, mate, forget about the sandwiches. Do you have more of these? Rudy counted on his fingers. Classroom, hallway, restroom, principal's office. I need a lot. For now, we're out. This is our last one. Fred lamented. With the family in a financial crisis, we had to sell off our stock of dung bombs. It's best to avoid pranks for a while. I have some. Anna pretended to reach in her bag, but instead opened a blue floral pouch, retrieving a dung bomb. Weekly supply of 10, first come, first served. Anna had indeed purchased a plethora of dung bombs and hog meat. What is the price? Rudy scrutinized Anna, skeptical that such a pretty princess would engage in a dung bomb business. As before, Anna replied, taking a seat, I supply Fred and George. The twins nodded vigorously. After a moment's thought, Rudy extended his hand toward Anna. Deal. Fred interjected, shaking Rudy's hand before Anna could, as if sealing a rare pact with a muggle. Deal. Ron, seated in front, only turned around when he heard sandwich, but otherwise seemed unperturbed. Don't worry, Harry, if Anna gets angry, she could obliterate this entire bus, he whispered. If I see her as a murderer in this morning's headline news, that will be catastrophic. That is a bit exaggerated. Harry shifted the topic as he noticed Anna approaching. What did you think of last night's episode of Growing Pains? Carol and Bobby, they didn't end up together. Anna leaned in, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Goodness, the eavesdropping bespectacled student exclaimed. Clutching his head, they broke up. Anna rolled her eyes, acknowledging the universal tendency to gossip. But Bobby and Carol not getting together is indeed a significant regret from their past lives. If I were the writer, I would have a Mary right on the spot. That is quite cruel, Ron remarked as he watched Anna settle among a group of girls nearby. Unable to refrain from teasing Harry, he glanced sympathetically at the vacant-eyed, bespectacled student. She has easily shattered a child's dream of love. Come on, Ron. Harry covered Ron's mouth as he spotted Anna, smiling in their direction. Harry returned the smile, sensing that the school year ahead would be extraordinarily lively. Magical happenings were sweeping through the elementary school community like a northeastern wind, though no one was thinking in terms of magic. Rather, they simply noted an increase in gossip during their mealtimes. The hiccuping Mr. Sari had fainted from the bizarre odor lingering in the hallway, while the bothersome old principal, unable to find the key to the school gate, had climbed over the wall and been injured, resulting in a day off from school. And there was weakling Steve, who had secretly been training and had now developed robust muscles. He had become the most handsome boy in the community elementary school. With everyone rushing to touch his pectorals during gym class, Merlin's beard, he was only 10. During their time at school, Anna and the twins had made quite a fortune. In addition to trading dung bombs and other one-time use magical items, Anna attempted to start a repair business for old goods. However, due to the overly magical effects of the repaired items, this venture had to be discontinued. It is worth noting that Anna still lacked any experience in controlling her magical powers. Acting as a middleman, Anna exchanged her earnings for galleons at Gringotts. The Muggle currency exchange service at Gringotts was primarily aimed at non-pure blood school-age witches and wizards. Available from a year, they were about to start school until their graduation, with significantly relaxed exchange limits during this period. Anna happened to fall into the category of non-pure blood, school-age, and this was indeed her year to enroll at Hogwarts. For Muggles who were mute or had limited contact with the magical world, Gringotts also offered currency exchange services, but with strict limits to prevent a collapse of the magical financial market. Goblins were never muddled when it came to money. As for pure-blood wizards, Gringotts did not facilitate the exchange of Muggle currency for wizarding currency. Most proud pure-bloods likely preferred to avoid any association with the Muggle world, yet if they truly desired, they could always find hidden legal loopholes. At the end of March, the community elementary school had another break, this time for a 2-week Easter holiday. In the small house at 8 Yew Tree Road, Anna pulled out a bag of gold galleons to share with the twins, as selling magical items to Muggles was, after all, an illegal activity. Anna once contemplated melting down a galleon, a true treasure, yet despite employing every conceivable method with the twins, they could not damage the galleon. Goodness, this is even more impervious than the armored charm, Anna exclaimed. Fairy magic still holds its merits, George mused, nodding vigorously as he clutched the galleon. His eyes sparkled at the mere mention of money, as if an idea had struck him. If the great Lady Molly spanks us again, I shall simply stuff my trousers full of galleons and feel no pain whatsoever. First, we need to amass such a fortune, my brother, Fred noted as he scribbled in his notebook, setting a modest goal of acquiring 2 pairs of galleons. Suddenly, the door to the twins' bedroom swung open. You must come see this, Ron exclaimed excitedly, until he caught sight of the galleons in their hands. So many galleons. Ron marveled, eager to discern how much golden wealth the twins had accumulated. You've earned quite a fortune. George stashed the galleons into a bag. Well, perhaps if Ron's gaze follows my hand, considering I am your brother. Unless you intend to let a dripping beast trample us, then dream on, little Ronnie. Fred replied with a smile. Anna, take me along next time. Ron implored, noticing Harry approaching the doorway. And Harry too, whatever the matter may be, include us. All right. Anna acquiesced with delight. New labor force acquired. What did you wish us to see? Ron took a red-covered book from Harry and handed it to Anna. As the twins leaned in closer. Is this the Wizarding Matters of the 20th century? Wasn't this the birthday gift Anna gave to Harry? Harry stepped forward. Dudley happened to discover I possessed this treasured book and sought to steal it while I slept. He dared not enter my room for fear of curses. So he attempted to fish it out with Uncle Vernon's fishing rod. He pointed to the gouge on the cover. I awoke just in time to rescue the book, though the cover now bears a notch. Shall I mend it with a repairing charm? Anna inquired, brandishing her wand. Thank you. If it's possible, Harry replied, producing a crumpled piece of parchment. But what I truly wish to convey is that there is something within the cover. Chapter 55, The Cry Within the Red Cover. It was a wrinkled piece of parchment, with deep blue text clearly visible. I have pursued many dreams in my youth, most of which I have forgotten. What is this? An author's confession? George pondered, stroking his chin. An Easter egg? They had been on the lookout for Easter eggs ever since watching a film together. Quite possibly. Fred pointed out a section. During my years at Hogwarts, spanning over 3 years, I carry my crystal ball almost daily. Though none believed in my prophecies before they came to fruition, I remained undeterred. What comforts me is that most of my prophecies did indeed come true. Ron furrowed his brow tightly. Do you believe this? It seems utterly unbelievable. If all his prophecies came true, why did no one trust him? Anna raised an eyebrow strategically. Well, it depends on what his prophecies foretold. After all, one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep, can they? After graduation, I intended to pursue a career as a seer, to learn more about prophetic magic, but lacking recommendations, I had no choice but to secure a low-paying clerical position at Gringotts, merely to survive. My reflections on life deepened day by day. After yet another dismissal, I began to write this book. In my hubris, I initially titled this work The Wizarding Matters of the 21st Century, attempting to document all significant events of the 21st century through prophecy. I failed beginning from a dream. I dreamt of a noseless old man laughing maniacally. He is powerful, a nightmare to many. Yes, he still lives. My readers, do you believe in my prophecies? A silence enveloped the room. Was he speaking of Voldemort? Harry scratched his head and stepped forward, only to be silenced by Ron's hand over his mouth. Do not utter that name. Ron shrieked. Isn't he already dead? Well, he did leave this scar on my forehead, Harry retorted, pushing Ron's hand away. That's true. Ron sighed in relief. I do not believe in this authoress prophecies. They are merely dreams. And you? Anna queried, gazing at the twins' troubled expressions. Not a chance. They replied in unison. No one believes, for fear has deeply rooted itself within their hearts, controlling both joy and sorrow. I fear not that noseless old man, but rather the unfounded fears of wizards, the dread that transforms them into ostriches. Out of nostalgia for my alma mater Hogwarts, I have exerted my utmost effort. I wish to convey that all foolish ostrich wizards, no matter how powerful their magic, can only serve as meaningless subjects and spectators. Death is not something to dread. Here, I have gleaned little, yet I have learned the most vital lesson. For a wizard, magic is not the essence. It is spirit and integrity. I must return to my homeland swiftly to prevent my compatriots from going astray. Anna's brow furrowed. This author's prose felt hauntingly familiar. Fortuitous matters, my homeland thrives. Yet, this fortune stirs unease within me. My readers in Y country still await me, and I have neglected them. However, the forced smile upon my new wife's face has kept me from venturing far. What can a novice like me accomplish? Leave behind a prophecy of dreams that only one who knows the ending would believe. Appreciate this triumph. Leap from the waterfall with faith. Listen to the mournful tongue of dragons. It shall guide you forth. Do not let treasures burn your arms, nor be buried beneath riches. The righteous goblet requires a true master, for only it can lead you away from here. Quest. The soul crusher for the golden goblet. Voldemort's soul fragments. 6 hidden within Horcruxes, 1 tethered to Harry Potter. Can you destroy them all? Quest progress. 07. Quest reward. Physical enhancement. Unknown. The soul crusher dances with dragons. Hufflepuff's golden goblet is hidden within Gringotts. Do you possess sufficient wisdom to retrieve it? Quest progress. Hufflepuff's goblet 01. Quest reward. Memory 100, reflex 100, physicality 100, unknown. Is this considered a prophecy? George questioned, puzzled. Who would believe it? Do not be buried beneath treasures? It feels like a curse. I will. Anna raised her hand. She happened to be the one who knew the ending. Every prophecy does seem akin to a curse. Fred chimed in, raising his hand as well. I believe too. Are you planning to find this lunette? Ron asked, eyeing the text on the back of the parchment. I await a hero whose rallying cry draws forth a legion. If fortunate, you may be that hero. Please take this parchment to Nocturne Alley and seek a shop named the Unicorn's Den, where a goblin known as Lunette frequently visits. It owes me a life debt, and, under compulsion, it must assist me in finding the hero. This is my final contribution to the magical community of Y Country. Should my readers encounter this passage in their darkest hour, they must never lose hope. The valiant in solitude are far from solitary, and unity among all possible allies shall reveal hope ahead. Take me along. Harry raised his hand, and with the companionship of friends, he was far from being a passive individual. After his adventurous escapade into Hogwarts, Harry discovered that trailing his friends into the magical realm was infinitely more exhilarating than primary school. I'm in. George also raised his hand and stood beside Fred. A throng of eyes turned toward Ron. I think I should stay home with Ginny. I want to go too. Ginny peeked her head through the doorway, her voice barely above a whisper. I want to join in the adventure. All right, I'll join. Ron stepped over to Harry's side. But we have no idea where this unicorn's home is located. Has anyone been to Nocturne Alley? No way, right? George and Harry glanced at Fred. Fred could only admit, well, I have been there, and I happen to know where this unicorn's home is. Ron looked over, his expression one of astonishment. You really? I'm not the only one. The moment Fred uttered that, he regretted it, anticipating that the situation would worsen once they discovered what Unicorn's home actually was. Ahem, Anna interjected, bringing the topic to a close. The tin can will need to be sought after, but not now. Final exams are also of utmost importance. Just moments ago, Anna had received a new task. Silver Gourd Mission Brief. To cultivate high-quality young witches and wizards for the magical community, please ensure that the elementary school wizards in the community pass without failing, concluding the term with excellent grades. Conditions to meet. Fred, George, and Anna must achieve satisfactory levels in the KS2 tests, and Harry and Ron must attain grades of B or above. Reward: 20 in reaction, 20 in memory. How are your grades? Anna naturally looked toward the group. Not too bad. Fred scratched his head. It's manageable. George averted his gaze. About that, Ron stepped back. I did my best. And Harry? The Weasley family has never been well-versed in Muggle knowledge, so my poor grades are somewhat excusable, Harry said, lowering his head in embarrassment, though I'm decent at sports. But that's about it. Very well. When school resumes, you all must join my crash training class, Anna said earnestly, her gaze fixed on the group of illiterates. Harry and Ron could afford to be laid back, but for Fred and George, the KS2 exams loomed ominously, with less than 2 months remaining. I will ensure you all study diligently, Anna declared, hands on her hips, a serious expression adorning her face. Fred was tempted to say, actually, we're all going to Hogwarts in the future, so Muggle knowledge isn't that crucial. But upon witnessing Anna's earnest demeanor and envisioning her disappointment if they failed the tests, he refrained. Will definitely exceed expectations, he said, linking arms with George, who bore a look of despair. Fred knew that when he clasped George's shoulder, things were not looking good. The so-called twins' synergy was apparent. I think just taking the exam would be exceeding expectations, George remarked. He glanced at Fred, ultimately surrendering, raising his hands. I'll do my best. Chapter 56, Movie Night. If anything could effortlessly slay a powerful wizard, it would undoubtedly be mathematics. Ron felt as though his head was about to combust. Ron, hang in there. You've already written out the times table up to 3. Harry counted on his fingers. Only 6 numbers left. What a comfort. Thank you, Harry. Ron slumped onto the dining table, a look of utter desolation on his face. Who? I simply want to know who invented this times table. They just want you to write it out. Remember the positions of these numbers and symbols. They didn't even require you to memorize them. Anna stood with her hands on her hips, embodying the role of a little teacher. It's just like memorizing a phone number. I've never memorized a phone number. Well, that has something Anna overlooked. Count your blessings, Ron. Look at this problem. Fred handed over practice paper. 49 dogs enter competition. With 36 more puppies than adult dogs. How many puppies are participating? Ginny leaned over to take a look, shook her head, and ran off to watch television with Ivan. I know how to solve it, George exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and scribbling furiously. Soon he paused, doubt creeping in. Anna took the paper. 425. She blurted out the answer almost without thinking. Does that even make sense? How can it be half a dog? Ron clutched his head. Even a Death Eater wouldn't do that. That is cruelty. To me, and to the dog as well. Indeed, it's far removed from real-life scenarios. Hey, look what I found. George held up a reading comprehension. Check out this short article. There's an octopus under my bed. Wow, the group gasped. Is it about a magical creature under the bed? Harry leaned over the table, straining to see clearly. No, Anna sensed the trials of being a teacher. The little girl's mother helped her tidy up the room, and the girl mistakenly believed it was the octopus under the bed that did it. So, there really is an octopus under the bed? Ron tried to snatch the reading comprehension from George. What is an octopus? Her mother is the octopus. Can her mother turn into an octopus? All right. Anna clenched her fists against her forehead, beginning to doubt whether this was even a silver gourd mission. In her view, it was 100 times more challenging than a gold gourd mission. She suddenly thought of Hermione, pondering how that brave girl managed to tutor her companions to avoid failing. This was a conundrum of global proportions. Boys, Anna snatched the reading comprehension from George, randomly selecting another paper from the stack. Let's take a look at this. I wrote a short poem. Oh no, Merlin's beard. Is this giant the one I'm thinking of, or a troll? Anna dared not say that the giant actually referred to the little boy's father, for that would surely evoke even greater astonishment. His dad is a giant. It is well known that the magical world is not particularly friendly toward giant bloodlines. She quietly tucked the paper away. I see everyone is tired, and moved to the door. Picking up a flyer that had been stuck in today's newspaper, Tottenham Court Road Central Park Old Film Festival, inviting you to relive the beauty of Roman holiday for free. How about we go watch a movie? A balance of work and play. Of course, Ron sighed in relief. Other than studying math, I'm up for anything, he complained to Harry. Having studied math, I feel like nothing can stump me anymore. Harry patted his shoulder in agreement. Absolutely. The twins chimed in unison, tossing their papers into the air, only to retrieve them again under Anna's watchful gaze. Ginny quietly donned her attire, a blush gracing her cheeks, having just seen Harry wearing the one sock she had gifted him, which looked rather amusing since he was only wearing one. Mom, are we going to the movies? Anna called up the stairs, where Mrs. Weasley appeared at the top, looking down at her. Her expression a mix of exhaustion and desperation. Honey, the deadline for my submission is fast approaching. You all have fun, they encouraged Mrs. Weasley. And as her half-hearted gratitude echoed, they stepped out of the house. Come this way, Anna said, linking arms with Ginny as she glanced at her watch. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and we could take the subway. Ah, how convenient. Ron and Harry murmured to each other. When will we ever learn to apparate? I can hardly wait. Anna nodded, filled with anticipation, yet tinged with apprehension. What if her magical precision faltered and transported her to some peculiar place, like someone's bathroom? We'll use a similar mode of transport to get to Hogwarts, Anna remarked, as the group purchased their subway tickets and squeezed into the train amidst the throng of passengers. This is so cramped, Fred exclaimed, gripping the overhead strap with one hand while steadying Anna with the other to prevent her from falling. Ouch, my foot. Sorry. A hat-clad, elderly gentleman smiled apologetically at Fred. No worries, Fred responded, brushing it off. Anna, however, stole a few glances at the old man, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. If only we had a space expansion charm, George said, clutching the handrail with one hand while grasping Ron with the other. I hope our journey to Hogwarts isn't this crowded. Anna, intrigued by the topic, redirected her gaze from the old gentleman. Spoiler alert. The Hogwarts Express has compartments, truly luxurious. Can we sit together? Harry asked, eager to be with his friends. Though it seemed each compartment only accommodated 4, Anna noticed the flicker of disappointment in Harry's eyes. But we can always think of something. Can't we? Of course, Ron declared confidently. Fred and George can sit on the floor. I think putting you on the luggage rack would be quite amusing, George teased, ruffling Ron's hair. You'll end up making me bald. Ron protested. All right, George replied. If it comes to it, I could carry a petite friend to create more space. No need. Thank you, Fred, Harry declined. Just then, George accidentally sprayed spit on Ron's hair, and a playful scuffle ensued. Fred was about to speak when the elderly gentleman accidentally stepped on his foot. Ouch. I'm so sorry, dear boy. The old man smiled apologetically again. I'm just getting too old. It's fine, Fred reassured him. The subway's announcement echoed. Tottenham Court Road. Next stop. The group hurriedly disembarked, which bore a striking resemblance to the use of flue powder. Ron mused, it feels like we were squeezed out of a tube. As they walked along Tottenham Court Road, the group attracted many envious glances, largely due to their attire, which Mrs. Weasley had meticulously crafted based on a scene from Growing Pains, spending the entire afternoon altering several outfits for them. Hermione, dear, look at those children. Mrs. Granger exclaimed from the car window. Their family must be so cozy, with so many lovely children. She gushed, covering her face in delight over the adorable young ones. Hermione briefly lifted her eyes from her book, casting a perfunctory glance at the group of redheads and two brunettes. Nothing particularly special, is there? Perhaps. Hermione returned to her book. Our family is quite cozy too. Indeed. Mr. Granger chuckled from the driver's seat. What captivating book are you engrossed in today? My little Hermione? Hermione proudly held up her book, tilting her head back, her brown hair cascading over her shoulder. People in the Middle Ages. I want to understand the class distinctions between nobles and commoners as mentioned in Roman Holiday. So, I found this book at the community library, she said, glancing at the worn cover. Fascinating. It even narrates a love story between a noble and a commoner in the Middle Ages with a rather unfortunate ending. Hermione elaborated. Fortunately, we don't have such class divisions now. Everyone can love freely. Mrs. Granger chuckled, finding her little girl's serious take on romance endearing. Mr. Granger parked the car. Stepping out to open the back door, "Come on, my treasures, the film festival awaits us." Hermione took her father's hand as she exited the vehicle. Clad in a white sweater, a red and cream plaid skirt, black thermal tights, and brown ankle boots. She donned the navy wool coat her mother handed her. "Thank you, Mum." "Hermione, dear, tonight is date night for your mother and me." Mr. Granger ruffled Hermione's slightly tousled hair. "I know," Hermione replied, clutching her book and stepping aside. "I'll find a bright spot to sit in. I won't venture to secluded areas. If I encounter any trouble, I'll shout, and if I get lost, I'll seek the police," she declared, raising her chin proudly. "I understand completely." "Oh, darling." Mrs. Granger embraced Hermione. "It would be wonderful if you could find a few friends." She gestured towards the group of redheads, her concern for Hermione evident. Despite the envy of neighbors who admired having a genius daughter, Mrs. Granger knew Hermione longed for friendship and had made attempts, but her genius often pushed other children away. "I don't need friends. They'll just take time away from my reading," she would often assert. Yet sometimes, Hermione yearned to experience what it felt like to have her reading time interrupted. Looking at the group, who were laughing and frolicking, Hermione felt that such camaraderie would never accommodate her. She frowned, instinctively wanting to decline. But she answered her mother, "I will." Chapter 57, Movie Night. As the Grangers walked away, Hermione settled into a spot distance from the outdoor movie screen, where the lighting was adequate and a hot dog vendor was nearby. Both Mr. and Mrs. Granger were dentists, working hard and often spending time with Hermione whenever they could, leading to less time alone together. Hermione understood her parents well, believing that if she were a bit more independent, their relationship would flourish. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to immerse herself in her book before the movie started, hoping to conceal her loneliness beneath the guise of being a bookworm. Being a bookworm was far preferable to being simply alone. The hot dog vendor raised an eyebrow at her, questioning whether she desired a hot dog, catching Hermione off guard. No, thank you." Eating too many hot dogs can strain the liver and weaken kidney function, Hermione blurted out instinctively. "I know that, kid. You don't need to remind me." The vendor rolled his eyes. "I'm not trying to harm anyone, but I have to make a living, don't I?" Hermione bit her tongue, realizing she had once again misspoken. She opened her book, seeking refuge in the light of a nearby street lamp. But the illumination abruptly dimmed as the vendor inadvertently blocked the light. Really, Hermione buried her head in her book, feeling that nothing seemed to go her way lately. She had intervened in a bullying incident, rescuing a girl, but ended up becoming a target herself. Before returning home, she had to cut the gum that had stuck in her hair, unsure of how to face her parents' inquiry. "Why does your hair look so messy?" Hermione didn't want to burden her parents further. As their daughter, she had already taken up so much of their time. She needed to learn independence. "Are you just looking down from your lofty perch, thinking this will make you my friend?" The girl clad in a brilliant yellow sweater snatched the backpack away, resolutely declaring, "Never again. Why am I thinking about this again?" Hermione shook her head, attempting to dislodge the bothersome thought from her mind. It was a futile endeavor. The street lamp began to flicker, its light oscillating between brightness and dimness. Hermione wiped a few drops of water that had fallen onto the book she intended to return to the library. It must not be sullied. "Are you all right?" A voice floated down from above her. "What?" She looked up to see a boy. Hermione caught a whiff of the warm scent of sunlight clinging to his clothes, mingled with the fresh aroma of exam papers. She almost chuckled at her own fanciful description, realizing how absurd it was to think she could smell exam papers here. The boy settled down beside her, allowing Hermione to observe him more closely. Red hair, blue eyes, and a silly grin. "Are you moved?" "You're on the verge of tears." He offered her a tissue. Hermione closed her book and lifted her chin, momentarily resembling a proud little swan. She contemplated revealing to this stranger that her tears were not born of emotion, but she refrained. Yes, there was a story that deeply touched me. She accepted the tissue. Thank you. As she unfolded it, she noticed it bore some multiplication calculations. The boy scratched his head. This is the only paper I have. I hope you don't mind. Anna asked me to cram this into my head, though I haven't memorized it yet. I thought you might need it more. The times table? Hermione suddenly recalled having seen an introduction to it in some book. You know it. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. I thought Anna had made it up. After all, it appears entirely random, doesn't it? In fact, it possesses a certain rhythm. Hermione dismissed her sorrow. Pulling out a pen she always carried. When read in Chinese, it has a melody, but when pronounced in English, that rhythm dissipates, making it quite challenging to memorize. Generally, we utilize methods like lining up numbers. Hermione demonstrated an example of the times table on the tissue and handed it back to him. Nevertheless, the times table is an exceedingly convenient calculation tool. Remembering it would be splendid. Suddenly, she realized what she had done, taking a tissue meant for wiping her tears and filling it with notes before returning it. Are you Carol? Hermione heard the boy exclaim. I'm not Carol, Hermione replied. Having watched Growing Pains, she felt her ordinary self was entirely unrelated to Carol, yet she smiled and extended her hand. Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley. Ron shook her hand enthusiastically. You can call me Ron. The street lamp resumed its steady glow, illuminating the two of them. Wow. The twins emerged from behind a bench. Who would have thought that our Ron would be here, talking to a girl? They completely forgot that their siblings were still waiting for him to bring back hot dogs. It's just a few steps. Ron exclaimed indignantly. You could have come over yourselves. Poor Harry fainted from hunger on the roadside. Anna pretended to wipe away tears. Harry dramatically leaned to one side, with Ginny laughingly catching him. Hermione felt somewhat out of place, suddenly surrounded by a group of people. The last time such a situation occurred was when several girls had thrown chewing gum atop her head. This is Hermione. Ron introduced her. She actually knows the times table. He was more excited than if he had just memorized it himself. Wow! A chorus of exclamations arose. No wonder she is a top student. Anna felt hopeful that her silver pumpkin task could be accomplished. How did this all begin? Hermione, holding her pen, questioned her own presence as everything felt surreal. The girl named Anna pulled out a mountain of papers from a bag that seemed incapable of holding so much, and under Ron's desperate gaze, they began tackling problems. They worked on reading comprehension exercises, shouting about a picture of crop circles, claiming it was the work of a moon-mad beast. While Hermione was baffled by what that was, and why they believed in the existence of a Loch Ness monster. Yet, this did not hinder her joy. She found her place, using her beloved knowledge to assist others for the first time. Hermione, come help me. Why is my answer different from the correct one? Ron furrowed his brow. It's because you didn't convert. Hermione pointed out a detail. You need to convert everything into pence. The shirt costs £9.15. So the answer is 915 pence. Ron's eyes lit up with understanding. Harry leaned in. What about this one? He pointed to a question, and Hermione quickly calculated the answer for him. The trio of younger students was immersed in a studious atmosphere, in stark contrast to the older group. The twins each took a paper and sat on chairs, exchanging glances that spoke of their mutual exasperation and heartache. George raised his hand. Anna, my poor memory barely recalls we came here to watch a movie, right? Anna and Ginny were seated on another chair. The movie is about to start. Just hang on a little longer. Victory is within reach. Fred slumped in his chair, placing the paper over his face. Fine. Ginny covered her ears, wearing an awkward yet polite smile, as Anna attempted to spoil the plot of Roman Holiday for her. Hey, noticing Harry and Ron approaching, Anna grew curious. Where's Hermione? She said she was heading to the restroom. Harry mused. I wonder if she is lost and can't find us? Or maybe she just thinks you two are too dim. A muffled voice emerged from under the paper and ran away out of frustration. You're the dim one. Ron playfully punched Fred's stomach. Honestly, I think she is lost. Girls do take longer in the restroom, Anna was about to say. Silver pumpkin time-limited task. Find her before the storm arrives. The wrong people meet at the wrong time and in the wrong place. This is inherently erroneous. Remaining time, 2:07:13. Conditions to fulfill. Find Hermione Granger. Task reward. Memory 50. Unknown. The smile on Anna's face froze. Chapter 58. Movie night. Hermione had never been this happy. She felt more exhilarated than when she received a scholarship at school. She chose the nearest, somewhat secluded restroom, eager to return to that joyful little group. Such a thing would have never happened before. Her sense of safety was strong, and restrooms along this tree-lined path were never within her selection. A loud bang erupted from the stall to her right. Hermione paused, her hand that had been tucking her thermal shirt into her skirt hesitating. But when no further sound emerged from the stall, she dismissed it. Perhaps she was just overly anxious. She could understand that. Just as she was about to push the door open, heavy, hurried footsteps outside made her hesitate. She sensed something was amiss. "Where's she?" A hoarse male voice echoed. Hermione felt a buzzing in her head. She took 2 steps back, cautiously stepping onto the toilet lid, daring not to make a sound. The dim light of the old public restroom flickered ominously, emitting a faint buzz. Hermione forced herself to remain calm as she glanced at her watch. Dreadful. The film had just begun, and no one would venture to this secluded restroom at such a time. "I saw her run here," a young man's voice echoed. "There shouldn't be anyone else around, right?" Bang, bang. The doors of 2 stalls were kicked open with force. Hermione curled up, trembling, her keen memory reminding her that she was in the 4th stall. Fortunately, the man paused. "Vincent, check the door. I cannot let her slip away again." Hermione could see shadows shifting. A dark figure swayed across the floor before her. "Rachel, come out," a hoarse voice called, pausing for a moment. Hermione heard no response. Then came a thunderous banging on the door. "What are you still waiting for? Hoping someone will rescue you? You have no chance left, do you?" The man's voice was devoid of inflection. The sound of a girl weeping emerged from the adjacent stall. The banging ceased. Hermione swallowed hard, carefully shaking her numb legs. "I don't want anything to do with you ever again," the girl cried out, her voice almost heart-wrenching. "Dear Rachel, my Rachel." The man's tone remained calm. "Oh, how I wish I could pat your shoulder like your father and assure you that everything is all right." He gently knocked on the door. "But do you think that's possible? You've already harmed your sister. Poor Lisa is lying in the hospital now, and I dare say she may never grace the stage again." "No, it was an accident." The girl's voice quivered with tears. "Oh, I certainly believe it was an accident." Hermione surmised that the man turned on the faucet, followed by the sound of a mop being knocked over. "Rachel, I believe in you, but the teachers don't. JC doesn't, and even your beloved father does not believe in you." The man poured a bucket of cold water into the stall, and Hermione could hear screams and cries emanating from within. "Even your cherished sister is bullied at school because of you. This is all you're doing. All your fault." The girl trembled, her speech becoming incoherent. "Yes," the man laughed, "but who would believe you besides me?" Bang! The stall door was slammed open, and screams and scuffles erupted simultaneously. Hermione covered her ears and shut her eyes, praying that the girl would be all right. She felt helpless, unable to do anything. If only the bulb would burst. The man cursed, followed by another round of clashing sounds. "Vincent, catch her!" Hermione opened her eyes to find darkness enveloping her. The bulb had truly shattered. The restroom was filled only with the sound of dripping water, as if nothing had happened. Supporting herself against the door, Hermione stepped down from the toilet lid, her concern for the girl in the stall growing heavier. She needed to inform the parents, to alert the police. Pressing her ear to the door, she listened intently, confirming that there was no movement outside, then cautiously opened the door. No one. She dashed out of the restroom, only to be seized by a strong grip. They actually caught one. It was a robust young man, possibly Vincent, around 17 or 18 years old, who effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Little squirrel. Hermione struggled to wriggle free from the grasp of the wool coat, sprinting towards the light, but was blocked by another man who appeared before her. He was also around 17 or 18, clad in an expensive black coat, adjusting his cuffs, a gleeful smile gracing his face. "I told you, today is my lucky day to catch another one." Hermione pressed her lips together, her mind racing to devise a plan for escape. Glancing at the sturdy Vincent still clutching her coat, she turned back, preparing to use the bespectacled man as her point of breakthrough. She charged towards him, attempting to slip past while he was distracted by rolling up his sleeves. Plan A failed. She was caught by the man in glasses, who revealed a grotesque grin. Almost instantaneously, Plan B activated. Hermione drew out the pen she had long prepared and stabbed it fiercely towards the man's hand. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for her habit of carrying a pen and her diligence in studies. "Ah!" The bespectacled man screamed, releasing Hermione as he clutched his injured hand. "Vincent, you blockhead, catch her!" Hermione shouted while running. "It's on fire! It's on fire!" She could hear the sounds of the film playing beyond the woods. They were not too far from the crowd. "Shut up!" The sturdy young Vincent, his face contorted with rage, pursued her from behind. "You better not let me catch you. You should be the one to be quiet." Hermione heard a melodious voice echoing not far away. Faint and fall, a white light struck the strong young man, and he wore an expression akin to a baby blissfully suckling in its mother's arms, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Thud! Hermione halted, spotting Anna standing ahead with a stick in hand. That white light, that absurd power, was in stark contrast to the scientific beliefs she had held for so many years. It was the formidable strength she longed to possess. Perhaps with such power, she would not feel so helpless when confronted with danger. Silver Gourd Task, Rainstorm, Task completed. Task Reward, 50 memory points, unlock side quest, Rainy Night Rose. The twins gathered around the body on the ground. He was still alive, breathing faintly. Well done, Anna. Anna leaned closer to examine the body on the ground, fortunate to have grasped the nuance of using such an aggressive spell for the first time. Hermione, are you all right? Ron and Harry rushed over. I'm fine. Hermione grasped their arms, her speech slightly disjointed. Their essay man. He has a girl, Rachel. Her situation is dire. Rachel? Ron paused, feeling as though he had heard the name somewhere before. Ginny embraced Hermione, sensing her tremors. By Merlin's beard. We must tell J.C. Harry sounded anxious. Anna glanced at the quest details for Rainy Night Rose. Suddenly sensing something amiss, George, Fred, how did you know Hermione was here? We were at the edge of the woods. Looking at the map on the notice board when a little girl suddenly ran out from the woods, asking us to save her sister. The twins spoke in unison. She said her sister is named Hermione Granger. What? Hermione clutched her head in disbelief. But I am an only child. We figured we couldn't contact the Aurors around here, so we decided to bring Anna. She is far more capable than those Muggle adults. Did that little girl mention her name? Harry furrowed his brow. No, she quickly ran back into the woods. George pondered carefully. However, I distinctly remember her wearing a filthy yellow sweater over her school uniform. It was the Dragon Primary School uniform. At the time, I was curious to discern whether her emblem depicted a protein eye or a Welsh green dragon. Fred interjected. I am a student of Dragon Primary School. That yellow sweater. An absurd thought surged through Hermione's mind. Rachel. Dragon Primary School. If it remembered. Ron exclaimed, I saw it on the morning news. All eyes turned towards him. The withering of the Rainy Night Rose. Rachel is a high school dancer who, out of jealousy for her half-sister who sees the only spot at a prestigious dance university, attempted to murder her sister during a performance at Dragon Primary School. Ron waved his arms. She's wanted. You seem to recall that quite vividly, Anna remarked, both amused and exasperated. Ron has a remarkable memory, though it often focuses on the peculiar. Nevertheless, it often proves unexpectedly useful. Hermione recalled that something had transpired during the recent school anniversary. Yet she had been ensconced in the library at the time and had no friends to bring it to her attention. Not to mention, mornings in Hermione's household were perpetually hurried. Not everyone, like Ron, recorded the morning news and watched each episode of a television series in its entirety. Are we going to rescue her? Ron scratched his head. That rather attractive fugitive? Side quest. The Rainy Night Rose. In a garden of flowers, 2 blossoms bloomed exquisitely. The gardener told them, I favor the most beautiful one. The 2 flowers vied for the gardener's attention. Ultimately, the jasmine, basking in the sun, triumphed. The gardener then pruned it and approached the rose in the rainy night, smiling. Now you are the most beautiful. Completion criteria. Assist Rachel in escaping danger. Quest rewards. Memory 50. Reaction 50. Chapter 59. The Rainy Night Rose. She is innocent. Hermione recalled the conversation overheard in the restroom, involving that bespectacled man. We must help her. If she is a fugitive, Harry glanced toward the woods. Perhaps we should go directly into the woods to find them? No one questioned the ethics of aiding a wanted criminal, nor did they care about the potential trouble such an act might invite. Oh, Gryffindors, Anna mused, surveying the scene. Have I inadvertently poked the beehive of Gryffindor? How amusing. What about Rachel's arrival? Anna whimsically flicked her wand. Cough. Harry nearly choked on his own saliva. Perhaps there are other, safer methods? I happen to know one. Fred ceased tormenting the corpse on the ground. You didn't learn that from a chocolate frog card, did you? George quipped. Hey, can I not even read for a day? Thought didn't learn from a book. Did you forget? We also use it to track Ron. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, I remember. He once tried to befriend a goblin. I never attempted to befriend a goblin. Ron shouted, his face flushed. Harry chuckled. Soothing Ron. Finally, someone experienced the agony of having one's privacy exposed, though Harry would never admit that warts on one's backside constituted a breach of privacy, for he had none, right? What method is that? Anna inquired, intrigued. Using an owl. The twins chimed in unison. The more detailed the message given to the owl, the better it can locate a person. Although there are considerable limitations, finding a goblin enthusiast or a muggle is more than manageable. I'm curious. Ron stared at the twins. What did you give the owl when you sought me? What else could it be? Surely not your saliva-soaked pillow? George's gaze wandered. Ron was about to retort, likely to defend the state of his pillow, but his anger overwhelmed him. I'm going to tell Mom. During this time, Hermione had embraced Ginny's explanation of "we all ride broomsticks. We are all little wizards," refreshing her worldview. Given her tender age, she experienced no overwhelming cognitive dissonance. She retrieved a pen, stained with the blood of that bespectacled man. Is this acceptable? Of course. Fred took the pen in both hands. Shall we summon our old friend Errol? Errol was the Weasley family's owl, indeed qualifying as an old companion by age. No need to trouble him. Anna whistled. Let me introduce you to my new treasure. A brown screech owl swooped in from afar, its feathers spiking into two sharp tufts, silently landing on Anna's arm. Wow. Ron struggled to find an appropriate word after much contemplation. Handsome? Hermione extended her hand and gently stroked the owl's feathers. It was her first close encounter with such a creature. What is its name? Catherine. She flies rather swiftly. Anna rummaged through Catherine's feathers, producing a watch, though she has some rather unfortunate habits. Huh, my watch. Hermione glanced at her wrist, where the watch had vanished. How did it end up in her feathers? She has a penchant for pilfering others' belongings. Anna returned the watch to Hermione. I've been educating her. Catherine flapped her wings against Anna's shoulder, seeming to interpret this as a game. Quite impressive, Harry noted. I didn't even see her make a move. Catherine. Fred presented the pen to her. Find the owner of the blood. Catherine tilted her head, scrutinizing the pen, then nodded twice before clutching it and soaring toward the woods. The group followed Catherine down a winding path, and Anna checked the map stored in the notice board system. They were nearing the edge of Central Park. Hide! Harry spotted a vehicle parked in a nearby alley, a man standing outside, wearing glasses, his expression grim as he bandaged himself. The bespectacled man muttered a curse, forcefully smashing a bottle of alcohol against the wall. Ginny ducked behind Harry, while George, exasperated, pulled the two of them into the bushes. Anna observed as Catherine perched on the car's roof, curiously eyeing the bespectacled man, who waved her away. Get lost. Damn it. Catherine indignantly retreated, then pecked at his backside before flying away amidst the man's furious exclamations. Hermione, is that the man? Fred inquired, the one hopping around while nursing his backside? A remarkably apt description, one that struck Anna's funny bone. Hermione could scarcely believe that this disheveled man was the same one who had brazenly threatened a girl in the restroom. He looked utterly pathetic now. It is him. Excellent. Anna began to flex her fingers, eager to conclude the task and return in time to witness the princess bidding farewell to Jo. Be careful. Harry expressed concern. Of course I will, Anna declared, her wand held high as she strode forward. In truth, I meant to caution about the bespectacled man's safety. To avoid causing him to die, Harry wiped the sweat from his brow. The street was rather secluded, with several shops having closed their doors early. Anna noticed a clock shop equipped with surveillance cameras, prompting her to retreat into an alley to execute her plans. The bespectacled man caught sight of Anna. He concealed his injured hand behind his back and used his foot to sweep the shards of glass beneath a nearby trash bin, feeling fortunate as he awaited Vincent's arrival. Having already captured 3 girls that day. Lost your way, are you? He called out as Anna approached, eagerly shifting forward. Just look at her. Her delicate skin and striking visage could serve many delightful purposes. Oh, certainly not, Anna retorted, stepping into the narrow, filthy alley. She approached a small vehicle, peering through the rear window to see a young girl lying inside. I merely wished to ask. She raised her wand with a smile. Do you wish to ascend? What? Accio. A group of individuals concealed among the trees silently observed as a man shot into the air, screaming. Ginny smiled. While Harry found himself reminiscing about that fateful afternoon he met Anna. Ron scratched his head in confusion. Hermione closed her jaw with her hand, hearing the twins cheer. The great, valiant, confident bear slayer, Anna. The bespectacled man gradually descended, and Anna realized he had lost consciousness. She waved towards the woods, and a group rushed toward the alley. Is that Rachel? Ron leaned against the rear window, straining to see inside, noting she didn't resemble her television likeness. How did he manage to get Rachel in a car? Hermione squatted beside the bespectacled man's body, noting the absence of car keys. Then let us employ a bit of magic. Anna pointed her wand at the passenger door. Alohomora! With a loud bang, the passenger door flung open, crashing into the metal of the trash bin. By Merlin's underpants. Had I used this earlier, that bespectacled man's glasses wouldn't know where to rest. The twins curiously leaned over to inspect the trash bin. Ahem! Anna coughed twice to mask her embarrassment, reaching around to open the rear door. A drenched girl lay in the back seat, clad in a simple sweatshirt and jeans. Her golden hair plastered to her face, her pale skin marred by several ghastly wounds. Yet even in her disarray, there was an undeniable beauty. The group was taken aback by the sudden revelation of this artwork. This must be a renowned painting, Ron gestured as if framing it with his hands. The Rose of Rainy Night. Anna shot him a surprised glance, astonished at the magical world's appreciation for aesthetics, though this was hardly a gentlemanly way to regard an injured lady. Ginny and Hermione swiftly positioned themselves in front of Ron, glaring at the bespectacled man. Give this lady some space. Ron hesitated. Come on, Ron. The twins are calling for us to help toss the bespectacled man into the trash bin. Harry tugged at Ron. Perhaps boys of their age found more interest in throwing someone into a trash bin than in admiring beauty, and Ron readily acquiesced. She's all right, Ginny said, brushing Rachel's hair aside. They had just dressed Rachel in the dry clothes the twins had provided, but she appeared quite weak. But look at her wrists. Ginny rolled up Rachel's sleeves, revealing glaring scratches on her fair skin. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. My goodness. It seems Miss Rachel has endured a breakdown. Anna noticed the four boys hauling the bespectacled man's body out of the alley. Hey, where are you going? The lid of this trash bin is stuck under the car door. We're moving him to the park. Fred explained, lifting the bespectacled man's right shoulder. Be mindful of the clock shop surveillance, Anna cautioned them. Ron raised a hand to signal her with an okay, inadvertently increasing the burden on Harry, causing them to fumble as they adjusted their grip. Watching them cross the street, Anna contemplated. It felt reminiscent of those pallbearers at a funeral. Suddenly realizing something, she turned back to glance at Rachel in the car. With the bespectacled man dealt with, Rachel should be safe from danger, but why hadn't the system issued notification? Anna opened the system to verify her mission. The Rose of Rainy Night indicated it was incomplete. Anna. She heard the boys calling her name. You all need to get away from there. The red and blue lights flashed ominously from the end of the street. Anna could see a stranger in a yellow sweater standing beside Harry, clutching her clothing tightly, her face etched with concern as she stared in their direction. What's wrong? Hermione exclaimed, disembarking from the vehicle. The cops are here. Anna glanced at her, admiring Hermione's exaggerated expression of impending doom, as if she were bracing for imprisonment. We must hurry, Ginny urged, attempting to pull Rachel from the car. Wait. Anna turned to see Catherine perched atop a trash bin, having inexplicably returned. Perhaps there was still a way. Catherine tilted her head, attempting to convey innocence through her pure gaze. Believe you? Hardly. With a disgruntled cluck, Anna extracted a key from beneath Catherine's feathers. Perhaps it had been snagged while pecking at the bespectacled man's behind. Hermione grasped Anna's arm tightly. No way, Anna. Her brows knitted together, capable of squashing 10 mosquitoes. You can't mean what I think you mean. Trust me. Anna reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. I'm an experienced driver. Chapter 60, The Rose of Rainy Night. As dusk approached, the London police station was tranquil, with only a handful of individuals in the expansive, oval-shaped hall. A smiling clerk was attending to an elderly woman's inquiries, her legs hidden beneath the desk, tapping impatiently. At this hour, police officers were either out on calls, enjoying their meals, or detaining rowdy drunks and petty thieves in cages, while a yawning janitor cleaned the marble floors. Only a few intern officers hurried through the second-floor corridor. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Come in, Officer Pierce said, flipping through a document while holding a cup of tea. Oh, officer, I've made some discoveries. The door swung open, revealing a young officer in a white shirt, clutching a folder. A cascade of papers slipped from the folder's mouth, scattering across the floor. The young officer scrambled to collect them. I'm so sorry. Officer Pierce pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, taking a sip of tea. It's quite all right, Carls. We've all grown accustomed to it. He cleared his throat. So what have you discovered? Carls, his face flushed, laid the disheveled documents on the desk. The carefully organized pages were now utterly indistinguishable. He rummaged through the chaotic pile, growing increasingly frantic as he caught a glimpse of Officer Pierce's furrowed brow. Here, I reviewed all witness testimonies recorded regarding Dragon Primary School. He finally extracted a sheet, causing Officer Pierce to raise an eyebrow. And the surveillance footage from that time reveals no conclusive evidence to implicate Rachel as the mastermind behind this incident. Thus, you have discovered nothing, have you? Officer Perlis set down his teacup, and, for the first time since Carlos entered, gazed directly into his eyes. No, what I meant to convey is that Rachel may indeed be innocent, Carlos stammered, his already feeble composure diminishing further under Perlis's scrutiny. Yet he pressed on. I find Lisa's boyfriend somewhat suspicious. Very good, Carlos, Officer Perlis replied as he approached the door and secured it. I never would have expected you to uncover such details. Considering he paused, searching for a less intense term, youth. What? The flush on Carlos's face gradually faded, leaving him bewildered by the officer's insinuation. Have you investigated Rachel's family background? Yes, Carlos replied, rifling through a pile of papers, quickly locating the information. She has a sister named Troy who attends Dragon Elementary. Their biological mother passed away after giving birth to Troy. The victim, Lisa, is her half-sister. The three girls reside with their father in a duplex on Oxford Road, whose property is the Oxford Road apartment. Officer Perlis suddenly posed a question that seemed trivial to Carlos. Carlos struggled to recall, his memory failing him. I don't know, officer. Allow me to enlighten you. Officer Perlis returned to his chair, lifting his cup of tea. The house belongs to Lisa, or more precisely, to her mother, situated in a prime location on Oxford Street. After Lisa's biological mother recently succumbed to illness, Lisa, yearning for familial connection, brought her estranged father into the apartment along with her two half-sisters. Perlis scoffed. How altruistic of her. Is there something amiss? Carlos scratched his head, genuinely confused. Of course there is. Officer Perlis shot him a glance. If you were in her shoes, would you invite a man who abandoned both you and your mother into your home, along with his children? I understand that Lisa has had a rather poor attitude towards her father in the past. So what does that imply? It involves Lisa's boyfriend, Glass Imontpate. Perlis poured himself another cup of tea, sipping leisurely, completely ignoring Carlos's wide-eyed expression. It must be his scheme, with the ultimate goal being Rachel. Bang! Carlos slammed his hand on the table, excitement coursing through him. What? You knew all along. So why are we still pursuing Rachel? Calm down, young man, Perlis replied. We cannot move against Imontpate. He is the sole heir of the Bade Group. Just that title alone could lead to dire consequences. Are we left to sit idly by, pursuing an innocent girl? Carlos began to question the very essence of his role as a police officer. Certainly not. Perlis began to see a flicker of brilliance in the young man, albeit faint. Who said we would merely wait? The pursuit of Rachel served a purpose. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Perlis's thoughts, accompanied by a voice shouting, Officer! Someone reported seeing Rachel near the Tottenham Court Tube Station on Oxford Street. Let us go. Officer Perlis urged, donning his coat and prompting a still-dazed Carlos at the table to follow. It would be best if you kept pace with me. The red and blue lights flickered behind them, the sirens blaring incessantly. The front passenger seat lacked a door, and a chaotic wind whipped through, making Hermione squint. Too fast. Anna, way too fast. We must be speeding. Please, Hermione. If I had intended to obey traffic regulations, I wouldn't be in this seat to begin with. Even stealing a galleon would land you in jail. We might as well rob Gringotts. Ginny exclaimed, cradling Rachel. The consequences are about the same. We might as well go all out, and we might not even get caught. Exactly. Anna cheered for Ginny. Look at our fierce Ginny, usually so quiet. But when she speaks, it's pure poetry. Oh heavens, Hermione gasped, as Anna deftly swerved to avoid one car after another. The system's advanced reflexes were not merely for show. Is this how you wizards drive? Hermione exclaimed. You're a wizard too, Hermione. Don't pretend to be uninvolved. Help me open the blue cloth bag at my waist. Anna exclaimed, retrieving her wand from her sleeve and pointing it at the open bag. Basic spell for the busy and agitated. The name was rather fitting. Hermione swore she heard a cacophony emanating from the bag, and a book suddenly soared out, which she hurriedly caught. An indescribable scent began to permeate the air. Oh, for heaven's sake. Hermione had assumed for heaven's sake was simply a colloquialism in the wizarding world. Never mind, just open that book. There's a chapter called, something like the hard tongue spell. Hermione gulped. She had opened countless books, yet never experienced such a feeling before. She could see the illustrations within moving, both odd and fascinating. I found it. This chapter is titled A Touch of Privacy. Hermione unfolded the book for Anna to see, and then Anna tossed her wand to Hermione. Learn it. Master this spell. Hermione thought she might have misheard due to the wind's intensity, but habitually, her studious nature compelled her to read line by line. Adapted from a smokescreen spell invented by a certain wizard, that thing is utterly useless in duels. Who would create a smokescreen in a face-to-face duel, obscuring their view of the enemy? Think twice. The author's personal experience. The fog concealment spell. This spell eliminates the defensive properties of the smokescreen spell, emphasizing the density of the fog and the precision of its dispersal. This spell is applicable for fleeing after a failed duel, evading pesky pursuers, adding a touch of annoyance to Quidditch matches, etc., particularly effective for enhancing the atmosphere in the bathroom, preventing annoying muggles from peeping. I devised this spell to deter the nosy old man next door from spying on me during foggy days, granting me some personal space. I've had enough of that. If you are ready to protect your privacy, please wave your wand as depicted in the illustrations and recite the emphasized incantation, wreathed in mist. Will it truly succeed? Hermione, half skeptical, followed the instructions, waving her wand. Wreathed in mist. She felt a cool sensation gathering in her palm, then traveling to her fingertips, as mist began to billow from the wand's tip, flowing endlessly. Wow! Ginny reached out to grasp a handful. The air became damp. Hermione was astonished by her own magic, gazing at the unremarkable wooden stick in her hand. The vehicles on the road came to a standstill, the sudden fog slowing the entire area. In a police car, caught in traffic, Carlos sat in shock, clutching his head, maintaining that pose for some time. Officer Perlis glanced at him with exasperation. Young man, that was a girl no older than 10. She was driving. My heavens, Carlos shouted. The girl in the back seat, holding Rachel, is still waving at me. I'm a bit preoccupied with driving and may not share your astonishment, Perlis remarked, activating the car's radio. Are you sure you didn't see? How could a 10-year-old possibly navigate through traffic? That driving skill must belong to a tattooed brute. I might have been mistaken. Carlos nodded to himself. Perhaps I've gone mad. A news report reveals that a sudden and unexpected fog has paralyzed traffic in London's West End. This mysterious localized fog arrived without any warning. Yet experts assert that it is merely a natural phenomenon. It seems we can no longer locate Rachel. But if what you say is true, that she is not enduring suffering alongside Eamonpaid, then that is indeed a piece of good news. Perlis glanced out the window, where only the indistinct glow of other vehicle headlights could be seen through the fog. A piece of good news? Carl Reyes was taken aback. He had assumed you were eager to apprehend this innocent girl and wrap things up swiftly. Huh, young man, Perlis scoffed. I would much prefer to uncover evidence of Eamonpaid's crimes through Rachel. We have been monitoring this scoundrel for quite some time, and initially intended to inform Rachel of this when she was detained, but she managed to escape. Now, we can only keep a watchful eye on her movements under the guise of a manhunt, seeking ways to ensure her safety without alarming her. What? Seeing Carl Reyes' bewildered expression, Perlis found it somewhat amusing. Did he believe he had stumbled upon a corruption scandal within the London police? Did he aspire to be a lone hero like in the movies? Carl Reyes' face turned crimson, stammering, I never thought that. Trust in this profession, Officer Perlis said, lighting a cigarette and tuning the car radio to music. For the most part, it remains quite reliable. Chapter 61. The Rose of a Rainy Night. Rising from her comfortable bed, as usual, Rachel drew back the curtains. Outside lay a quaint little garden, where a familiar bespectacled man was watering the flowers. Upon noticing Rachel, he smiled and regarded her with gentle eyes, greeting her warmly. Rachel felt a pang of conflict, unsure how to respond, ultimately offering a polite wave before hastily closing the curtains. Glass was Lisa's boyfriend, Rachel reminded herself, shaking her head, despite his commendable qualities and ambiguous demeanor. She should harbor no other thoughts. Sister, you're performing at our school today, right? Rachel looked at her adorable younger sister, who dashed into the room. The bright yellow sweater her sister wore instantly uplifted her mood, causing her to ease her furrowed brow and smile at her sister. Of course, Troy. Be sure to enjoy my spectacular performance. I will, Troy exclaimed, closing the bedroom door, somewhat hesitantly. I heard Lisa's sister will be performing with you as well. Yes, her dancing is remarkable, Rachel agreed, ruffling Troy's hair. Though I still have much to learn. But you've only been practicing for less than 6 months. Troy waved her arms dramatically. They say you're a genius. They call you the Rose of a Rainy Night. Yesterday, when Dad was encouraging Lisa, Glass said you'd soon surpass everyone. Even Lisa nodded. Glass. Rachel found it difficult to comprehend what this man truly meant. Was he praising her in front of his girlfriend? If he fancied her, why not pursue her only after breaking up? They finally spoke the truth. You are the best. Troy exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. Dad used to favor us most, but now that we've moved here, he only has eyes for Lisa. He even only encouraged her, neglecting you. Troy, Rachel said, looking into her sister's eyes, if it weren't for Lisa, I would still be struggling to make ends meet for our rent and would have no time to learn dancing. We should be grateful for the life we have now. Rachel added, and we must thank Lisa. Absolutely not. Troy blushed, opening the door, only to freeze momentarily upon seeing someone standing outside. Huffing as she darted past through the gap, Rachel watched as Lisa maintained her knocking motion, feeling somewhat embarrassed and hoping that their earlier conversation had not reached her ears. Is something the matter, sister? Oh, Lisa snapped back to reality, looking slightly dazed. It's time for breakfast. All right, I'll be down shortly. Lisa nodded and turned to descend the stairs, while Rachel walked to the stairway to watch her sister's retreating figure. Something seemed amiss. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and loud music blared from behind the wall, announcing, the next program is a dance performance, Black Swan. Oh no, my leg, clad in performance attire, awkwardly gave way beneath me, and Lisa cried out as a crowd gathered around her. Rachel, seeing Lisa injured, reached out her hand, anxious to rush down and check on her. With a snap, the hallway lights flickered on, It was you who pushed me. Rachel remained frozen mid-motion, as everyone stared at her in shock and confusion from the stairway. Rachel attempted to explain, I only wanted to catch her. I wanted to grab her. Glass rushed up the stairs. His gaze no longer feigned tenderness, but rather malevolent, imbued with an unsettling aura. It became clear to Rachel that he was not seeking a new girlfriend, but rather a new prey. In that moment, Rachel realized what had felt wrong. She recognized the gazes of everyone present, admiring, yearning, wicked, loathing, but Lisa's gaze held no memory for Rachel, because she had never dared to meet her eyes. Rachel awoke on a creaky wooden bed, her eyes fluttering open to meet a pair of curious, brown eyes, sparkling with intrigue, as if about to inquire if she was concealing something delectable. Rachel chuckled at her own thoughts. Anna, whose mind was preoccupied with trivial matters, found herself bewildered, struck by the beauty of the scene. Little angel, is this heaven? Rachel lowered her sleeves, intending to hide the scars on her wrists, only to discover they had vanished. No, Ginny set down her teacup and approached, draping a sweater over the chair's back. Heaven? What is that place? It was then that Rachel noticed two girls seated in the corner of the shabby room, one of whom wielded a short stick, waving it as dictated by the book. Thank you. Rachel accepted the sweater. So this is hell then? I thought I hadn't committed any sins in my lifetime. She pondered. Can I leave some message for my family? Perhaps through a dream? Or some supernatural event? That might not be possible, Miss Rachel. She heard the girl with the stick say, as she approached, because this is not hell. You are currently in the Broken Pot pub on Charing Cross in London, and you still have the chance to convey your thoughts to your family in person. Hermione offered Rachel a cup of hot tea. You saved me from that perverse glass. Rachel nearly spilled the hot tea in shock. Oh my God, are you all right? Of course, we even tossed that heartless scoundrel where he belongs. The wooden door swung open, and a group of boys poured in, flooding the room once more with red-haired presents. George set Catherine down from his shoulder onto the table. Lady Lena already knows we're staying in Diagon Alley tonight. Hermione, this is your letter. He handed Hermione a piece of check paper. Dear Hermione, this is the first time your mother and I have seen an owl deliver a letter. How incredible. We are delighted you've made friends. But you must find a telephone booth to call us. We want to ensure your safety. The fog was too dense today, and the film event had to be cut short, just as Princess and George were reintroducing themselves when the fog completely obscured the screen. My mother and I are in unanimous agreement that this shall be a new tale, and perhaps, with the aid of the dense fog, they might attain a fairy tale ending. I find myself without any stationery, thus I can only inscribe my thoughts upon this check. I have already signed it. You may fill in the amount yourself. Of course, the bank will verify your identity, but fret not, for I have already informed them via telephone. P.S. Hermione dear, have you seen my watch? Did I wear it when I left the house today? How peculiar. Hermione glanced up at the bounding Catherine and Anna, recalling my father's watch. Oh, Catherine. Anna glared at the owl in frustration, retrieving a watch from its feathers and returning it to Hermione. My apologies. No harm done. However, this watch, it belongs to me. George accepted the watch, exclaiming, It's remarkable. I had no idea. Please do not praise it, Anna admonished, turning Catherine upside down and uncovering two watches along with a small ring. It only gets worse. Where did this ring come from? Ron inquired, picking up the ring from the table. Is it Lady Lena's? He attempted to slip it onto his thumb. Ron began to grow taller, becoming fuzzy and sprouting bear-like ears. The twins exchanged glances. Dudu's teddy bear ring. Anna recalled what the ring was, realizing that the thieving owl's life in Diagon Alley was anything but tranquil. Harry and Hermione were taken aback. Ron, are you all right? This must surely be hell. Rachel smiled as she lay under the covers, attempting to escape reality. Moments later, save for Rachel, everyone experienced the joy of transforming into bears. Don't you want to give it a try? Anna urged her. Perhaps not, Rachel replied, sitting on the edge of the bed and putting on her shoes. Thank you for your kindness and for saving me. You intend to leave? Hermione interposed, blocking her path. Where do you think you're going? The police are looking for you. You all know I'm wanted. Rachel stared in disbelief at the group of children. Why would you help me? A wanted criminal? To prevent Rachel from forming the erroneous impression that this group of bear children lacks any sense of safety, Hermione swiftly clarified, I was also in the restroom. Just in your stall. We know you've been wronged. Thank goodness, at least someone still believes me, even if it's just a few children. Though it may be of no use, I am truly grateful. We shall go to the police station. I can be your witness. Hermione grasped Rachel's arm. I can too. I can testify that the bespectacled man locked you in the car. Ron raised his hand, pulling Harry along. Harry can too. Harry nodded emphatically. Ginny, and I might as well nod, as a police officer seems to have spotted us. Anna stroked her chin in recollection. Hermione is fine. She was in the passenger seat, conveniently obscured by me. Yes, Ginny remembers quite clearly. He looked as terrified as if he had seen 2 fire-breathing dragons. That was indeed a fitting description, Hermione thought to herself. For if she were that officer, she would have been equally frightened. Don't forget to take this. Fred pulled a stack of photographs from his pocket. Anna accepted the photos, which depicted the bespectacled man carrying Rachel on his shoulder into an alleyway, their faces clearly visible. Anna raised an eyebrow. Huh, how is that possible? Hermione leaned in, astonished. When we found the bespectacled man, Rachel was already in the car. How do we get this photo? Well, that makes things complicated. Ron drawled. We must start from how we arrived here. Oh, right. Ginny suddenly realized. How did you arrive? Shortly after Anna and her companions reached their destination, the boys had arrived. Thanks to an old man. The one who stepped on my foot on the subway. Fred poured himself a cup of tea. He turned out to be a wizard. Just as we tossed the bespectacled man into the trash, we saw that girl in the yellow coat running toward us. Gasping that the police were coming, George added. We rushed to inform you, but the police arrived too quickly. After you shouted Diagon Alley and drove off, that girl in the yellow coat suddenly vanished, and that old wizard appeared. That old wizard said he just happened to have a camera and capture the moment. Harry recalled fondly of the old wizard. He even gave us a ride in a flying little black car. He was very humorous and entertaining, Ron casually mentioned as he glanced at the stack of photographs. He said he stuck his wand behind the steering wheel for convenience in casting spells. Sticking his wand behind the steering wheel? Anna felt a sense of déjà vu regarding such unusual behavior. But what about him? We must express our gratitude. He left early, George shrugged. We thanked him. Oh, and there's this. George produced an envelope. He said to give this to Rachel in case that poor blonde girl needed something from inside. He also instructed us not to look. Ron added mysteriously. Chapter 62. The Trials of Muggle Primary School. What is inside? Anna inquired, leaning closer to Rachel. Rachel hesitated before opening the envelope. Inside was a paper packet, labeled forbidding minors from opening, with an additional note in the corner, especially Anna Lawrence. Now Anna was even more curious. What could be inside the packet? Hermione noticed the name on the packet and asked, Anna, do you know that old wizard? Anna could name a plethora of old wizards she knew, but they were all familiar with her, notably Dumbledore and her exceedingly powerful great-grandfather. No way. Anna's expression shifted as she regarded the packet. Based on her great-grandfather's eccentric nature, the disappearing cabinet, the transforming ring, and the plan to rob Voldemort, this packet certainly contained nothing benevolent. Rachel swallowed nervously, carefully opening the paper packet. Side quest, Silver Melon, Rainy Night Rose, task completed, rewards, memory 50, reaction 50. After a glance, Rachel's face visibly flushed. She hastily wrapped the packet back up, stammering, It certainly has great utility. What is it? What is it? Ron rushed to the bedside. Rachel struggled to articulate her thoughts, her face reddening further. It's some rather cold-looking photographs of Glaz and his accomplices. The bespectacled man and his accomplice? The one Anna knocked out? Ron attempted to see the photographs, but Rachel hastily evaded him. What use could they possibly serve? Ah, this is a revelation. Anna thought she understood. This is undoubtedly the sort of thing her great-grandfather would do. For goodness sake, if utilized properly, even if Glaz escapes legal repercussions, he would surely be silenced for a considerable time. Ahem, the twins pulled Ron aside. Everything has its purpose. You needn't understand everything. Hey, have you two already opened it? Ron placed his hands on his hips, glaring at the twins. I know you're always intrigued by such forbidden things. Of course not. Fred raised an eyebrow at Ron. We would have to be mad to look at such things. We haven't seen it. George asserted resolutely, adding that even if they had, they would swiftly erase the memory from their minds. Observing Ron's intent to speak further, Anna promptly curtailed the topic, declaring that Rachel's matter had been resolved. And now it was time to address their own concerns. What do we have to deal with? The group turned their gaze toward Anna. Of course, it's the final exams. Anna exclaimed as she retrieved a stack of papers from her bag, casually returning Hermione's book to her. Did you naively think that assisting a damsel in distress would earn you extra point for the finals? This isn't Hogwarts, after all. It's time to study. Clearing her throat, Anna emphasized that diligent study was the path to high scores. Hermione nodded in agreement, applauding enthusiastically. I detest studying. George and Fred resignedly accepted the papers. What is this staircase that feels so familiar? Ah, the twins were all too acquainted with the scent of mischief. Harry tugged Ron and raised his hand. Report, Anna. We need to help Rachel testify first. Ron grasped onto this notion as if it were a lifeline, insisting it was of greater importance. I will assist them with their makeup lessons, Hermione declared, raising her chin, her charming demeanor resurfacing, assuring that they would excel in their exams. That sounds splendid. Anna watched as Ron and Harry hurriedly led a resignedly smiling Rachel out the door. If the police inquire about who took the photo, you simply say it was you. All right, of course, we will maintain a unified front. Hermione quickly caught up with them. The sound of the wooden door closing echoed. Anna glanced at the twins slumped on the small sofa, their eyes vacant. She steeled herself. The current hardships were a means to escape the label of illiteracy, paving the way for future happiness. My little assistant, Ginny. Here. Ginny rushed over with a teacup in hand. Get ready to time us. Anna laid 2 identical exam papers before the twins, announcing that the mock exam was about to commence. In the spacious lecture hall, students fervently scribbled, the sound of pens gliding across paper resonating throughout the room. Anna had long completed her paper and indulged in a delightful nap, now observing the twins' condition. George lounged in his chair, rhythmically nodding his head, and Anna imagined a tune playing in his mind. Fred filled the draft paper with drawings, covering both sides, even more so than his exam paper. Anna sighed, running her fingers through her hair, hoping the intensive review over the past 2 months would yield results. Ding ding. The exam is over. Phew, finally. George flowed with the crowd, exiting the classroom, and spotted Fred. They exchanged knowing smiles. How'd it go? Anna sidled up between them, wrapping her arms around their necks. We aced it. They chimed in unison. Excellent. Anna nodded in satisfaction, thinking of Harry and Ron's final exams in June. With Hermione's help, they should be perfectly fine. The trio exited the school building, Fred inhaling a deep breath of the not-so-fresh air, finally liberated from a 2-month nightmare. I think we should invent a pen that answers questions on its own. We cannot support students in cheating, Anna smiled. It's far better to have knowledge stored in one's mind to avoid the feeling of regret when the time comes to use it. Then let's develop a quill pen. It can't be taken into the examination room, George excitedly suggested, and add a spell-checking feature. Madame Lena would surely be thrilled. Anna pondered this idea and found it rather clever. Upon reaching the school gate, Anna noticed Ron and Harry approaching, Ron wearing a mischievous grin. Anna, I don't even need to ask, Fred. George. He winked at the twins. How'd it go? Terribly. We're doomed. I can't even describe it. Ha ha, then I can rest easy. Ron appeared exhilarated, though he added, don't feel too disheartened. I had already guessed you two weren't cut out for studying. At least there's me, the savior of the Weasley family's honor. Of course, we await your rescue. George patted Ron on the shoulder. Ron and Harry exchanged glances at the twins and Anna, stifling laughter, and Harry, eager to change the subject, asked, weren't you going to mention Rachel's situation? Has there finally been a resolution regarding Rachel? Anna leaned in, intrigued. Yes, I almost forgot. Ron exclaimed. Hermione informed us that the photo we provided when taking Rachel to the police played a crucial role. That bespectacled man's lawyer, what's his name, couldn't utter anything shameful in the face of such compelling evidence, though the bespectacled man still wielded some influence. And given that he had just turned 18, he might only spend a few months in prison, Harry added, but it should be enough for him to reflect. It's truly uplifting. Coupled with those indecent photos of glass that Rachel possesses, I believe his future will be significantly more restrained. Anna felt satisfied with the resolution. How has Rachel been lately? Her warrant has been revoked, and the London police have stepped in to clarify that her sister, upon learning of Glass's arrest, admitted to having wrongfully accused Rachel under duress, Harry summarized, and Rachel has been given the opportunity to study at a dance university. So it's a case of misfortune turning into fortune. So the warrant was merely a means of protecting Rachel. Ron exclaimed as he hopped onto the school bus, greeting the driver. Perhaps next time we see a warrant, we'll have to consider whether these fugitives genuinely deserve to be pursued. The group settled into their seats. Harry gazed at them, feeling a pang of nostalgia, realizing that in a few months they would be heading to Hogwarts, and Ron and Ginny might return to the burrow. He would be left all alone. He recalled how, during his previous stay in the cupboard, he never felt lonely without friends. Now, having gained friends, he was faced with the prospect of losing them. Harry felt as though he might go mad. Brother, although I don't particularly wish to study these subjects at a muggle school, especially math, Ron patted Harry's shoulder, but for you I will stay. Ginny will stay too, George added. They'll still reside at Anna's house. Don't worry, we'll bring you gifts from Hogwarts. Anna winked at Harry. Toilet seats from the Hogwarts restroom? Fred burst into laughter. That's just too unsanitary. Ron protested. Let me calculate how many toilet seats we need to dismantle. George joked as he began to count. You two, Ginny, plus Hermione. And Hermione's new friend, who is the same age as us. What's her name? Ron scratched his head, glancing at Harry. Troy, I think that's it, Harry said, his spirits lifted by the thought of having so many friends around him. Recalling the girl in the yellow sweater and dragon primary uniform who informed them the police had arrived that night. Fred looked surprised. She knows Hermione? They're classmates, Ron interjected. And Troy is Rachel's sister. Cool. Ultimately, the incident with the rainy night rose had come to a close. Anna listened to the boys' raucous chatter while gazing out the window. Sunlight cascaded upon the ceaselessly flowing vehicles, while the verdant leaves lining the road heralded the imminent arrival of summer. The glare made Anna squint, and as she turned back to engage in the boys' conversation, she failed to notice a tabby cat hurriedly traversing the pavement, a map clutched in its mouth, nor the wand inserted in the steering wheel of a black sedan parked to the left of the school bus. Of course, she remained oblivious to the kindly smile gracing the face of the elderly man behind the wheel. Chapter 63, The Scholars of Gringotts. It was an ordinary afternoon in late June. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. The enchanting melody resonated through Anna's two-story house, as if someone had claimed the bathroom as their personal concert hall. Take a sad song and make it better. I can't take it anymore, Fred exclaimed, fanning himself as he emerged from a room. Today, due to electrical repairs on Privet Drive, the entire neighborhood was plunged into darkness, leaving everyone on the verge of melting from the heat. Mrs. Lena had taken little Edwin to the hospital for vaccinations, leaving a horde of children behind. Anna and Ginny peeked out of their room to see what was happening, while George shouted, "Hurry up. If you leave, we'll be one short. Then you can start to make it better." The chorus continued, accompanied by the determination to rise again and move forward. Harry ascended the stairs, clutching a large bucket of cola. "Anna, this cola isn't even cold." He noticed the sound emanating from the bathroom and frowned. "Ron, did you burn yourself with hot water?" Fred, who was in the midst of crafting a witty retort, erupted into laughter at Harry's serious remark. Cough, cough. Ron, who was singing in the bathroom, seemed to choke on his water. "Hey, Harry," he altered the lyrics to address his friend, "don't be afraid." Harry rolled his eyes. You were made to go out and get her. Since Ron had first heard the Beatles song, he had taken to singing it every time he visited Anna's house, leading Harry to suspect he had been bewitched. "The minute you let her under your skin," Ron continued, "then you begin to make it better." At that moment of resolute courage to embrace fear, one could indeed muster the strength to rise anew. Anna nodded her head in rhythm, acknowledging that Ron's singing was quite pleasant. He had a remarkable ability to mimic the original artist, displaying a talent for imitation that even extended to mimicking the call of a mighty lion. Fred pulled Harry into a room, shutting the door, but it did little to muffle Ron's singing. Perhaps only the Minister of Magic could put a stop to it. Ginny took the cola from Harry's hands and began pouring drinks for everyone. After a moment's thought, she exclaimed, "I have an idea." She opened the door and called out, "Oh, Hermione." Cat Snow, perplexed, tilted its head at the top of the stairs. "Hermione, you finally arrived." The world fell silent. No wonder it was Ginny. Anna admired her as she returned with Cat Snow in her arms, mentally applauding her. The others stifled giggles and gave her a thumbs up. "Keep going, keep going." Ginny placed Cat Snow aside. "Whose turn is it now?" "Mine," George said, drawing a tile and frowning at it before tossing it onto the wooden table. Still a 2 of dots. I don't want dots again." "That's infuriating," Anna remarked, drawing a tile and tossing it onto the table. "A 9 of stripes. That 2 of dots will be perfect for me. If you give it to her, that's cheating," George quipped, teasing his brother. "Then I'll just give it to her secretly." "That would be sneaky cheating." Laughter erupted among them. Ginny drew a tile, raising her eyebrows. "I won." Harry leaned in to admire her, exclaiming, "Wow." Despite Ginny's attempts to maintain her composure, her face flushed rapidly. "I've discovered that our sister truly possesses this talent," Fred mused, stroking his chin. "She is always adept at these games and has incredible luck." "What talent?" "The talent for gambling?" Ginny replied, exasperatedly looking at her brother. "He means you always notice patterns in the games," George interjected, echoing Fred's sentiment. "You could be like Dad, frequently buying the Daily Profits lottery tickets. And perhaps you could be as fortunate as that old man who won before." "I certainly don't want to be like an old man." Ginny shook her head. "Perhaps Mr. Weasley should buy a lottery ticket for the Galleon Prize. The odds are similarly slim, and it would be better to take a big gamble." Anna recalled vividly how the Weasley family had once struck it rich, imagining the day when they might return with a bounty of galleons. "That's a fair point. I'll have old Errol convey your suggestion to him." George nodded. Speaking of galleons, Harry took a sip of cola. "When are we going to overturn the alley to find that goblin?" "The can?" Anna slapped her forehead. "All right, there's that matter. Moreover, it must be resolved before school begins, for young wizards can cast spells without oversight from the Ministry of Magic prior to the start of the school year. If they miss this opportunity, who knows when they might have another chance. Let's do it in the next few days before my birthday. We need to be well prepared." Anna paused for a moment. "For my birthday, are we going to the zoo or Azkaban? It all depends on this." A question mark slowly appeared above everyone's heads. "How thrilling." George scratched his head. Harry was the first to catch on. You already know the meaning of that prophecy, don't you? Ginny dashed to her and Anna's room, retrieving the parchment that lay within a box. To appreciate this victory, leap off the waterfall with faith. Listen to the sorrowful dragon tongue. It shall guide you forward. Do not let the treasure burn your arms, nor be buried beneath it. The righteous goblet requires a true master. Only it can lead you away from here. Exactly. Anna pointed at the sentence on the parchment, which was exceedingly straightforward for those privy to the plot. I discussed it with Hermione, combining dragon and treasure. What do you say? Where in London could a wealth of treasure be buried, guarded so meticulously? How can we not know? The twins exclaimed in unison. Anna nodded. It is precisely as you suspect, and this prophet once worked there. Gringotts? Ginny furrowed her brow as she uttered the name. That marble building? Is there a waterfall inside? Harry had yet to visit the underground vaults of Gringotts. Yes, Anna confirmed with a nod. There is indeed a waterfall below, the thief's downfall, which can wash away all spells and disguises. Wait, Anna, you've already scouted out Gringotts. Merlin's beard. Even if you haven't been to Gringotts vaults, Harry had heard tales of the stringent security there. The idea of a few schoolchildren attempting to steal anything from it was utterly absurd. How ludicrous. Harry cradled his head in disbelief. What scouting? I merely saw it when I went to retrieve something from my great-grandfather's vault. Anna cast a fleeting glance at Harry, and in that moment, she felt akin to a calculated robber. Though, in truth, she might indeed become one. Observing the hesitance etched upon the faces of those around her, Anna cleared her throat twice. This is a grand act of benevolence. A chance to vex Voldemort. If this isn't a noble deed, what is? The golden cup mentioned in the prophecy surely harbors some secrets. Perhaps we can thwart the Dark Lord's machinations. Yet that does not justify robbing Gringotts, Harry countered. Oh, Harry, do you not wish to discover the true nature of that golden cup? What story does it hold? Anna's voice dripped with a devilish allure. Do you not yearn to embark on a thrilling adventure alongside your friends? Robbing Gringotts would be an extraordinary undertaking. No one has ever succeeded before. Would you not want to be part of such a venture? Harry began to waver, feeling compelled to join. I'm in, Ginny declared, raising her hand. Fred, George. Anna turned to the twins. Consider this. If we venture to Hogwarts, we will be unable to wield magic freely until we reach adulthood. Do you not wish to seize this last opportunity for a grand escapade? To pull off a colossal prank on both Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic? The twins exchanged glances. We're in, they exclaimed. Hermione? Ron, dressed stylishly and fragrant from a shower, appeared at the door. Ginny shook her head at him, recalling the first time she met Harry when he foolishly wore a summer dress in the dead of winter. Oh, Ginny thought, Harry must think I'm utterly silly. Ron surveyed the room. Apart from the quartet of mahjong players, there was Harry, quietly sipping a soda, and the cat, Snowy, playfully chasing its tail. Wait, didn't I hear Hermione was coming? She hasn't arrived yet, Anna said, pouring herself a glass of soda. Ron, we're planning to find a tin can soon. Oh, I remember. The contents of that parchment, right? Ron relaxed as he approached the wooden table and spotted Ginny's hand. Nice one, Ginny. A full flush. Ginny smiled at him. Cough. Once we find the tin can, we shall rob Gringotts and then return home for dinner, Anna quickly proclaimed. I agree what? Ron exclaimed, startled. Find a tin can and then do what? Rob Gringotts, Anna clarified. The main task of the Gringotts heist will primarily fall to us, wielding our wands. You need not worry. Your main role will be to distract the Aurors afterward. You, and I've already planned this. By Merlin's magnificent beard. Ron stammered in disbelief. Hermione's joining, Harry's joining, your two brothers are joining, Ginny's joining, what about you? Anna took a sip of her soda, looking at Ron. I just got out of the shower. Have you all been cursed by the Imperius curse? Ron clutched his head. Harry averted his gaze. And Hermione, how could such a rational person possibly join this plan? I told her there's a dragon trapped beneath Gringotts, mistreated and covered in scars, that has never seen the light of day and yearns for love. Anna passed Ron a cup of soda. She's going to rescue the dragon. This left Ron at a loss for words. Rationality screamed at him that this plan could lead to disastrous consequences. We need you, Ron. You're vital. Anna gazed into his eyes earnestly. Well, even if you say that Ron accepted the soda from Anna. All right, I'll join. Anna relished her time with the Gryffindors. They possessed the audacity to challenge the rules and did not shy away from peril, even if it involved robbing Gringotts. Now, in the coming days, let us all strengthen our arm muscles, just in case, Anna contemplated. Fred, George, let us primarily practice the levitation charm. The birthday gift I gave you should still be in working order, right? On April Fool's Day, when the two celebrated their birthdays, Anna had gifted each of them a wandless charm wand, which would come in handy now. Of course, Fred nodded, But why do we need to strengthen our arms? Surely, we're not meant to punch an old goblin, are we? George wore a puzzled expression. Of course not. Anna replied mysteriously. This is just a precaution. If we master the levitation charm, it may not be necessary. As for what we will use the levitation charm for, that shall remain a secret for now. Chapter 64. The Bookworm of Gringotts on July 13th, the day before Anna's 11th birthday, at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning. All was as it should be in Diagon Alley, just as it had been every day since the conclusion of the Second Wizarding War, bustling and harmonious. Owls in their cages languidly preened their feathers while a few wizards sat beneath sunshades, sipping tea and engaging in lively conversation. The air was infused with the scents of lemon and sweet orange, and the streets bustled with merrymakers, laughter echoing all around. Humans are complex creatures. Perhaps they laughed outwardly while harboring thoughts of their spouses' infidelities, their faces painted with sorrow, but elated by a freshly acquired 5 galleons. Some, appearing young and adorable, were scheming how to rob Gringotts. Anna and the twins mingled among the crowd, appearing relaxed, each savoring an ice cream. Did you see if Snatch picked up that bag of galleons? Anna asked, licking her ice cream while casting a sidelong glance at the goblin seated beneath the sunshade. He did pick it up, Fred noted, observing Snatch bending down to retrieve the bag, inspecting it before stowing it away in his own satchel without a flicker of emotion. How can you be so sure he'll take that money to that unicorn's home? George questioned, eyeing Snatch, whose face wore a sorrowful expression as he conversed with another goblin. Their conversation. Snatch Anna took another lick of her ice cream. Snatch was lamenting to the cheerful goblin about how little allowance his wife gave him, which prevented him from visiting, his little sweetheart. George was taken aback. Little sweetheart? What on earth? He lowered his voice. Wait, what exactly is this unicorn's home place? Not a good establishment. Fred shot George a knowing glance. By Merlin's beard. George dazedly licked his ice cream, a disturbing image flashing before his eyes, prompting him to shake his head, trying to dispel those thoughts. Anna observed as Snatch bid farewell to his friend and headed towards Gringotts. Let us go. Keep up with him. The trio, licking their ice creams, calmly followed Snatch. The goblin glanced around cautiously. Though he spotted the trio, he merely regarded them as ordinary passers-by. After all, who would be so brazen as to stalk someone while enjoying ice cream? Upon reaching the entrance of Gringotts, Snatch caught the attention of the goblin stationed there. Snatch, how peculiar. I thought you weren't on duty today? Oh, Ela, I'm merely passing through. Snatch greeted the gatekeeper. Haha, off to the pub again? Your missus sent you some money, did she? Ela winked at Snatch. From the looks of it, you're still on the hunt. Yes, to the pub. I must spend this money quickly. Snatch fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together. You mustn't tell her, though. Ela nodded in understanding. Bring me a bottle of ale, and I'll pretend I saw nothing. Of course, of course. Snatch hurried down the alley leading to Nocturne, and once out of sight of Ela, he muttered under his breath, as if I have spare change to buy you ale, greedy old goblin. As the masked wizard passed by, he overheard a portion of the conversation, casting a curious glance at the canister, astonished to witness a fairy berating another for their avarice. What are you staring at? The canister spat onto the ground. Outside of work hours, the canister showed no courtesy toward wizards. Taking a shortcut through a narrow alley where a branch of the fairy brotherhood was established, and the fairies here exuded a palpable confidence. The masked wizard waved his hand dismissively, stepping aside to avoid a confrontation, clearly reluctant to engage with the fairies in this locale. He hurriedly continued on his way, only to round a corner and encounter 3 fairies, swathed in layers of clothing, with only their faces visible. Their countenance undeniably confirmed their fairy nature, and confusion flickered in his eyes. George adjusted his exposed fairy ears and lowered the brim of his hat. What? Never seen taller fairies before? Are you mocking our height? Fred also fidgeted with his fairy ears. We're already quite distressed about our height. We usually prefer to keep our faces hidden. Anna raised her voice, making it sound even more eerie, feigning tears as she covered her face. Slightly shorter than the twins, she touched the non-existent tears on her mask. I don't pity my 2 children at all. They're so tall at such a young age. A passing, kind-hearted fairy offered her consolation, madam. Do not be too sorrowful. Being tall is not a curse. There will always be female fairies who will find them appealing. The masked wizard, flustered, exclaimed, I meant no offense, madam, and hastily departed under the scrutinizing gazes of other fairies. Indeed, a tattooed fairy, squatting by the roadside, reassured the twins. Being tall is nothing to fret over. If you struggle to find a wife, you could always adopt a pet fairy, huh? Anna and the twins displayed expressions akin to that of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone, overwhelmed by the information. That's not what I meant. The tattooed fairy quickly waved his hands. I meant that a pet fairy can do all the things a wife would do. Huh. A group of passing fairies exhibited the same subway man expression. I meant like laundry and cooking, all right? Forget I said anything. The tattooed fairy grabbed his bottle and hurried away. After this little interlude, Anna and the twins, clad in their convincing masks and snugly wrapped up, perfectly complemented by their height, absorbed the sympathetic glances from the fairies and smoothly blended into the fairy alley. As much as I wish to critique this setup, Fred whispered, "Let us save it for after our prank is over. George, quickly deploy the secret gadget." George produced a pair of colorful, oversized glasses, looking somewhat ludicrous. "Let me see this way," he urged, leading the way. Anna scrutinized George's face closely. He resembled a colorful owl. "Is this the secret gadget you speak of?" "Yes. Luna provided us with these experimental glasses to observe pesky flies, though we've never actually found any. However, they work splendidly for tracking a particular scent." Fred chimed in as he kept pace with George. "Oh, Luna, that delightful little girl," Anna smiled. "What particular scent?" Aunt Muriel's fur cloak scent. We placed a scrap of fabric from her cloak in the canister," George explained. "What?" Anna's shock was palpable even through the mask. Fred paused, incredulous, surprising. "Isn't it? We thought the same. It's the cloak she purchased while traveling in Sweden, made of some unknown fur. Of course, it could also be that, intimidating scent of hers that lingered on the cloak," George added, glancing back. Regardless, the twins concluded we still adore Aunt Muriel, despite her constant complaints, as she often does go by us. She even secretly hid the cloak in a goblin hole as a gift for us. That is certainly not something Aunt Muriel would do. They rounded a corner. "Hey," George exclaimed, "the canister is heading downstairs. Quick, quick." Finding a concealed spot, Anna handed Fred the transformation ring. He removed the fairy mask, quickly sprouting bare ears and fur, ensuring that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, though Mrs. Weasley often confused him with George. As the sound of a rogue whistle echoed from behind, the canister was descending a staircase adorned with pink feathers. It turned to see a teddy bear striking a pose on the stairs. "Wow." The canister halted, exclaiming, "What's this game today, sweetheart?" Without a hint of doubt, it opened its arms to embrace the teddy bear. The teddy bear paused, silent, descending heavily down the stairs. Naturally, the canister preferred to refer to it as the weight of love. "You truly long for me, don't you, my sweetheart?" Upon hearing this, the teddy bear abruptly covered its mouth, pausing for 2 seconds before blowing a kiss. "Oh, sweetheart, I can feel your warmth," the canister exclaimed, embracing the teddy bear. It was utterly distressing. A foreign male voice emerged from behind the teddy bear, alerting the canister. "Who is it?" It stammered, struggling to free itself from the bear's embrace, but to no avail. It had never realized how strong its sweetheart was. "Hold steady," the voice instructed, and in an instant, the world spun around. When it called me sweetheart, I felt like I was going to vomit. As the noise faded, the canister slowly regained consciousness, discovering its vision obscured and its mouth stuffed. "Ugh," it writhed, panic setting in as it realized it was bound to a chair. The loss of sight left the canister feeling utterly helpless. It attempted to employ fairy magic for assistance, but none of its spells worked under these circumstances. It could only silently pray for the Fairy King's mercy. "I promise to cherish my wife henceforth. Please grant me another chance." Cough. Fairy canister, a female voice echoed, accusatory, with a notorious record of stealing what isn't yours, spitting indiscriminately, and daring to desecrate the sanctity of marriage. "You deserve to be punished." A male voice resonated from another direction. "Ugh, ugh." The canister, muffled, struggled, as if it had something to confess. "However, the Fairy King is always merciful. You are spared from death." The canister appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. "But while your death sentence is commuted, your living punishment remains. You must fulfill your mission to atone for your sins." Frantically nodding, the canister was beyond rational thought. "Kneel." Upon hearing the command, the canister discovered its feet had been unbound. Someone approached from behind and pressed it to the ground, their breath brushing against its neck. This individual was undoubtedly not tall, leading the canister to suspect that they, too, were a fairy. This only heightened the canister's anxiety. Had its wife discovered its infidelity? Had she reported it to the Fairy Brotherhood? Were they here to exact retribution upon it? Ugh. Cough. It felt the paper wad in its mouth being removed. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. My fellow, I promise to treat my wife well. Please spare me." After a moment of silence, the female voice spoke again. "Then next, after our handshake, you may only repeat what you uttered at your wedding." I don't remember." The canister racked its brain, struggling to recall what it had said during that humble ceremony. only the image of its wife's not-so-pleasant face lingering in its mind. "We shall assist you in recollection." The canister was compelled to extend its right hand, whereupon a small hand clasped it in return. The canister was certain that this was the hand of a fairy. No adult wizard could possess such diminutive hands, for only a fairy's hand could be so petite. An unknown sensation grazed the canister's skin, causing it to flinch slightly. "Excellent." It heard the female voice resume. "Then let us begin. Canister, do you vow to cherish your wife in sickness and in health, or for any other reason? To care for her, to respect her, and to remain unwaveringly loyal to her until the end of your days, provided she does not betray you?" Suddenly, the canister was flooded with memories of the wedding. His wife in her bridal gown seemed to stand before him, wearing a bittersweet smile as their nephew had inadvertently sullied her dress. "I do." It felt a warm sensation emanating from where their hands met. Was this the power of a vow? "Canister, do you pledge to protect your wife from harm to the best of your abilities?" "I do." Another wave of warmth surged through their clasped hands, stirring deep reflections within the canister. It pondered the many regrettable actions of its years. Why had it abandoned its wife? The meals she prepared, the clothes she washed, the tidiness of their home. What had it ever done for her? It seemed to have perpetually inflicted hurt upon her. "Canister, for the final vow, do you wholeheartedly accept your wife and all of Anna's plans and arrangements?" "I do." It was perfectly fine to relinquish all of its earnings to her, but wait, who was Anna? Another wave of warmth coursed through their joined hands, lingering for a while. "Is that acceptable?" It heard someone whisper. "It must be acceptable, for this contraption has made my posterior asymmetrical, a memorable experience indeed." Chapter 65. The Scholar of Gringotts. The cloth over the canister's eyes was removed. Upon seeing the scene before it, its mouth fell agape, rendering it speechless with indignation. A green-eyed girl knelt before it. That hand was indeed not one that an adult wizard could possess. The canister was taken aback, realizing that these despicable wizards had caused such frustration even in their youth. "Have you noticed the circle of children surrounding us?" It lamented its foolishness. "You wretched wizards, must this foolish prank continue?" "Fear not, Mr. Canister," Anna smiled at him. "You may wish to examine your right hand." "What is this?" The canister screamed, observing 3 intertwined red lines tattooed on its arm, extending from the wrist to the forearm. Anna rolled up her sleeve, revealing the same tattoo adorning her fair skin. A bond unbreakable. Ignoring the canister's wide-eyed astonishment, she added, "It is said that those who break their vows shall leave this world." Suddenly, Ron appeared, brandishing an open book to show the canister. The page detailing the consequences of defying the unbreakable vow. However, it was only the betrayal of a sufficiently powerful, unbreakable vow that would lead to death. In the case of a witness lacking magical strength, the consequence for the vow-breaker would merely be pain, unconsciousness, fever, runny nose, and diarrhea. At least that was how the system explained it. The canister had no benevolent system to elucidate these matters. No, it shook its head vacantly. "This cannot be real. Mr. Canister, I must remind you of the vows you have made. Aside from being good to your wife, you must also completely accept and implement Anna's plans." Hermione stowed away the wand she had used as a witness. "Of course, we shan't be overly demanding of you. We merely have a few questions and perhaps a minor task for you to assist with." Anna took a seat on a small chair. "Now, please answer truthfully. For the future of the Wizarding World," Harry stood by wearing a fairy mask, "we have several inquiries regarding Gringotts." "Gringotts? What are you plotting? You vile wizards!" The canister suspected these individuals had consumed polyjuice potion, intentionally transforming into children to lower others' guard. What sort of teenagers would engage in such terrifying attacks? Harry took a step back to evade the canister's spittle. "A wizard who saved your life, and whom you are helping to find a champion. Are you with us or not? Are you the lunatic he sent? The frenzied Gorgons?" The canister's mind raced, suddenly calming as it realized, "I owe him a life debt. I shall assist you. We are allies. Friends." It nodded earnestly, as if its words were the most credible. "Let us nullify the vow. I truly wish to help you. We can be friends. Can we not?" No one acknowledged its plea. Hermione glanced at Anna, who shook her head. Anna was all too familiar with the nature of fairies. It was possible the canister might help them to repay a life debt, but once that debt was settled, would it face the endless extortion of a greedy fairy? Or would it await capture by Azkaban? Refusal is not an option. Remain a mere plastic friend, or become a tool. Canister. "We cannot annul the vow. Please answer our questions obediently." Anna continued her inquiry. "You are aware of the prophecy and what we seek. I believe you should know the precise location of that vault." "No." The canister gritted its teeth, yet suddenly felt pain radiate from the tattoos on its arm. Observing the canister's shifting expression, Hermione felt a twinge of compassion. "I advise you to speak the truth, lest you meet an untimely demise. The canister shot them a fierce glare, ultimately resigning itself to the reality. Yes, I know. You can retrieve the key, correct? Yes. This time, the canister's response was swift, as though it had resigned itself to its fate. Anna smiled at it, then. Do you have the authority to open that door? The Hufflepuff cup was hidden within Bellatrix's vault, although the Lestrange family had recently fallen from grace. They were still one of the 28 sacred families. Their vault lay deep within Gringotts, with all its contents protected by duplication and fiendfire spells, guarded by a dragon. And the vault door required a special fairy to unlock it. What? The canister was taken aback. It had thought Anna was unaware of such intricacies regarding Gringotts. Initially, it had tried to find a loophole to ensnare Anna and her companions within the vault, knowing that Gringotts only checked every decade to see if anyone was trapped inside. With the plan foiled, the canister reluctantly admitted no. Anna stepped forward, helping it to its feet while kindly brushing off the non-existent dust from its knees. Very well, Mr. Canister. I happen to know who possesses that authority. You must help us locate a fairy named Borgin. Anna winked, no matter how you manage it. Incapacitate him and bring him alive to the alley beside the magical creature's shop. The canister stood up, wanted to protest, but upon witnessing Anna shake her tattoo and make a slashing motion across her throat, it fell silent once more. A sincere warning, do not attempt to disclose this matter to anyone. Surround the protector. Escort our guest out. Yes, ma'am. The twins blindfolded the canister, lifting it despite its struggles, and carried it out through the keyhole. With a thud, the canister fell to the ground, writhing its backside as it clambered up, tearing away the cloth from its eyes. Gasping for breath, it surveyed its surroundings, finding itself once more in the familiar corridor adorned with pink feathers. As if caught in a dream, the canister mused that even the worst nightmare of its life paled in comparison to this moment. It gazed at the tattoo on its hand and sighed. Standing motionless for a time, its eyes devoid of life. Finally, casting one last glance at the winking unicorn sign, it departed in a daze. Farewell, sweet darling. The canister thought it may never return to this place again. Now let's discuss our plan. In the underground study at number 92 Diagon Alley, Anna beckoned everyone to gather. Hermione, the twins, and I would infiltrate Gringotts underground under the pretense of placing items in my great-grandfather's vault. Under the guidance of the canister, we would seize the golden cup from the lowest level before the goblins and other wizards noticed anything amiss. Anna shrugged. Of course, this was the best-case scenario. And what of the worst-case scenario? Ron chimed in from beside Harry. The worst-case scenario would be tripping over ourselves the moment we step outside. Come on, Ron. Have a little faith in us. George picked up a small biscuit that Dudu had sent over. Objectively speaking, the worst-case scenario would be encountering a powerful Legilimens right as we exit, who could see through Hermione's thoughtful analysis and apprehend us before we even enter Gringotts. Hermione. Ginny smiled, grasping Hermione's arm. I believe that will not happen. Ahem, and Harry, Ron, Ginny, Anna produced a handful of fireworks. You must ignite these in a secluded corner of Nocturne Alley during the chaos at Gringotts, or when the Aurors surround the bank. Dudu will assist you in swiftly relocating. Wait. Harry raised his hand. Why not let Dudu apparate us directly to the Gringotts vault? Wouldn't that be more convenient? We had considered that. Fred shook his head regretfully, but alas, Gringotts' underground vault prohibits all forms of apparition and similar spells. Dudu stated he cannot reach there. Ginny frowned. Then how will you leave? We will simply take the little cart through the main entrance. Anna picked up a small biscuit prepared by Dudu. Ron looked visibly startled. Through the main entrance? I thought you would ride the dragon. Anna cast him a curious glance. The dragon would be set loose to draw the attention of most Aurors. Then we would part ways. You expect us to ride a dragon? Are you suggesting we let Fred and George practice the levitation charm? I previously assumed it was to prevent you from falling off the dragon. That is not the case. Anna gently shook her head. My levitation charm is sufficient to ensure their safety. I had them practice, mainly for fear my spell might be too potent and cause water to spill. What water? Are you planning to brew tea down there? Ron exclaimed, covering his face. It's a secret. Hermione placed her finger against her lips, smiling at him. Chapter 66, The Scholar of Gringotts. In a dimly lit alley of Diagon Alley, the canister sat atop a trash bin, nervously gnawing at its nails, staring blankly at the wall. There, propped against it, was a snoring goblin. A bit of alcohol mixed with a dash of the elixir of life would make the task of abducting Boggett a breeze. Moreover, it had stumbled upon unexpected revelations. After getting drunk, Boggett had wept about family conflicts. The canister sighed, recalling how joyful Boggett had appeared that morning. Indeed, men could only conceal their grievances deep within. Sunlight glinted off the glass, reflecting into the canister's eyes, causing it to blink rapidly. Suddenly remembering the moment it had returned home to fetch the elixir of life. Its wife was preparing lunch, her face, not conventionally beautiful, softened under the warm light. I have something to do outside. I want to be back for dinner. The canister's dialogue with its wife always carried an urgency to conclude. All right, I understand. The wife displayed little emotion, yet the canister distinctly felt the pain radiating from its right arm. Had you been hurt? The canister scrutinized its wife closely, racking its brain for a compliment. You look lovely today in that dress. Its wife wore a dirty apron, and the canister felt at a loss for words. Your hairstyle is nice. It finally discovered the angle of praise. Really? The wife's expression held a hint of surprise as she touched her hair. How many years had it been since she had heard such compliments from this man? Thank you. She smiled. The pain in its arm vanished. And as the canister stepped outside, it could still hear its wife humming in the kitchen. She was so easily satisfied, if captured at Gringotts. Would it be judged by the Goblin Brotherhood? It might never see her again. For the first time, the canister felt a pang of sadness at the thought of possibly not seeing its wife again, knowing that in the past, it had longed to distance itself from her. For children licking ice cream appeared at the alley's entrance, and the canister recognized Anna, leaping down from the trash bin and rushing over. I brought Boggett. You want to harm him, will you? Anna glanced at the snoring Boggett in the corner, drew her wand, and whispered sleep. A flash of white light illuminated the area, and Boggett succumbed to Anna's spell. The canister's heart tightened. Boggett's snores had ceased. It reaffirmed its suspicion that these children had indeed used Polyjuice potion. Ordinary children simply could not possess such magical prowess. Fred rushed to Boggett's side, giving an okay hand gesture. It's stable, based on the feedback from the bespectacled henchman. It once he awakened for 2 or 3 days. You lot. The canister swallowed hard. It's fine, just in a deep sleep, Hermione kindly explained to the canister. Fred feigned seriousness. Unless someone kisses him, he won't wake up. The canister glanced at Boggett's aged face, a troubled expression crossing its features. Anna produced a bottle of liquor from her blue floral bag and handed it to the canister. Give it to the goblin at the door, and once he departs, you can enter. If you encounter anyone familiar, just say you swap shifts. As he departs, the canister's pupils trembled. Was he to leave this world? George looked exasperated. What are you thinking? This potion contains a cleansing agent, as its name implies, to clear the intestines. It's currently shift change at Gringotts, making it convenient for you to retrieve the key to the lowest vault. The canister's pupils quivered once more, trying to regain composure. Act calm. Once you obtain the key, just find an empty spot to stand in until we come find you. Anna patted its shoulder. Remember, stay calm. The canister gripped the bottle, its hands slick with sweat, stammering, I'll do my best. The noonday sun blazed high in the sky. The ice cream shop teeming with customers, and the sunshades were filled with patrons, while the number of wandering wizards on the main road had evidently diminished. The goblin guarding the entrance at Gringotts, Yaira, was growing bored, lamenting having to guard in the midday sun. It lightly kicked a marble pillar, muttering, no one would come at this hour. Oh, it noticed the canister approaching with a bottle of liquor. My joy has arrived. Yaira's face lit up with delight. Canister. My friend. Yaira nearly snatched the bottle from the canister's hands. Don't be so stingy. You must offer something in return to keep others' secrets. Yaira made a gesture as if zipping up a zipper with one hand over her mouth, assuring that her companion would not hear a whisper from her. The kin had yet to utter a single word, maintaining a comical pose with its drink in hand. What kind of liquor is this? Yaira inquired, uncorking the bottle and inhaling its aroma, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. She stared quizzically at the can. It smells rather delightful, doesn't it? You actually provided such fine wine? The kin let out the first syllable upon seeing Yaira, expressing a sense of reluctance over the expensive bottle. It pondered the justification for its decision, reasoning that it had simply been stored for too long. Although I believe it to be perfectly fine, my wife insists it may have gone bad and urged me to dispose of it. You decide whether you wish to drink it. The kin hoped fervently that Yaira would refrain, envisioning that perhaps the absurd plan to rob Gringotts would be thwarted. Yet Yaira felt a sense of relief, believing she understood. Ha ha ha, poor Ken. Have you been dulled by your wife's control? All fairies know that the longer the liquor is aged, the better it becomes. She winked mischievously. Is it that your wife forbids you from drinking? Is it? Go on, relieve yourself. The kin rolled its eyes, no longer concerned about this vexatious individual. Ha, how pitiful. You can only watch me revel in joy. Yaira raised the bottle, and with a glug glug glug, half a bottle of wine disappeared down her throat. Wonderful. Yaira chuckled, but her laughter was fleeting as her expression froze, accompanied by the sound of her stomach gurgling ominously. She stared in disbelief at the can. No way. The can shrugged. I told you to decide for yourself. Yaira pointed at the can, struggling to articulate a coherent response, clutching her stomach, her face flushed, her voice weak. You better remember this. And dashed toward the nearest establishment, to the restroom. Watching Yaira sprint away, the can took a deep breath and stepped through the doors of Gringotts. Ron, could you please stop spinning? Harry observed Ron, who was flitting about like a headless fly, with a headache. You must trust your friends, he sighed. I certainly do trust my friends, Ron replied, slightly agitated as he scratched his hair. But don't you think it's rather unfortunate? He approached Harry. George fell flat on his face the moment he stepped out. Merlin's beard. There might be a muggle born somewhere, watching us. Perhaps it's merely their prank. Anna teased, mentioning how my inquiry to the can sounded villainous, even curtsying to me. Harry waved his hand, urging Ron to relax. Calm down, Ron. Ginny returned from the shop window. Other than seeing a silly tabby cat sitting on the ground, I saw nothing else. She shrugged. Look at this blazing sun. Which esteemed muggle-born would venture out in this dreadful weather? Ashu. Beneath a blue sunshade outside 92 Diagon Alley, a masked wizard sneezed, shaking his head as he removed his mask. He was a young man with prominent western features and deep-set eyes, elegantly sipping from a teacup before discreetly burping. Nearby, the tabby cat subtly shifted to a different spot. Such as England, the young man mused internally. Even a cat possesses so many thoughts. Amusing, yet still lacking compared to the 3 children attempting to rob Gringotts in Knockturn Alley. He picked up a can of soda and poured some into his teacup, intrigued by the neighboring wizard's mental commentary. Does he not know that teacups are meant for tea? Taking a hearty gulp and burping again, he observed an elderly wizard beside him, frowning over his newspaper. Ah, what a rude burping ogre. The man chuckled softly. Indeed, England is far more entertaining than America. Finally, unable to tolerate the man's desecration of the teacup, the old wizard conjured a teapot and politely tapped the man's shoulder. My dear boy, perhaps you would like some tea? Oh, certainly. It would be an honor to savor the quintessential British experience. He lifted his suitcase, pressed the latch, and opened it. I brought some American pastries. I hope we can enjoy them together. The old wizard unceremoniously discarded the soda from the man's teacup, performed a cleanse, and then poured in the tea. A friend from America? Yes. I've only been in England for less than a month. The man boldly extended his hand. Jacob Kowalski. A pleasure to meet you. The old wizard shook his hand. Boren, just call me Boren. Boren handed the tea to Jacob. Your surname feels rather un-American. Thank you. Jacob accepted the teacup. In truth, it is a Polish surname. My grandfather is a Polish-American muggle. He savored a sip of English breakfast tea. I share the same name as my grandfather, Jacob. Old Boren had relinquished any hope of getting the jovial American to drink tea properly. He picked up a pastry. Is this shaped like a niffler? Quite distinctive. Indeed. Speaking of pastries, Jacob brightened. It is our specialty from Kowalski's bakery. My mother says its inspiration comes from the romantic tale of my wizard grandmother and muggle grandfather on the streets of New York. He stuck out his tongue. A tad too sentimental. I won tea recounted. Forgive my curiosity, Boren inquired. Were your grandparents both Americans? As far as I know, the U.S. has not been very humane in managing muggle and wizard unions. Though the Laporte law was abolished in '65, American wizards are notoriously unfriendly toward muggles. Your grandparents' love must have faced numerous, well, obstacles? Yes. You are well aware of these matters. Jacob finished his tea. That is the beauty of my grandparents' love. Though my grandmother strayed, they ultimately found a fairy tale ending. Jacob lowered his voice. Grandmother said that the least likely person helped her in the end. Old Boren raised an eyebrow, his expression eager for gossip. Oh? Who was it? The sound of collapsing buildings interrupted their conversation. Suddenly, a massive creature's roar echoed through Diagon Alley as a dragon's head emerged from the toppled roof of Gringotts. Mother, am I seeing this correctly? Is that a dragon? Onlookers gasped in disbelief. Chaos ensued as Boren lifted his teacup away from the table, observing the tabby cat whose fur bristled in alarm. Jacob hastily secured his suitcase, a hint of panic in his demeanor. What is happening? Yet he quickly deduced that it must be the ruckus caused by the 3 children attempting to rob Gringotts. Merlin's cola. This is extraordinary. At the very center of Diagon Alley, Gringotts drew the attention of all as the dragon ascended to the pinnacle of the building, spewing flames in all directions. Jacob's eyes widened in excitement, while Boren coughed lightly, a hint of pride in his voice. Look, that is my great-granddaughter. Good heavens, what a commotion, Harry exclaimed, witnessing the scene from the shop window. Ginny, Ron, we must take action. Ron hastily found a bag to stash the fireworks. wondering if these fireworks could indeed attract more attention than a dragon. Ginny observed that some aurors had already arrived. One must trust their friends. Quickly grasped the bag tightly. We have little time, she shouted upstairs. Dudu, come quickly. With a pop, Dudu materialized before the trio, gesturing for them to seize her arms. Dudu was delighted to assist, but cautioned them not to release her arms during the apparition. I will hold on tightly, she assured. With another pop, the three vanished along with Dudu. Chapter 67. The Scholar of Gringotts. As they dashed away, shouting about a toilet, the quartet soon appeared at the entrance of Gringotts, with Anna clutching a teddy bear. It is imperative that, regardless of what transpires, we remain composed and natural. Anna linked her other arm with Hermione's, attempting to reassure herself. We are merely visiting Gringotts to retrieve an item that does not belong to us, Hermione muttered under her breath. Ahem, but it does not belong here either. Anna cleared her throat. We shall return it to its rightful place. Onward. The twins exchanged glances, chuckling as they trailed behind the two girls. Upon entering Gringotts and approaching the second door, the goblin guards scrutinized the group of children. I must remind you that Gringotts is not a place for your amusement. Of course, the twins chorused in unison. What could possibly be entertaining about Gringotts? The goblin was momentarily taken aback by their unexpected retort, pondering, indeed. What could be amusing about Gringotts? Nothing at all. With a snap of its fingers, the second door slowly creaked open. The grand marble hall was bustling with goblins seated on high stools behind long counters, diligently attending to their tasks. As soon as Anna entered, she began scanning the area for traces of the goblin. Finding it among the multitude of similarly appearing goblins proved to be quite the challenge. Anna, it's over there, George exclaimed, donning Luna's exaggerated glasses, gesturing toward the nondescript corner to the left. The goblin stood behind a counter near the entrance to the underground vaults, appearing relatively calm as it gazed towards the entrance. However, as Anna and her companions approached, they noticed the goblin was trembling at an alarming frequency, almost as if it were glitching. How may I assist you? It quivered, resembling a creature seated atop a washing machine, making it impossible to conceal its unusual state. Hermione covered her face in disbelief. The nearby goblin, scribbling notes, found the situation amusing. Impressive. How'd you manage that? It inquired, patting the trembling goblin on the shoulder. I can only do this, the goblin replied, while simultaneously belching. That fellow must have had a garlic-heavy lunch, it added, pinching its nose. Gradually, the goblin calmed down. I will teach you, my friend, but I must first attend to my work. Oh, certainly. The other goblin retreated to its previous position, continuing to scribble. Fred stealthily leaned in for a glance. Rolling his eyes upon discovering the goblin was merely doodling. Ahem, I wish to deposit something in my great-grandfather's vault. Here is the key. Anna presented the key to the goblin. Are you looking to deposit that toy? The doodling goblin inched closer, intrigued by the potential diversion from its mundane work. Yes, Anna replied calmly. This toy is a relic from my missing great-grandfather. I wish to store it in a secure place, and Gringotts should be quite safe. Yes? Absolutely. The doodling goblin clapped its hands, pride evident in its demeanor. No one has ever managed to take anything from Gringotts that did not belong to them. That individual may soon appear, the goblin mused internally, glancing at the parchment that had appeared after receiving the key. Anna Somonas Lawrence. What could this poor girl have possibly encountered? How has the vault key ended up in the hands of these little devils? The goblin was resolute that these devils were not truly children. It hurriedly exited the counter. Please follow me. Anna politely waved at the doodling goblin, clutching the toy bear as she kept pace with it. Fred leaned closer. Did you acquire the key to the bottommost vault? Indeed, the goblin replied, opening a brass door leading to the underground vault, guiding the four through a narrow stone corridor. As they passed a downward slope, it produced a jingling bag from the corner. This was the key to the vault. Is it real? Anna stared into its eyes. Indeed it is, the goblin affirmed, its arm tattoos remaining unchanged. Hermione nodded at Anna. Excellent. Then let us proceed without delay. The goblin led the group onward, a complex expression on its face, eventually speaking up, but where is the box? The vault door cannot be opened without it. Although the goblin was reluctant to partake in this scheme, it recognized that it had already boarded the proverbial ship of thieves. A moment's folly could entangle it in this matter, and it feared it would never again glimpse that gentle face in the sunlight. It's important to mention that everything within that vault is protected by duplication and fire spells. I cannot fathom what you are thinking. Looking for something in there is nothing short of folly. The group climbed into a cart. Anna waved her hand dismissively. Worry not. I have a clever plan to reach my great-grandfather's vault first. The goblin rolled its eyes almost to the heavens, huffing in resignation as it activated the cart. Whether out of spite or not, the cart sped along so swiftly that it left a blur behind, considerably saving time for the band of thieves. Standing on the platform, Fred patted his brother's back. I knew it. You devoured both puddings behind my back. Fred, for heaven's sake, George protested, wiping his mouth. You cannot treat a fragile person this way. The taste was somewhat off-putting, and Hermione rushed to Anna's side as the vault door swung open. A dazzling display of silver and gold flashing before her eyes. Wow, Hermione gasped. Steady now. Anna approached a pile of wooden crates leaning against the wall, handing the teddy bear to Hermione to hold. She rolled up her sleeves, calling out, Guardians, lend me your strength. A few individuals arrived to assist in moving the crates. What is this? It resembles a unicycle from Mrs. Next Door's garden. Fred nudged the small cart. It must be for transporting goods from the supermarket. Hermione observed the cart with curiosity. There are also several large wooden barrels. George tapped one, discovering 3 were empty. Dudu informed me. Anna surveyed the barrels contentedly, confirming they did not leak. These are custom-made barrels from my great-grandfather for storing wine. 3 should suffice. We must transport them outside the vault. The group exerted considerable effort to load the barrels onto the cart and push it out to the platform of the vault. Quite frankly, the stipulation that floating spells could not be used within the vault was truly inconvenient, George remarked, glancing at the goblin. This is precisely to prevent thieves from easily taking items. The goblin turned away, clearly irked, and Fred shrugged. Well, it certainly adds a layer of difficulty to our endeavor, making it less easy. The goblin had no desire to converse with the twins any longer. We must hurry. Hermione raced over from one direction with the teddy bear in her arms. I found the waterfall. It's not far from here. Let's go. Anna extracted her wand, grateful that there were not too many spells restricted in these public areas. Freshen up. Anna cast a spell on the ground, instantly smoothing the stone bricks, thereby reducing the friction between the cart wheels and the surface. Under Anna's enchantment, the twins pushed the cart towards the direction indicated by Hermione, while the goblin, with arms akimbo, trailed beside them. As it observed Anna's spell casting, a sense of awe washed over it. What immense magical prowess must one possess to conjure such extraordinary feats? Upon reaching the waterfall's edge, Anna first cast a levitation charm on the wooden barrels and the cart, watching as they soared into the air before gently drifting downwards. The twins positioned themselves at the platform's edge, and George quipped, You jump, I jump. How utterly nauseating, Fred retorted, patting his brother's shoulder. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, while the goblin, having grown somewhat desensitized to the twins' antics, marveled at their remarkable composure. They seemed like true children, unperturbed by the gravity of their undertaking, treating the heist of Gringotts as nothing more than a whimsical game, a mere prank. Anna executed the levitation spell, and before long, they found themselves in the deepest recesses of Gringotts. Before them lay a pool formed by the thief's downfall, a waterfall cascading from a great height along a series of tracks, the water's surface undisturbed, devoid of splashes or mist, as if they had traversed into another realm. The thunderous roar imbued the scene with a majestic grandeur, a place where sunlight dared not intrude. Anna gazed upwards to behold a labyrinth of tracks leading to platforms of varying heights, reminiscent of a convoluted roller coaster nestled within an antiquated tenement. Why does the water not splash? Hermione inquired, glancing at the goblin, still reeling from the shock of the levitation charm resembling a free-fall ride, its eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Ahem, the goblin coughed. The thief's downfall is a recirculating waterfall. The water returns to the exit from this pool. So, has this water been in use for many years? Hermione pondered, her illusions regarding the waterfall's formidable, spell-dispelling capabilities somewhat shattered. The goblin sensed her disdainful tone, yet acknowledged that the water possessed potent magic, effectively warding off intruders. One must wonder how many bacteria lurk within. Perhaps the enchantments are dispelled due to sheer disgust? Hermione mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. The goblin chose to ignore the vexing witch. Anna rummaged through her blue floral bag, producing several folded cauldrons. Come now. We cannot expect to reap rewards without exertion. To acquire the treasure, we must put in some effort. She crouched by the pool, filling a cauldron with thief's downfall water and pouring it into the large barrel atop the cart. What are you doing? Fred asked, picking up a cauldron to commence the task of scooping water. In the vault where the golden goblets reside, all treasures have been enchanted with replication and fire spells. Anna explained, gesturing towards the waterfall. This water is perfectly suited to wash away all enchantments and magical disguises. How could we not utilize such a remarkable resource? It has flowed here for so long. What? The goblin exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by such shameless methods. It was a blatant affront to Gringotts security measures. Utterly absurd. What makes it absurd? Anna laughed. Using magic against magic is merely standard procedure. Hermione nodded in agreement. I should find a suitable vessel to collect more. To take home as a memento, George mused, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the waterfall. The goblin, now desensitized, sulked at the edge of the barrel, fuming at the greedy human wizards. Get to work, Anna urged, handing it a cauldron. We never expect to gain without labor. The goblin, feeling the ache in its arms, resignedly began its task. Wait, it pondered, tentatively extending its right arm towards the thief's downfall. If this water could indeed wash away all spells, could it also dispel the imperturbable charm? Disheartened, the goblin withdrew its arm. Anna noticed this and chuckled lightly. Did you think imperturbable was merely a name? Observing the goblin's crestfallen expression, she turned away, relieved that it had not succeeded in immersing its hand in the water. What if the charm had been lifted? After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that the only recourse would be to stun it until she mastered the oblivion charm. How fortunate, indeed, goblin. Accio Leviosa. After filling all 3 cauldrons with water, the twins and Hermione cast the levitation charm on the cart, stabilizing it just above the ground. As their magical capacities were rather limited, the cart's position proving just right. The goblin watched in awe, struck by the precision and formidable control they exhibited. Hermione, clutching a teddy bear, followed the goblin forward, hearing a clinking sound nearby. Did you hear that? Fred, pushing the cart, asked with a grave expression, while George's voice trembled in response. George playfully punched Fred, and the group turned a corner, greeted by a gust of damp air. Wow, it smells like a medium-rare steak left without sauce, rotting in a mossy pile, George remarked after sniffing the air intently. Anna nodded in agreement. Very apartment. A milky white dragon lay sprawled in the center of a grand marble hall, its conical wings folded tightly against its body, long limbs obstructing the path to the innermost vault. Perhaps due to prolonged darkness, its eyes glowed an unhealthy shade of pink. The dragon's powerful hind legs were shackled, the chains tethered to deeply embedded wooden stakes in the ground. It roared, a foul wind sweeping through the chamber. What does it typically consume? Hermione pondered, frowning at the dragon's condition, finding concerns beyond its mere existence. Its teeth appear quite unhealthy. As the daughter of dentists, her interest in the creature's dental health surpassed that of others. She shot a glare at the goblin. I believe you are mistreating this dragon. These individuals had forcibly brought them here, and now they sought to advocate for a mere dragon. The goblin, no longer wishing to engage, opened the cloth bag it had been holding, extracting several small metallic tools that emitted a sound akin to the clanging of malt candy sellers. Noticing Hermione's inquisitive gaze, the goblin reluctantly explained, training, dragon, sound, pain. Training the dragon to associate sound with pain? George interjected. Through training, the dragon learns to associate the sound of keys with pain. The goblin clarified, exasperated, unsure why these humans insisted on shaking the keys. The creature could easily recognize the sound. Both the goblin and Anna held keys, the resounding clinks echoing throughout the cavern, the overhead rocks appearing precariously unstable, reminiscent of a lively dance party. Anna observed the fear etched across the dragon's scarred visage, trembling as it recoiled. Goblin, lead them to that vault, and do not cease shaking the keys. Hermione and the twins levitated the barrels to the vault entrance, while the goblin, shaking the keys, cast a wary glance at the group. Let us see how you plan to enter now. Without a boggart, the door remained securely locked. Hermione removed a ring from her teddy bear's paw. Now, the boggart has arrived. The canister stood speechless, suddenly recalling a moment when it had affectionately referred to a toy bear as sweetheart. With a huff, it seized Bog's hand and pressed it against the vault's grand door. Chapter 68, The Scholar of Gringotts. Gradually, the door began to vanish, revealing the cavernous vault before the group. Hermione, having once imagined what a dragon-guarded treasure trove might look like while perusing fairy tales, found the scene before her remarkably aligned with her fantasies. Piles of gold and silver jewels loomed high. Exquisite cutlery lay scattered across the floor, and bizarre yet precious fossils of magical creatures dangled in midair, beneath which rested what appeared to be valuable antique armor. Truly opulent, George exclaimed as he ladled a cauldron of water from a large barrel, pouring it over a nearby heap of gold goblets. A mist of white vapor erupted from the goblets, dissipating moments later. Cautiously, George touched one of the goblets, testing the waters before lifting it. The spell had been lifted. This water proves useful. Indeed, it is an exceptional security measure. Fred complimented. Thank you kindly, the canister muttered, shaking its keys as it made its way to the circular hall, preferring the company of a dragon to witnessing those fiends. Spotting a girl standing in the center of the hall attempting to communicate with the dragon, the canister smacked its head, nearly forgetting that a devilish creature lingered here. "Anna," Hermione called as she bypassed the canister, rushing to the railing to inquire, "Do you know the distinctive features of that gold goblet?" Anna began to strain her memory of the original text. Since it's the Hufflepuff goblet, it must bear its emblem, adorned with badger patterns. It has 2 handles and is quite small, likely placed at a higher elevation. "Very detailed," Hermione exclaimed, hastening back to continue the search with the twins. Anna turned to regard the cowering dragon before her. "Hello," she greeted, extending her wand toward the blue pouch, summoning brandy and chicken. Pouring the brandy over the chicken, Anna caught a glimpse of the dragon, fixating on her. "I'm uncertain of your preferences, so I've prepared some food that a young dragon might have enjoyed." She lifted the chicken to her nose, wrinkling it slightly. "It may have a hint of unpleasantness. Please do not take offense." "Oh dear," the canister exclaimed, shaking its keys while covering its face. "It won't heed you. It cannot comprehend. It is merely a foolish dragon that breathes fire. It will obliterate anyone who approaches. I advise against any futile attempts." At the canister's words, Anna shrugged, gazing into the dragon's pink eyes, and as kindly as she could, tossed the chicken nearby. "Shall we be friends?" The fire dragon remained indifferent. Observing the meager size of the chicken in comparison to the dragon, Anna realized the gift lacked sincerity. She aimed her wand at the chicken, casting the expansion charm. Engorgo, the chicken grew to the size of a cow, finally capturing the dragon's attention. Realizing her words had not reached Anna, the canister turned and returned to the vault, dismissing her as it entered to feast its eyes on the gold. The sound of jingling keys diminished as the canister stepped inside. Anna placed the keys at her feet, raising her hand in a gesture of peace. "Care for some chicken?" Based on her knowledge of the Bowtruckle's assistance in unlocking, and the fact that the sheep-eater Antonio had been swayed by Grindelwald, Anna deduced that magical creatures understood human speech. The fire dragon, sensitive to its surroundings, regarded Anna with a complex gaze. Although its eyes, accustomed to darkness, could not see clearly, it recognized the distinction between Anna and the other fairies. Her hair, so thick. As for height, to a dragon, fairies and humans appeared equally diminutive. Perhaps the diminishing sound of keys had an effect, or perhaps this dragon yearned to end its long and lonely existence by choking on a chicken bone. It ambled over to the cow-sized chicken, exhaling a plume of flame. The chicken, infused with alcohol, ignited, and a peculiar savory aroma began to permeate the circular hall. Anna swallowed hard, watching as the dragon devoured the flaming chicken in one bite. They exchanged a moment of silent understanding. "Cough, I reckon, having devoured my chicken. We're now friends," and mused aloud. "As friends, I must share a few words." The dragon continued to chew, offering no response. "You have resided here for quite some time. I believe you can comprehend my words." Anna gingerly approached the dragon, wand in hand. "Would you like to know what the outside world holds?" The dragon halted its chewing, tilting its head. No one had ever spoken such things to it before. Fresh air, warm sunlight, endless libations, and an abundance of chicken. Anna smiled. In summer, which is just around the corner, you could soar to the Welsh Green Dragon Reserve, savor their unique brews, and listen to the melodious songs of those delightful green companions. In winter, with a mere flap of your wings, you could visit the valleys of Australia, where dragons as stunning as you, with shimmering pearlescent scales, reside, more dazzling than all the treasures in Gringotts combined. They adore sheep. Perhaps you could bring a few along for a visit, and if fortune smiles upon you, you may even forge a wonderful bond. Anna glanced at the system's memo. Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had proven invaluable, a splendid guide for befriending creatures. The dragon stepped back, emitting a few small flames from its panting mouth, feeling somewhat agitated but not reacting violently to Anna's approach. "Dragon, sir?" The dragon huffed in discontent. "Dragon, madam. You ought not to endure the mistreatment of these unscrupulous fairies. They have toiled to secure equal rights from wizards, yet have failed to extend the same courtesy to other beings. They have never even compensated you." Anna explained. "Wages could buy 100 such chickens." Finally standing before the fire dragon, Anna's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her wand in excitement. "Remaining here is a waste of your youth, and I can help you escape." The dragon glanced at the chains binding it, pausing in silence, before slowly leaning closer to Anna. Anna inhaled the scents of roasted chicken and alcohol, her grip on the wand tightening as she observed the dragon's every movement, ready to retreat to the keys at the slightest threat. No flames, no roars. The dragon merely lowered its scarred head. Anna noticed a deep scar encircling its beautiful eye, nearly blinding it. Now, you're a free dragon. Anna stroked the scar beside the dragon's eye, aiming her wand at the lock on the shackles. Skill upgrade, B level. Alhamra. The shackles on the dragon's feet burst open with a resounding clang against the rock wall. Anna, we found a goblet. Hermione exclaimed, her hand halting mid-air, her smile freezing as she noticed Anna turning to face her, the keys lying on the ground while the dragon spread its wings. How wonderful. Anna continued to smile as the dragon behind her widened its maw. Anna, Hermione screamed. A belch escaped her lips, an act that earned her nothing but a disdainful glare from the fire dragon and a resounding belch in return. Lady Dragon shook her wings and expelled a heap of chicken bones. The canister, no longer needing to rattle its keys, was met with Anna's explanation to the astonished fairies that Lady Dragon had resigned. The demon paused, its aching arms stilled, as it let out a silent, infantile wail in its mind. Anna's ballad could be updated, George mused, nearly dislocating his jaw as he closed it with his hand. Fred pondered. The clinking of her tightly gripped wand reminiscent of a giant dragon guarding buried treasure in London, flapping its wings as she struggled, yet ultimately submitted to her will. The great, valiant, and confident dragon tamer, Anna, harmonized with her companions. Hermione applauded. The twins took a bow, while the canister stood stiffly to the side. Anna beamed with joy, casting a levitation charm to bring over the bucket and cart, prompting Lady Dragon to erase the evidence. Approaching the twins, she exchanged knowing glances with them, handing over a blue floral pouch while evading Hermione and the canister's gaze. Hermione knelt on the ground, adorning the poor boggart with a teddy bear ring. The canister wore a conflicted expression, feeling both elated and dismayed, pleased that it might evade capture, yet disheartened that the goblin pride security measures of Gringotts could not apprehend even itself. Shall we depart? The canister suggested softly, eager to return home for dinner prepared by its wife. After enduring such distressing events, it suddenly recognized that home is indeed the best refuge. Anna glanced at the twins emerging from the vault, who signaled her with an okay gesture. The group tidied the scene, relocking the vault and feigning that nothing had transpired, as they climbed onto the dragon's back under Anna's direction. Must we truly do this? The canister hesitated, eyeing the dragon that glared back at it with evident disapproval. Come now, this is one of the few thrilling moments in your otherwise mundane life. Cherish it, won't you? George urged, hoisting it onto the dragon. Anna surveyed the grand hall, satisfied with its immaculate condition, devoid of any trace of their presence. She mounted the dragon, onward, mighty lady, to the source of that rumbling sound. The mighty lady delighted in having acquired a name, utilizing both her wings and claws, blazing a path with fire and brute strength as they departed the round hall, plunging into darkness and laboriously traversing an underground lake. As they approached the thief's downfall, ascending along the track, the somewhat narrow passageway was littered with the massive rocks shattered by her lively, conical tail. The sound of her tail, clanging against the tracks, reverberated through the once quiet underground vault, tenfold louder than the tinkling of keys. Just like the ghoul in our attic, Fred joked while lying on the dragon's back. When it gets too quiet, one craves some noise. I heard the sound of Fairy's heart breaking. Anna smiled, quite melodically. The canister watched the damaged track beneath the mighty lady's feet, its expression sour, yet it feigned indifference, reassured that it could be mended easily. The scales of the mighty lady were somewhat sharp, prompting George to shift for a more comfortable position. Perhaps we could establish a service to polish dragon scales in the reserve, he mused. We ought to check her dental health, Hermione insisted, unable to forget the formidable lady's oral hygiene, likely due to the striking fairy essence that left a lasting impression. In less than 10 minutes, the group riding the mighty lady arrived at the platform where Anna's great-grandfather's vault resided, the cart patiently awaiting customers on the tracks. We must part ways now, mighty lady. Anna glanced at the increasingly constricted passage, realizing the considerable challenge her enormous frame would face in exiting. You may have to endure a bit more suffering on your path to freedom. I shall cast a spell for you. The mighty lady nodded in a human-like manner, fully prepared to do whatever it took for her freedom. Please do not face us. Anna drew her wand and exclaimed, Pepper Up. The Pepper Up potion mentioned in the basic spells for busy. Agitated folk had once led her to believe it would be ineffective. What harm could sneezing possibly cause? A wave of warmth washed over her, and the mighty lady, sneezing, unleashed a torrent of fireball spells, gradually revealing a passageway to freedom. Long-awaited natural light seeped through the gap as the sneezing, nearly frantic mighty lady continued to unleash her fiery attacks towards the blinding brightness. At last, The marble hall of Gringotts welcomed a guest that no fairy would ever desire. Despite being laden with treasures, the roar of the Liberator made all creatures shudder involuntarily. The drowsy fairy blinked awake, thinking it had slipped into another dream, only to be roused by the mighty lady's dragon breath. The dragon has escaped, it screamed, as the effects of the pepper-up charm waned. The mighty lady took a deep breath and fully unfurled her wings. Clink, clink, clink. Once again, the mighty lady heard that infuriating sound of keys, yet this time she was unafraid. She was no longer the pitiful dragon shackled and enduring pain. With a powerful flick of her tail, the room housing the jangling keys was violently demolished. Cries, incantations, and footsteps melded into a chaotic symphony. No longer shall anything bind the mighty lady, she proclaimed, breaking through the ceiling above, scrambling onto the roof with all four claws. Ascending to the pinnacle of Gringotts, all eyes were upon her. We must stop this dragon, a freckled Auror, appearing through apparition, declared gravely. We cannot allow muggles to witness this. These fairies, why can they not manage their own dragon? Another young Auror expressed his frustration. This is utterly maddening. One moment I was dining, and the next I must confront this terrifying creature. Less complaining, lad, a gravelly voice interrupted. If this were merely a simple dragon escape, it would be quite fortunate. The young Auror turned away, relieved he had restrained his sarcastic comments. Moody, we have apprehended everyone who fled from Gringotts, and the other Aurors are negotiating capture strategies with the Dragon Reserve personnel. The elderly figure before them could be considered an elite among the elite Aurors. Ahem. The freckled Auror coughed twice, but the Dragon Reserve staff is somewhat impatient. They are reluctant to cooperate in the capture, primarily due to the numerous wounds on this iron-bellied creature. They are even contemplating legal action against the Ministry of Magic. Moody gazed at the dragon atop Gringotts, spouting fire in all directions. Is this an attempt to incite discord between wizards and fairies? Was it merely a straightforward act of liberating the tormented dragon? Or perhaps, he cast his gaze towards the individuals temporarily sheltered within the extraordinary attire shop, who had fled from Gringotts, his magical eye spinning ceaselessly. Were they attempting to seize some possessions that did not rightfully belong to them amidst the chaos? Mad-Eye Moody, the Auror stationed at the extraordinary attire shop, greeted him with respectful nods. Moody acknowledged them with a slight gesture, scrutinizing the crowd before him. A large group of startled fairies, a witch being consoled by her husband, and a dapper gentleman in a suit, tapping his foot impatiently while seated. Yet, the most striking sight was that of 4 children, with a little girl clutching a teddy bear. Furrowing his brow, Moody approached them. Hello, children. I have a question, he said, carefully examining their expressions. What brings you 4 to Gringotts? Hermione gasped at the sight of Mad-Eye, gripping Anna's arm tightly. Fred stepped forward, nervously fiddling with the hem of his shirt to answer. We were just going to deposit some things, as everyone knows Gringotts is the safest place. You are the Weasley children, are you not? Moody scrutinized the vibrant red hair of Fred and George. If you're referring to the Weasleys residing in the burrow, then yes, George replied, glancing at Moody. He certainly has a distinctive appearance, although the presence of the 4 children at Gringotts seemed peculiar. Moody could not fathom them being involved in any nefarious schemes. Yet, his years of vigilance as an Auror compelled him to inquire further. What exactly are you intending to deposit in the vault? The twins exchanged glances with Anna, who appeared remarkably calm as she shook her teddy bear. This, she said, was left to me by my great-grandfather, and I wanted to store it, but then I realized the dragon had escaped. Looking at Moody, she added, I began to think that Gringotts might not be as secure as everyone claims, so I took the bear back. Gringotts is the safest, an irate fairy interjected, having overheard Anna's words. This dragon incident was merely an accident. Gringotts remains the premier choice for safeguarding valuables. Perhaps, Anna shrugged nonchalantly. Moody's magical eye fixated on the teddy bear. Despite its ability to see through invisibility cloaks, it revealed nothing amiss. All indications suggested it was an ordinary, sentimental toy. Yet Moody sensed something was off. The girl was far too composed. She had just escaped the clutches of a dragon. Yet there was no trace of fear upon her face, as if she had merely returned from a stroll in the garden. The freckled Auror approached. Mad-Eye. These children have all passed the Polyjuice potion detection test. The oldest among them is barely 11 and not yet of school age. They could hardly be capable of causing any trouble at Gringotts. Moody regarded Anna in silence for a moment before nodding. Should we let them go? An Auror inquired, having approached to inform him that the twins were clamoring to return home for dinner. Very well. Moody's gaze remained fixed on Anna. Truly, he was indeed one of the most astute Aurors of modern times, possessing an uncanny instinct to discern something amiss with this seemingly innocent group of children. Anna stood up, taking Hermione's hand and signaling for the twins to follow as they made their way toward the exit. Mad-Eye Moody drew his wand. Defendo! A beam of white light struck the teddy bear in Anna's grasp, prompting Hermione to scream. Fluff filled the air as the bear's head was severed by the slicing charm. Moody furrowed his brow and quickly cast a repair spell, restoring it to its original state. The group paused, and the young Auror's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you not being overly cautious, sir? What threat could these children possibly pose? Indeed, it was a realm of understanding beyond her comprehension. After a moment of astonishment, the freckled Auror pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Anna was taken aback. Good heavens, had I not left my boggets safely in the vault for security? There could have been a disaster. Are you not distressed? The female Auror disapproved of Mad-Eye's brusque behavior, feeling he was excessively wary. She sympathized with the sweet little girl before her, realizing the bear must hold significant sentimental value. Yes, Anna feigned a tearful expression. I was a bit sad. But has been mended, hasn't it? My mother always says we must look forward in life. We're a remarkably optimistic child. The female Auror's demeanor softened. You should return home now. Diagon Alley is quite perilous at present. Goodbye, lovely sister, Anna waved cheerfully. Indeed, it seemed only the beautiful could command such respect. Goodbye, lovely sister, Anna echoed, her cheerful repetition returning. The female Auror covered her face, revealing a sweet smile, feeling a decade younger. How could such a thoughtful and optimistic child, already so discerning, possibly engage in wrongdoing before even attending school? Mad-Eye remained silent, but Anna noticed him trailing closely behind her. The four exited the shop, inhaling the hot, acrid air, as the twins became aware of Moody's presence behind them. Hermione trembled, wanting to speak, but Anna squeezed her arm to silence her. Boom! Bang! Bang! The resounding fireworks captured the attention of everyone nearby, including the formidable lady wreaking havoc atop Gringotts. What? Mad-Eye's eyes widened in disbelief, a roar escaping him. Laden with incredulity as the scars on his body seemed to pulse with renewed pain. Diagon Alley fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Louder than the sighting of a dragon, with screams resounding as everyone scrambled, as if moving slowly men a shadow would leap forth to claim their lives. No one paid heed to whether the formidable lady had already taken flight. A green symbol appeared in the sky, a skull from which a serpent emerged, as though the skull were playfully sticking out its tongue. What? At Malfoy Manor's dining table, a long-haired man abruptly rose upon reading the letter delivered by an owl, causing the table to tremble, splattering sweet soup onto the unsuspecting boy holding a spoon. What? The dark bat of Hogwarts received the news, nearly crushing the slug in his hand, as he swiftly flung his cloak and hurried towards the headmaster's office. What? A tabby cat in Diagon Alley dashed toward a concealed corner, while a robed woman appeared, anxiously peering into the window of number 92 Diagon Alley, which was now empty. What? A muggle opened a window, bewildered. Is he mad? Setting off fireworks in broad daylight? The fairies and wizards within the extraordinary attire shop rushed outside, the Aurors powerless to stop them, with some even cowering in fear. Mad-Eye Moody, lost in a moment of distraction, quickly lost sight of the four children. This is bad, he thought, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the children as he called out to the freckled Auror for reinforcements from the ministry, turning to sprint towards the source of the fireworks. Excitement surged, and Anna pulled Hermione along, merging into the throng, with the twins closely following. How did you come up with that symbol? George asked as they ran, glancing at the sky where the fireworks continued to explode. This is definitely big news. We've never made such a ruckus before. The headline of tomorrow's Daily Prophet will surely feature this, Fred exclaimed excitedly. Hermione was being pulled along by Anna, who had foreseen this but had always disapproved of using the symbol. As I had previously mentioned, such an act would incite too much chaos. Anna, are you thinking about what the prophecy in that book cover made Fred contemplate? Yes. Anna led them to number 92 Diagon Alley. I firmly believe that the prophecy on the cover of the Wizarding Affairs of the 20th century foretells that Voldemort will inevitably return, and she opened the door, allowing everyone to rush inside. This could be considered a drill, a premonition. Standing before the shop window, Anna noticed the sign reading closed on the door of the neighboring Weez's Wizard Weez's, while opposite, the silence press had drawn its heavy shutters. From the window, she could see a flurry of people vanishing, wizards clutching their loved ones, hoisting children as they fled in every direction. Some were pulled from shops, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, joining the throng in a panic, while others found themselves jostled against the hearts of shops connected to the Flynn network, which had no time to close their doors. Ostrich, Anna said, hands on her hips, feeling somewhat powerless despite knowing what she would witness. A pop echoed as the cap of a butterbeer bottle was released, and Ron, Harry, and Ginny emerged in the center of the room, dragging Dudu along. Is the plan going smoothly? Harry inquired, glancing at Hermione. Hermione was still contemplating whether utilizing this symbol was a mistake. She nodded towards Harry, her expression tinged with complexity. It's merely a slightly extravagant firework, the kind that any Muggle shop could custom order. Why such a strong reaction? Ron was taken aback, having never seen that emblem before and finding it somewhat cool. It's primarily due to the dark mark, Hermione elucidated. I once read about it in a book at Flourish and Blots. It's the symbol that the Dark Lord and his cohorts would conjure when committing murder. Oh, the Dark Lord, Ron recited, having frequently heard that terrifying epithet from his parents. Now that I think about it, doesn't he resemble the Joker from that Batman film we watched a few days ago? He seemed to revel in crime so brazenly. Seeking notoriety? George lowered his voice. Honestly, I've never thought of the Dark Lord as all that fearsome. At least not as fearsome as mathematics. The twins chimed in unison. Hasn't Voldemort been gone for nearly 8 years? Harry scratched his head. From the time I was born until now. I'll be turning 8 soon. Why are they still so anxious? It's habitual fear, Ginny remarked, perhaps because of the horrific deeds the Dark Lord committed. In truth, we shouldn't shy away. Lacking the courage to confront Voldemort is not an option. A certain philosopher once said that the best way to rid oneself of fear is to face it. Anna asserted solemnly, turning to gaze at her friends while pointing towards the scene outside the window. Perhaps they don't even realize what they are truly afraid of. I even saw a lady rush out wrapped in nothing but a bath towel, forgetting she could use magic. Ron attempted to stretch his neck for a better view, but was pulled back by Harry. Hermione shook her head. Even if we aren't afraid, it wouldn't be of any help. We are too weak. None of us possess Voldemort's strength, Anna stated, but there is only one Voldemort, while we have countless individuals. If we unite everyone, from the Minister of Magic to the elderly janitor, with such a vast collective strength, why should we fear a mere noseless creature? Harry tilted his head, puzzled. Yes, why doesn't the Ministry of Magic organize everyone to stand against Voldemort? Because resisting Voldemort brings no benefits. That is a stark reality. The core power within the Ministry is held by its upper echelon, and among them, purebloods constitute a significant portion. Voldemort aims to purge Muggleborns and half-bloods, and the wealth left behind will ultimately flow into the pockets of these purebloods. The main beneficiaries of Voldemort's malevolence are those affluent purebloods, all of whom are exquisite egotists. And aside, to expect them to unite against Voldemort, it's a miracle they've not aided him in his misdeeds. When Voldemort was in power, they supported him, reaping the rewards. Now that he has vanished, they await the next powerful figure who can furnish them with benefits. Whether that person be named Voldemort or Harry Potter, regardless of the means through which they provide those benefits. Me? Harry pointed to himself, a look of confusion crossing his face. Unsure why he had been singled out, Hermione pondered for a moment and followed Anna's line of thought. Because you defeated Voldemort. The pureblood elite will perceive you as more formidable than Voldemort. If you can assist them in gaining advantages, you will earn their support. Our family is also pureblood. Ron suddenly interjected, but we have never supported the Dark Lord, and I think Muggles are quite remarkable. They possess many advanced things. Yes, Anna nodded. You're different. You understand that there are things more precious than mere profit in this world. You are willing to embrace new ideas, learn new knowledge, and seek to understand a group you previously knew nothing about. This is in stark contrast to those who remain stagnant, believing that being a wizard places them above all else. Fred scratched his head. You've made me feel quite embarrassed. Our ultimate adversary is not Voldemort, but rather a system, a societal structure, Anna asserted firmly. My ambitions are grand. Though I am currently just a powerless onlooker, I hope that one day, wizards will no longer prioritize blood status, be it pure blood, half-blood, or Muggleborn. We should all unite, intertwining our strengths, and place capable individuals in the positions of power within the Ministry. Hermione envisioned such a scenario. If that were the case, Voldemort would be isolated and helpless. Wouldn't he? Ron found it splendid. Ginny contemplated, it's a great idea, but achieving it might be exceedingly difficult. There will always be a way. Paths are forged by individuals. Anna encouraged, this world needs people to instigate change, to revolutionize, and although we are merely 11 years old, that signifies we possess something others do not. What is that? Harry inquired earnestly, gazing at Anna. Time, Anna concluded, the future lies in our hands. Special Melon task, reform in a magical realm content. Unknown, reward, unknown. The future is indeed in our hands, Fred remarked, producing a golden cup from his pocket. After all, no one has ever stolen anything from Gringotts before us. Wow. Harry and Ron leaned in to examine the cup closely. That's impressive. Harry felt an inexplicable connection to the cup, shaking his head in an attempt to dismiss the sensation. That is a good thing. We won't have to go to Azkaban. Anna took the cup, weighing it thoughtfully. Perhaps I can celebrate a joyful birthday at the zoo tomorrow. The Soul Crusher dances with dragons. Task completed. Task rewards. Memory 100, Reaction 100, Constitution 100, Hufflepuff's Golden Cup, Friendship with Dragons. Memory upgrade. Madong Mai. Next upgrade requires experience. 1000. At last, you can remember it in its entirety. Though it may sometimes be difficult to recall, it remains in your mind. Does it not? Constitution upgrade. Strong as an ox. Chapter 70. The Elder S. doubts in a spacious, circular chamber, encircled by a plethora of bookshelves. Peculiar artifacts emitted a cacophony of whimsical sounds. An elderly gentleman with a snowy beard sat behind a grand wooden desk, casually chewing on something. Upon the elongated legs of the desk rested a plate of cockroaches, an open tome, and an exquisite teacup from which a teapot hovered in midair, emitting wisps of steam with a gentle hiss. A small owl tapped at the window. With a mere wave of his hand, the window swung open, allowing the little owl to joyfully flutter inside, circling the room as if bearing delightful tidings. The walls were adorned with portraits of men and women, all gently snoring within their respective frames. The inquisitive owl flitted over to one painting, attempting to peck at the image of a seemingly slumbering figure. "Oh, I see you there." The painted figure cracked open an eye, waving dismissively at the curious owl. The old man behind the desk chuckled at the sight, beckoning the owl closer. "Come here, my dear child. Let me hear what news you bring." Obediently, the little owl hopped onto the desk, and the elder retrieved a tightly rolled parchment from its tiny foot. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, while I find it rather perplexing to surveil, if I may use such a term, a harmless little girl merely for the sake of a smooth tile, I have complied with the Hogwarts Headmaster's directives and have made several recent excursions into the Muggle world. As I previously mentioned, the Weasley children are currently residing at Anna's home. They are quite well behaved, albeit a tad mischievous, including selling enchanted toys to Muggles and the occasional misuse of magic. Yet overall, they have not engaged in any particularly outrageous behavior. Recently, they even lent assistance to a lady in distress. To put plainly, they are all commendable children of exceptional talent. Should you be concerned about Harry learning ill behavior from them, I hope my words can offer you some solace. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. It seemed Professor McGonagall held these children in high regard, which was certainly a positive aspect, yet it was not his primary concern. As for Anna, the girl you asked me to observe, she is remarkable, truly gifted. Regarding the ambition you mentioned, I must question, what sort of ambition could a delightful young girl possess? To dominate the wizarding world with a teddy bear? At such a tender age, children are meant to frolic and play. They have gathered again in Diagon Alley today. Anna took the twins out for ice cream, while Harry and the remaining children await their return at number 92. It's rather mundane. I am currently perched on the ground before their shop window, and aside from the warmth of the pavement, all is well. Dumbledore offered a piece of cockroach to the little owl. "Thank you, dear one, for your diligent delivery." The owl grasped the treat, nodding its little head before taking flight. On the shelf behind the wooden desk, a tattered and grimy wizard's hat spoke up. "Dumbledore, do you harbor certain concerns?" "No," Dumbledore replied, sipping his tea. "I merely find that this girl bears a striking resemblance to someone. More accurately, two individuals, one imprisoned, the other here." Some portraits stirred awake, their eyes fluttering open. Her talent is exceedingly high. The Scourgify spell she executed on the 4th floor rendered the stone tiles impeccably smooth, and the enchantment endured for an entire day. At this, Dumbledore displayed a glimmer of mischievous delight, recalling the unfortunate incident where Professor Flitwick inadvertently made intimate contact with the floor while en route to his charms class. "Headmaster Dumbledore," a lady in a portrait interjected with disapproval. "Perhaps you could have placed a slippery floor sign by that tile, thus preventing students and professors from slipping." "Oh, Dolores." Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his beard. "I shall be mindful next time." A loud knocking resounded. "Dumbledore," a man's hoarse voice called urgently. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the door to his office swung open, admitting a shadowy figure. "Dumbledore, the dragon from Gringotts has been released at Diagon Alley. There's a dark mark in the sky." "Calm down, Severus," Dumbledore urged, handing him a cup of hot tea. "Take a moment to breathe." "I can't calm down," Snape exclaimed. "The dark mark looms overhead. The dragon from Gringotts has been unleashed. He is alive, and he has come to stir trouble." A torrent of unspoken words lingered in Snape's heart as he accepted the tea from Dumbledore. "He has returned." The portraits on the walls gasped in astonishment. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, glancing at the letter McGonagall had just sent him. Is it merely a coincidence that Anna is also in Diagon Alley today? Does her dark mark react to anything? Snape shook his head. No, nothing at all. Not a single Death Eater is aware of this. There were no omens. He produced a letter. This is a letter from Lucius. I can sense his surprise even through the ink. It was evident that he had hastily penned it during a meal. Dumbledore took the letter, noting the expensive stationery was stained with sweet soup, emanating an unpleasant odor. Severus, do you have any information? What is the meaning behind the dark mark in Diagon Alley? Has he returned? Merlin S. Beard. Why would he release the dragon from Gringotts? Is the scope of this cleansing to be even broader? Please respond swiftly. I scarcely know how to reply. Snape lamented, pacing the circular office. This single sentence contains 5 questions, yet I possess no answers to any of them. It's all rather peculiar. Strangely so, Dumbledore remarked, patting Snape's shoulder. If your dark mark reacts to anything, do inform me promptly. Snape nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside. The door to the office swung open with a bang, and a tall woman burst in. Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall called out, her gaze shifting to Snape. Oh, Professor Snape. I didn't expect to find you here. Snape rolled his eyes inwardly. Of course I'm here. Is that a surprise? Not now, Professor McGonagall, she replied politely, stepping aside. I urgently need to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore. Snape said nothing more and turned to leave the room. Headmaster Dumbledore. McGonagall's expression shifted dramatically as the door clicked shut behind Snape. Anna, the Anna you asked me to monitor along with those children. I can't shake the feeling they are somehow connected to today's events. Dumbledore raised his hand, accepting a cup of tea that drifted toward him to offer to McGonagall. Calm yourself, Professor McGonagall. Do you possess any evidence? How can I remain calm? Those children are involved with the dragon at Gringotts, and now a dark mark has appeared. She paused, lightly coughing twice before accepting the teacup. But I can't shake the feeling I've overlooked some critical detail. Anna and the others went out for ice cream and have yet to return. The dragon was released, and Harry and the others suddenly vanished. Shortly thereafter, the dark mark appeared in the sky. What could be the connection? McGonagall pondered, furrowing her brow. Why indeed? Dumbledore suddenly mused. What do you mean? Why would they seek to release a dragon? Why must the dark mark be cast upon the sky? Dumbledore stroked his beard, contemplating. Anna, this child raised in the Muggle world, always gives me a peculiar sensation. I noticed it the last time they appeared at Hogwarts. Ordinarily, the passage of the One-Eyed, which requires a password for entry, one that is undoubtedly unfathomable. Of course, it cannot be dismissed that one of the Weasley children might have divulged it to their younger brother, Dumbledore mused. However, I inquired with Bill, Charlie, and Percy, and none of them were aware of the existence of that passage, let alone the password. Curious, indeed, Dumbledore twirled about. She knew that Nymphadora Tonks was a metamorphagus, yet Tonks claimed she had never revealed this to Anna. Professor McGonagall swallowed hard. Perhaps, Dumbledore paused at the desk, picking up a piece of cockroach. Anna possesses a certain gift, an ability to foresee events. She knows that Voldemort will return, hence her desire to alert us. McGonagall's teacup fell to the floor, shattering into several pieces, tea spilling everywhere. Do not be overly anxious. Dumbledore waved his hand, restoring the teacup to the table and making the spilled tea vanish. Perhaps it is all merely coincidence? Chapter 71, 11th Birthday. Achoo! Anna sneezed, accepting the tissue handed to her by Fred. Has the dragon tamer caught a cold? George popped out. This is quite unusual. Perhaps someone has been speaking of me. Anna took a sip from the cola on the table. Could it be that aura? Mad-Eye, terrifying indeed. Ugh, Hermione shuddered. If I were a law-abiding citizen, I would surely feel reassured by such an aura. Of course, I am indeed a law-abiding citizen now. I mean, this is rather unfriendly for criminals. Well, of course it is a good thing. You are quite contradictory, Harry teased her. You go, girl. Ron chimed in. The three of them engaged in playful banter. Luna descended from the second floor of the house, holding a newspaper, her face displaying astonishment. Children, did you go to Diagon Alley yesterday? The newspaper says that something significant occurred there. Are you all right? Better than ever, Ms. Lovegood. Hermione replied as she took the newspaper from Luna. We happened to be inside the house at that time. Mindful and prudent, Ron added. Mindful and prudent. Anna's younger brother, Ivan, raised his tiny fist in support of his roommate Ron. Mom, while chaos erupted outside, we were playing mahjong at number 92 Diagon Alley. This was indeed true. Outside, the streets were in disarray, filled with screams, while they were engrossed in their game indoors. Just as the Aurors managed to regain control, Anna had just won 7 pairs of dragons. Satisfied, Luna headed to the kitchen. That's the spirit. When danger rises, It's best to keep her distance. Once I bake these little cookies and tidy up, we shall head out. I'm so excited. This is my first visit to the Muggle Zoo. Ron shook Harry's shoulder, nearly knocking off his glasses. Calm down, Ron. It's my first time at the zoo, too. Will they turn around to look at me like they did when we first went to the cinema? Perhaps the Muggles will also see you as a rare creature. George grinned at Ron. Wow, what might we see in this darkness? Fred imitated Ron's tone. Wow, are we actually paying to see darkness? This darkness is truly beautiful. Ginny recalled the day Harry wanted to hide in a corner, laughing at his embarrassment. Hey, listen to this. Hermione shook the newspaper. The dark mark reappears in the sky. A terrifying scene at Gringotts. The Minister of Magic, Madame Millicent Bagnold, stated that if the Dark Lord returns, the Ministry will organize the Aurors to respond proactively. She expressed her regret regarding the losses to the goblins and added, if our goblin friends require assistance, the Ministry will always keep its doors open. Unexpectedly proactive? Anna pondered, stroking her chin. Of course, George said, I admire the current Minister of Magic. Madame Bagnold is a Ravenclaw, fond of learning and research, always doing the right thing. A formidable woman, Fred added. Her tenure coincided with the Second Wizarding War, and under her watch, the Aurors gained new powers, such as using the unforgivable curses against Death Eaters. However, she will be stepping down soon. I hope the next minister is equally impressive, Hermione interjected. One who is unyielding towards crime. She paused. Well, it also depends on the circumstances. Setting down the newspaper, Hermione sighed in relief. The good news is that no one has discovered that items have been stolen from the vaults. The goblins adamantly claim that a dragon broke free from its chains. They did not believe anyone could have stolen from the vault. Ginny curiously looked at Anna. Speaking of goblins, how is Griphook? Is he all right? Rest assured, Anna replied. Griphook managed to retrieve the boggart from my great-grandfather's vault while a large number of Aurors were occupied at Nocturne Alley, maintaining order. Anna waved her tattooed arm. There were no loopholes. After returning the vault key and the teddy bear ring to me, he found a lodging to leave the boggart. At this point, the twins burst into laughter, while Anna appeared somewhat exasperated. I previously informed Griphook that the boggart was cursed and needed a kiss to awaken. Fred beamed with mischievous delight. I nearly forgot about that. Griphook acted too quickly. We couldn't stop him. George gestured. He had this I'm going for it expression as he kissed the boggart on the lips. The younger duo leaned back strategically, their expressions complex. Then Griphook went home for dinner. We left a bag of galleons for the unconscious boggart, along with a stash of fine wine. George shrugged. Hopefully, it will have a jolly time. Galleons? Ron stared at them, disheartened. Have you returned to the dung business? Why didn't you take me along? Anna chuckled at him. It's not dung business. To be precise, we did take you with us. Ron's face was a canvas of confusion. Anna opened her blue floral bag, a peculiar aroma beginning to waft, and she beckoned the younger duo to take a look. They leaned in, then quickly recoiled. As if gazing at the mysterious bag for even a moment longer would be sacrilege, they were astounded by the sheer volume of gold. Harry pinched his nose. It also smells of dung. Fred patted his shoulder. This is symbolic, reminding you that money is but dirt. Hermione grasped Anna's arm in disbelief. It can't be. But she hesitated to voice that they shouldn't have stolen, only to remember they had taken a goblet. Rest easy, Hermione. We only took a small portion from the vault, Anna winked. We are merely collecting a service fee. The remaining funds will be given to those in need. Service fee? Giving money to those in need? Hermione had never heard the act of stealing articulated so boldly, leaving her momentarily speechless. I met a little boy at St. Mungo's. Both of his parents were Aurors. A Death Eater tortured them with the Cruciatus Curse, leading to their mental breakdown. They might have to remain in the hospital for a lifetime. Hermione furrowed her brow. This is exceedingly cruel, she remarked. Harry scratched his head, pondering the connection to the money. The vault we are visiting is that of the Death Eaters. Anna's demeanor turned serious. The Death Eaters have been apprehended. Yet their capture merely amounts to that. The Ministry of Magic has no legal obligation for these criminals to compensate their victims. The trial resembled a game, hastily concluded, with verdicts primarily targeting the offenders, neglecting the plight of those who have suffered. The Ministry extends its utmost concern to the Aurors grievously injured in the Second Wizarding War, offering little more than a designated room at St. Mungo's. It ought not to be this way. Hermione expressed her indignation. We should have emptied the vault. Anna chuckled. I intend to use this money to seek a formidable healer for the boys' parents abroad. After all, St. Mungo's is the only magical hospital in Britain, and healers are scarce. Perhaps those from other countries could treat such ailments. The group accepted the source and intended use of the money, nodding in agreement. Anna produced several small cloth bags and placed them on the coffee table. Now is the time for merriment. Let us divide the spoils. she exclaimed. You've all worked hard. George took one of the small bags. I cherish this moment. Fred chimed in. I concur. The sensation of wealth is indeed delightful. Holding the bag, Harry contemplated finally acquiring his own wand, a smile gracing his face. Ron, seated on the sofa, began naming sweets. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing Whizbee's chocolate frogs. Children. Lena emerged from the kitchen, urging, clean up. We must depart for the zoo. She ruffled Anna's hair. Happy 11th birthday, Anna. Chapter 72. Hogwarts Acceptance Letters. A day both ordinary and extraordinary. Ron awoke to the sound of Aiden's laughter. Good morning, Aiden, he said, scratching his head and stepping onto the soft carpet. Drawing back the curtains, he was greeted by the sun's warm rays. Excellent. Aiden, clutching a chocolate frog, greeted him earnestly. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by a door slamming next door. Sorry. The door swung open again, and it was unclear whether it was Fred or George apologizing. Thud. Another noise followed. This time, an apology emanating from within. My apologies. Downstairs in the kitchen, Mrs. Lena chuckled, shaking her head at the little rascals. What is going on? Ron dashed out of his room, pressing his ear against the twins' door to eavesdrop, catching snippets of conversation. Secret curse. What? The more he listened, the more puzzled he became. Unable to quell his curiosity, he knocked on the door. Fred. George. What are you up to? He heard a cacophony from within. Should we tell him? Ron's big mouth. If we don't tell him, he'll be more curious. He won't leave us alone. Was that Ginny's voice? Ron suspected they were concocting something or planning a new adventure. Fred opened the door and pulled Ron inside. What are you up to? Ron entered to find 4 of them gathered around a notebook. Harry, when did you arrive? Just now, Harry replied. I've been practicing the levitation charm quite well. I can sneak out through the window. He glanced at his worn watch, noting he had an hour until Aunt Petunia would come to call him for breakfast. Harry shrugged. I figure out the routine. It's quite easy to get along with them. I'm doing rather well. Mr. Whiskers also appeared to be thriving, as a yellow ball popped out from Harry's shirt collar, indicating his expanded range of activity. Ginny sympathetically patted Harry's shoulder. Notably, Harry was wearing the red socks Ginny had gifted him, a pair, since she secured herself a wand and dashed into the goblin nest to reclaim the other sock. Where's Anna? I don't see her, Ron noted, confirming there were only 5 of them in the room, without the elusive 6th hiding beneath the bed or on the wardrobe. Why would you look on top of the wardrobe? Why would Anna be there? She took the cat for a walk, Fred teased, recalling his own attempts to find George in a small jar back at Diagon Alley. Who knows? Anna is remarkably skilled at hide and seek. Ron squatted defiantly. What is this notebook? Where did it come from? He examined the black-covered notebook lying on the floor. My wand accidentally rolled under the bed, and I discovered it while searching for it. It was covered in dust, probably left there for ages, Ginny explained. It looks mysterious. I planned to wait for Anna to return before opening it, but those 2 snatched it into the room, she accused, pointing at the twins. You were the one eager to open the notebook, George murmured. I was not, Ginny retorted. George could only raise his hands in a gesture of surrender before her relentless arguments. No one in the house could outtalk her, except perhaps Anna and Harry. For Ginny never quarreled with Harry. What is inside? Harry inched closer to the notebook, nudging himself nearer. Perhaps it contains a string of curses. Or maybe it's not so dreadful. It could be NS math notes. Ron added. That would be far worse than any curse, Fred said, inching away from the notebook. I have no desire to open it. I will. Ginny, seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, swiftly opened a page. Ron covered his eyes and yelled, I didn't see a curse. It can't curse me. What is this? Harry frowned as he read the ornate cursive written with a fountain pen, unconsciously reciting, I, Anna Summonath Lawrence, the fortunate reborn, the observer of fate's seam. Resolve, before he could finish, the door crashed open, and a girl with flowing hair burst in. Perhaps it was Anna's Herculean strength that granted her power. Or perhaps the embarrassment of overhearing her diary being read had unleashed her potential. Ron half wondered if a rampaging dinosaur from Gringotts had inadvertently invaded this modest room. Anna snatched the diary and flung it into a colorful bag, forcing herself to regain composure as she stared at the astonished crowd. Do you require a memory charm? We know nothing. Fred reacted the quickest. What just happened? Ginny echoed. Nothing at all. Let's get back to that. When do you go to Hogwarts? The acceptance letters should be arriving soon. Soon. In just a couple of days. George swiftly replied. Harry was momentarily taken aback. A loud noise from the window drew everyone's attention. Ahem. Anna cleared her throat and walked over to open the window. An owl? A snowy owl perched on the windowsill, tilting its head as it observed the children inside, its claws moving as if counting the number of them present. It scrutinized Anna and the twins' faces, and Harry suspected that this owl might be nearsighted like himself. It lowered its head and rummaged through the feathers for a moment, unexpectedly pecking out 3 letters and flinging them onto Anna's face with a sharp thud. Anna smiled as she retrieved her wand. "Stay calm, Anna," Ron urged, anxiously clutching her arm. Sensing the impending tension, the owl took flight, and Anna, with a huff, averted her gaze. "Why should I concern myself with a mere foolish owl? I merely wish to tidy up the feathers it has scattered. By the way, whose letters are those?" Ginny quickly diverted the topic. "Let me see." Anna casually picked one up. "To Miss Anna Lawrence, brown-haired, bedroom on the 2nd floor, number 8, Privet Drive, Surrey." The emerald ink lacked a stamp. "This is undoubtedly an acceptance letter." Anna handed the other 2 letters to the twins and eagerly opened her own. "Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus." The Hogwarts motto inscribed in Latin beneath the emblem of the lion, serpent, eagle, and badger. Though Anna had never studied Latin, she understood its meaning. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. She shrugged. "Well, that's that." Next came a lengthy introduction about Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore. The on-looking Ron nodded. "I've seen him on chocolate frog cards. I have 3 cards of Dumbledore. It doesn't even mention he found a cure for dragon pox. They're going to study, not cure pox. The headmaster's medical skills are irrelevant." Ginny rolled her eyes. "Maybe the headmaster can cure warts on his backside," Ron muttered quietly, only to be overheard by Harry. "I've never had warts. Dear Miss Anna Lawrence, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st, and we await your owl response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Anna ignored the playful antics of Harry and Ron as she pulled out the second parchment from the envelope. "Textbooks, robes, cauldron, scales, telescope. Is the telescope for watching Quidditch? We must go to Diagon Alley." George tucked the letter away, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "A wand with a core. More powerful magic. I've been looking forward to this for ages. Mom is particularly familiar with all the shops in Diagon Alley." Fred invited Anna. "Come with us. You can always find the best bargains with Molly." "I would love to, but..." Anna shook the small note that had fallen from the envelope, which instructed her to wait at home for a visiting professor. "Huh." Fred took the note, and the group gathered around. "Dear Miss Anna Lawrence, please do not harbor doubts about magic. Patiently await at home. Soon a professor will visit to introduce you to the world of magic." Perhaps they feared I had no exposure to the magical realm. After all, I must be considered a muggle-born. "I think you might be half-blood," Ginny pondered, stroking her chin. "Your wizarding great-grandfather is still alive, your family hasn't lost contact with the magical world, and you have a shop in Diagon Alley. Mrs. Lena is also quite familiar with magic." The bell downstairs chimed. The group exchanged glances, and Anna hurriedly dashed out of the room. "They're here." The children scrambled for position on the staircase, peering out to see who would introduce Anna to the magical world. The door opened, revealing a smiling elderly man with a white beard. Anna froze, her heightened reflexes allowing her to avoid direct eye contact with the old man. Unless one were in natural legilimens, the learned skill of legilimency required direct eye contact to activate. "Good morning, Miss Anna Lawrence, a pleasure to meet you," the elderly man beamed, his smile widening as he noticed Anna's avoidance of his gaze. "I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Chapter 73, The First Lesson. The staircase leading to the 2nd floor of number 8 Privet Drive echoed with gasps. "No way, I can't believe my eyes. Dragon pox. The dragon pox is here." Ron babbled incoherently, only to be silenced by Ginny's hand over his mouth, while Harry curiously scrutinized the capable-looking headmaster, who resembled a rather rotund Santa Claus with his exceedingly long beard. "Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore. It's a pleasure to meet you." Anna quickly grasped Dumbledore's outstretched hand, striving to exhibit appropriate excitement to mask her embarrassment at not daring to meet his eyes. Lena, hearing the commotion, approached, removing her apron. "Anna, who is this?" "This is Headmaster Dumbledore from Hogwarts." Anna stepped aside to give way. "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore," Lena exclaimed, shaking his hand. "I am Anna's mother, Lena Lawrence. Though I am a muggle, I am aware of your world." Dumbledore chuckled. "Mrs. Lawrence, I know you. You are the granddaughter of Borin. He has mentioned you." Lena looked surprised. "My grandfather? You knew him?" "Indeed. He was a student of an old friend of mine," Dumbledore said mysteriously, winking. "Let me think. I believe I saw him last January when I was in France." "France? An old friend? It can't be Nicodemus, can it? My great-grandfather was his student?" Anna realized she didn't grasp the full significance of her illustrious ancestor. Perhaps she ought to prepend super to giant. "Let's put that aside for now, Mrs. Lawrence. I must take Anna to the magical world." He gently waved his hand, forestalling Lena's further comments. I know you're already familiar with the magical realm, but it is a tradition for Hogwarts to send a professor to welcome young witches and wizards living in the Muggle world. I see. Lena responded with understanding. How very kind. Let's go, Headmaster Dumbledore. Anna appeared somewhat impatient, for she was unaware whether Dumbledore was employing legilimency on Lena if they lingered too long. This astute old man might discover her peculiarities. The consequences of that butterfly effect could be monumental. Perhaps Voldemort would be vanquished prematurely. If the system remained unchanged and Voldemort was eliminated, who would rise to take his place years later? In that case, her advantage of knowing the plot would vanish. The key concern was that if Voldemort departed too soon, who would take the blame for the ensuing chaos? How could one subtly reform the magical world? Of course. Mrs. Lawrence, please take my arm, Dumbledore said, offering Anna a benign smile. Anna waved to the room, grasping the elderly man's arm, and vanished from sight amidst the envious gazes on the staircase. That was Headmaster Dumbledore. Charlie and the others hardly ever see him at school, Ron lamented. I wish I could go too. Dream on. Mum will arrange everything for us, George shrugged, and even if a professor comes, the odds of it being Headmaster Dumbledore are exceedingly low. What do you mean by that? Harry glanced over, secretly hoping it would be the headmaster who would come to guide him into the magical world. Bill and I once jested about Professor Dumbledore's apparent laziness. While he and his classmates were engaged in discussions about welcoming the new students, they discovered that none of the Muggle-born wizards from Gryffindor were greeted by the headmaster. Fred shrugged, remarking that the likelihood of encountering the headmaster was exceedingly low, even lower than the chances of us achieving exceeding expectations on our KS2 exams. But that could still happen, right? Harry interjected with hope. After all, you did achieve exceeding expectations on your KS2 exams. That was a miracle, George replied, shaking his head. Hearing you say that makes me not want the headmaster to greet me, Ron said, resting his chin on his hand. It feels too special and makes me rather uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Ginny tilted her head in confusion, gazing at him oddly. Professor Dumbledore was merely accompanying students to buy supplies, not sending anyone to Azkaban. How could that be uncomfortable? Harry nodded, adding that he indeed looked quite cool. Ron shrugged. As the Portkey journey concluded, Anna felt as though she had been expelled from a tube, nearly toppling to the ground, but fortunately, Dumbledore caught her just in time. Instead of the anticipated cacophony of the streets, Anna looked up to behold a colossal stone fortress, her pupils dilating in shock. The sea breeze, the crashing waves, and the imposing fortress on the isolated island felt eerily reminiscent. Azkaban? Dumbledore, Anna swallowed hard, touching the wand tucked in her pocket. I thought we were going to Diagon Alley to shop. We will indeed visit Diagon Alley, Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. But prior to that, we typically engage in a legal education activity designed for young wizards accustomed to life in the Muggle world. What on earth? Anna's expression was one of disbelief. A tour of Azkaban, Miss Lawrence. The structure before you houses hundreds of the most heinous criminals, Dumbledore explained as he moved forward, hoping this experience would yield valuable lessons, much like it has for all the children before you. That cunning old man, Anna thought, certain that with her Muggle-level memory, the Harry Potter series never once mentioned a legal education activity at Azkaban. Anna mused that Dumbledore likely suspected what she was thinking, but it seemed he was intent on prioritizing education. Of course, I will study diligently and take it seriously. Anna felt a flutter of anxiety, but resolved not to appear timid. Stepping onto the damp ground, the pair approached the fortress entrance, and, as they drew near, the doors swung open automatically, revealing an Auror clad in black who hurried over. Professor Dumbledore, welcome to your inspection. He cast a curious glance at Anna, shook his head, and refrained from further comment. No need to mind us, Deal, go about your business. We are merely having a look around, Dumbledore said, patting the Auror's shoulder. There was an air of casualness akin to dismissing a salesperson while shopping, and Anna, while voicing her critiques, kept pace with Dumbledore. She surveyed her surroundings. The atmosphere was more chilling than the Scream Shack and might indeed earn the title of Britain's most haunted location. The Auror, albeit somewhat apprehensive, pondered for a moment before departing. For after all, this was the greatest white wizard of the century. What could possibly go wrong? Could he really aid a prisoner in escaping? He was once a student of Gryffindor, exceptionally talented, Dumbledore explained as they ascended the stone staircase. A cold chill enveloped them, mingling with the sense of food and sea breeze, faint groans of the incarcerated echoing in the distance. Dumbledore kindly grasped Anna's arm, reassuring her, "Do not fear, Miss Lawrence. This is merely an educational activity." Anna managed a forced smile, unsure of how to respond. As they climbed higher, she noticed grayish entities fluttering above them, and the sense of despair began to permeate the air. This despair was partly due to the presence of Dementors, and partly from the steepness of the staircase, causing Anna to lean heavily on her knees, gasping for breath. "Let us pause here," Dumbledore declared as they reached the cell corridor. Following him, Anna observed each damp, solitary cell housing prisoners, clad in rags, some sitting, others lying down, with a few weeping and others scratching at the stone walls. The one commonality among them was a large, gray mass hovering before them. This level confines those who have abused dark magic, causing significant harm to both the magical and muggle worlds. Dumbledore paused, including several Death Eaters. He noticed Anna's fascination with the prisoners' faces, explaining, "Those are Dementors. They are exceedingly malevolent beings capable of extracting joy from a person's soul if they're kissed by one." "I would surely vomit," Anna interjected. Dumbledore chuckled. "Their kiss would indeed consume one's soul." Their laughter attracted the attention of several floating Dementors. It was quite a disgrace for anyone to laugh in their domain. One Dementor surged aggressively toward Dumbledore. He drew his wand, and a blue mist coalesced at its tip, but before Anna could discern its shape, the Dementor retreated in fear. That is the Patronus charm, which effectively repels Dementors. Its true form is quite beautiful, but here I shall refrain from demonstrating further. Anna noted that, due to Dumbledore's recent casting of the Patronus charm, the Dementor closest to him had also fled, and she glimpsed a long-haired man slumped against the wall in the cell. Shaking his head, Dumbledore observed this as well, sighing, "I hope the Ministry does not trouble me over this." He scrutinized the man's face, expressing his sorrow. He was once a student of Gryffindor, a remarkably gifted child. With a gaunt frame and waxen skin, combined with Dumbledore's lament, Anna surmised she knew precisely who he was. Chapter 74. The Proud Diagon Alleyman, Sirius Black. Dumbledore shook his head. "I cannot offer too much commentary on a situation. 12 Muggles lost their lives, and the Ministry arrested him without evidence. I personally attended his trial. He had the opportunity to reveal the truth, yet he remained silent, appearing filled with regret. This was his own choice, a prison of his own making. Silver Melon Task. You know he is innocent. He deserves to enjoy this world, and to live his own life. Sirius Black must escape. Conditions. Sirius escapes Azkaban. Task rewards. 50 for vocal skills, 30 for reflexes, unknown." Sirius swayed his head absently, appearing somewhat dazed. Anna remained silent for a moment, stepping forward to block the iron door of the cell. "Let us discuss something else. Professor Dumbledore, you mentioned that the conditions here are so poor. Might there be rats?" "Rats?" Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar thought process of this quirky girl, but answered patiently, "There should be none. It is merely cold here. And hygiene is maintained regularly." "Is that so? Well, that's a relief. I'm not particularly fond of rats." Ironically, the Weasley family kept a rat as their pet. Anna raised her voice, stating that the mouse had lived for an impressively long time. When Mr. Weasley found it, it was already quite aged for a mouse, and now, nearly 8 years later, it showed no signs of impending death. Perhaps the Weasley family administered a mouse vitality potion to it every year? Dumbledore stroked his beard, noting that the mouse seemed to be quite cherished in their household. Although it might not be entirely accurate to say it was overly pampered, considering the mouse was missing a toe. Anna casually mentioned that Fred said the mouse had been missing a toe when they found it. But both she and Harry suspected it might have been the result of one of their pranks. Sirius opened his eyes. The mouse appeared to be quite perceptive. It was not a magical creature, yet it could understand human speech and even read the newspaper. Strangely, it was unafraid of cats, but terrified of dogs. Dumbledore did not ponder this too deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Anna's shoulder. "You seem to have a keen interest in magical creatures, Miss Lawrence. This is a commendable trait. The care of magical creatures class at Hogwarts will surely enrich your knowledge." Professor Kettleburn, despite having only one hand and one leg, remained devoted to his role as a knowledgeable enthusiast of magical creatures. After a moment's pause, Dumbledore added, "You possess considerable talent, Miss Lawrence. If you wish, you might become a magizoologist rather than the next individual confined here." "Ah, indeed, I do have a keen interest in those creatures. Are Dementors considered magical creatures?" Anna inquired, pointing at the Dementors in the sky, stepping back to lean against the iron bars of Sirius's cell. The classification of Dementors remains a topic of debate, but they themselves do not concern themselves with such matters. "Let us consider them magical creatures for now," Dumbledore remarked, gazing at the Dementors above. Anna began to quietly exert pressure to widen the gap in the bars. "They seem to lack eyes, could they not see?" "Correct, they cannot see, yet they can sense." Dumbledore provided an example. "If the two of us were to stand within the cell, they would be able to perceive our emotions. If we were joyful, they would approach to siphon that joy away." "What about animals?" Do Dementors drain the joy from animals? Anna concealed her wand within her sleeve. They do not drain joy from animals. Dementors are only sensitive to human emotions. In truth, their presence here is somewhat linked to the island's history. However, this topic is rather lengthy, and we must now depart from this place. Dumbledore smiled. The legal education activity has concluded, and I hope you have gleaned some insights. Absolutely. Anna nodded. I have gained quite a lot. Let us proceed. We still need to visit Diagon Alley for some shopping. Through their brief interaction, Dumbledore had tentatively assessed that she posed no threat, allowing himself to relax. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Anna's pained exclamation, "Ouch." Anna had stumbled, stepping on her own foot. Dumbledore sighed as he helped her up. "Miss Lawrence, I think I shall hold on to you for now." "Thank you," Anna replied as Dumbledore lifted her, casting a discreet glance under the bed in Sirius's cell, where a wand lay quietly. She smiled, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Let us go, Professor Dumbledore." After the two departed, the Dementors floated back to Sirius's cell, the dark, damp confines echoing with the despair of a hopeless prisoner. It seemed as if nothing had changed. Sirius crawled beneath the bed, grasping the wand that Anna had left behind. Perhaps this was the beginning of change. Anna led Dumbledore to the small island outside Azkaban, and in a swirl of sensations, they found themselves upon the stone pavement. The air was filled with the sweet scents of candy and mint, and the bustling street was alive with the presence of many passers-by. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they had not arrived at any peculiar destination. "It has been quite some time since I last visited Diagon Alley at this hour," Dumbledore remarked, appearing somewhat pleased. "There tends to be a larger crowd at this time, with many young witches and wizards out shopping. Let's see what we need to purchase, Miss Lawrence," he suggested. Anna retrieved the parchment from her pocket, which contained her shopping list. 3 plain work robes, a plain pointed hat, protective gloves, and a black winter cloak with silver clasps. All of these can be found at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions on the north side, Dumbledore noted, stroking his beard. And also a cauldron, a set of glass vials, a telescope, and a brass scale. Anna scrutinized the parchment, but these items were not the most crucial. "Oh, it seems you have already decided what to purchase first." "Indeed," Anna replied, walking down the street. It was particularly crowded today, with young witches and wizards as well as their families out shopping. Dumbledore smiled as he followed her. In the next moment, Anna turned down a narrow alley. Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly with curiosity, but he continued to follow closely. "What are we going to buy?" After a series of shortcuts involving parkour and climbing walls, the two emerged covered in cobwebs at Ollivander's wand shop. "You are quite familiar with Diagon Alley, Miss Lawrence." Dumbledore puffed as he cast a cleaning charm on both himself and Anna. "Of course, I am a proud Diagon Alley person and have spent quite a long time in this street," Anna replied, tilting her head. "This is certainly much faster than squeezing through the main road." Indeed, a proud Diagon Alley person." Dumbledore chuckled with a mix of exasperation and amusement, recalling how he had nearly forgotten his own magical abilities when he had been stuck in a narrow passageway. "However, if you had informed me you were coming to buy a wand, we could have simply operated here." "Oh, my apologies," Anna offered earnestly. "I completely forgot." Anna pondered, pinching her chin. "Since Hogwarts has introduced the Azkaban legal education activity, perhaps we could also add a Diagon Alley parkour activity for new students and professors." Dumbledore shook his head, reassuring himself, but suddenly recalled something. "Don't you already possess a wand? Did you not use it at Hogwarts? Has it broken?" "It is an old wand without a core," Anna replied, shaking her head. "I have never owned a wand that truly resonates with me." Dumbledore was somewhat astonished, his eyebrows raising as he gained a newfound appreciation for Anna's potential. As Anna approached the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, she noted that the establishment was small and shabby, even a bit stingy, she thought to herself, considering that Ollivander essentially monopolized the wand business in Diagon Alley. The sign on the door was peeling, reading, "Ollivander's established 382 BC, expertly crafted wands." Ding! Anna pushed open the large door. Chapter 75. The proud Diagon Alley person. Upon entering, a faint scent of wood enveloped Anna, and the shop was remarkably quiet, so quiet, in fact, that seemed out of place in Diagon Alley. Aside from a long bench, there were thousands of narrow boxes stacked high in the cabinets, meticulously arranged. Anna appreciated the ambience, thinking it would be even more vibrant with some greenery to enliven the space. Dumbledore and Anna took their seats on the sole long bench available. "It appears that Mr. Ollivander is currently absent from the shop." Dumbledore glanced around, noting that everything remained as it always had. In truth, Mr. Ollivander was merely concealing himself. Anna shrugged, explaining that it was his technique. Whenever a customer arrived to purchase a wand, he would hide away. She lowered her voice to inform Dumbledore that he liked to make his customers wait, thus ensuring he maintained the rhythm of his business in his own hands. Is that so? Dumbledore was genuinely unaware of these practices. Of course, I've known for ages, Anna proclaimed with pride, gesturing to herself as an old Diagon Alley denizen. A slight rustling sound emerged as an elderly gentleman ambled out from behind a wooden cabinet. My apologies. I had a rather discerning customer earlier, and the storeroom is in disarray. Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore. It's a rare pleasure. Ollivander emerged from behind the shelves to greet the two, nodding at Anna as well. Are you off to Hogwarts soon? He winked at Anna. Finally ready to purchase a wand from me. I see. Well, the money must be spent, Anna scratched her head. Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. Indeed, it has been a while. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Are you well acquainted with Miss Lawrence? Oh, certainly. Ollivander nodded, stepping over a small pile of disheveled documents on the floor. All the shops around here know her quite well, as do the Weasley children. She ought to be of school age by now. Ollivander chuckled heartily. She and those twins are quite the ruckus, and sometimes accompanied by a boy in a red scarf. Recently, they attempted to play Quidditch in Diagon Alley on broomsticks, only to accidentally crash in a Nocturne Alley. Riding broomsticks is true, but playing Quidditch is a ruse. Their true intent was to scout for the most suitable spots in Nocturne Alley to set off dark wizard fireworks. But once they reach Hogwarts, such freedoms will be curtailed. Ollivander turned to retrieve a wand from the nearest cabinet, smiling at Anna. Last time, I assisted you with your measurements. I have prepared several wands that should suit you quite well. Let us start with this one, a popular choice, made of rowan wood and dragon heartstring, measuring 9 inches, with a fair degree of flexibility. Anna accepted the wand, feeling as though she had merely grasped a branch. She showed no particular reaction and shrugged. Ollivander took the wand back. Not this one, then. How about this? He produced another wand, crafted from larch wood and unicorn hair, measuring 7 inches, and noted for its elasticity. This wand was lighter in color, and upon receiving it, Anna felt a slight weight difference, but remained indifferent. She examined it closely and found it rather attractive. The larch wand, with its warm hue, was favored among witches, but it was quite discerning, choosing only those wizards who are unaware of their remarkable talents. Ollivander reclaimed the wand from Anna's hand and rummaged through the box. It seems our Anna is quite aware of her gifts. Ah, this one. He picked up a straight wand, grinning. This wand, made of dogwood and phoenix feather, measures 11 inches and is exceptionally sturdy. It is truly special, very special. Is there a story behind it? Anna inquired as she took the wand. Strangely, she felt a warmth begin to emanate from her palm, as though something were tickling her hand. Dogwood wands are known for their affinity for mischief, Ollivander nodded. Their chosen masters often share this penchant for playful antics. It suits you well. Its reputation is well-deserved, capable of casting high-level spells even under challenging circumstances. I believe this has much to do with its tendency to aid its master in pranks. Such wands seek a master who can provide excitement and joy. Most dogwood wands are rather boisterous and dislike silent spells. However, as I mentioned, this one is exceptional. Get a wave, do try, Ollivander urged, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I adore the scene of dogwood wands pairing with wizards. Wave it. Anna glanced at Dumbledore, who stood by with keen interest. All right then, I shall give it a go. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the wand responded. The nearest cabinet trembled slightly, and in an instant, tendrils of vines erupted from its corners, swiftly enveloping the entire cabinet, with charming little red flowers blooming in various spots. Marvelous, marvelous. This one has finally found its master. Ollivander's gaze was fixed on Anna, his eyes nearly sparkling with excitement. Is this wand particularly selective, old friend? Dumbledore inquired, intrigued by Ollivander's animated demeanor. Indeed, this is primarily due to the wand's core, sourced from an eastern phoenix, an ancient material. They're always very discreet, Ollivander explained. It was my oversight to pair such a low-key core with a rather ostentatious dogwood tree. The advantage is clear. It mitigates the dogwood wand's inability to perform silent spells. However, this has made it challenging to find a suitable master. One must be exceptionally talented, enjoy mischief, and, crucially, maintain a low profile. Subtle mischief, not overt trouble, he added with a cough. Anna coughed vigorously, wishing to steer the conversation elsewhere. Mr. Ollivander seemed to know her too well. So, how much for this remarkable wand? 8 galleons, as it is indeed a special edition. Ollivander gestured with a sign of 8 fingers. Anna stared at the wand in her hand, beginning to question whether it was truly special or merely a clever marketing ploy by an unscrupulous merchant. Nevertheless, considering the lengthy conversation, She counted out 8 galleons from her pouch. Is there, a warranty service? You know, one that allows for unconditional replacement within a few months if damaged? Alas, no. Each wand is unique. If it breaks, you must purchase another, Ollivander replied with a smile as he accepted the glittering coins from Anna's hand. So, you must cherish your wand. I also have a wand maintenance manual. Is it free? Anna asked. 2 galleons, but it comes with a complete set of wand maintenance tools. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with a certain cunning gleam in Anna's perception. If you wish to join our membership, I can offer you a discount on your next wand purchase. After a brief pause, Ollivander continued. It would only require an additional 3 galleons. Farewell, Mr. Ollivander. Anna hastily pulled Dumbledore away, as if lingering any longer would result in a significant loss of her funds. Dumbledore waved goodbye to Ollivander as he followed Anna out of the shop. His spirits lifted as he reflected on their amusing exchange. Ollivander chuckled to himself, waving farewell to the two. Once the shop fell silent once more, he approached the vine-covered cabinet, which seemed so out of place. Truly special, he muttered to himself, unsure whether he was referring to Anna, the dogwood wand, or perhaps admiring the peculiar vine cabinet before him. Yet it could be considered a good thing. He circled behind the cabinet, tidying away the wands he had taken out, and stepped back out to greet the next young wizard who wandered in, eyes darting curiously around. Good afternoon. The young wizard was startled, stammering, "Hello, sir." He noticed the striking vine cabinet, distinct from its surroundings, and this peculiar yet whimsical aura relaxed him. That cabinet is quite beautiful. Full of life, isn't it? Ollivander winked at him. I think so too. Chapter 76, The Proud Diagon Alley Person. What shall we procure next? The little Diagon Alley Person? Dumbledore chuckled heartily as he followed Anna, for he found that this young girl consistently brought him immense joy. I glanced at Anna as she produced a piece of parchment, suggesting, "Let us buy some clothing, shall we? It is my favorite part, and, fortuitously, Madame Malkin's shop is not far from here." Indeed, it was a stroke of luck. The two arrived at a shop adorned with various slogans. The deep blue wooden door was assembled with care, while a massive signboard nailed to the top of the wall bore the elegantly crafted words Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Beside it stood a wooden, cartoonish woman, perpetually shaking a black cloak in her hands. A large advertisement made of parchment was affixed prominently to the wooden board outside the window. Still vexed by wrinkled robes upon waking, Madame Malkin has unveiled her self-ironing robes to resolve your woes. Anna found herself at a loss for words. Who sleeps in robes? How fond must one be of robes? Self-ironing? It appeared intriguing, and Dumbledore, too, noticed this novel advertisement. Perhaps he could suggest to Madame Malkin to invent a robe that repels stains. He always seemed to drop crumbs onto his robes while indulging in desserts. Although a simple spell could easily remedy the situation, it was still rather bothersome. Dumbledore paused, reflecting that with age, one tends to grow somewhat lazy. I would recommend you wear an apron or a smock. That way, your robes would remain unsoiled, Anna remarked, catching a glimpse through the window of Madame Malkin, dressed in her purple attire, assisting a young wizard with his garments. An apron? A smock? The thought of himself donning an apron conjured an amusing image in Dumbledore's mind, and he chuckled. I shall have to try that next time. The tinkling sound of the doorbell, as Anna pushed the door, caught Madame Malkin's attention. Dear, please wait a moment. She turned around. Oh, Anna and Professor Dumbledore? What a peculiar pairing. Good afternoon, Madame Malkin. Both greeted her warmly. I see. This short and stout, amiable witch waved her wand, expertly maneuvering scissors and measuring tape as she tailored fabric for a boy perched on a small stool, who wore a stiff smile. Anna must be of school age now. We're the twins. I haven't seen them, Madame Malkin inquired, playfully patting the boy's shoulder, indicating for him to stand on a nearby stool, while another brown-haired witch approached to enchant his clothing. I was brought here by Professor Dumbledore from the Muggle world, while the twins are accompanying Mrs. Weasley, Anna explained. Madame Malkin, I require the Hogwarts uniform package. Of course, Madame Malkin replied, slipping a long robe over Anna's head before waving her wand and trimming it to the appropriate length. Dumbledore settled himself on a bench by the counter, perusing a nearby catalog entitled Marvelous Robes, engrossed in the content. I dread the thought of those scissors cutting me. The boy on the adjacent stool relaxed, attempting to strike up a conversation with Anna. Hello, he greeted her. You're a new student at Hogwarts this year, right? With his black hair and sparkling gray eyes. He was an endearing little lad, and Anna was more than happy to answer his inquiry. Yes, I am purchasing the items on my list. So am I. My father is off acquiring textbooks. The lad lowered his voice slightly. And my mother's buying me a broomstick. She promised to get me a Nimbus 1700. I'm super excited. But I heard that first-year witches and wizards aren't allowed to bring broomsticks to school. Anna raised an eyebrow. Oh yes, that is indeed the case. The boy appeared to struggle with this revelation. I know it's against the rules, but I adore Quidditch too much. I'll just sneak the broom in. I could simply cuddle it while sleeping. He seemed to be convincing himself. No one will notice. No one. Ahem, Dumbledore, seated nearby with his magazine, coughed discreetly. Young man, it may be a tad late, but I must remind you that the individual seated over there happens to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. Anna observed the boy's expression. The headmaster? The boy froze, shock illuminating his eyes. Madame Malkin chuckled. In our previous conversation, I was indeed referring to him as Headmaster Dumbledore. Perhaps the boy's expression was too exaggerated, for Anna couldn't help but laugh as well. What? I was so preoccupied with fearing the scissors would cut me that I completely overlooked that. Well, you are aware now. Anna extended her hand. I am Anna Lawrence. You may call me Anna. Oh, hello. The boy, somewhat flustered, withdrew his hand from beneath his cloak to shake hers. Ouch. He exclaimed, having pricked himself on the sewing needle. The witch sewing for him wore an expression of exasperation. I am Cedric, the boy said, rubbing his pricked arm, Cedric Diggory. Upon hearing his name, Anna regarded this future heartthrob with newfound curiosity. As a representative of Hufflepuff, he indeed possessed striking features. I think I shall refrain from contemplating broomsticks for now. Anna, which house do you believe you will be sorted into? Me? Any house would be fine, though I would prefer not to climb the towers. Perhaps Hufflepuff's common room would suit me better? Me too. Hufflepuff. My mother and father are both Hufflepuffs. I hope to join them. But being sorted into another house would be fine. He concluded, regardless of the house, it would be splendid. What about Slytherin? Anna inquired curiously. Could Slytherin be an option? Oh, Slytherin. Cedric seemed troubled. Contemplating seriously, it could be, but I think I might not get along well with them. I mean, perhaps it's best not to. I heard my father say that Slytherin students tend to avoid mingling with those of mixed blood. Cedric shook his head. If I were to end up in Slytherin, I wouldn't make a single friend, and that would be terribly lonely. How isolating that would be. Anna nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Anna, please roll up your right sleeve, Madame Malkin interjected, waving her wand, interrupting their conversation. All right, Anna paid little mind, rolling up her right sleeve, but only upon seeing the undesirable mark on her arm did she realize what she had done. Cool. What is that on your arm? Cedric immediately noticed Anna's arm adorned with an indelible tattoo. Anna observed that Dumbledore remained engrossed in his marvelous robes world, and she decided to fabricate her way out of it. It's a local custom from our Muggle schools. Everyone gets tattoos, you see. Cedric didn't quite understand, yet he found the design fascinating. Really? Do all Muggles have tattoos like that? Almost. Anna hurried to conclude the topic, covering her arm with her robe, but we typically do not display them. Wow. Cedric nodded, somewhat confused yet impressed. All right, young man. The witch sewing for him scribbled some data on a piece of parchment, patting Cedric's shoulder. Your robe is ready. You can take it with you now. Remember to wear it on the first day of school. The other garments, which one TB needed immediately, will be sent directly to Hogwarts once they are completed. Thank you. Cedric paid and bid farewell to Anna. Goodbye, Anna. I must go buy some other things. See you at school. See you. Anna waved her hand at Cedric, watching him exit Madame Malkin's shop. Madame Malkin, are you a graduate of Gryffindor? Anna inquired, gazing at the busy woman before her. Oh dear, I am not. Madame Malkin shook her head. I am a student of Hufflepuff. Many of those who work on this street are Hufflepuffs. We cherish peace and comfort, and we relish such a life. Doesn't it lack a touch of novelty? Anna stood on another stool at Madame Malkin's direction, as the seamstress witch smiled and replied. Not at all. Life in Diagon Alley can be quite exhilarating at times. Just recently, a dragon from Gringotts was set free. Cough, cough, cough. Anna choked on her own saliva. Dumbledore glanced at Anna, then returned his gaze to the magazine. And that emblem, Madame Malkin sighed, I hope this is merely a prank. That emblem. Anna turned to Madame Malkin. Do you think the Dark Lord will return? I wouldn't have believed it before this incident. I would have told him to stop being mad, Madame Malkin pondered, but this time the commotion is too great, reminding me of the Wizarding War in my childhood. Let us hope not. The seamstress who was helping Anna furrowed her brow. We've only just managed to lead a peaceful life. All right. The seamstress finished cutting the last thread and instructed Anna to step down from the small stool. It's time to buy other things, Anna. In a little while, this place will be crowded and you'll struggle to squeeze through. Goodbye, Anna said as she paid and exited the shop with Dumbledore. The bustling and noisy street made it hard to imagine that it had been less than a few weeks since the incident of the dragon escaping from Gringotts. Under the restoration of magic, everything appeared unchanged, and the people who had fled were once again strolling down the street as if nothing had happened. Professor Dumbledore. Anna still did not meet Dumbledore's eyes. Do you think the Dark Lord will return? Chapter 77. The proud Diagon Alley people. What do you think? Dumbledore smiled, tossing the question back at her. Anna felt somewhat speechless. She could certainly have replied, "What do you think I would feel?" and continued the conversation indefinitely, but she refrained. "It's quite possible. What leads you to such a conclusion, little Diagon Alley person?" Dumbledore truly relished Anna's moniker, always seeking opportunities to utter it. "A hunch." Anna waved her hand dismissively. "I just felt like asking. I didn't really expect to hear anything from you, Professor Dumbledore. Let's go shopping. He will return." "What?" Anna dug at her ear as a particularly off-key, singing blonde wizard passed by. "Nothing." Dumbledore maintained his cheerful demeanor. "I merely think that little wizards' instincts are often quite accurate." "That is true." Anna nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling Ron, whose instincts were indeed quite accurate, though he might not fully realize it himself. As they passed Florin Fortescue's ice cream parlor, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing Anna closer. "Shall we have some ice cream?" Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, Anna dashed into the shop and returned with 2 chocolate ice creams, a classic delicacy of Diagon Alley. Counting on her fingers, Anna eagerly proclaimed, next to the leaky cauldron, which only a bald person would eat, "There is a small card in the alley selling rolls awaiting miracles. Although it's street food, it tastes quite good. There is also a Devil's Flavor barbecue place near the entrance of Nocturne Alley, run by goblins. There was a wizard who got drunk and caused a scene, refusing to pay." Anna shrugged. "I guess he truly experienced the taste of the devil. But the most recommended is Florin's ice cream. Silky and rich. One bite of the chocolate flavor will make it burst in your mouth." Anna handed the ice cream to Dumbledore, fervently urging him to try it. "Ha, it sounds delightful." Dumbledore chuckled as he accepted the ice cream from Anna, noting its rich chocolate aroma. "Is little Diagon Alley person trying to bribe me to help this forgetful old man forget certain dragon-related matters?" "And fireworks," Dumbledore added while savoring the ice cream, internally reflecting on how truly delicious it was. Anna nearly dropped her ice cream in surprise. "What are you talking about, Professor?" She had simply craved an ice cream and did not expect Dumbledore to directly mention the matter. He had indeed guessed it, which was only natural, considering he had brought her to Azkaban for legal education. "Although I'm not entirely clear on what you mean," Anna probed. "May I ask if the bribery was successful?" Dumbledore looked at Anna with amusement, nodding. "The bribery was successful. I must give the Diagon Alley person some credit, mustn't I? However, if anything peculiar arises again..." "I understand." Anna raised her hand. "This time I lacked experience and was caught off guard. I must learn from this lesson and strive to do it cleanly next time." Thankfully, Dumbledore was unaware of Anna's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have fainted from exasperation. While enjoying their ice cream, the two strolled from the southern end of Diagon Alley to the northern end, returning with a bountiful loot comprising a telescope that Anna deemed useless, a balanced scale, an array of jars, and an assortment of incomprehensible potion ingredients. "What can these horn slugs do? Make soup?" Anna was disgusted by her own words, shaking her head in an attempt to rid her mind of the slug's appearance. "Horn slugs have many uses. First, they can be eaten when cooked." Dumbledore replied with a serious expression, as if discussing a matter of great importance. "Sometimes we use them to test students' courage." "That probably tests not courage, but intelligence," Anna retorted. "Does anyone really eat that thing?" "Ha, I was just joking," Dumbledore said, his spirits high today, having laughed more times in a single day than he had in many years. "It's an essential ingredient for important potions, extremely vital. Important potions that first-year wizards will master?" Anna expressed her disbelief, yet her curiosity was piqued. "What potions are they? Even if it's not useful now, there will be opportunities when you're 15 or 16. Dumbledore winked at Anna. "It's powerful and particularly practical." Anna frowned, sensing that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Are first-year wizards already starting to learn such peculiar potions? Is it a cure for boils?" "Oh dear," Anna scoffed at herself. "That does sound quite practical." "Of course, this is a special potion for treating pustules, measles, boils, and warts, as well as other symptoms of lymphatic tuberculosis," Dumbledore added. "A well-crafted boil cure is also remarkably effective for treating acne." Professor Dumbledore, listening to his words. Anna found herself recalling the long list of titles she had seen on the acceptance letter, suddenly feeling a profound admiration for the elderly man before her. "Your knowledge is truly vast." His tone and demeanor evoked in Anna memories of her previous life, sitting in a university lecture hall, captivated by the impassioned discourse of an esteemed alumnus. There is a certain conviction, a wealth of knowledge, and an unintentional air of confidence that permeated the atmosphere. Thank you for the compliment," Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his beard modestly. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my knowledge." Although it was evident that Professor Dumbledore was indeed a genius, Anna couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation at such ostentatious, scholarly remarks. Hermione must certainly know all this. It's nothing extraordinary. Finally arriving at the last shop, Anna opened the door to the patch cauldron. As soon as the door swung open, a cloud of blue smoke billowed forth, causing her to cough. "Oh, welcome," a hearty voice boomed, emanating from a most peculiar cauldron adorned with a pointed hat. Looking rather comical, the voice was familiar, and Anna sighed. "Mr. Patched, you've transformed yourself into a cauldron again." "Anna, my regular customer, and Professor Dumbledore. Good morning. I apologize for not being able to greet you in person." The cauldron wobbled its plump body. "Ho ho, the potion's effects are simply marvelous. I only intended to transform my head, but now I've become an entire cauldron. Ho ho ho. To be honest, this sensation is quite novel and amusing." "Is this potion from Nocturne Alley again?" Anna patted the cauldron, producing a resounding thud. "Last time, you turned yourself into a teapot because of a potion from there." "Oh, how could that be?" "This time, I procured this cauldron from Diagon Alley." The cauldron wiggled, attempting to escape Anna's grasp. "You bought it from Luke's potion shop." "Really?" Anna had always believed that the potions from there were quite effective, as at least half of the products sold at the local market were sourced from that shop. No, it's not just any small stall cauldron," it said, its bronze surface turning slightly red with embarrassment. "A little girl sold it to me. Her mother is a potion master and has recently fallen ill. I took pity on her and entrusted this business to her. Although it wasn't the effect I desired. The potion arrived swiftly. In less than a week, she delivered it to me." The cauldron expressed satisfaction with this business transaction. Task: find a little girl selling potions in Diagon Alley. Task objective: locate the potion-selling girl. Task reward: 30 skill points, hidden side quest, unknown. Where does this little girl set up her stall? Anna suddenly became curious after receiving the task. She used to be near Gringotts, but ever since the dragon incident, I haven't seen her again. Perhaps she was frightened away. Anna felt a pang of disappointment. Had she missed out on this side quest? Oh well, I suppose it's left to fate. "Mr. Patched, I need a white wax cauldron, the kind required by Hogwarts. Do I need to fetch it myself?" Anna observed that the cauldron-shaped Mr. Patch seemed somewhat immobile. "Oh, how considerate of you, Anna. Just toss 5 silver sickles at my head from the floor by the window display," he replied cheerfully. The last young wizard insisted I help him with it. Wanted to see how such a large cauldron could be moved. "You're much better than him." Anna felt a twinge of regret. She too was curious about how a cauldron would move. But out of politeness, she refrained from asking and walked over to the window display. She selected a pleasing wax cauldron, tossed the coins at Mr. Patch's head, and prepared to bid farewell to Diagon Alley, bringing her tumultuous outing with Professor Dumbledore to a close. Suddenly, Mr. Patch remembered something. "Anna, how are those folding cauldrons you bought from me last time? Are they still useful?" "What folding cauldrons?" Anna recalled the arduous task of fetching water at Gringotts. "Oh, quite useful. They have brought me immense benefits." "That's splendid to hear." The cauldron appeared quite pleased, and Anna waved goodbye as she departed. At last, Dumbledore pulled Anna into a portkey, and they found themselves once more at the door of number 8, Spinner's End, feeling light as a feather. Anna glanced at the textbooks floating behind Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, thank you. Could you please retrieve my textbooks for me? Why not just place them in your enchanted bag?" Dumbledore inquired, puzzled. "Those textbooks have been floating along with us this entire time. Is that not an enchanted bag of yours?" Mainly because it smells like manure inside. And I don't want to be inhaling that scent while trying to sleep on my books," Anna admitted candidly as she relaxed. "I still hope you will pay attention in class, little Diagon Alley girl. I will be keeping an eye on you." Dumbledore nodded at Anna, pulling out an envelope from his voluminous sleeves. "This is your ticket to Hogwarts. Do not sneak in through any secret passages, as there should be some formality to starting school, should there not?" Anna nodded seriously, appearing to take his words to heart, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful student. "On September 1st, King's Cross Station may be a bit concerning," Dumbledore added, "so do keep a low profile and avoid causing any trouble." "Of course, Professor Dumbledore, rest assured. I promise to try not to cause any disruptions. The Azkaban breakout incident shouldn't fall on my shoulders, right? I hope Sirius can hold off until a few days later to escape." Dumbledore's concern remained palpable, as he had a foreboding feeling and asked, "Anna, for a little wizard enrollment survey, which house do you most wish to join?" "Huh?" Anna was momentarily taken aback. "Enrollment survey? Oh, Hufflepuff sounds quite nice," she explained. "It's particularly close to the kitchens, and I won't need to climb stairs." Oh dear, with her personality, going to Hufflepuff may not be wise. Hufflepuff is filled with innocent children. What if they follow her into mischief? Dumbledore cleared his throat. "It may not fully align with your wishes. That will still be determined by the sorting hat ceremony." "Huh? Doesn't the sorting hat consider the little wizard's opinions?" I heard Madame McGonagall mention it, but actually, Madame McGonagall never said that. Yes, it does consider the opinions of the little wizards. Dumbledore smiled, waving goodbye to Anna. Remember the train time. Arrive at the station before 11 in the morning, and do avoid causing trouble. Goodbye, Anna. He vanished swiftly from sight. Anna shrugged, single-handedly lifting the heavy stack of textbooks from the ground and sauntering into the house. I'm back, she called out, and the entire house erupted with excitement. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, with a resounding clap, a puff of smoke dissipated as Dumbledore emerged from the fireplace. He glanced at the portraits on the wall, feigning sleep, chuckling as he shook his head, and approached the shelf behind the wooden desk where a hat stood. Professor Dumbledore, this outing has alleviated much of your confusion. The hat's hoarse voice chimed, its tone revealing a sense of delight. Indate, Sorting Hat. Yes, Dumbledore replied with a light-hearted tone. Let us first discuss the matter of her being unlike any of us. Me? How may I assist you? Headmaster Dumbledore. The Sorting Hat trembled slightly, seemingly unable to fathom what a mere hat could do. There is nothing much to say, except that I hope you can steadfastly hold onto your convictions and not be swayed by others. Dumbledore gently tapped the Sorting Hat, enabling each student to be placed in the most suitable house for them. The Sorting Hat was perplexed, though it had no mind of its own. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. It replied. Chapter 78, The Night Bus. Anna awoke to Lena's frantic calling, her eyes opening to a sight of a cat's tail. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, suggesting a pleasant day outside. Shifting the cat, Snow, off her belly, Anna turned over and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. Oh, is it only 10 o'clock? There's still some time before lunch. She peacefully closed her eyes again. What time does the Hogwarts Express depart? With a sudden rush, Anna flung off the covers and dashed out of the room. Mom, it's 10 o'clock. We're going to miss the train. Her eyes widened. It would take at least 3 hours to reach King's Cross Station. Don't panic, don't panic. Anna, this world is filled with magic, so surely we can find a way. Mrs. Lena reassured her, while hastily applying concealer to cover the dark circles under her eyes from the recent writing spree. Quickly, get yourself ready, darling. Earlier, I had thought to rise only when I heard Ginny's daily workout music. Lena lamented, blaming herself for forgetting that the Weasley children had returned to the burrow yesterday. Anna changed into jeans and a white sweatshirt, hurried to the bathroom to wash up, and grabbed a comb to battle her long hair. What about Evan? Has he gotten up yet? Not yet. Without Ron as a roommate, he seems a bit out of sorts. He fell asleep quite late last night. There's no time to take him with us. I've already contacted Sasha the nanny. She'll arrive shortly. Lena patted Anna's shoulder. Hurry down for breakfast, sweetheart. We need to make haste. All right. Anna rushed downstairs. Today, the little house felt unusually quiet, lacking the usual bustle, which made her feel quite out of place. There was no morning news from Ron, no workout music from Ginny, and no antics from the twins. Anna finished her breakfast, which usually took about half an hour filled with playful banter, in just 3 minutes. An owl crashed into the window, startling Snow, who had been basking by the fireplace, making a dart under the sofa. Errol. Anna recognized the owl. It was an old companion of the Weasley family. She brought Errol inside and removed the crumpled letter from its leg. Errol collapsed onto the sofa, relieved, while Snow approached curiously, tilting its head to sniff at it. Anna, I hope by the time you see this letter, you're already out of bed. Fred has been rambling about you. This part was hastily crossed out. And Ron has a rather ominous feeling as he just got up. Remember the last time he had a premonition? You ended up in Azkaban. Thus, we thought to write you a letter to remind you to arrive at King's Cross Station on time. Gazing at Ginny's neat handwriting, Anna was at a loss for words. Ron's intuition was indeed uncanny. Considering the worst-case scenario, my dad suggests you might take the night bus. Just stand by the street and wave your wand, and soon, George claims, even faster than Ron can eat jelly, you'll reach your desired destination. P.S. I'm still getting used to mornings without anyone fighting me for the jam, but I'm not thinking of you, okay? Maybe just a little. And do bring along my old buddy Errol. He is quite aged, and it will be a struggle for him to fly back. Amused, Anna tucked the letter away and lifted the lounging Errol from the sofa. Mom, are you ready? We could take the night bus. The bus? Lena, descending the stairs while putting on her blazer, took Errol from Anna. Will we make it in time? It should be fine. It's faster than Ron eating jelly, which translates to beyond the speed of light, Anna replied, lifting the large suitcase she had left in the living room last night. She shook the suitcase, surprised to find it lighter than she had imagined. Mom, did you really pack all my textbooks in here? It feels so light. Oh, the suitcase is filled with your clothes and other personal items. I even packed you a thin blanket. There was simply no room for your textbooks, Mrs. Lena gently ruffled Anna's hair. I placed your textbooks and other belongings in that blue floral bag. Wonderful. Now everything will smell like dung. Anna silently scoffed. Let's go, Mom. Balancing the enormous suitcase on one shoulder, Anna appeared quite fierce. They stepped outside and found a quiet spot on the street. Anna extended her wand, waving it in the air, reminiscent of summoning a taxi. Within a minute, raucous music erupted, and a purple triple-decker bus barreled onto the scene, charging toward them. The tires screeched as they met the ground, and the bus came to a steady halt right in front of Anna, revealing "Night Bus" inscribed in golden cursive on the windshield. A bearded conductor in a purple uniform jumped down, welcoming them aboard the night bus, which was a bus designed for emergencies. The bearded conductor seemed to lose his words. Bellowing at the bus, "Stan, how do you say this?" A boy who looked around 13 or 14 emerged from the bus door, appearing somewhat exasperated. "Uncle, I really think you're not suited for this job dealing with people. You should go back to being an orer." The bearded man affectionately ruffled Stan's hair. "Stop talking nonsense, you little rascal." Stan cleared his throat and suddenly took on a demeanor that, at least to Anna, appeared quite professional. "Welcome aboard the night bus. An emergency bus specifically for flustered wizards." He paused, "And young wizards, extend your wand, and we will take you anywhere. I am Stan Shampike, and today I am your conductor." The bearded man nudged Stan aside. "All right, today you're not playing conductor. Hurry up and prepare for departure. I promised your father I would ensure you board the Hogwarts Express. We're headed to King's Cross Station 2. Anna exclaimed excitedly. "Then hop on, passengers." The bearded man cheerfully said, "It's just 11 sickles. But 13 sickles will get you chocolate, and 15 will allow you to choose any color of water bottle and toothbrush to take with you." Stan interjected, apparently eager to be a conductor for the night bus. "I remember all of that clearly, Stan." The bearded man lifted Stan onto the bus. "Go and sort the luggage. Don't hinder your poor uncle's work here." He took the silver coins Anna offered. "Come on, passengers, we will be on our way shortly." He reached out to take the suitcase Anna had hoisted onto her shoulder. "Is this all you're bringing?" The bearded man initially thought the suitcase would be light, considering it was carried by a petite and charming girl, until he realized he had to exert considerable effort to lift it. "I'll manage, thank you," Anna said, suddenly feeling a sense of girlhood empowerment in the bearded man's astonished gaze. She placed the suitcase down, pretending to struggle as she lifted it onto the bus. Lena walked behind to comfort the bearded man. "I was astonished when I first noticed, but this must be magic, right?" "Magic." The bearded man swallowed hard and quickly convinced himself, "Yes, magic." He scratched his head and, without further ado, boarded the bus. The bus was exceedingly spacious, devoid of seats, but furnished with beds, the warm-toned decor imparting an inviting ambience to the entire compartment. Stan emerged, chattering away, "Hello. Are you the new little wizard starting school? Heading to the train station now? I thought only seasoned students like me would arrive just in time. I simply overslept." Anna seized the opportunity to scrutinize the little ticket collector. Stan was the same ticket collector Harry encountered at the night bus when he was 13 in the original story, who would later be wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban for boasting. Extending her hand, Anna introduced herself. "Hello, I am Anna Lawrence. Just call me Stan." He chuckled heartily, shaking Anna's hand. "Overslept. You're not nervous at all. That's impressive, Anna. I mean it. When I first started school, I arrived 2 hours early, wandering around King's Cross, almost getting caught by security for being a thief. But if you dare to oversleep before Transfiguration class, that would be even more impressive." Stan appeared exhilarated. "Bad idea. Bullying a freshman who is unaware of Professor McGonagall's terrifying nature." "Huh? Which house are you in?" Anna inquired curiously. "Me? I'm in Ravenclaw," Stan said mysteriously, winking. "What?" Anna gasped, astonished that he was a Ravenclaw. This loquacious Stan was indeed a Ravenclaw. She had assumed he would be a Gryffindor. "You don't seem like one," she remarked. Stan waved his hand dismissively. "I know you're surprised. I was too. I don't love studying at all. I prefer staying on a night bus, exploring every nook and cranny, meeting different people, hearing different stories. But being in Ravenclaw isn't so bad. You need to answer questions to enter the common room. I've collected many questions. If I become a ticket collector, I might even get to imitate them on the bus." "Answer to board?" "Answer to board." Stan nodded enthusiastically. "That's a brilliant idea." Anna laughed. "Then we should call it Ravenclaw's Wisdom Bus." Stan chuckled as well. A series of jingling bells sounded, and under Stan's suggestion, Anna and Lena settled onto the bed, clutching the bed's railing tightly. "Let us get going, Ern." The bearded man shouted from the passenger seat, greeting the bespectacled driver. Chapter 79, The Night Bus. The night bus sped down the street, effortlessly maneuvering past obstacles, which would automatically return to their original positions once the bus had passed. The men and women walking along the road seemed oblivious, entirely unaware of the bus barreling through. Lena gazed out the window for a while, her expression somewhat grim, and turned to Stan. "Excuse me, do you have anything to alleviate motion sickness?" "Oh, of course." Stan leaped off the bed and navigated through the cluttered compartment, returning shortly with a bag. "Just throw up in here. This bag is connected to a piece of open land. At least, it was an open area 3 months ago." Though Lena had hoped for something like motion sickness candy, she accepted the bag. "Thank you." "No problem." Stan waved his hand, pulling out a copy of the Daily Prophet to read. "You'll get used to it. I can now read the newspaper on the bus." Anna shifted her gaze from the window, noticing at least 3 skirts of girls being blown up by the wind. Rubbing her eyes, she spotted the newspaper in Stan's hand. On the front page, a man's photo dominated the center, his long, unruly hair giving him a menacing appearance. "Stan, could you show me the first page of the newspaper?" Anna pondered, realizing that nearly 3 weeks had passed since her departure to Azkaban, and Sirius must have escaped by now. "This one?" Stan handed the front page to Anna, who immediately recognized the wild-looking figure. "Ah, that man. I know him, Sirius Black. He killed a wizard and 12 muggles, a loyal supporter of the Dark Lord. And he might have escaped from Azkaban." Stan's eyes widened. "That's Azkaban. Unbelievable. What on earth is happening this year?" The bearded ticket collector interjected, having overheard their conversation. "First, the dragon from Gringotts escaped, then the Dark Mark appeared in Diagon Alley, and now a prisoner from Azkaban has broken out. I heard my former colleague complain. He said he searched that tiny cell 100 times, scoured every crack in the stone, and found not a trace of Black. He must have escaped." The staff at Gringotts still couldn't figure out how Black got out of Azkaban, remaining in denial, unwilling to believe he had truly escaped. It's not hard to understand. Their unwillingness to believe stems from fear. The bearded man said mysteriously, lowering his voice. "They fear that the Dark Lord has indeed returned." Stan gasped. "That is indeed terrifying." "Terrifying," Anna echoed. "Voldemort is back. No matter what happens, the blame will fall on him." Shaking the newspaper, Anna read, "Criminal Sirius Black attempts to escape." She scrutinized the details. The Ministry of Magic confirmed today that Sirius Black attempted to evade capture. His cell has shown no signs of him, and some officials believe he is merely hiding and has not truly escaped, conducting a thorough search of the prison. Black is likely the most evil prisoner ever held in Azkaban. One official stated in our interview that an escape from Azkaban is impossible and promised that if Black truly manages to escape, he would eat a box of horn slugs. Another guard from Azkaban disagrees, believing that Black has successfully escaped, urging the ministry to dispatch Aurors for immediate pursuit. Just an hour before the report was released, this Auror had, for some reason, stepped back from the front lines. Surely this retired Auror isn't the bearded man before them. Minister for Magic, Millicent Bagnold, stated that they are waiting to confirm whether Sirius Black has actually escaped from Azkaban. The management team at Azkaban will provide a reasonable explanation for their oversight. The Daily Prophet reporters will continue to follow up on the issues surrounding Azkaban's defenses. Strengthening defenses is indeed a good thing. After so many years, Azkaban could use some reform. The bearded man muttered, "We can't have more Death Eaters escaping." Stan nodded, and the bus suddenly braked sharply, causing him to lean forward and nearly tumble off the bed. A cacophony of music erupted, and the bearded man rose from his seat, calling out, "King's Cross Station has arrived. Passengers, it's time to disembark." "And you, Stan," the bearded man lifted a rather filthy brown suitcase from the floor and handed it to Stan. "Behave yourself at school. Don't cause trouble everywhere." "I won tea," Stan replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice, brushing off the bearded man's hand from ruffling his hair. "I've always been quite well behaved." Anna glanced at her watch. It was 10:50. They should be fine, but next time. She vowed to go to bed early and rise early. With a suitcase in hand, Anna hurriedly disembarked from the bus, followed closely by Lena, who was carrying the owl arrow. The vehicle had halted in a secluded corner, revealing a narrow alley that led directly to the bustling street beyond. The bearded driver waved goodbye, and the night bus swiftly vanished from sight. "Follow me," Stan called out warmly. "I've been here many times. Just beyond here lies King's Cross Station." The trio quickly traversed the alley, and Anna's eyes immediately fell upon a cluster of red-haired figures standing at the station entrance. She could discern Mr. Arthur Weasley pacing anxiously, while Mrs. Molly was admonishing the twins, with other curious muggles glancing their way. "Anna," Ron spotted her first. Waving his arm vigorously, "Come over here, quickly." Ginny shouted, "We're running out of time." In the remaining 10 minutes, the group, aided by Mr. Weasley's muggle-repelling charm, made their way unimpeded to Platform 9. This was Anna's first time cutting in line with such audacity, as the muggles seemed completely oblivious to their presence. "Charlie, do take care of them," Mrs. Weasley instructed her second son. "Don't spend all your time playing Quidditch." "And with dragons," Ron interjected. busy with dragon-related matters and neglecting his younger siblings. Charlie chuckled as he draped an arm around Ron's shoulders. Careful, little Ronnie, or you might turn into a hairy heart. Who was it that just got you that new poster yesterday? The twins, one on each side, hoisted Ron toward the train. Mrs. Weasley seized the twins by their collars, delivering a light smack on each of their heads. Where do you think you're taking Ron? She forcefully handed them the luggage, her expression one of exasperation. You should learn a thing or two from Percy, who is so polite and even helps Anna with her bags. Fred turned to see Percy struggling with a suitcase, his face flushed and unable to move an inch. Anna stood nearby, feeling somewhat at a loss, wanting to take the suitcase but wary of hurting Percy's pride. The twins exchanged knowing glances. Percy has no idea of Anna's peculiar strength, considering he helped us fend off that black bat. Fred shrugged and approached Percy. George followed suit, and the three of them lifted the suitcase onto the train. Percy was somewhat taken aback that the twins were helping him, as they usually only played pranks on him. He wore a peculiar expression of what's wrong with my brothers, as he followed his friends into the carriage, nearly tripping over the luggage as he departed. The steam from the train began to billow, and Anna stayed with the twins, leaning out of the window to bid farewell to those on the platform. Mrs. Weasley rushed over to the twins, reminding them to have the owl send a letter. All right, Mum, the twins replied in unison, a phrase they had uttered countless times. Just don't be too mischievous, and don't let your antics involve Anna, Mrs. Weasley smiled at Anna. Dear, please help keep them in line. Of course, Mrs. Weasley, Anna replied smoothly, unaware of who the true troublemakers were. I will. Lena approached and kissed Anna on the forehead. If anything happens, let the owl send a message back. You mustn't feel wrong, my dear. Anna nodded, understanding that what Lena said was true. She would never allow herself to feel slighted. A whistle sounded, and the train began to move slowly, as they waved farewell to those on the platform. Fred, George, I'll leave all the math problems I can't solve for you, Ron shouted in growing pains. I'll send a howler with the ending. Don't hold me back, Fred. I'm going to give him a good whack. George laughed, shaking his fist at Ron. Ginny, feeling emotional about the farewell, fought back tears but managed to smile and wave at the train. As the train gained speed, moving further from the platform. After a turn, Ginny could no longer see it and stopped waving, turning to grab Mrs. Weasley's hand. Ginny, are you crying? Ron leaned in closer. I'm not, Ginny replied, lowering her head and stepping on Ron's foot. I'm not crying at all. Oh, I was thinking if you cried, I'd buy you a hot dog to cheer you up. I cried. Ginny looked up with a sad expression, but soon broke into laughter. The two began to playfully tussle once more.